Subscribe for more videos.
Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell.
Yeah, danger is my assignment. I get sent to a lot of places I can't even pronounce. They all spell the same thing, though, trouble. But when I walk into the commissioner's office, I don't realize that this assignment's going to end up with me dangling from the wrong end of a rope.
Well, here he is, Commissioner.
Thanks, Ruth. Steve, I suppose I pulled you right out of a big deal, as usual.
No, it was all very innocent this time, Commissioner. Matter of fact, I was down at the rifle range improving my marksmanship.
What?
Honest.
Alone?
Well...
From where I stood, it looked like he was closing in on a target for tonight.
That's what I thought.
I'll have your plane ticket at my desk when you're ready, Steve.
Okay, Ruth. Well, where am I going this time, Commissioner?
To Munich. Your plane leaves in 1 hour. You'll be looking for the memory chain.
Memory chain? No relation to the daisy chain, is it?
I'm afraid not.
Good. I'd have a pretty hard time passing myself off as Queen of the May.
Seriously, Steve, this is the toughest proposition we've ever been up against. It's a skillfully organized pipeline through which vital information has been leaking out of this country to Eastern Europe.
I see.
There are no documents involved. It's all done by a system of runners. Each runner memorizes the information and passes it on to the next one by word of mouth. And right now, a vital chemical equation is somewhere along that pipeline.
Uh-huh. Any idea how far along the chain it is by now?
Yes. We caught up with the first runner in Lisbon, but 2 days too late. He'd already passed the message on. We then traced runner number 2 to Paris, but we were 6 hours too late there.
Sounds like we're running a poor second all along the line.
Yes, and I'm sending you over there to come in first for a change. We now have reason to believe that the next transfer point is Munich. And we have a tip that a woman named Eva Schaefer may be one of the runners. One of our agents is in Munich now, Kurt Allison. Now, Steve, get over there and work with him and then go anywhere and do anything you have to keep that equation from getting through. And that's it. You've got your assignment. Good luck.
The National Broadcasting Company is presenting Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy in the role of Steve Mitchell, colorful, two-fisted government agent. At all those places of the world where danger and intrigue walk hand in hand, there you will find Steve Mitchell on another Dangerous Assignment.
Sure, I've got my assignment. Just a simple matter of running over to Europe and trying to guess who's got a vital secret locked up in their head. This would be a great spot for a mind reader. Well, it's Thursday when my plane lands in Munich. I check around and learn that Allison is registered at the Königsberg Hotel. I head for his room.
I've been expecting you, Steve. Commissioner told me you were coming.
Yeah, how about this Eva Schaefer, Kurt? Any idea where she is?
Sure. Right next door.
What?
Yeah, I spotted her at the depot when she arrived from Paris 6 hours ago. I heard her give a cab driver the name of this hotel, so I broke a few speed laws and got here ahead of her.
Huh. You had the desk clerk give you this room right next to hers, huh?
Yeah. Then I had the clerk stall her down in the lobby long enough for me to slip a couple of microphones in her room.
Brother, you work fast.
I had to. Oh, here are the earphones. Take a listen.
Okay.
Anything going on?
No. What's she been doing since she got here?
Filing her nails, mostly. You know, that sound gets awfully annoying after a while.
Hey, wait a minute. Sounds like somebody's knocking on her door.
Yeah?
The evening paper, Fräulein.
But I ordered no paper.
It is a service of a hotel.
Yeah, very well. Danke.
Who was it, Steve?
Bellboy brought her the paper. Could have been some sort of a signal. Hey, wait a minute. She's leaving.
What? Yeah, she just went by our room. Probably heading for the stairs.
Wait a minute. Let her get down the hallway. Okay, let's go. Yeah, heading down the stairs into the lobby.
I got a car outside if we need it, Steve.
Good.
Hey, Hey, watch it, Steve. We better go single file. The stairway's getting crowded.
Hey, brother, is that all one man coming up at us?
Yeah, how about that?
I beg your pardon, gentlemen. Sorry to crowd you.
Oh, that's okay.
If you'll just allow me to squeeze by. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you.
Squeeze is the word, all right.
Yeah, come on. There she is, sitting in that chair on the other side of the lobby. Let's just sit down here.
Oh, okay. She may contact somebody here in the lobby, Steve.
Wait, she's getting up.
Yeah. Hey, she dropped something in the far side of her chair.
Huh?
You see? She's picking it up now.
Yeah, looks like a pencil. I wonder what...
Oh, she stopped at the cigarette counter.
Come on. I want to take a look around that chair where she was sitting.
There was no one near her, Steve.
I know. Here we are. I still want to know what she was doing with a pencil.
She must have been holding it in her right hand, on this side of the chair, out of our sight.
I get it now. Look. This pipe running up the wall beside the chair. It goes right through the ceiling, probably to the second floor hall above us.
Yeah. And there are pencil smudges on the pipe near the floor.
Yeah, she could have been tapping that pipe with her pencil, sending a message.
Steve, she's heading out the door.
Stay with her, Kurt. I'm going to see what I can find out upstairs. I head upstairs, 2 at a time. The second floor hall is dark, but I spot the pipe running up the wall, and then I hear a door close at the far end of the hall. I head in that direction fast, but when I get there, I see it's a door to the back stairway. I pound down the stairs and out into the alley, but there's no one in sight. So now I know a message has been passed on, and the runner's gotten away. I head for the street. Block and a half away, I see Kurt tailing the girl. He turns into another alley. I speed up then, as I'm half a block away. The shots are from the alley. I get there and turn in. There's Kurt, lying on the ground in front of me.
Oh, it's my own fault, Steve.
Come on, Kurt. I'll get you to a doctor.
No, it's too late. Check on the girl, Steve. The girl.
You know where she went?
She should be down there at the end of the alley.
Huh?
I think I got her. I think...
Kurt. Kurt. But he's gone. I go down to the end of the alley, and the girl is there, all right. One look at her, I know she won't be transmitting any more messages. So now we've gotten 3 links to the chain. One in Lisbon, one in Paris, and one here in the alley in Munich. It leaves just one more, the most important one of all, the guy who's carrying the message right now. I head back to the hotel, and the desk clerk.
Yeah, Herr Mitchell, what can I do for you?
You can tell me if anybody's checked out of the hotel during the last few minutes.
Has anybody checked out, he asks. There has been a regular exodus, 4 people.
Who were they? And where did they go?
3 of them left for the Bauerbach Inn,
Bauerbach Inn. Where's that?
east of here, in the Alps near the border.
I see. 3 of them.
Yeah, Fräulein Kent, a most attractive young woman, I might add. Also, Herr Grippo, and finally, Herr Godel, the stout gentleman. You may have seen him around the hotel here. One cannot help noticing.
Wait a minute. He must be the boy who was coming up the stairs when I was coming down. And that message was sent to the second floor, too.
Upstairs, downstairs messages. I do not understand.
Never mind. I think I do. Okay, thanks. Wait a minute.
Yeah?
You said 4 people left this hotel, but you only gave me 3 names. What about the 4th?
Oh, yeah, I almost forgot. The 4th one was a woman. She left the hotel in quite a hurry.
Oh?
It was a very close thing.
What do you mean?
She went to the hospital. And this bird you talk about was not far behind.
What bird?
The stork.
Oh, great. I'll see you later. So I head east toward the Alps. 6 hours later, I arrive at the Bauerbach Inn. It's perched up on a mountainside, and there's snow all around. The whole place looks like a Christmas card, except that I've got a strong hunch that whoever I'm going to find here, it isn't going to be Santa Claus.
Good evening, sir. Welcome to the Bauerbach Inn.
You the proprietor?
Yeah, Kreutz at your service. If you will sign the register here, I will fix up for you a nice room.
Okay. Looks like sort of a slack season for you, Kreutzer.
Yeah, only 2 guests.
Both of them from Munich, I see. Carlos Gripo and Helen Kent.
Are you a friend of hers, Herr Mitchell?
Well,
Oh, I will be glad to tell her you are here and to...
no, never mind.
Why not?
Huh?
It's really quite flattering to be inquired about.
Well, you see, I've...
Oh, but I thought you two were friends.
Not exactly.
The evening's young yet, though.
Oh?
I know. You used to know another Helen Kent and thought I was the one.
Yeah, that's it.
That's the trouble with having such a common name. Disappointed?
Not exactly. You going to be staying here long?
Well, that depends. I like excitement.
Well, maybe you came to the wrong place. Doesn't look very exciting around here.
It wasn't.
Oh?
Funny how the atmosphere can change all of a sudden, isn't it?
Yeah. Might be an interesting topic of conversation over a drink in front of the fire.
Might be at that.
I'll be down as soon as I get unpacked. I'll wear a red carnation so you'll recognize me.
That really won't be necessary. I'm sure I'll remember you.
I go up to my room and stretch out on the bed, trying to add up the deal in my mind. At this point, I'm pretty sure that the person I'm after, the last link in the memory chain, is either Helen Kent, Carlos Gripo, or Gordell, the fat boy. But what's worrying me is that Gordell hasn't shown up at the inn. I start downstairs to have that drink with Helen, and then I see I needn't have worried, because waddling up the stairs towards me is a very familiar hulk.
Excuse me, sir. If you will allow me to squeeze by you, But wait. I believe I have already squeezed by you earlier today, have I not? On the stairway in Munich?
That's right. You've got a good memory.
A photographic one. I pride myself on it, sir. Gordell is my name.
Steve Mitchell.
Delighted, sir. I look forward to making your acquaintance properly a little later downstairs under less cramped conditions. Until then, Mr. Mitchell.
Until then, Mr. Gordell. Hail, hail, the gang's all here.
Steve.
Oh, Helen.
Over here, by the fire.
Okay, I didn't know you were with somebody.
This is a friend of mine, Carlos Gripo. Carlos, Steve Mitchell.
Hi.
I am honored, Senor Mitchell. Helen, I thought we were to take a walk around.
I'm really too tired. Carlos, be a dear and bring us all a drink.
Well, look, I can get my own.
Well, you don't mind. Do you, Carlos?
Of course not, Helen. We'll be back shortly.
Looks like your boyfriend isn't too happy about things.
Carlos? Oh, he means well, but he's a little boring at times.
You've known him long?
Not very. He's frightfully rich, I understand. Comes from some part of South America. Seems to have made a hobby lately of following me around.
Oh, well, I can think of worse hobbies.
You know, I can think of much more interesting things to talk about than Carlos.
Yeah, for instance?
For instance, us.
You on vacation here?
No, I'm working. I take pictures for a European feature syndicate.
I see. Well, that probably means you do a lot of traveling.
Mm-hmm. How about you, Steve? What brings you here?
Vacation, mostly.
Going to stay long?
I don't know. That depends.
On what? Whether the atmosphere gets exciting or not?
So now we're talking about the atmosphere again?
Mm-hmm. Maybe this one could get exciting, Steve.
I don't doubt it. Maybe...
Fräulein Kent.
Well, looks like the atmosphere will have to wait.
The innkeeper told me you wished to see me. I'm August, the guide.
Oh, yes, August. This is Steve Mitchell.
Mitchell?
August?
I wanted to find out if all the arrangements had been made.
Yeah, we leave early in the morning.
Good.
Leave?
Mm-hmm. We're going on a hike.
Oh, where to?
Oh, look, out the window there.
You mean that mountain?
Yeah, to the top.
Brother, you've got ambition.
Well, I think I can probably get some good shots along the way. Like to come, Steve?
Me climb that thing? Oh, no, thanks.
Well, it might be fun.
Fun yet. You break your neck getting to the top, and what do you do when you get there?
Sure, then you're on top.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
You look on the other side, and you come down again. The climb, that is the thing.
Not for me, it isn't. Wait a minute. You say you look over on the other side. What's on the other side?
Another country.
I see. Who all's going on this hike, anyway?
Carlos and I, with August here as guide, of course.
You know, I just changed my mind. I'd like to come with you.
Wonderful.
What?
Carlos, you dropped the drink.
See, it was clumsy of me.
I didn't even hear you come up.
You were all so busy talking.
Oh, what's the matter, Carlos? You disturbed at the thought of my going along on the hike?
We shall see, senor. Helen, may I speak with you for a moment?
Yes, all right. Maybe later, Steve?
Maybe.
Helen.
Coming, Carlos.
Well, Mitchell, I suggest you get a full night's sleep. It'll be a hard climb tomorrow.
Good evening, Mr. Mitchell.
Oh, hello, Gordell.
I beg your pardon, sir. Are you the guide?
Yeah, I'm August.
I've just learned of the proposed climb up the mountain in the morning. I would like very much to accompany the party, if I may.
What? You?
I don't know, Herr Gordell. A man of your size might find it a little difficult.
I think you will find me surprisingly light on my feet.
You really must want to get up that mountain bad, Gordell.
On the contrary, Mr. Mitchell, I delight in acting upon the slightest whim. And the more unpredictable, the better.
That's an interesting way of looking at things.
I'm quite certain our trip tomorrow will be equally interesting, Mr. Mitchell.
Gardell and August head upstairs, and I go out on the terrace for a cigarette. The night is dark and cold. I finish my smoke and turn to go inside. Then I hear a sound behind me. I whirl around. Something's flying through the air at me. I hit the deck. Something plunks into the wall over my head. A mountaineer's ice axe, the kind they use in climbing Alps. I scramble to my feet, but whoever chucked the axe is gone. So now the trail is heating up. I'll be climbing up that mountain tomorrow. I've got a strong hunch one of the members of the party will be doing his or her best to make sure that I come back down the mountain the hard way.
In a short while, Herbert Marshall stars as the man called X over most of these NBC stations. It's 30 minutes of intrigue and danger in the far corners of the world as the man called X tracks down the enemies of his country wherever they may be hidden. He lives by his wits. His business is danger. He's the man called X. For top listening tomorrow night, it's Hedda Hopper with the latest news of Hollywood and show business, plus famous guest stars. Miss Hopper's popular column comes to life tomorrow on The Hedda Hopper Show. And now, back to Dangerous Assignment and Steve Mitchell.
Are we all here?
See, let us get started, August.
Ready and waiting.
Ugh. This is a great time of morning to be starting a hike. It isn't even light yet.
Oh, we must reach the top by noon if we're to get back before dark.
August, can you get my camera and my knapsack?
Yeah. There.
Oh, thanks.
Now, before we start, let us check the equipment. Mitchell? Yeah, you have everything. Oh, Herr Grippo? Yeah, you have... Oh, wait. Your ice axe is missing.
What?
Why, so it is. It must have slipped from my pack.
Oh?
Oh, it's no matter. Here's a spare.
Thank you.
Pretty careless of you losing a thing like an ice axe, Grippo. Or maybe it was more than carelessness.
What do you mean by that, Mitchell?
Oh, skip it.
All right, everybody. Let us start. Well, I think we'd better stop here for a rest.
I could use a bit of a breather.
Yeah, suits me, too.
Where are the others?
Grippo and Helen, around the bend.
Here they come. Now, from now on, we will use the ropes.
You been getting many pictures, Helen?
No, I've been too busy trying to get my breath. Carlos here. He's an old hand at it, though. Doesn't seem to bother him a bit.
Funny, an old hand at mountain climbing should lose his ice axe.
You seem quite concerned over its disappearance, Mitchell.
I was quite concerned with one last night, Grippo. I was just wondering if it could have been yours.
I have not the slightest idea what you're talking about.
Of course not.
Wait a moment. There's a wonderful shot of the valley below from right over here. I'll just be a moment.
You're quite taken with Helen, Mitchell.
Am I?
So it would appear.
I suppose it would also appear that you don't like it much.
I, senor? But why should I object?
I was under the impression that you followed her here from Munich.
I assure you it was quite the other way around.
What?
Mitchell, I have a considerable amount of money. I go where I like, I do what I like. I like to climb mountains, so here I am. But I do not follow women. They follow me.
Oh. Well, that's nice work, if you can get it. It's also very interesting.
Steve?
Yeah?
Come here a moment, would you?
Okay.
And who is it who follows women?
Like I say, it's nice work if you can get it.
Steve, I wonder if you'd stay to me a little while I take this picture.
Okay.
Just hold on to me a moment. That's it. There.
That was quick. Maybe too quick.
Well, I could take another. Or why don't I just save the film?
Well,
Glad you came, Steve.
I don't know yet.
Maybe you'll find the first part's the most difficult. After that,
You're talking about the mountain, of course.
Yes, of course. Steve,
Hey, we're getting sort of close to the edge.
So we are.
I mean the mountain.
You sure?
Mitchell,
Yeah.
we are ready to move on.
Okay. Come on, Helen.
You know, maybe sometime we won't be interrupted at the wrong time.
Yeah, we'll probably faint from shock.
Be a pretty poor time to faint.
We will have to use the rope for this next part of the climb and go single file.
Okay, Hey, wait a minute.
What is it?
Don't tell me that's the next part of the climb.
Oh, yeah. That's the Devil's Chimney, they call it.
Brother, just like a tunnel and it goes straight up.
Don't tell me you are afraid, Mitchell.
Okay, I won't tell you, Grippo, but I am.
You'll see. It's not so bad as it looks.
It couldn't be, August. How do we climb it?
August has just been explaining it to me. It's called the back and knee technique, Mr. Mitchell. One puts his back against one wall, wedges his arms and knees against the other, and works himself up that way.
All right, now snap the rope onto your belts, all of you. I'll lead the way. Herr Grippo is next, then Fräulein Kent, followed by Herr Gordell. Herr Mitchell, you will bring up the rear.
August inches his way carefully up the chimney to the ledge above. Then he signals to Grippo, who wriggles up like a snake. Helen makes it without any trouble. Then Gordell starts squeezing himself up. I wait until he's almost to the top, then I wedge myself in and start. It's slow, tough work. Halfway up. I look up just in time to see Gordell's feet swinging loose and a rock as big as a football coming down at me. I duck my head. The rock grazes my shoulder and hits the bottom. Hey.
You all right, Mr. Mitchell?
Yeah, but it's not your fault that I am.
Please accept my apology for a most unfortunate accident, sir.
Accident, huh?
But of course. My foot slipped and dislodged a boulder. Here, let me give you a hand to the ledge.
Yeah. I thought you were the gent who was so light on his feet, Gordell.
I am, but there is always the possibility of a slip, Mitchell.
There sure is. And Helen, what's the matter?
Oh, when Herr Gordell slipped, the rope jerked Fräulein Kent against the rocks.
Yes, I think I've sprained my ankle, Steve.
Oh, great.
She can climb with a sprained ankle.
No.
So, what do we do now?
Well, things are not so bad. We are within an hour of the top. Just across the border up there is a little hut with medical supplies. We can get a basket stretcher there in which we can let the Fräulein down the mountain.
We?
Those of you who are left behind must stay right here. You cannot get up or down the mountain without my help. But I will need one man to accompany me.
I will go with you, August. I'm the best climber.
Since I am responsible for Miss Kent's accident, I think it right that I should go.
No, senor. I am the logical one. I insist.
So Grippo and Gordell both want to go with August to the top, to the border. At this point, it looks like one of them is the runner in the memory chain. The question is, which one? I don't know, and that means I've got to prevent either one of them from reaching the border. August said the party which was left behind can't move from the spot without him. That means there's only one guy who should make that climb with August. I'm your boy, August.
Yeah, you're the one I'll take, Herr Mitchell.
But why? I am a better climber.
And the obligation is mine.
I say I will go with you, August.
Herr Grippo, Herr Gordell, allow me to remind you that I am the guide. And I will take whom I choose. I choose Herr Mitchell. Come.
Hurry back, Steve.
I hope I don't come back in too much of a hurry.
Around this bend, Herr Mitchell.
Okay.
You're probably wondering why I selected you to accompany me.
I'm glad you did, August.
Well, to tell the truth, I do not trust either of those men. I don't know why. I just do not trust them.
You've got company there.
Stop here and fasten the rope to your belt. So, we must work our way across this open face of rock. It'll be a short climb, but a difficult one. There are enough crevices in the rock for handholds. I will go first.
Okay.
I'll tell you when to follow. Observe where I place my hands and use the same handholds.
Right.
All right, come ahead.
Oh, brother, this is like crawling across a bare wall.
Proceed slowly. Keep your body flat against that rock. Do not look down.
Hey, it looks like 1,000 feet straight down.
2,000 feet.
Thanks. Hey, look, aren't we doing this the hard way?
What do you mean?
That little ledge about 15 feet below us. Isn't that the same ledge we were on at the top of the chimney?
Yeah, but it would take us too long to reach the top by following the ledge. This is a shortcut. Now, stay where you are a minute.
What are you doing now?
See that little perch on top of the rock above us? I'll work my way up to it and anchor myself. Then I'll help you up there with the rope. So, there's one spike, now another.
Brother, remind me never to do this again.
All right, Mitchell. I'm up on top of the perch and I'm well anchored.
Okay, I'll get going.
Yeah, Mitchell, indeed you will.
Hey, you pulled me loose.
So I did. Now you are just dangling in the air at the end of that rope.
What? Oh, great. So you're the last link in the memory chain.
Yeah. And with you out of the way, I will carry the message to its final destination on the other side of the border. It'll do you no good to try to swing back and forth, Mitchell. You cannot pull me down with you. By leaning back, I can hold you until I choose to cut the rope.
That's why I'm swinging. I saw August reaching for his knife, and I've got to keep both his hands occupied on the rope. He leans well back and grins down at me. Then I spot my only chance. At the end of each swing, my body is carried under an overhanging rock out of August's sight. The ledge is about 15 feet below. I get my own knife out, and each time I pass under the rock, I take a whack at the rope.
You tired of swinging yet, Mitchell? You ready for that big drop?
August has his knife out now, and this is it. I swing under the rock again and cut the last strand. I fall to the edge of the ledge and hang on. It works. August isn't prepared for the sudden release of the strain. Oh, brother. Right over backwards.
Mitchell! Mitchell!
Huh? Oh, Grippo.
Mitchell? I followed the ledge around to here just in time to see August trying to cut the rope. But you beat him to it.
Yeah, by about one slash of the knife.
But why? Why was he trying to kill you?
He was the last link in the memory chain. Looks like I owe the three of you an apology, Grippo.
Apology? A memory chain? I'm sorry, Mitchell. This I do not understand.
Well, it doesn't matter anymore, because the last link in the memory chain just lost his memory. You might say he got amnesia the hard way.
Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell, is written by Bob Reif and Adrian Jondeau, with music by Robert Armbruster, and is produced and directed by Bill Karn. Be with us again next Saturday when Brian Donlevy, starring in the role of Steve Mitchell, will embark on another dangerous assignment. Dangerous Assignment came to you from Hollywood. 3 chimes mean good times on NBC. There's action with the chimes next when Herbert Marshall stars as the Man Called X. The Man Called X is a man without a name who travels to the far corners of the earth on missions of intrigue and danger, protecting his country. So, for timely and exciting drama, stay tuned for The Man Called X. And a reminder, Bob Hope stars tomorrow in The Big Show, along with Tallulah, Jimmy Durante, Perry Como, and many more. And now, join Herbert Marshall and the exciting Man Called X on NBC.
The Cavalcade of America. resolution unanimously adopted at the recent convention of the National Council of Women reads as follows, quote, "Be it resolved that a letter of thanks be sent to DuPont for sponsoring the excellent educational series called The Cavalcade of America, thus providing the whole family with splendid entertainment." End of quotation. DuPont appreciates this compliment from such a distinguished organization, and needless to say, such a commendation is particularly timely right now during National Education Week. It is the purpose of this series to show the forward march of traditional American spirit in a series of true stories. And just as the history of the nation shows how American men and women overcame trials and hardships and so found new horizons, so the history of chemistry shows how the research chemists have constantly contributed to a fuller, richer, and freer life for everyone. This is the ideal expressed by DuPont in the phrase, "better things for better living through chemistry." This evening, we welcome as our guest a distinguished star of the stage, Miss Fay Bainter, who will be heard in each of 3 episodes dealing with women's emancipation. Our Cavalcade Orchestra rings up the curtain with an excerpt from the first movement of the Unfinished Symphony of Schubert. the signers of the Declaration of Independence founded our American Republic with the statement that all men are created equal, they did not seem to include women. American women, especially married women, were in a class legally with slaves, imbeciles, and felons. A scene such as which took place about 30 years before the Civil War can hardly be realized today. We're in Judge Daniel Cady's office, which joined his home in Johnstown, New York. The part of Elizabeth Cady is played by Miss Fay Bainter. It is the year 1830, a winter evening. Mrs. Dean has stopped in to see Judge Cady.
Do forgive me for disturbing you, Judge Cady, but I saw a light in your office window, and I was so upset.
Don't apologize, Mrs. Dean. A good lawyer is a public servant, always ready to help his friends.
You and my husband were always such good friends that, well, I felt I could come to you for advice.
Of course, Mrs. Dean. Oh, hello, Elizabeth.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't know you were busy.
You know my daughter, I think, Mrs. Dean.
How do you do, Mrs. Dean? Oh, bless you, my dear. You're quite a young lady.
Mrs. Dean, do you know that during the last semester at school, Elizabeth won the prize for being the best Greek scholar in the class?
Why, Elizabeth, it doesn't seem quite delicate. I heard Father wishing I'd been born a boy, and I wanted to show him that I was just as good as a boy.
She intends to make me pay for that one inadvertent remark.
Well, I will, too, Father. You'll see.
All right, Elizabeth. Now, run along. Mrs. Dean wants to talk something over with me.
Oh, that's a child's play, Judge. Perhaps if she hears what I have to tell you, she won't wish she were a boy.
Well, I don't think I understand you, Mrs. Dean.
It's my son, Judge. My only son.
Oh, surely you have no cause to complain of your son. Fine young man, Mrs. Dean, if I'm any judge. And a beautiful son.
Yes, a fine young man. But there's truth in the old saying, a man is a son till he gets him a wife, but a daughter's a daughter the whole of her life.
But what has this to do with...
You know, when my father died, all his estate came to me and through me to my husband.
Of course, Mrs. Dean. That is the law. A married woman can have no property in her own right.
And then, when my husband died, he left the money to our son. And all that money that was mine now belongs to him.
Quite properly.
And I'm dependent on his generosity.
It's his duty to take care of you and see that you have a proper home.
Yes. But his wife's idea and my ideas on what is a proper home are very different.
But she has no legal right
No legal right, perhaps. But she rules my son's home. Where I was once the mistress, I'm now a poor relation. I'm an object of charity.
My dear lady, surely you realize that nothing can be done about it.
You mean there is no legal step I can take? No way that I can recover part of what was once mine?
None, Mrs. Dean. That's the law. But I'm sure he's a kind, generous son.
He was, Judge, until he married this woman. I've tried to treat her as a daughter. I've tried to be tactful and helpful. But this very morning I heard her telling him that if I complained anymore, he hoped that he would send me to an institution. An institution, Judge Cady. Do you understand what that means? I can't stand it.
My dear lady, I'm deeply sorry for you, but there's absolutely nothing that I can do about it, except speak to your son and ask him to be more generous.
Generous? With her own money?
Elizabeth, my child, please.
It's an outrage, Father. It isn't fair. Why can't a wife own property? Why must there be such laws in these books?
You must forgive my daughter, Mrs. Dean. I apologize for her maidenly outburst.
She needs no apology, Judge. I only wish that I had her youth and spirit. Perhaps someday there will be some woman who will lead her sisters out of the wilderness of man-made law. I won't trouble you any longer. Goodbye. Oh, I beg your pardon, sir.
Oh, that's quite all right. Did I hurt you? I'm so sorry.
No, not at all.
Come in, Henry. You know my eldest daughter's brother-in-law, Henry Bayard.
Why, yes. How do you do, Mr. Bayard?
How do you do, Mrs. Dean? I'm happy to see you.
Thank you, sir. And thank you for listening to me, Judge Cady. God bless you, Elizabeth. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Well, Mrs. Dean seems excited. Any trouble?
A personal matter. An argument with her son.
It's more than a personal matter. It's more than just an argument. It's a question between all men and all women.
Is Elizabeth getting herself upset again about the rights of the fair sex?
Why aren't girls as good as boys? Why can't we own things ourselves? Father, do you mean to say that this necklace and these bracelets you gave me for Christmas aren't really mine?
Well, legally...
Legally, my dear, they belong to your father. And if, well, let's say for the sake of argument, you should later become my wife, those pretty ornaments would be mine. You couldn't even wear them without my permission. I could sell them, give them away. I could even change them for a box of cigars, and you could watch them evaporate in smoke.
It isn't fair. It's not fair.
My books, what are you doing?
I'm going to tear the wretched laws out of your book.
But my child...
No, tearing them out of books will do no good, Elizabeth. You must take them out of the legal codes. You must tear them out of the hearts and brains of the men who wrote them and believe in them.
Men make the laws, and only men can change them. And they call this a free country. Oh, why can't I do something? Why can't I do something?
On Friday, May 11th, 1840, refusing to say the word obey, Elizabeth Cady was married to Henry B. Stanton, prominent as an abolitionist. Their honeymoon was spent in England, where the bride and bridegroom were delegates to the World's Anti-Slavery Convention. We find them in Freemasons Hall, London, June 12, 1840, just as a delegation from the United States is presenting its credentials.
We will hear from the delegation representing the United States of America. Mr. Chairman, I present the credentials for our delegation. The Honorable William Lloyd Garrison, the Honorable Henry Brewster Stanton, Mrs. Lucretia Mott.
Pardon me, sir, but what was that last name?
Mrs. Lucretia Mott.
The delegation from the United States of America is out of order. We have no authority to permit the seating of women as delegates to this convention.
Henry, did you hear that? They're refusing to seat our American women delegates.
Yes, dear, I heard, and I'll see what can be done.
Oh, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman. The chair recognizes the Reverend C.B. Stout.
Mr. Chairman, it seems to me preeminently unfitting that women should be permitted to sit as delegates to this great convention. When in his great judgment God created woman from the rib of man, he did not intend her as man's equal, but subject to his will and command.
Mr. Chairman, the chair recognizes Mr. George Bradburn of the United States.
If the clerical gentleman who has just spoken can prove to me that the Bible teaches the entire subjection of one half of the race to the other, I think that Mr. Chairman, in answer to the blasphemy of the previous speaker, may I remind him that St. Paul says in the 11th chapter of the 1st Corinthians, neither was man created for woman, but woman for man. And again in the 6th chapter of Ephesians, wives, submit yourselves unto your husbands, for the husband is the head of the wife.
Mr. Chairman, the chair recognizes Mr. Henry B. Stanton.
Mr. Chairman, ladies and gentlemen, in our National Anti-Slavery Society, women are accustomed to speak and vote in all its conventions. Their part in this great struggle is fully as active as that of the men. In the United States, do you let the women vote in your country? Not yet. But we hope that the time will come. Finally, the English delegates, supported by the English clergy, had their way, and all women were rejected as delegates to the convention. Elizabeth found herself seated in the audience beside another disappointed member of the American delegation, Lucretia Mott.
Mrs. Stanton, I feel so humiliated sitting here like this, for all the world like a naughty child. I feel more contempt and disgust than chagrin, Mrs. Mott. What will they say in America? It's Mr. Garrison they're applauding. I wish he'd been here yesterday. He'd have burned the bigots with his oratory.
Mr. Chairman, the chair recognizes the American delegate, Mr. William Lloyd Garrison.
Mr. Garrison is the most eloquent speaker I've ever heard. Yes, they say everyone is looking forward to hearing his address.
Mr. Chairman, on arriving here today, I learned that our women, the very women who have fought side by side with us in all this great conflict for freedom,
have been excluded from places on the floor. Yes, Mr. Garrison, by vote of the delegation. I came 3,000 miles to speak on the subject nearest my heart. But after battling for so many years for the liberation of African slaves, I can take no part in a convention that strikes down the most sacred right of all women.
Mr. Garrison is right. It's no less than tyranny. We haven't the privileges of the most ignorant and degraded men. We haven't used the right to the wages we earn. We're denied equality and education. In fact, we are civilly dead. Man has usurped the prerogatives of Jehovah himself. When I return home, I intend to devote my life to the liberation of women, so the generations to come won't be humiliated as we've been today. It means work, I know. It means that we'll be sneered at and insulted. We ourselves may never see the victory, but at least we can show the way to the women of America.
Elizabeth Cady Stanton's words turned out to be prophetic. They were the beginning of the reform which was to be known as women's rights. In 1848, a small convention was held in Seneca Falls, New York. It was ridiculed by the public and rebuked by the press. However, it was successful enough to result in the first national convention just 2 years later. The American cavalcade moved onward, but it was some time before women's rights societies made much headway with the law of the land. Suffrage became the goal. Western pioneers saw their women struggle beside them against the wilderness. And in 1869, Wyoming Territory granted the vote to women. This stirred the soul of Susan B. Anthony, often called the Napoleon of women's rights. And in the year 1871, we find Susan, played by Fay Bainter, entering the headquarters of the Board of Registry in Rochester, New York, with a group of co-workers.
Well, ladies, what can I do for you?
We're here to register.
What's that,
To register?
We can't vote unless we register, can we?
But ladies, you can't vote at all. The law says...
We know the law. The 14th Amendment to the Constitution of the United States says that all persons born or naturalized in the United States are citizens of the United States, and that no state may make a law which shall abridge their privileges or deny equal protection of the law.
But, madam, you are a woman.
Since when was a woman not a citizen? Either you will register, my friend, or I'll bring suit against you.
Oh, let them register. We don't have to let them vote.
If we register, we will vote.
Madam, I warn you. If you vote, you will be arrested.
Susan B. Anthony did register and vote. She was arrested and fined $100. She refused to pay the fine, and President Grant pardoned her. Susan B. Anthony kept working to keep the suffrage question before Congress until her brave spirit passed on in 1906. The American cavalcade moved onward to the year 1913. That was the year when the whole country was humming the beautiful waltzes from the operetta shouting.
On March 3rd, 1913, the day before Woodrow Wilson's inauguration, a great parade was held in the city of Washington. Many politicians, afraid of women's suffrage, tried to belittle the ever-growing storm. Two of them look out of a window on Pennsylvania Avenue as the parade passes.
They certainly can march. I'm surprised at so many good-looking young girls.
They just want to show off.
Say, that crowd's getting nasty. Look at that. Men in the crowd threw a cigar butt in that woman's face. After all, they are women.
They want to vote like men. They must expect to be treated like men.
Those fellows on the curb aren't men. They're rowdies and hoodlums.
The women are asking for it.
Oh, just look at them. Thousands of them. Marching by. All looking ahead. Not even hearing the cheers of the crowd. I got to admit, I admire them.
Looks as if they really mean it this time.
All through the day they marched and into the night, dressed in white, women of all descriptions bravely bore their banners before a partisan crowd. 5 years later, on December 2nd, 1918, President Wilson, in addressing Congress, said, "The least tribute we can pay women is to make them the equals of men in political rights, as they have proved themselves their equals in every field of practical work they have entered, whether for themselves or their country." In May 1918, the 19th Amendment was passed by the House, and in June by the Senate. But passage was one thing, ratification by 36 states was another. The legislatures of 35 states finally ratified. All eyes are turned toward Tennessee, the state that the suffragists hope will be the one to give them their long-delayed victory. The Tennessee Senate passes the bill 25-4. Then it comes to the House. The galleries are filled. In the front row sit two antis, a husband and his wife. And beside them, a young woman, played by Fay Bainter, who is evidently a supporter of the suffrage cause.
Yeah, you see, Bessie, it won't pass. Our state wants to protect our women. We don't want them in politics. Don't want to drag them through the mire.
You're right, dear. Absolutely right. Perhaps when women get into politics, they'll help drag it out of the mire.
I beg your pardon, ma'am.
I'm sorry, but I couldn't resist replying to your remarkable reason for keeping us from voting. You really believe what you said? Surely you trust your wife to vote. Oh, I don't want to vote. I agree with my husband that a woman's proper place is the home. But just because you don't believe in it, why should other women be deprived of what they think?
Quiet. They're announcing the vote.
The vote stands 49 for the amendment and 47 against.
49 to 47. We won.
One moment, please. I cannot declare this a passing vote. There are only 96 members out of 99 present. The 49 ayes constitute a majority of those present, but not the majority of the entire membership of the House.
It's a trick.
It's clever. Walker's no fool. There'll be a move to reconsider until he gets full attendance.
Mr. Speaker, the chair recognizes the member from Decatur. I voted against the bill, but in order to allow a move to reconsider, I will change my vote.
I told you. They'll give them time to round up the 3 absent members, and they're all against the amendment. When they vote, it'll stand 50 against to 49 in favor.
Mr. Speaker, the chair recognizes the member from Crockett County. Quiet, please. Mr. Speaker, do I understand that the member from Decatur changes his vote? You do. For purposes of reconsidering the motion until tomorrow. Now I will entertain a motion to adjourn. One moment, Mr. Speaker. Point of order. I still have the floor. Since he is reconsidered, that makes the vote stand 50 ayes and 46 noes. A clear majority of the entire House. 50 out of 99.
What means, my dear lady, that we've won? Your speaker outsmarted himself. The amendment is ratified. Next election, women will vote. Women are citizens of the United States at last.
And so, after years of struggle, women at last were given the vote. Today, we find women successfully competing with men in every walk of human endeavor. Woman challenges man in courage, skill, talent, and craftsmanship. Yes, no advantage, except no compromise. He stands on the heights at last, after a long and weary climb, welcomed as an equal, admitted to her place in the cavalcade of America.
Think what an important part women play in the life of our nation, not only politically, but economically. They are the purchasing agents of America's home, and their ideas make business history. Have you ever heard anyone use the expression, born to the purple? There's a story in that phrase, born to the purple, a story that has a lot to do with feminine gowns and frills. Way back in Roman times, the Phoenicians were renowned for their skill in dyeing the robes of royalty. They used a color called Tyrian purple, which was obtained from shellfish found in the Tyrian Sea. It was so costly that only royalty could afford clothing of this beautiful color, and hence the expression, born to the purple, denoting high birth. America got its dyes from foreign sources until the World War created a shortage, and our nation began to develop its own dye industry. This development represents one of the great achievements of American chemistry. Today, America makes enough dyes for practically all its domestic needs, even exporting large quantities. And so you see, the story of American dyes also is a story of emancipation. Our industries are now completely free from dependence on foreign supplies. Americans can be proud, too, of the high quality of home-produced dyes. Among the most recent developments is the class known as vat dyes. These are the fastest colors known to science. And the women of America know how important it is to have fabrics that retain their original colors, in spite of repeated washings and prolonged exposure to sunlight. DuPont has played an important part in this building of the American dye industry, and research chemists in DuPont laboratories are still seeking further improvements in dyes, just as they're working in many other fields of research to provide better things for better living through chemistry. On tonight's program, you've heard Fay Bainter, famous stage star, in the leading role. Tune in again next Wednesday when DuPont again presents The Cavalcade of America. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Countdown for blast off. X minus 5, 4, 3, 2, X minus 1, fire. From the far horizons of the unknown come tales of new dimensions in time and space. These are stories of the future, adventures in which you'll live in a million could-be years on 1,000 maybe worlds. The National Broadcasting Company, in cooperation with Galaxy Science Fiction Magazine, presents
X minus 1.
Tonight, the time after the next atomic war. The place, somewhere in the United States. The story, The Moon is Green, by Fritz Leiber.
The moon was green. Green as emeralds, green as leaves, green as grass. I reached my arms toward it and let it bathe me. I closed my eyes and let it kiss me.
Effie? Effie, where are you?
Oh, dear Lord, he mustn't see it. It's so beautiful, and he always kills beauty.
Effie!
In the bedroom, Hank. I've got to close the shutters before he comes. Mustn't.
Effie! What the devil are you doing? Close those shutters, you fool! Come away from there. You're trying to destroy yourself and me, too. You know those shutters are not safe to open for another 5 years.
I only wanted to look at the moon.
The moon? Here, count yourself for radiation. You know what the Central Committee would do to you for breaking the lead shield?
Kill me. I wouldn't mind.
Don't talk like that.
Would it be so different from being shut up in a lead coffin the way we are now? Would it be worse than the eternal thud of the air conditioners and the radiation filters?
Be still and count yourself. Good Lord. We're past the danger zone. Oh, wait a minute. Did you take off your watch?
No.
Well, give it to me. You fool. You little fool. What am I going to do with you? Can't you understand what kind of a world you're living in? Can't you?
Oh, yes, husband. I can understand only too well. It's the world that can't seem to understand. The world that went on stockpiling hydrogen bombs. The world that started testing those bombs, telling itself it hadn't really exploded enough to make the air dangerous. And then began to throw them across continents, one nation against another. It lasted about 2 months. And after that, the fury of doomed men who thought only of taking with them as many of the enemy as possible. After the fury came the time of terror. Men and women with death sifting into their bones and through their nostrils, fighting for bare survival under a dust-hazed sky that played fantastic tricks with the light of the sun and the green light of the moon. The only chance for existence was to claim one of those underground radiation-shielded places. They went to the strong. And afterward, the waiting behind the lead shields. The endless, interminable waiting.
You understand, I suppose, that we were allowed to reclaim this ground-level apartment only because the committee believed us to be responsible people? And because I've been making a darn good showing lately?
Yes, Hank, I understand.
It's a privilege to have some privacy, you know. I could send you back to the basement tenements. Would you like that?
Oh, no. No. Anything rather than that fetid huddling and that shameless communal sprawl. Yet is this really so much better? Being on the surface is meaningless. It only tantalizes. And yet...
Well?
No, Hank. I don't want to go back underneath.
Well, then try to behave yourself. Coming up through the tunnel just now, I decided I'd better talk to you. Frankly, Effie, the committee's beginning to be a little concerned about our lack of children.
Oh.
Charlie Baker asked me this morning if I'd like my name put on the list for a free woman.
You needn't bother.
What do you mean?
I mean, we're going to have a baby.
What? Effie, are you sure?
Yes.
Effie, that's wonderful. It's magnificent. Do you realize what this means to my rating with the committee? You know how important it is to the community to raise healthy members for the day when we can resume the surface war.
Yes, I've heard the broadcast.
We'll announce it at the meeting of the junior committee tonight.
Tonight?
Well, you
You hadn't forgotten about it, had you? It's the annual banquet. Now, you brighten yourself up and put on your best dress. I want the other juniors to see what a handsome wife the new member has got. What's the trouble now?
Well, I'm terribly sorry, Hank, but you'll have to go alone. I'm really not well.
There you go again. First the infantile, inexcusable business of opening the lead shutter, and now this. Don't you know what this could mean to my reputation, Effie?
I'm sorry.
You're coming, Effie. This is just neurotic pampering.
Hank, I'll just be sick and you wouldn't be proud of me at all.
Now listen, Effie. Tonight's too important. It'll cause a lot of bad comment if a new member's wife isn't present. You know how just a hint of sickness starts all kinds of rumors about radiation disease. Now, what do you say?
No.
Effie, you're going. There's nothing wrong with you if I have to...
Hank, you're hurting my arm. It isn't good for the baby.
The baby. I'd almost forgotten. Oh, no, we have to be very careful. I suppose if I explain to them you aren't there because of the baby, it will make a difference.
Yes, I'll just stay here alone till you come back. When will you be back?
Well, those things usually go on pretty late. So if you're expecting company, you needn't worry.
Hank.
Yes, Effie?
Do you remember when we were first married?
Of course I remember.
You liked to go skiing, remember? You said it was like feeding a hunger for beauty, being up on a mountain covered with snow.
What are you talking about?
You forgot.
I haven't forgotten. I have just as much desire to get outside as you do, but I know there's no chance for me. I've got to see that my children and their children survive to see the sun again. We've got to behave like adults, to make sacrifices. We've got to keep the strain pure.
Hank, what do you suppose it's like for them?
For whom?
The freaks and the mutants, the outsiders.
What do you know about them?
I remember some of the pariahs. They were hairless, cringing creatures with radiation welts all over their bodies. They came begging to be taken in during the last months of the terror. The committee ordered them shot down, just like dogs.
We don't like to talk about that.
Hank, are they still out there?
Effie, this is the sort of talk that's just morbid.
Are they?
Yes. There are still humans out there. At least they were humans. They know better than to come near the shelters now.
Poor creatures.
I can't stand here discussing this nonsense all night. I have to get going. For the last time, are you sure you won't come down with me?
No. I'll wait here.
Don't you get lonely?
No.
I was talking to Jim Barnes today. He told me he wasn't going to be able to make it to the banquet either. Touch of the old flu, he said. That isn't like him, is it? Effie, are you listening?
What?
You remember Jim Barnes, don't you? He used to be sweet on you, said you had the soul of a poet.
Well, yes, I remember him. Why?
Never mind. Well, I guess I got a bit sharp with you. I'm sorry about that. I was excited about being made a junior and the baby and all. Selfish of me. I apologize. As you get to bed early, I'll probably go over to the men's dorm for a while after the meeting. You'll be completely alone for the next 4 hours. Do you mind?
What? Oh, no.
Good night, Effie.
He looked at me strangely, and then his features returned to their usual, harder, more calculating expression. Was it possible that he had sensed my very dream? Had it been a dream? Oh, it must have been. It wasn't possible that it had really happened. It had just been an illusion, a silly projection out of my starved romantic imagination. I waited until Hank's footsteps vanished down in the tunnel. And then I waited until I heard it. No, it isn't possible. There's nothing out there. Nothing but deformed monsters. I mustn't open the shutters. I mustn't. Oh, dear Lord, I've got to know. I've got to know. I've got to.
Well, now, so you haven't forgotten our meeting after all.
You.
And were you expecting someone else?
It wasn't a dream. You really were out there last night.
Oh, yes, and the night before.
I was afraid I dreamed, and I still think it's a dream.
Lean out into the moonlight a moment. Is this a dream? Or was it a flesh and blood kiss?
And your name is Patrick.
Aye?
Patrick.
Well, now, did you open the window to find God's own breath, the fresh evening air, or did you open it to invite me in?
Oh, of course. Come in. Come in.
Come, Joe Lewis. Ah, here, now, let me head you. Being a cat with 12 toes on each foot and ears like boxing gloves is a bit cumbersome. I have to help him a bit, you see. Come on now, laddie. There, now. Is your husband about?
No, he won't be home for a while.
Well, still, I'd better close the shop.
Oh, no. Leave them open.
The radiation?
I don't care. I want to see the moonlight.
Aye. Would you have a bit of food? Joe Lewis and I are starved for a bite to eat.
Oh, yes, I'll get it.
Oh, Effie?
Yes?
Oh, but you're a fair creature.
Thank you. His face wasn't horrible at all. Only thin and sensitive and terribly sad. And there were no radiation welts or scars on his skin. He looked just as he had looked that first night when I opened the lead shutter and saw him crouched at the window. And now I knew it had been no dream. He was an outsider, a pariah. He was my love. Here's some canned meat and a food pill, and I put on some water for coffee.
Oh, bless you, Arun. Come on now, Joe. Here's a bit of meat for your black soul to feed on. He's hungry, poor creature. Well, then, sit down, girl, where I can look at you.
All right.
Have you missed me?
Oh, yes.
Oh, I've had some thoughts of you, I dare say.
Talk to me.
Of what?
Tell me again about outside, what it's like.
Again?
Again and again.
Well, now, outside... You say the coffee's heating?
Mm-hmm.
Well, then, it is a wonderland for sure. More amazing than you and your entombed folk could ever imagine. A veritable fairyland.
Tell me the truth about
The truth? I am telling you the truth, my love.
But the bombs and the dust made only ugliness.
At first. But then they changed the life in the seed of them that were brave enough to stay. Wonders beyond wondering bloomed and walked. Well, have none of you been outside?
Well, the radiation teams go up into the ruined buildings once or twice a year to find canned food and batteries. But they can only work for a few minutes at a time.
Ah, sure, those blind-souled slugs could never see anything but food and batteries anyway.
Well, tell me what you see, beyond the city, I mean.
Ah, there are gardens there. Gardens where a dozen buds blossom for every one before. And the flowers have petals a yard across.
Oh.
And there are stingless bees as big as sparrows supping their nectar.
Well, did the radiation make all the cats like this one?
Like this runt? Why, no, girl. They are grown spotted and huge as leopards. But they're gentle beasts, for the dust has burned all the murder out of every living thing.
Well, Hank says the dust kills.
Would you like to hear the poem I made?
Yes.
I'd say it. Fire can hurt me, or water, or the weight of earth. But by some curious coincidence, the dust is my friend.
Oh, more.
Well, then, there are robins like cockatoos and squirrels like a prince's ermine, all under a treasure chest of sun and moon and stars that the dust changes from ruby to emerald and sapphire. And there are... What is it, love? What's that look for?
There's one thing you've never told me about.
And what is that?
The children. The new children.
Ah, now the children.
The truth.
The truth?
Promise.
I swear on the skin of my cat here. The children, is it, huh? Well, now, if you'd ever catch a glimpse of one of them, you'd never doubt me again. They have long limbs and smiling, delicate faces and white teeth and the finest hair. They're so nimble that, well, that even I, a sprightly man and somewhat enlivened by the dust, feel crippled beside them. And their thoughts dance like flames.
But what's wrong with them, Patrick?
Wrong? Nay, love, there's nothing wrong. Different, perhaps, and new, but not wrong.
Oh, tell me.
Well, then, they do have 7 fingers on each hand and 8 toes on either foot. But they're much more beautiful for it. And they have large, beautiful ears that the sun shines through. So lovely and delicate to behold.
How do they behave? Their minds?
Not as you and I, perhaps. They play happily in the gardens all day long, laughing and finding joy in the simplest beauty.
Are they defective?
Well, now... By the standards out there, you're the defective one shut up here all the while, hating and crawling in ugliness and feeling dirty. No, they're quite lovely. And they're quite perfect, the new children.
Oh, you're telling the truth. You're not making it up.
It is true, every word of it. Oh, I'll admit you have to look a bit hard to find these things I've been telling you. But find them you may. Do you believe me?
Oh, yes. Yes, I believe you. But I'm afraid.
Give me your hand.
Here.
Now listen to me. You must not be afraid to do as your heart tells you. That's why I'm here.
Oh, Patrick. Patrick.
Don't either of you move.
Oh, Hank,
Stay there or I'll blast both of you.
Hank, but...
Carrying on like this and not even with a man of the community, with an outcast, a pariah.
No, man, I know what you're thinking, but you're wrong. I just happened to be coming by, hungry, a lonely tramp, and I knocked at the shutter, and your wife was a bit foolish and let her kind heart get the best of it.
Do you think you can tell me that?
Hank, please.
So you're going to have a child, my dear. My child?
Yes, your child.
I should pull this trigger right now. I should shoot him down in cold blood.
Man, you're mad. I never touched your wife.
You contaminated pariah. You're going to die. Don't you know that?
Hank, if you kill him, you kill the bringer of the best news we've ever had. Oh, Hank, put aside your jealousy for just a minute and listen to me. Patrick has something wonderful to tell us, all of us.
What do you mean?
I mean that we need no longer fear the dust. Oh, Hank, remember how it was with me. All the exposure I had, and yet there are no burns. Hank, those who were brave enough to stay outside have adapted. They've become a beautiful people.
Did he tell you that?
Everything that grew or moved was purified.
He filled you with lies so he could take you.
No, it's true. The radioactivity is almost gone, burned out.
Effie, I've been out there. It's horrid.
No. You've been blinded. Blinded to beauty. Blinded to living.
Good Lord, you believe it?
It's true. It must be true. Look at Patrick. He's living proof. He's been outside for a year and there isn't a mark on him, not a scar. It's because he's brave. And the dust can't hurt the brave.
Oh, you think that's it, huh?
All right, Effie, I'm going to prove something to you. You, Patrick, take this radiation counter. Take it.
Very well.
Press the button and count yourself. Go on.
As you say.
Read it. Read it!
1,700.
Yeah, you hear that, Effie? 1,700 radioactives, enough to kill 1,000 men. He's like raw radium. If you turn out the light, he'll glow green in the dark. A week's exposure to him will destroy you.
What are you proving, Hank?
That he's a freak. A freak! Get away from him. He's destroying you right now.
May I shut this thing off now?
Patrick. Is it true?
Yes, I'm afraid 'tis true. Oh, you do well to cringe, both of you. I'm living death. I'm death itself. As your husband so wisely said, I'm a freak. Just like the man who ate nails and walked on fire. Only my oddity is that for some unknown reason, the dust can't harm me. I'm the only one. Step right up, ladies and gentlemen. Not too close now. And examine the man who couldn't die. And now, if you don't mind, I'll go back to my dead world and leave you to yours.
Wait. All of those beautiful things.
It gets so lonely out there. And I was starved for beauty. And so were you.
There's no garden out there.
Garden. Listen to me, the both of you. What is out there is more terrible than either of you can imagine.
You're worse than Hank, even. He only killed beauty once. But you brought it to life so you could kill it again. You're afraid. Afraid of the loneliness out there. Well, I'm not afraid.
Effie, keep away from the window.
No, I'm not afraid. Maybe there is no garden out there. And no beautiful, strange children to play happily. But there can be if we're brave enough.
Effie!
I'm going, Hank! I'm going, Hank!
Effie, come back, Effie! It's no use trying to keep her, man.
Effie, come back! I love you! Come back!
There's no use, man.
There's still time. She stood the dust better than most. There's still time. You. The dust won't hurt you. Find her. Bring her back. I'll reward you. I'll give you food.
If you want her, you'll have to go yourself.
She'll die.
Maybe she won't.
How can you say such a thing?
Because perhaps she's like me. Aye. Perhaps the two of us together could be the first of a race that'll live in sunlight again.
Get against the wall where I can kill you easier.
Why would you kill me? Is killing all the answer you have to life's riddles? Is the smell of blood better than compassion? Is it more joy to own her than to be loved by her?
Move!
Man, you'll not kill me. Shall I tell you why? Because my flesh will not die. I live 1,000 years.
Not your brain, Patrick. And that's where this gun is aimed.
Well, then you leave me no choice. You get it!
Hey! Call him off! Cut my arm!
No! Stop! Well, then I have your weapon now. Out there, you see, we freaks have learned to live together and to cooperate. It's the only way we can stay alive. Oh, I'll give Effie your love. Come on, Joe. Oh, you'd better close the shutters as soon as we're gone. The moon is beautiful. But it's deadly.
the end of the ruined street. When we looked back, we saw Hank closing the lead shutters on himself. We were alone in the world. Above us, the moon was green. I bent and picked up a handful of the dust and let it trickle through my fingers. And I remembered the words of Patrick's poem. Fire can hurt me, or water, or the weight of the earth. But by some strange coincidence, the dust is my friend.
You have just heard X-1, presented by the National Broadcasting Company in cooperation with Galaxy Science Fiction Magazine, which this month features Advance Agent by Christopher Anvil, the story of a spy who had the worst possible break. The disguise he had assumed was that of a famous man. Galaxy Magazine, on your newsstand today. Tonight, by transcription, X-1 has brought you The Moon is Green, a story from the pages of Galaxy written by Fritz Leiber and adapted for radio by George Lefferts. Featured in the cast were Joyce Gordon as Effie, Bill Lipton as Hank, Ian Martin as Patrick, and Frank Milano as the cat. This is Fred Collins. X-1 was directed by Fred Way and is an NBC Radio Network production.
Good evening, friends. This is your host to welcome you through the creaking door into the inner sanctum. Come in. We would like at this point to deny certain rumors that have been spread around to the effect that we of the inner sanctum lack culture. Why, we have our own shelf of the world's great classics. In our case, a 6-foot shelf, naturally. We subscribe regularly to such magazines as the Saturday Evening Ghost. We're all members of the Spook of the Month Club. There's nothing we like more than curling up in a fire with a copy of Shakespeare's immortal Midsummer Night's Scream. In short, we are people definitely interested in the spirits. And I can safely say that all of us here have received their degree. Usually the third. Tonight's Inner Sanctum Mystery, Death's Little Brother, was written by Lou Vittis and stars Larry Haynes in the role of Danny with Amzie Strickland as Susie. Very well. Lock the windows, bolt the door, pull the shade down, pay the premium on your life insurance, and listen to Death's Little Brother. A happy-minded opus devoted to the thesis that nobody lives forever, and most people even less. Meet Danny, a lad on a train, his ticket paid, on his way to... Suppose you find out.
The big idea about trains is that they go someplace. Someplace where people want to get to. I wasn't going anyplace. I was only getting out of town. The cops wanted to talk to me about a coffee pot that got itself held up. After the conversation, I would have wound up in front of a jury, and the judge would have made a speech about crime, and I'd have spent a year or maybe 2 in state prison. So I got on a train. Any train. I wasn't particular. But the rest of the people, they picked this train. It was going to places they knew about. Places they wanted to be. I looked at them and hated every one of them, including the guy who flopped into the seat next to mine. He was around my age, around my size. To somebody in a hurry, he could have been my brother.
Quite a train, huh?
Quite a train.
Say, would you know how long it'll be before we get to Dorchester?
No, I wouldn't know.
That's where I'm headed for.
I guessed that.
Yeah. You think they got a smoker on this train?
I wouldn't be surprised.
I think I'll go find it. Second train I've been on tonight.
That guy was overdoing it. Not only one train, 2 trains. A guy who was very anxious to get someplace. So anxious, he hadn't noticed his wallet dropping out of his pocket. I had. A couple of 10s, a handful of 1s. They went into my pocket fast. Driver's license, which said the guy's name was Clark Davis. Odds and ends of junk. A letter. A letter which smelled of perfume, nice perfume. I read it. Clark Davis had a sister named Susie. She wrote the letter. Her mother and father had died 20 years ago in a car crash. An uncle named Davis had brought up the guy. The girl had gone to another uncle named Carter. Out in Africa, Uncle Carter had died and left his dough, lots of it, to his niece Susie and to his nephew Clark. Clark and Susie hadn't seen each other for 20 years. I put the dough back into the wallet. Susie was in the old family shack in Dorchester. That was where Clark was going. That was where I was going.
Say, did you happen to notice...
This?
Yeah, my wallet.
You dropped it.
Thanks. For a while, I was afraid it was gone.
It's come back.
Thanks again.
He went to sleep sitting in the seat next to me. I didn't go to sleep. Susie and Clark hadn't seen each other for 20 years. I wasn't going anyplace in particular. Dorchester might be just as good a place to get off at as any. Maybe even better.
You got off here, too, huh?
Yeah, it looks that way, don't it?
What a dump. Station's dark, not a cab in sight.
Wasn't anybody supposed to meet you?
I didn't tell her what train I was coming on.
Her?
My sister.
Oh. Live in town?
Nope. I'm out on Lakeshore Drive, wherever that is.
I know where it is. You wait here.
What?
I'm heading out that direction myself. Maybe I can rustle up a car.
Hey, thanks. That's swell of you.
Forget it. It's on my way. I'd spotted a sign down the street. A cheap hotel battling the termites. I went in. Hey.
Huh? Oh, yeah.
Where's Lakeshore Drive?
Oh, a couple of miles out, east on the highway. Can't miss the turnoff.
I need a car to get there, don't I?
Yep.
Got one you can let me have?
Old station wagon, but you didn't mention your name.
Oh, I didn't, did I? It's Clark Davis.
Susan Carter's brother?
Yeah.
Well, we've been hearing a lot about you in town.
How about that station wagon?
Why, sure, seeing as who you are. Won't have any need of it tonight. Here you are. Glad to be of service. Runs fine, only you got to be careful of the brake.
Don't worry, I'll be careful. So long. The station wagon was there, and so was Clark.
Came along after you.
That station wagon. Hop in.
Okay.
I was pretty sure nobody had seen Clark get into the car. And pretty sure it would have to be good enough. 10 minutes, and I began pumping the hand choke. Clark had his eyes closed.
What happened?
Motor. I'll have to take a look at it. Know much about cars?
Oh, not a thing.
Might be trouble. Let's see what's under the hood. Oh, yeah. Carburetor's flooded.
Is that bad?
Not serious. Take a while to drain off. In the meantime, there's a lake over there. Like to take a look at it?
Yeah, sure. The bank's kind of steep.
Oh, there's no hurry.
The water looks good. I'm 3/4 asleep.
Now, why don't you get some water on your face? Might wake you up.
Yeah, it's not a bad idea. Oh, boy, it's cold.
Cold and deep. Davis.
Huh?
How's your sister going to know it's you when you show up?
I'll tell her.
Didn't you send her any pictures of yourself?
No, I haven't got any pictures. Come on down here. The water's fine.
Yeah, sure.
Say, it just occurred to me. How come you know about Susie and me?
Hotel clerk, town gossip.
Oh. Better be careful with the rocks.
I'll be careful. And I was. There were lots of rocks around. I didn't grab just any rock. I picked one that was heavy enough, but not too heavy to handle easy. And I went down.
I certainly feel a lot better. Hey, what do you got that rock for?
The rock?
You weren't thinking of trying to skip that across the water, were you?
Skip it?
What you need is a flat rock, one a whole lot smaller.
What I need is this rock. He went down, sprawling over the rocks at the edge of the lake. He wasn't dead, but after a while, he was dead. I went through his pockets. Wallet, identification letter from Susan Carter, the works. They went into my pockets. Wasn't robbery, though. I gave him my wallet. And I gave him some rocks, too. Loaded his pockets with them. So when I dumped him in the lake, he went down. He'd stay down, too, for a while. And if he came up in a week or two, he'd be a guy called Danny, wanted by the cops for larceny. And he wouldn't have much of a face left to identify. I turned around and headed back for the car. Now I was somebody who had some place to go to.
Yes?
Hello, Susie.
Hello. Oh, you must
Haven't
be...
you got a kiss for your big brother?
Clark. Oh.
I didn't wire. I thought I'd surprise you.
Oh, it's a wonderful surprise, Clark. Oh, I'm so glad you came. I was lonely.
Lonely? Well, this is your home.
I'd never lived in it. Uncle and I were abroad all these years. Oh, but of course you know that.
Yeah, sure. Your letter. See?
It's funny after such a long time. But you know, Clark, I think I'm going to like my brother. He's kind of handsome.
Well, I guess it runs in the family.
Thank you, darling.
Say, I'm kind of tired.
Oh, of course you are. Come on. I'll show you your room. I sort of expected Mrs. Brenner to be with you, though.
Mrs. Brenner?
I bet she's a wonderful person.
Mrs. Brenner.
Clark, what's the matter with you? I'm talking about the housekeeper. The one who practically brought you up. You wrote me about her, don't you remember?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, sure, I remember. I'm just foggy. I haven't had much sleep.
I know. Well, like your room?
Yeah, it's swell.
I've got Mrs. Brenner's room ready for her down the hall.
Susie.
Yes?
Susie, she didn't come with me because she wasn't feeling too good. Matter of fact, I don't know when she'll get here.
You're worried about her. That's sweet, Clark, but you don't really have to.
Huh?
I got a phone call from her, about half an hour before you came.
You did?
Uh-huh. She said she'll be here first thing in the morning. Good night, Clark.
With Mrs. Brenner due in the morning. Mrs. Brenner, who knew Clark Davis, I had things to think about. One of them was finding out when the train came in. I found out. It was coming in early the next morning, which meant I had to be early, too, very early.
Clark?
Huh? Oh, Susie.
Good morning, darling. But why are you up so early?
Oh, what about you?
I always get up early. Don't forget I'm taking care of the house.
Well, I got to get the station wagon back to the hotel.
They don't need it. Not right away.
And besides, Mrs. Brenner's coming in.
Oh.
I want to meet her at the train.
Well, she could always get a cab.
Yeah, but, well, I'd like to make sure she gets here. I'd like to make sure. But she didn't come in. Not on that train.
Hi, Mr. Davis.
Huh? Oh, the clerk.
Yep. Seen somebody off?
No.
Expecting somebody?
No.
Well, it's fun watching trains.
I brought the hotel station wagon.
Oh, well, it wasn't no great hurry. Cigarette, Mr. Davis?
I don't smoke.
Ain't much of a habit. I guess the other fella left this pack in the station wagon then.
Other fella?
Yeah, one that you was with last night.
I was alone.
Looked kind of sick. Guess he's staying out at the house with you.
I tell you, I was alone.
Thought you might have some trouble starting the wagon. You was so nervous.
Well, I was tired, that's all.
So I kind of drifted over to the window in front of the hotel. Seen you help him in.
I told you I was alone.
That's right. I guess the pack of cigarettes could have been left in the car before last night.
Sure.
Even though I cleaned it out thorough before you took it. And I guess maybe I could have made a mistake about seeing another fella get in with you. Mr. Davis.
Yeah.
I need a little time to think about these mistakes. Get my mind straight about them. Can't do that if I have to keep on working.
I don't get it.
Well, I could use a vacation.
And take one.
I can't afford it. Less than a rich young fellow like you feels like helping out.
Well, I haven't
The whole town knows about the legacy, Mr. Davis. Now, I ain't the fancy kind. Say, a couple of $1,000,
$2,000. You're crazy.
No. Just need a vacation awful bad. Say, tonight?
Tonight?
Yep.
All right. Where can I meet you?
Well, stop by the house.
No. My sister.
Well, outside the house, then.
Okay. Down near the road. By the lake.
Sounds all right.
Around 8?
You better wait inside the house till you hear a hoot owl go 3 times. I do awful good hoot owl. Ain't any real ones around, so you'll know it's me.
Yeah, but...
I don't want you waiting outside for me in the dark. You might catch cold. So long, Mr. Davis. See you tonight. And besides doing a good hoot owl, I'm pretty good at shooting things. Comes from hunting. You don't want to forget that, do you?
Clark?
Yeah?
You're so fidgety.
Oh, I'm kind of worried.
About Mrs. Brenner? She'll probably show up tomorrow.
No, not about her. Susie, I've got some debts to take care of.
Oh?
I guess the legacy is all set, isn't it?
Uh-huh.
I'd like to lay my hands on some of it. Just for the fun of it.
Well, it'll take only about a week before it comes through, Clark.
A week?
You know all the legal red tape and stuff.
Yeah, but a week can be an awful long time. Susie, you wouldn't have any money.
Of course I have.
Well, how much can you let me have? Against my share, of course.
$200-300?
That's all?
Clark, are you in trouble?
No, of course not. Well, do you think the lawyer in charge of the estate might advance some dough?
I don't think so.
Why not?
Well, most of Uncle's money is tied up abroad.
Yeah. Yeah, well, that settles that.
Settles what?
I'll just have to wait, Susie. That's all. I might have paid the clerk off if I had the money. Might have. But this way it was going to be cheaper and safer. He was waiting for me down by the lake. And he had a gun. He told me that. I'd have to come to him facing him, he thought. But he forgot the lake. I'd had all day to find a boat. I found one. There was no moon, so it was dark. There was a wind which made noise. More than noise enough to cover the sound of the boat, even if he'd been listening for it, and he wasn't. He was wearing a white shirt, which made it easy. He was standing a couple of feet from the shore, facing towards the house. I let the boat drift the last few yards, quietly. Besides, I needed an oar for another purpose. It was a heavy oar. I was out of the boat and hit the shallow water. There was a splash, but it didn't register on him until I was close. He started to turn. He was almost all the way around when... The house was dark when I got back. Susie asleep. That was good. I'd had enough for a day, more than enough. I went to my room and hit the head. I didn't bother undressing. I wanted darkness fast. Darkness and quiet and sleep. And though I didn't expect it to come, it came. Sleep. What? A hoot owl. No, there aren't any around here. There aren't any. The sound was coming from the direction of the lake. I was dreaming, sure, but I had to go outside. When I got close to where I put him, there was no more sound. The earth over him hadn't even been touched. He was still under it, deep under it, where I'd put him after I finished with the oar. Even if he'd still been able to hoot like an owl, you couldn't hurt him, not with all that earth on top of him. I'm sure I'd been dreaming. I got back to the house. That's where the hoot owl was yelling from, except that when I got back, the house was the same. My room was the same. Till I put the lights on. I nearly let go then. I nearly turned and ran because sitting in the chair next to my bed was Mr. Davis. Mr. Clark Davis. Dead and in person. The water was dripping from his clothes onto the floor, but there was no blood, nothing more. He was cold when I touched him because I had to touch him. I didn't want to. I wanted to run to get away, to keep running forever. But I went to him, and I touched him. And his body was cold and wet and solid. My hand didn't go through him. That was all I needed. I headed downstairs. Susie had a car, a convertible, back of the house. I was there, all right. I reached in, felt the seats. One of them was wet. I went to the front of the car and touched the hood. It was warm. All the answers except one, and that one I'd get in person. I turned back to the house. I wasn't thinking anymore, just doing what had to be done. But I should have thought because... Both shots had got me. She'd aimed good. Low. Not trying for anything fancy like the head. Both shots were in me. Deep. I hit the ground and stayed put. Played dead. It was easy, a rehearsal. I could taste my own blood in my mouth. Soon it wouldn't be a rehearsal, but a real thing. But before that, she stopped. She was smart. Stopped a few feet away from me and waited. I didn't breathe. She wouldn't want to waste bullets, risk more noise. After a while, she came a little closer. She'd seen the blood I was slaughtering in. She came a little closer. And I still had strength enough to roll and get a rifle and bring her down.
Let me go.
I got her wrist. She still was watching. She threw the gun too far for me to get at her. But I held on to her.
Clark! Darling, what's the matter with you?
It's no use. You dragged your brother out of the lake, didn't you? You hooted like an owl. You saw me kill the hotel clerk, didn't you?
It makes you feel any better, I did. You better let go of me. You're not doing yourself any good bleeding the way you are.
Why shoot me? Why didn't you yell for the cops? You had the goods on me. All you had to do was show them your brother's body. Why drag it into my room? Why try to drive me nuts?
Because you idiot. That body in your room isn't my brother.
Isn't your brother? Who is he?
A friend of mine. A boyfriend.
What about your brother?
You want to save your breath? A dying man like you.
What about your brother?
Dead. He was murdered.
By?
The man you thought was my brother.
Why?
Because my uncle left all the money to my brother. He didn't trust me, didn't like me. So I had my brother killed. The man you met on the train was going to impersonate my brother till the will went through. And you had to come along.
Yeah, I had to come along.
When you walked in, I didn't know what to do. I tested you. There is no Mrs. Brenner, but you fell for it. So I knew you didn't come from Clarkstown.
Why'd you shoot me? We could have gone through the act.
Not after you killed the hotel clerk. He'll be missed. I couldn't afford to have an unsolved murder around. They'd find out about my real brother. This way you're a killer. My brother's dead because of you. I'll get the money.
She'd stopped trying to get away. She was waiting for me to die. And I was dying, all right. But I was still strong enough.
No! Don't get your hand out. No.
Still strong enough to take her with me.
That, I think, pretty much winds up the sad story of Danny. A winsome lad who only wanted a new address and discovered that the housing situation is murder. We can sympathize with his feeling about rent ceilings, but he really shouldn't have raised the roof. Of course, it's no fun to be out in the cold, but did Danny have to go to the other extreme? The person that we really don't understand, though, is Susie. She didn't have to kill Danny. After all, he only wanted to be a brother to her. My pleasant dream.
Inner Sanctum was heard in the United States over CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
and has been rebroadcast for servicemen and women overseas. This is the United States Armed Forces Radio Service, the voice of information and education.
Tired of the everyday routine? Ever dream of a life of romantic adventure? You want to get away from it all?
We offer you Escape. Escape, transcribed to free you from the four walls of today for a half hour of high adventure.
It is September of 1939. The Germans are about to march into Poland, and you are standing in an English manor house with a complete list of Nazi agents in your possession. While facing you, guns drawn, are three people who, to get that list, would gladly kill you.
Today, with Ben Wright starred as Sir Everard Dominey, we bring you an exciting story of super espionage, as E. Phillips Oppenheim told it in his fascinating novel, The Great Impersonation.
Incredible. Von Ragestein, this is incredible. He is drunk?
Dead drunk. He is seldom otherwise.
Hold the light closer to the cut so I can see him better. Truly incredible, von Ragestein. You and he are as alike as... But I would swear it was you lying here on the cot. Hair, nose, mouth, everything like a smudged and smeared portrait of yourself. Identical features.
And we have the same color eyes, and there's not an inch of difference in our height.
Where did you find him?
Oh, he staggered into camp 3 days ago. He had been hunting lion upriver until his boys deserted him. He had not paid them in several months, I gather. I sent a runner to fetch you at once.
That is something I shall have to report to Berlin as a serious breach of discipline, von Ragestein. You were to avoid all contact with me except through the usual channels.
But, Dr. Schmidt, may I...
Permit me to finish. Obedience to orders is as necessary in the Secret Service as it is in any other branch of the German army.
I understand.
I have spent 20 years here in Tanganyika, establishing myself as a harmless old archaeologist. During that time, I have created an espionage organization second to none, right under the noses of the English. And not once have they suspected me. Is all that to be ruined because you choose to engage in a little frolic of your own?
This was not a frolic. Sir, I weighed the risk very carefully and considered it worthwhile. I believe you will agree with me when I tell you that this man is Sir Everard Dominey, an English baronet, and that we attended Oxford together. Shall I continue?
Yes, continue, von Ragestein.
He is a ne'er-do-well. He lives on a small sum that comes to him each month from his estate in Norfolk. He has been here in Africa almost as long as I, 11 years. Oh, but I could go on for hours. I know as much about him as he does himself. And I've been thinking
that you could go to England as Sir Everard Dominey, and no one there would be the wiser.
Dr. Schmidt, a German agent in England, operating at the highest social level.
Would be invaluable, I agree, but...
But what, sir?
The proposal raises 3 questions in my mind.
So?
What about the assignment upon which you are engaged here?
A certain flexibility is necessary in these matters.
And how will Dr. Goebbels feel about your leaving Africa?
Surely by this time he has either forgiven me or forgotten the entire incident.
You don't know the little doctor if you think that. When someone steals away one of his women, as you did, what was her name?
Stephanie Strom.
Yeah, as you did, Stephanie Strom. He never forgets and never forgives. But I will undertake the responsibility for initiating your plan. Prepare to leave for England at once. You will receive further orders before you embark.
Thank you, sir.
I must go now. There are many arrangements to be made.
Sir, you said that there were 3 questions raised in your mind.
Oh, yeah. I was wondering what to do with this Englishman. Kill him as soon as possible and dispose of his body. Good luck, von Ragenstein. Heil Hitler.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Heil Hitler. That night, a new Sir Everard Domine was born, and Leopold Ragenstein vanished from the face of the earth. Dr. Schmidt's arrangements were most thorough, and I arrived in London less than a month later.
Mr. Mangan will see you now, sir.
Thank you.
My dear Sir Everard, a most unexpected pleasure. Oh, dear me, how changed you are, and how well you look.
Credit Africa, Mr. Mangan. A wonderful country.
It's done wonders for you. Dear me. Are you thinking of settling down here for a time?
Well, that depends a little upon what you have to tell me.
Oh, yes. Yes, of course. Regarding the matter of Roger Unthank, nothing has been heard of him since the day you left England. His body has never been found.
And, my wife?
Her ladyship's condition is, I believe, unchanged. She is in excellent physical health, but mentally...
She still swears to take my life if I sleep under the same roof as she again?
Well, I
see. I may very likely settle down at Domine Hall.
Oh, I'm afraid the estate is still not in very good condition. All those debts you left behind.
Quite. Yes. The business object of my visit to you is to ask you to make arrangements as quickly as possible for the paying off of the mortgages of the Domine estates.
What?
I've been making a good deal of money in Africa.
Great Scott. A Domine making money. In the 40 years I've managed the Domine interests, I've never known that to happen. Dear, I can hardly believe it.
Well, have lunch with me, Mr. Mangan, and I'll tell you something of my speculations in Africa.
Why, thank you, Sir Everard.
Oh, my knowledge of restaurants in London is a bit, dated.
May I suggest the Carlton?
Oh, excellent.
Give me your hat, Sir Everard. I shall check it. I'll be with you now.
All right, I'll wait for you right here.
Leopold,
Huh?
why didn't you let me know you're in England? Ah, Leopold, how happy I am
I think you're making a mistake. My name is not Leopold.
Darling, do you deny knowing me?
Madam, I do not have the pleasure. My name is Domine. Everard Domine.
I don't Leopold, my address is 17 Belgrave Square. Come there at 7 this evening.
But, my dear
I
lady...
shall expect you at 7.
Here we are.
7
Here we
sharp.
are. Dear me, Sir Everard, wasn't that Stephanie Stone?
Well, I don't know. She mistook me for someone else.
Oh, she is a marvelous actress. Marvelous. I saw her in Macbeth last month. And she... a table for 2?
Yes, sir. This way, please.
She played Lady Macbeth, you know. And in that scene...
Oh,
she is
excuse me one
attempting to
moment,
walk
Mr.
her-
Mangan. Seaman! Seaman, my dear fellow, how are you?
Well, Everard, what a surprise.
May I introduce my friend and legal advisor, Mr. Mangan? Mr. Mangan, Mr. Seaman.
How do you
Pleasure.
Seaman and I were business associates in Africa. Will you join us at lunch, Seaman?
Thank you, but I cannot. Where are you staying, Everard?
At my estate in Norfolk, near Flankmere. I'm driving there this evening.
I have to be in Norfolk on business tomorrow.
Be my guest, will you?
Thank you, Everard. Thank you. Good day, Mr. Mangan.
Good day, sir. Now, as I was saying, what was I saying?
You were about to ask me if I cared for a drink, and I was about to say yes, a scotch and soda.
Oh, yes. The same for me.
Yes, sir.
Sir Everard, do you think it wise to return to Domine Hall before Lady Domine has been prepared for it?
Mr. Mangan, does she really regard me still as the murderer of Roger Unthank?
The mystery has never been solved. It's well known that you two fought that night and that you staggered home almost senseless. Roger Unthank has never been seen since.
If I'd killed him, why wasn't his body found?
Oh, there are many theories and quite a few superstitions. You may as well be prepared for one of them. There's not a soul for miles around Darmony Hall who doesn't believe the ghost of Roger Unthank still haunts the Black Wood near where you fought.
Oh, but that's incredible.
Yes, I would agree, except that from time to time it has been heard shrieking and sobbing.
Oh, come
Sir
now,
Everard,
Megan.
Sir Everard, I have heard it myself.
Tired, Mr. Mangan?
Just a bit, but we shall be there in a few minutes. I telephoned before we left London, and they've rooms ready for us.
Any of the old servants still left?
Oh, none. Every servant and caretaker we've had there has given notice within a month. At least a dozen swore that they had seen the ghost of Roger Unthank and heard his call at night. That's the sole reason why I haven't recommended long ago that you should get rid of Mrs. Unthank.
Oh, she is still in attendance upon Lady Dominy?
We couldn't get anyone else to stay there. And her ladyship absolutely declines to leave the hall. Through that gate, Sir Everard.
Yes, I remember. Oh, some of the old wall is down, I see.
That wall has been down, to my knowledge, for 30 years.
Of course. I'd forgotten.
We've kept the old place weathertight, and I don't think you will miss the timber we were forced to sell.
Oh, any from the Black Wood?
Not a twig. Not one of the woodmen would ever go near the place.
You and I will take a look at the Black Wood in the morning.
Well, if you insist, Sir Everard. How does it feel to be at home after all these years?
I feel as though this is my first visit.
Good evening, Mrs. Unthank.
There's no place in this house for you, Everard Daubeny. No place here for a murderer.
Really, my good
Can
woman.
you face me, Everard Daubeny? You who murdered my son and made a madwoman of your wife.
Mrs. Unthank, return to your duties at once and understand that this house is mine to enter or leave when I choose.
And you will treat Sir Everard with respect. Have rooms been prepared for us?
You will be in the West Wing, Mr. Mangan. And the Oak Room has been prepared for Sir Everard. You mentioned respect, Mr. Mangan. If he stays here against my bidding, perhaps her ladyship will show him what respect means. Good night.
Oh, dear. My dear Sir Everard, I'm dreadfully sorry that such...
Oh, that's quite all right.
I...
Quite all right. Well, I think I'll turn in immediately. We'll make the rounds of the estate after breakfast.
Sir Everard, are you really going to sleep in the Oak Room?
Yes. Why?
Have you forgotten? It's next to her ladyship's. And...
No, I have not forgotten. Good night, Mr. Mangan. I do not know how long I had been asleep when I felt the thin, cold pressure against my throat. I opened my eyes and I saw a hand. A small, slim hand in the moonlight just beneath my chin.
If you move, you will die. Remain still. I wish to look at you.
Rose.
You're very brave to have come here. Braver than I remembered.
Why do you wish to kill me?
Doesn't it say somewhere? A life for a life. You killed Roger Unthank. Last night his spirit called to me below my window. No. Don't move. Let me look at you, my husband. It's a strange thing to own after all these years. A husband.
What do you see?
You're wonderfully changed. Better looking.
I have changed, Rose, and I've come back a rich man. I shall bring some wonderful doctors here, and they'll make you quite strong and well again.
I've been wondering why I don't kill you, Everard, as I've sworn to. I know now. I know why I don't.
Why, Rose?
Because I've just realized you aren't Everard at all. Yes, that's why. You needn't fear ever that I shall kill you, because you're not Everard at all.
I spent the most of the next day going over the estate with Mangan, and when he left for London in the afternoon, he carried with him my cheque for £90,000 to settle the mortgage on Domney. And soon after his departure, Seaman arrived.
And it was very good of you to have invited me.
Oh, come into the library. How was your trip here?
Oh, very pleasant. Very pleasant. The countryside is lovely this time of year, and, how did it go, Leopold?
Well, I think good. Mangan accepted me completely as Everard Domini. And if I say so myself, I think that I have made a very convincing transformation into an English country gentleman. Of course, it's been uncommonly expensive. Yeah. Every penny you gave me when we met at Cape Town is gone to pay off the mortgage of Sir Everard's... excuse me, on my estate.
Well, we could not have you return home to a poverty-stricken domain. You'd have held no place whatsoever in English social life, and no welcome from those with whom we desired you to stand well. Now, there is no bottom to our purse in these matters, and more will be deposited to your account.
From my African investments?
Yeah, from your African investments. So, all has gone smoothly?
Yeah, all except for one thing. Oh? Stephanie Strom met me by chance in a restaurant yesterday. She recognized me at once, of course, and seemed quite piqued when I denied knowing her. She demanded I called upon her at her home yesterday evening.
Well?
Has it occurred to you that she has claims upon Leopold von Ragerstein which would altogether interfere with the career of Everard Domini? Our relationship before I left Germany was fairly well known, and if we are seen together now, someone might put two and two together and...
Yeah, you're right, of course. I'll see what I can do.
It will not be easy. Stephanie is extremely strong-willed and impetuous.
She will do as she is told. See? Anything else?
No.
Good. Now listen very carefully. I have instructions for you.
I am listening.
We move upon Poland in September. Now, if England declares war, it will, of course, render espionage work here extremely difficult in two major respects.
Yeah,
One, the English will redouble security precautions, and two, it will be almost impossible to bring in money with which to pay our agents in this country. It is with the second difficulty that you will be concerned. Your function will be that of paymaster.
Go on.
Now, from now until September, £3 million will be given to you.
To whom do I disperse this money?
The day we begin to conquer Poland, written instructions together with a list of all our agents here and in Ireland will be placed in your hands.
Understood.
So until then, live the life of Sir Everard Domini, Baronet. So I will visit you from time to time to keep you abreast of events. So goodbye for the present, Leopold. I have a million things to do. Oh, and good luck in your impersonation.
Thank you. I think I shall need it.
In just a moment, we will return to Escape. But first, May 16th will see the opening of the United States Treasury's Opportunity Drive, a drive to acquaint all those Americans who aren't already saving via U.S. savings bonds with the opportunities they are missing. Men and women who know through experience the many merits of this kind of saving are urged to become volunteer salesmen for the U.S. Treasury. If you would like to help sell American opportunity, get in touch with your county savings bond chairman right away. And now, with our star, Ben Wright, as von Ragerstein, and Sir Everard Domini, we return to the second act of Escape and The Great Impersonation.
I followed Seaman's instructions to the letter and pursued exactly the course I thought Sir Everard Domini himself would be likely to take. I put Lady Domini in the hands of a Dr. Harrison, a psychiatrist. I pensioned Mrs. Anthenkoff, but to my surprise, she remained in the vicinity. I began to entertain upon a lavish scale, shooting parties, hunts, dinners, and dances. Unavoidably, Stephanie appeared among my guests from time to time. It was evident from her manner that Seaman had spoken to her concerning me, and quite forcibly. It was also evident that she did not like it. I could see her patience wearing thinner and thinner. And one Friday to Monday, as I was walking through the garden after breakfast...
I wish to speak to you alone.
My guests will be...
Your guests are well occupied. And in any case, I'm one of them.
What is it, Stephanie?
Leopold. Can it be you've lost your love for me? You've changed so much and in so many ways.
Stephanie, I thought it had been impressed upon you. I am not Leopold, but Everard Domini, an Englishman and the owner of this house and the husband of Lady Domini.
I can almost believe you are an Englishman. You stand there cold and aloof as one. You whose tears have fallen upon my hand, whose lips...
You speak of one who is dead.
What has changed you like this? What has dried up all the passion in you?
Careful, Stephanie. Someone is coming. Yes, what is it, Parkins?
Beg pardon, sir, but Lady Domine has returned.
Oh, thank you, Parkins. Stephanie, will you excuse me?
Leopold, something has just occurred to me, and I shall not see you, or rather, trouble you for a while. I'm going to take a sea voyage.
A sea voyage? Where?
To Africa, Leopold. To Africa.
May I see my wife, Dr. Harrison?
This evening, perhaps. It's been a fatiguing journey for her, and I would prefer to rest as much as possible.
How is she?
Well, except for one hallucination, she's in perfect health.
And this one hallucination?
That you're not her husband. It's not within my power to dispel this hallucination. You are the one to do it. That's why I brought her home.
What can I do, Doctor?
She needs warmth and affection, Everard.
I see. I'm very grateful to you, Doctor. I shall do everything I can to complete her recovery.
Thank you.
Yes?
It's I, Rose. May I come in?
Yes, Everett.
Rose, I couldn't go to sleep before welcoming you home.
Thank you, Everett, dear. That makes me very happy.
You're looking well and extremely lovely.
I am well. All the foolishness is gone. I know that whatever happened to poor Roger, it was not you who killed him. I know that I never really heard his ghost call to me. It was my imagination. I can't think why I ever wanted to hurt you. I'm sure I love you.
Then why do you doubt that I am your husband?
You're so like him, yet so unlike him. His daddy died in Africa.
Then who am I, Rose?
I don't know. But you're kind to me. And when you're near, I'm happy.
Rose, look at me. I am Everard. I am. Can't you see?
It's Roger. He's calling me. Everett, I do hear it, don't I? It's not just in my head.
Rose.
Let me go. I must wave to him from the window. He never rests until I wave to him from the window. Please,
Rose, if you love me, do one great favor for me. Do not go to the window. Don't wave.
I must wave. I can't stand his cry.
Rose, as you love me, please.
Oh. All right, Everett. I'll do as you say, but hurry, please, hurry.
I ran out of her suite and down the stairs. Parkins was standing in the entrance to Dominie Hall, a heavy walking stick in his hand. I told him to follow me, and we hurried through the garden. And there, beneath Rose's window, I saw a dark shape. Slowly now, Parkins. Slowly and quietly. Parkins! Parkins, help me! Come on, your stick! Oh, well done, Parkins. Do you have a match?
Yes, sir.
Well, strike it, man, strike it.
Oh, very good, sir.
Aye, take a look. And who is it?
It's Roger Unthank.
Ah, telephone the hospital and flank me to send an ambulance for him at once.
Roger. Roger! Oh, you've killed him. You've killed my son.
He's not dead, Mrs. Unthank, though he deserves to be.
His jealousy drove him mad.
If
now
Lady
you've done this
Dominie
to him.
recovers, I will forgive both you and your son for this revolting hoax. If she does not, I wish you both the blackest corner of hell. Rose had received a great shock that night, but as the summer wore on, she began to mend, and Dr. Harrison told me toward the end of August that he had every hope for her complete recovery. Meanwhile, the drift toward war quickened, and on the morning of the 1st of September, the German army smashed its way across the border into Poland. Simon telephoned me that morning to inform me that he would be at Dominie Hall that evening for a business conference, And about 9 o'clock, he arrived.
Mr. Seaman is here, sir.
Thank you, Parkins. Oh, hello, Seaman.
Oh, have you heard the terrible news, Sir Everard? Have you heard the wonderful news, Leopold? Our army is simply leaping ahead.
I know. I have been listening to the wireless.
We have to work quickly, very quickly. I must be in Ireland by tomorrow morning. Here, take these.
What is it?
These are microfilms, no larger than postage stamps. They contain your orders and the list of all our agents in these islands. Now, Leopold, the fate of our espionage service here is now in your hands.
Yeah, I understand.
Good.
And speaking of precaution, as you stooped to sit down just now, I distinctly saw the shape of your revolver in your hip pocket.
Oh?
Do you think it is wise to be carrying firearms about just now?
Oh, yeah, quite right. Here, take care of it for me. Quick, get the films out of sight.
Into this drawer.
Yes?
What is it?
Sorry to disturb you, sir, but Miss Strom is here and she is...
And insists upon seeing you.
Stephanie. Thank you, Parkins. That will be all.
Yes, sir.
Stephanie, I did not know you had returned from Africa.
This afternoon, and I brought a visitor with me. Now tell me, Dr. Schmidt, who is this man? Leopold or the Englishman?
Why, he is the Englishman.
What have you done with Leopold? What have you done with him?
He met with the fate he'd prepared for me. His body sleeps on the bed of the Ruma River.
I don't understand. You came to me at Cape Town. You had all von Hagerstein's letters. You know his history.
We exchanged the most intimate confidences in his camp. The letters and papers I took from him.
And the money, the 3 million pounds?
If the German Secret Service wishes to formulate a claim and sue
What are you? You two lumps of earth clods! You let this Englishman stand there and you...
The lists! He has the lists of agents!
Yes, and they should prove of great interest to His Majesty's government.
Do something! We are 3 against 1!
Seaman! Back, Doctor, not another step or I'll shoot.
Seaman! Grab him!
Get back, Seaman!
No, don't shoot! Don't shoot! No,
Parkins!
Don't shoot!
Yes, Sir Everard?
Telephone the military barracks at Norwich. Ask them to send a car and a strong escort immediately.
Yes, sir.
And then, Parkins, come back here and see what my guests will have.
We're going now, Sir Everard.
How is she?
She's well. She's entirely well. See for yourself.
Everard.
Oh, Rose, my darling.
Oh, my dearest. There were times when I couldn't believe you were my Everard. And now...
Now
I know.
Escape is produced and directed by Norman MacDonald. Today we have presented transcribed The Great Impersonation by E. Phillips Oppenheim, adapted for radio by Walter Newman, with editorial supervision by John Dunkel. Starred as Sir Everard Dominey was Ben Wright, with Gene Bates, John Daner, Gabriel Windsor, Ted Von Eltz, Edgar Barrier, Ann Morrison, Parley Bear, and Ramsey Hill. Special music was arranged and played by Ivan Ditmar. Next week, at the same time, you will hear Tell It Again, bringing you the great stories you all remember. Be sure to listen again next week when we Tell It Again. It's Sunday night, and you think the troubles of the week lie ahead of you, but your troubles are nothing compared to the risks and hazards of running a general store as Lum and Abner run their Jot 'em Down Emporium in Pine Ridge, Arkansas. Your troubles of business and your troubles in love dissolve like bubbles when Amos and Andy encounter the Kingfish and his latest gold bricks. Your troubles of trying to make good in the social whirl, in the worlds of music, sport, and fashion, of just trying to make good, vanish like a dream once you've heard Jack Benny. Amos and Andy and Lum and Abner are heard on most of these same CBS stations. Jack Benny is heard on them all. This is Roy Rowan speaking. Now, stay tuned for 5 minutes of the latest news and Let's Pretend, which follow over most of these same stations. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Hollywood, California, Monday, November 23rd. The Lux Radio Theater presents Paul Muni in the story of Louis Pasteur with Fritz Leiber and Crawford Kent. Lux presents Hollywood. Our stars, Paul Muni, Fritz Leiber, Crawford Kent, and Barbara Luddy. Our guests, Adrian, Hollywood's most noted designer, and William K. Howard, director. Our producer, Cecil B. DeMille. Our conductor, Louis Silvers. The makers of Lux Flakes, together with our stars and guests, welcome you all to another hour in the Lux Radio Theater. Here's a word to the ladies. Try Lux Flakes for washing dishes. Ordinary soaps often dry your skin, making it rough and red and making the nails brittle. Lux Flakes contain no harmful alkali. They protect the natural oil in your skin, safeguard your manicure, and give your hands beauty care right in the dishpan. Lux Flakes are just as good for washing dishes as for washing fine fabrics, and that's saying a lot. And now it's time to hear from our producer. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. Paul Muni is a paragon of paradoxes. Born in Vienna, he doesn't waltz. Trained in the Yiddish Art Theater, he's been playing the role of a Chinese in The Good Earth for the past 6 months. At the age of 11, Mr. Muni went on the stage in the part of a bent and withered old man. The whiskers he wore were obviously false. But he grew his own beard for the story of Louis Pasteur. And here are some sidelights on his sidelines. He plays the violin and talks to strangers for relaxation. He rehearses all his lines into a dictaphone to study his own inflections. He experiments with makeup at home and obtains material for his characterizations firsthand. In other words, if he's playing the part of a Chinese, he spends a great deal of his time in the Chinese Quarter. And if he's to be a gangster on the screen, he mingles with the gangster element. And if he's a scientist, he reads everything available on the science he's supposed to represent. It's nearly 2 years since Mr. Muni's last appearance on the air. Then, as tonight, he was heard from the Lux Radio Theater and starred in his favorite stage play, Counselor at Law. Tonight, we hear him in his favorite screenplay, The Story of Louis Pasteur. The part of Dr. Charbonnet is played by the same distinguished performer who enacted it on the screen, Mr. Fritz Leiber. Crawford Kent will be heard as Dr. Radice. Louis Silvers raises his baton to start the music as the Lux Radio Theater presents the story of Louis Pasteur, starring Paul Muni. Paris in the 1860s. We're in the laboratory of Louis Pasteur. The long, sparsely furnished room is lined with deep shadows. Along the walls stand crates of guinea pigs and squeaking mice, and in the center, a crudely built table is littered with twisted test tubes and cauldrons. It's early evening. Under the garish light of an overhanging lamp, Pasteur leans over his microscope, his eyes glued to the black cylinder. His wife enters the room and stands for a moment watching him.
Louis.
Hmm?
Louis,
Yes?
haven't you worked long enough? Aren't you tired?
Tired?
You've been here all day since early this morning.
I know. Roux,
Yes?
have you finished with those slides?
In a moment, monsieur.
Hurry them along.
Louis, I brought the newspaper for you.
Newspaper? What do I want
There's
with
something in it you should know. Dr. Frederick is dead.
Dead?
He was killed. Shot.
Who did it?
The husband of one of his patients. Listen. When asked by the magistrate why he had killed Dr. Frederick, the man shouted, "He killed my wife with his dirty hands. He gave her fever, childbed fever." Then the prisoner produced a pamphlet which read, "Doctors, surgeons, wash your hands. Boil your instruments. Microbes cause disease." The pamphlet was signed, Louis Pasteur.
My pamphlet.
Louis, don't you know what it means? They're blaming you for the death of Dr. Frederick.
Nonsense.
They are. Dr. Charbonnet, Dr. Radis, all of them. They call you a murderer, a menace to science.
And they are a menace to humanity.
If they should appeal to the Emperor.
Let them. The Emperor's no fool. Look at the facts, Marie. 3 out of every 10 mothers today die in childbirth. Why? Because our learned physicians are too pig-headed to realize that germs have the power to invade the bloodstream and cause disease.
But, Louis, you tell them to wash their hands, boil their instruments. Still, you can't be sure. You haven't found the germ.
But I will. I will.
Papa?
Oh, what is it, Annette?
A letter for Papa. A messenger brought in the carriage. There were 2 soldiers with him.
Louis.
Give me the letter. It's from the Emperor.
The Emperor? Then it's just as I thought. Charbonnet and Radis have gone to him.
Quiet, my dear. It's not as you thought. Listen to this. At the request of the court chamberlain and the command of His Majesty Napoleon III, you are invited to a reception at the palace.
Oh, Louis.
A carriage will be sent for you at 8 o'clock next Thursday.
A reception at the palace. Louis, what an honor.
It is my chance, Marie. Radis, Charbonnet, Rossignol, they'll all be there. It is my chance at last.
Your Majesty, this man Pasteur is not even a doctor. He's a mere chemist.
I know, Charbonnet, but his work interests the Empress. It was at her suggestion that I invited him tonight.
Yes, Dr. Charbonnet. If I am not mistaken, Pasteur was instrumental in discovering the cause of fermentation of wine some years ago.
Yes, Your Majesty.
I recall it now. He claimed to have discovered little animals in it, infinitesimal beasts.
And he still does, sire. Only now he finds them everywhere.
But are there such creatures? Do they really exist?
Your Majesty, microscopic organisms have long been observed.
Yes.
They spring into being of their own accord wherever there is putrid matter or fermentation. They are the result rather than the cause of disease.
Oh, I see.
By heating wine to a certain temperature, Monsieur Pasteur was able to destroy them. I presume he plans to cure blood poisoning in the same manner, namely, by boiling our blood.
Heaven forbid.
It's not unlikely, I assure you.
Dr. Charbonnet, I'm afraid you exaggerate. I, too, have read Pasteur's pamphlet. It says nothing about boiling blood, merely to boil the instruments you surgeons use.
Madame, if I did anything so absurd as to boil my instruments or scrub my hands, they'd think I was a witch doctor resorting to charms and laugh me out of the hospital.
That would be a novelty, monsieur. Most people who go to hospitals are carried out dead.
Your Majesty.
What is it?
Monsieur Louis Pasteur has arrived, Your Majesty.
Oh, yes. Show him to the East Room and ask him to wait for me there.
Yes, Your Majesty.
Charbonnet, find Dr. Rossignol and Dr. Radis and any others who might be interested. We'll see Pasteur together and discover for ourselves whether the man is a genius or a charlatan.
Impossible. I refuse to believe it.
One moment, Dr. Radis. Pasteur, will you please tell us precisely what you mean?
I will, sire. The hospitals of Paris are pest houses. There's scarcely a doctor in the city who's not carrying death on his hands and on his instruments.
Because of microbes, monsieur? Your private menagerie of invisible beasts?
Exactly. Dr. Charbonnet could see them for himself if he took the trouble to use his microscope. He could watch them multiply into murderous millions. They breed in filth. They may start from the gutters of Paris tonight and by tomorrow claim some mother from this very court.
Preposterous to think that a human being could be destroyed by an animal 10,000 times smaller than a flea. It's as though an army of ants should destroy Your Majesty's empire.
Listen. A young woman died here tonight. The wife of the coachman who brought me. She was your patient, Charbonnet. A victim of your bigotry.
You dare? You accuse me?
But that isn't the end. The woman who attended her, your nurse, will carry the infection to your next and more illustrious patient, the Comtesse Gabrielle de Villefort.
Your Majesty.
Stop! I've had enough. You should know better, Pasteur. The Comtesse Gabrielle is Her Majesty's sister.
I regret, sire, but death knows no rank.
Silence! In the preservation of wine and beer, you have been of service to France. We appreciate it. In the future, you will confine your work to that field or suffer my displeasure. That will be all.
Your Majesty.
That will be all, Pasteur.
Good night, Your Majesty.
Here, this boy has to say a thing like that. He had no right to...
Carriage, please.
Yes, monsieur.
Monsieur Pasteur.
Yes?
Permit me, please. I am Jean Martel, physician and surgeon, doctor of medicine from the Sorbonne, secretary of hygiene, member of the International Society of Doctors at Edinburgh. Personally, I'm convinced that there is some truth in what you say.
You honor me.
Why, Charbonnet's a fool. When it comes to anything new or the least
I
bit
beg your pardon. Aren't you Dr. Charbonnet's assistant?
Why, yes, I suppose I am, but...
It is your duty to respect him, then. Not to ridicule him.
I, monsieur?
Good night.
Quick, Annette. Run and open the door for him. Yes, Mama. Oh, you will light the candles on the cake.
38. Only 38, and all ready to have done so much for the world.
Ah, she's coming. Open the door, Annette.
Happy birthday!
What? Oh. Thank you, my dear.
What's the matter, Papa?
Louis,
Yes?
is anything wrong?
You'll have to pack, Marie. We're leaving Paris tomorrow.
Tomorrow?
Louis, what's happened?
I've stepped too hard on the toes of our doctors. I've insulted the Academy of Medicine. They forbid me to work on human diseases. We must leave here, Marie.
Yes, Louis.
When I was a boy, I used to read of scientists fleeing from the cities to avoid persecution. It thrilled me. I didn't realize what a nuisance it was.
But, monsieur, perhaps you might better apologize to the Academy. A few lines.
Take back what we know is true? Never. I'd die first. Don't worry, Roux. Someday we're going to prove that we're right. To the Emperor, to the Academy, to the world.
In a moment, we will continue with the Lux Radio Theater presentation of Louis Pasteur, starring Paul Muni. But now we're going to the stockroom of Columbia's Wardrobe Department on Gower Street. A seamstress is taking one of our new assistants through the department, showing how and where the dresses and coats are kept.
Now, over here are Irene Dunn's dresses. These are the ones she wore in Theodora Goes Wild. We might as well take the pink one out. It's got to be washed before we make it over for another picture.
Washed? Why, can you wash a dress like that?
Oh, yes. They were 15 days making that particular scene. And I know that dress has been washed at least 3 times.
Well, I didn't believe you could wash that kind of material.
Oh, my, yes. It washes beautifully in Lux Flakes. Of course, we wouldn't risk it in anything else. You see, these clothes are worth a lot of money, and we can't take chances. They've made Lux a rule here in the wardrobe department. You better keep that in mind, too. Always see that there's plenty of Lux. Now, on this side over here.
All the big Hollywood studios use Lux Flakes for washing fine fabrics because they've discovered it's the sure, safe way to keep them looking like new. Lux contains no harmful alkali, and with Lux, there's no harsh cake soap rubbing. Even the sheerest materials that are safe in water alone, you can put into gentle Lux suds with perfect assurance. Try it for all your precious washables, your silks, rayons, woolens, and fine cottons. You will love the way they come out of Lux, clean, fresh, and brand new looking. And once again, Mr. DeMille.
8 years have gone by, and while men fought and killed each other in the Franco-Prussian War, Pasteur fought microbes, the real enemy of all mankind. The war is over now, and the government, hard-pressed to meet the heavy indemnity imposed by Prussia, has turned its attention to rebuilding the ravaged countryside. A devastating plague, anthrax, is destroying the livestock of France, the government's chief source of revenue. In only one small province, the district of Arbois, is there any immunity to the dread disease? To that district are sent 2 representatives of the Academy of Medicine, Dr. Radis and Jean Martel. Their coach comes to an abrupt halt near a herd of sheep.
Look at that herd, Dr. Radis. They seem to be healthy enough.
Luck, that's all. Pure luck. These fields have become immune.
Yes, but how? Why?
Oh, my dear Martel, such questions are beyond the scope of science. When you ask me how or why, I must refer you to the theologians.
Thanks. I'll ask at this farmhouse first.
Oh, Martel, don't waste your time.
Asking questions is never a waste of time.
Oh, but my dear fellow...
Radis, the future of France. Our whole financial structure lies in the health of our livestock. If we're to meet our indemnity, we must have a source of income.
Oh, good morning, monsieur.
Oh, good morning. Good morning. I'm sorry to intrude upon you. I'm Dr. Jean Martel. This gentleman is Dr. Radis. We were sent here by President Thiers to discover, if possible, why your sheep have escaped the plague.
Oh, you're quite welcome. My name is Annette. Annette Pasteur. I'm sure Father will be delighted to see you.
Pasteur? Not Louis Pasteur, that chemist.
Yes, monsieur. Will you come this way? Father's back in the shed vaccinating some sheep.
Vaccinating?
Yes, monsieur. Against the anthrax bacillus.
The what?
The microbe, monsieur. The germ that causes anthrax.
Do you hear that, Martel? The germ.
What? Oh, yes. You seem to be very well informed, Mademoiselle Pasteur.
Oh, thank you. I couldn't help but know something about it. Oh, Father, there's someone to see you.
Oh, good morning, monsieur.
Dr. Martel and Dr. Radis.
Dr. Rat.
Oh, yes. So, Monsieur Pasteur, you are now the savior of the sheep, eh? Very interesting. You remember Pasteur, Martel? He's the man who was responsible for Dr. Frederick's death, remember? He was run out of Paris.
Not quite, Doctor.
Oh, don't deny it, you were. And you were warned not to practice. Positively forbidden. What's that?
That sheep doesn't seem to agree with you, Dr. Radis.
A prophet is never without his followers, it seems.
But rarely such intelligent ones. These animals know what's good for them.
Perhaps you'll tell me what's good for them. I'd like to know, too.
Roux.
Yes, monsieur?
Come here. Roux, will you try to explain to Dr. Radis just what we're doing? He's a member of the Academy of Medicine, so you'll have to use very simple language.
We are convinced, Dr. Radis, after 8 years of experimenting, that this vaccine, when injected into the animal, will set up an immunity.
Ridiculous. It would take 80 years to convince me.
80? Aren't you a bit optimistic?
Well, the simple truth of the matter is that your fields are immune. It's impossible for sheep to be stricken in this neighborhood. And when I make my report to the Agricultural Board, I'm going to advise that all healthy cattle be moved to this district.
No, you can't do that. I tell you, these fields are reeking with contagion. They'll die by the thousands.
Bah! Oh, come along, Martel. I've heard enough.
Dr. Radis.
Well, are you coming?
No. I'm going to stay.
Very well. Get on.
Still disobeying your superiors, eh, Dr. Martel?
Why, I didn't think you remembered me.
At the palace. The night I told the Emperor Comtesse de Villefort would die.
You were right. She did die. Charbonnet's never forgiven you.
It's a pity. May I ask why you want to stay?
I'm no longer an idle courtier, monsieur. I work for the government. My job is to help the farmers of France. So, well, if you don't mind, I'd like to work with you, monsieur.
Annette.
Yes?
Come here, dear. Ask your mother if we have room for a guest.
Oh, yes, I'm sure we have. Well, I mean, I'll see. Excuse me, monsieur.
Huh? My daughter blushes a pretty color.
She's a very pretty girl, monsieur.
Oh. Mm-hmm. So, you want to render your country a real service, is that it?
Why, yes. Yes, I do. If you've discovered a vaccine against anthrax, it's my duty to make it known.
You think the Academy would be interested?
If you can convince me, monsieur, I should be honored if you'd allow me to convince them.
Thank you. Come along, Martez.
Perfectly ridiculous. Anthrax is incurable and unpreventable.
Order! Order, gentlemen, order! May continue, Dr. Martel.
Thank you. Gentlemen, I have seen with my own eyes what Pasteur can do, and has done for the cattle of Verbois. We, on the other hand, members of the Academy of Medicine, have contributed nothing in the fight against anthrax. Then, in heaven's name, why don't we listen to a man who has?
I agree. If someone's got a cure for anthrax, I want to know about it. So do I.
Will the visitors in the gallery please refrain from talking?
Mr. Chairman.
Dr. Redis has the floor.
Thank you. I have only one question to raise, and that is this. Whether Dr. Martel's purpose here is to further the cause of science or the cause of love. Personally, I'm inclined to the latter view. For having met Monsieur Pasteur's amiable daughter, I can hardly blame our young colleague for wanting to become his son-in-law.
That's a lie. I'm here because I think Pasteur is right. I know he's right.
The chair recognizes Dr. Rossignol. Dr. Rossignol.
Friends, colleagues, in my laboratory, I have found that I can produce anthrax in healthy sheep by injecting into their veins the dark, poisonous blood of an animal already affected. This treatment invariably results in death. I should like, therefore, to propose an experiment that would rid us once and for all of this medical mountebank Louis Pasteur.
Well, what's your plan?
Gentlemen, let us take 50 normal, healthy sheep, 25 of which will be vaccinated by Monsieur Pasteur. The other 25 will remain as they are. I shall then infect all 50 sheep with anthrax by the method I have just explained. And I defy any man or any vaccine to save a one of them.
Yes,
bravo.
Wouldn't be a fool to do it.
Why, he wouldn't dare.
Mr. Chairman,
Dr. Charbonnet.
I agree with Dr. Rossignol's experiment. We all agree. And we dare Dr. Martel or Louis Pasteur to try it. We dare him.
Monsieur, I accept.
Are you Louis Pasteur?
I am. I've enjoyed listening to your discussion from the gallery here. And I repeat, I accept your challenge, Dr. Charbonnet.
The experiment has been carried out. 50 sheep, all of them infected with the deadly anthrax bacillus. Half of them vaccinated by Pasteur. Will Pasteur's sheep live? Will the vaccine immunize them against anthrax? From all the world over come scientists to witness the experiment. They mingle with the peasants in the fields at Arbois. Suddenly a cry goes up. The unvaccinated sheep are dead. Then another cry, which heralds the success of the experiment. Pasteur's sheep are alive. They have resisted the disease. Anthrax has been conquered.
The vaccine worked! It worked! The vaccine worked!
Well, Dr. Rossignol, are you convinced?
Alive. All of them. Why, it's almost unbelievable. Monsieur, I offer my apologies.
Annette! It worked! At last, it's a triumph, monsieur!
Yes, and for you too, my boy. Congratulations.
For me?
I'm not wrong, am I, Annette?
Well, Jean and we're going to be married, Father.
Well, I thought so. The day he arrived, I thought so.
Monsieur Pasteur.
Yes?
May I congratulate you, sir? I've come all the way from Edinburgh to watch this experiment.
Thank you, thank you. Thank you, monsieur.
My name is Lister.
Lister? Dr. Lister?
I feel it a great honor to be present.
The honor is mine, monsieur. I'm well acquainted with the work you're doing on antiseptics.
Thanks to you and your brilliant leadership.
It's a dog. There's a mad dog loose.
Jean, take Annette to the carriage, quickly.
A man has been bitten.
They've shot it.
Yes, too late.
Take him to the blacksmith. Take him up there.
To the blacksmith. To have a red-hot iron burned deep into his flesh. Oh, poor fellow.
All the doctors in Europe couldn't do more for him. If he doesn't get rabies, even out to the cauterization, he'll be very lucky.
To die of rabies. And yet, there must be a way, a cure. There must be.
Louis, please sit still and eat your dinner. It's after 11 and you haven't had a bite to eat all day.
But they're waiting for me in the laboratory. We're working, my dear.
Let them wait. Look, I have a letter for you. It came by special post from England.
From Dr. Lister. Let me see her.
Not until you've eaten.
Oh, but it's important, Marie. I must know what it says.
Very well. I'll read it to you. Dear sir, my observations lead me to believe that you are a scoundrel.
What?
I am told that in the year you've been in Paris, you've become a slave driver to your assistants, that you neglect your wife, abuse your family.
Come, Marie. This is no time to joke.
Very well. I'll tell you what he really says. Your recent paper on the known sources of infection is admirable in every detail.
Ah, a very clever man.
Listen to this. Forgive the frankness with which a common love of science inspires me. I embrace you. My fellow workers in Brussels and Prague report that their hospitals are rapidly becoming safe. Mothers can go to them without fear.
That's where our Annette should be sent to have her baby. I must tell Jean.
Listen, there's more. I do not hesitate to acclaim you the most valuable man yet to enter the field of science.
Good Lister. You see, Marie? Now I must work and work and work.
Louis, what was that?
Nothing, Marie, nothing.
Down in the laboratory, I heard it. What is it? What is it?
It's
a dog. A mad
but
dog.
It's all right, Marie. We have a mad dog down there, but...
Please, Louis, please, not hydrophobia. Don't work on
I
hydrophobia.
may as well tell you, Marie. I've been trying to discover a cure for months. I pledged myself to wipe it from the face of the earth. Come in, gentlemen. Come in.
Thank you, Dr. Baker. Thank you.
I'm afraid I haven't enough chairs. Find little need for them in my laboratory.
Monsieur.
Yes, Dr. Charbonnet?
It is the wish of some of us that the Academy of Medicine honor you with this visit.
Honor me?
To be brief, Dr. Sarnoff has been reading your recent statements in the journal promising a cure for rabies.
The press takes liberties, Doctor. As usual, my remarks were grossly exaggerated.
In your last paper to the Academy, monsieur, you said you were on the threshold of a great discovery.
Yes?
Might I inquire if you have crossed that threshold?
Science takes a step, then another. Then it stops and reflects before taking a third.
Go on, please.
Step by step, messieurs, I'm reaching the ultimate conclusion that microbes are the cause of all disease.
Microbes?
Oh,
couldn't
But
be.
you men are still skeptical. If germs are still a myth to you, then listen. In my hand, in this little test tube, I hold enough rabies virus to wipe out a city.
May I see that test tube, monsieur?
If you wish.
Thank you.
But be careful.
Why?
You have the tiniest scratch on your hand.
A scratch? Suppose I make one on my arm with my penknife.
What are you doing?
No. And suppose I rub this so-called virus into the open wound, like this.
Stop him! Stop him!
Charbonnet! We shall see whether germs cause disease. All I want now is to have you predict the hour of my death.
There's Charbonnet now, sitting at the table.
He seems to be enjoying his beer, too. Strange for a dead man, eh?
Well, Charbonnet, how do you feel today?
Very well, Dr. Radis. And you?
It's over a month now. According to Pasteur, you should be in your grave.
The more germs I've given, the better I feel.
Pasteur, I've come to warn you about Charbonnet. You can't afford to be made ridiculous. The work you're doing is too important.
I wish it were important, but it isn't.
Yes, but well, you seemed so confident the day we were here.
Still am. Every animal that was vaccinated with the contents of that test tube died, except Charbonnet. For some reason, he was able to resist the disease. Why, I don't know.
Are you sure it was the same tube?
Positive. It was the only specimen I had.
You may have let it stand too long. You told me once that germs grow weaker, less virulent with age.
Wait. It might be.
Come into the laboratory. Oh, Marcel.
Monsieur?
Oh. How old was that virus when Charbonnet rubbed it into his arm?
14 days.
And when was it last used on a rabbit, Martel?
Why, about a week before, I believe.
A week? Are you sure?
Wait a minute, wait. Here's the record. 9 days, to be exact.
There's your answer, Rossignol. There it is. It must be. It's the only conceivable explanation.
Well, do you think by allowing the virus to age that you were able to render it harmless?
Not harmless, but weak. Weak enough for the system to overcome.
Well, even if that's true, it won't help you any. When a man's bitten, he gets the germ full strength.
Precisely. But suppose we start with a 14-day-old virus that's no longer deadly. Suppose we inject it into a healthy animal, and day by day, as nature builds up his resistance, we increase the doses with stronger, fresher samples until he's able to withstand the actual disease as we find it in the world at large. Would he not then be immune?
No, impossible. It would never work. If the first injection didn't kill him, the second would, or the third.
Martel.
Yes, monsieur.
Where are those tubes you've been preparing?
Right here. They're all in order. Each one is dated.
Here we are. 14 days. How many dogs have we left?
10.
Are they well? Healthy?
In perfect condition. They've never been exposed.
Give them hydrophobia.
Monsieur.
What?
Give them hydrophobia. 14 days. Injections every day, Rossignol, and all of our dogs are alive and well.
Yes, you've made them immune.
Absolutely. And if it hadn't been for Charbonnet, we might never have discovered this treatment.
Poor Charbonnet. Little does he know that he's been our favorite guinea pig.
Louis,
Yes, Marie?
will you come into the sitting room? There's a doctor to see you.
A doctor?
He brought a woman here and a little boy.
I'd better go with you, Pasteur.
Yes. Come along.
Oh, Mother. Oh.
Hush, dear.
Good evening.
Monsieur Pasteur?
Yes? This is Dr. Rossignol.
Good evening, Doctor. I am Dr. Pfeiffer. I apologize for not giving notice, but we've come all the way from Alsace. This is Madame Meister. Her child is a patient of mine.
My little boy. My little Joseph.
Good evening, Joseph.
Good evening, monsieur.
The boy was bitten. I've done all I could, but that isn't very much. Should he develop
You
hydrophobia,
can help him. They told us you could.
Give me your hand, little fellow. Here. Don't be afraid. How long has it been?
11 days.
You cauterized the wounds?
Not right away. Must have been 24 hours.
It's a long time to wait.
Does that mean I'm going to die?
Of course it doesn't. Little boys don't die. They have too much to live for.
I know he won't live. I know it. Last year it was our neighbor's child, and now...
Be quiet. What has that to do with yours?
I'll save him. Save him.
Marie.
Yes,
Marie.
Louis?
Put him to bed. See that he's kept warm.
Come, Joseph. Don't be frightened. We'll go upstairs, shall we?
Thank you.
This way, Madame Meister.
Is there anything you can do, monsieur?
I don't know. I'm just experimenting. I have hopes, but I don't know.
You're quite sure the dog was rabid, Dr. Pfeiffer?
Beyond a doubt. I made the test myself.
The first symptoms shouldn't appear for at least 2 weeks. We might have time to produce an immunity.
Monsieur, I implore you,
Don't
if this...
misunderstand me. My treatment has saved dogs, 10 of them. But I haven't the faintest notion what effect it would have upon a human being. If I failed, it would mean prison. Perhaps the guillotine.
Since death is the only alternative for the boy, I'd be willing to try anything. Wouldn't you, Dr. Rossignol?
No, I'm sorry. I can't agree. Much as I admire Pasteur's accomplishments, nevertheless, where human life is at stake, I'd hesitate a long while before going contrary to the best medical knowledge.
Which, in the case of hydrophobia, is to let the patient die.
We do what we can. We administer drugs and sedatives.
Is there a single cure on rats?
I'm not arguing for it. I'm merely pointing out what the accepted treatment happens to be. To embark upon a new course is always dangerous from a professional point of view and would be doubly so for Monsieur Pasteur, who is not a doctor and could expect no support from the medical profession.
But in this
For
case...
his sake, therefore, I strongly advise that nothing irregular be attempted. Good evening, gentlemen.
Monsieur Pasteur, you're not going to listen to him, are you?
A dog is one thing, but a human life, I don't know.
Well, if you change your mind, don't hesitate to call me.
Louis, where are you?
I've been in to look at the boy.
That syringe in your hand. What were you doing with it?
Quiet, Marie. That boy, he's so young. So young to die. Someone had to help him.
You didn't give him the treatment. You didn't, Louis.
Yes, Marie, I did.
You'll go to prison. They'll send you to prison.
Not so loud. He'll need his sleep.
We pause for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Paul Muni resumes the story of Louis Pasteur shortly. In a few weeks, American audiences will see what is reported to be the finest picture ever made in Great Britain, called Fire Over England. Yet the ball of fire responsible for it is an American, William K. Howard of United Artists Studios, who was borrowed from Hollywood to direct it. It was just 10 years ago that I met Mr. Howard at Paramount. He joined me later at the Mill Productions and has since directed films at Fox, Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, and Paramount, turning out such hits as White Gold, Transatlantic, Rendezvous, and Mary Burns' Fugitive. It was Mr. Howard who directed Paul Muni's first picture, The Valiant. Ladies and gentlemen, William K. Howard.
Thank you, Mr. DeMille. Thank you. May I tell you how happy I am to meet you again and to appear on the same program with you and Mr. Muni? May I congratulate you upon the success of that brilliant picture, The Plainsman, yours, that I had the pleasure of seeing last week.
Thank you, Bill. Thank you.
Nice to hear you referring to my directing Mr. Muni and The Valiant. That was an interesting experience because, well, Mr. Muni's first picture was almost his last. You see, the producers stopped production almost before it began. I'm sure that Paul recalled the first line he ever said in any motion picture. It was, "I've just killed a man." And the producers thought that this speech would kill the picture and kill Muni. But the picture went on, and Paul Muni emerged, the great screen personality that he is today.
Very interesting, Bill. But please tell us something about England. Is it true what they say about the tea over there?
I knew that was coming, C.B., and here's the answer. Tea is almost as important to British production as the film itself. It goes something like this. One stops production for tea at 10 o'clock in the morning, then one stops production again for tea at 4 in the afternoon, and then one goes to the country for the weekend to rest up. But seriously, C.B., it would be absurd for us to dismiss British film production as a factor in our business. They're enthusiastic, they're aggressive, they are determined. They've tasted success with such pictures as Henry VIII, The Scarlet Pimpernel, I Was a Spy, 39 Steps, and they're going ahead in the hope of enjoying more of that success. which until now has been particularly ours.
You sound to me like Paul Revere shouting, "Here come the British."
Not at all, CB. I'm shouting, "Here come the Americans." If you could have been with me last summer in London, you would have seen Marlene Dietrich, Sylvia Sidney, Edward G. Robinson, Anne Harding, Henry Fonda, all making English films. I'm sure you'd have thought you were in your own studio. London films are using the best British talent they can secure and the best American talent they can buy. They're going ahead, and I assure you they're a factor to be reckoned with.
I was right. You are Paul Revere. You talk like a man who's taking the next boat back.
Not the next boat, CB, but next summer, surely. You see, when I'm directing, I'm generally in a fog anyway. I want all the sunshine I can get. And you know those London winters. Good night, CB.
Good night, Bill. Good night. Back to the story of Louis Pasteur, starring Paul Muni. 3 days have passed, and the little boy Joseph is still alive. Pasteur, torn with anxiety, looks years older. His shoulders droop and his step lags. He's also worried about his daughter, Annette. And as he enters the living room, he sinks exhausted into a chair.
Any news of Annette?
Her time is drawing very near, that's all.
What did the doctor say?
He hasn't been here today. I sent round for him. They said he was ill.
Ill?
We'll have to get someone else.
When it comes to the use of antiseptics, it's difficult to find one you can trust. I'll speak to Dr. Bedell in the morning.
Louis, how is the boy doing?
The third injection made him sick. He has a fever.
A fever? What are you going to do?
Do? Give him the fourth, the fifth, the sixth. If he lives. Marie, I've been lucky all my life. Luckier than I deserve. But if I fail now...
You're not going to fail. He'll recover. And when he does, we'll go away. We'll take a long vacation.
Roux, Martel, all of them. They need it more than we do. How fine they've been. How patient. They'll never know how grateful I am.
And why don't you tell them?
I will. I will. And you, Marie. You most of all. What have I done to warrant such devotion?
Do you remember what you said when you asked me to marry you? You said, there's nothing in me to attract a young girl's fancy, but those who have known me very well have come to like me.
Did I say that? Was I really that vain?
And you knew better, too. You were looking in a mirror when you spoke.
Madame Pasteur.
Yes, what is it, Cecile?
Annette, madame. The coachman has just come from her house. She wants you.
So soon?
And Dr. Leclerc is ill, Louis.
Go to the house. I'll find a doctor and meet you there. Hurry, Marie.
Why doesn't he come? Why doesn't he come?
He'll be here, madame. Don't worry.
Did you boil the water, Cecile?
Yes, madame. And there's sterile gauze and cotton.
In here.
Louis.
Yes. Is she all right?
Yes, the doctor, Louis.
I have one. Come in, doctor. This is my wife. Marie. This is Dr. Charbonnet.
Charbonnet?
At your service, madame, but only because Dr. Leclerc is indisposed and Dr. Bedell is away on a vacation, eh, Pasteur?
Well, I had to have someone.
I'll go to Annette. Cecile, come with me.
Yes, madame.
Would you mind picking up that instrument,
No,
please?
not at all.
Thank you. Well, where's the patient?
Wait. You're not going to use those instruments without boiling them?
Certainly.
I say no.
My dear Pasteur, I'm doing this as a professional courtesy.
Then do it my way, please.
I'm a little tired of doing things your way. Today, 12 Russian peasants came to the hospital asking for your treatment for hydrophobia.
What has that to do with...
They said you sent them.
I did. Dr. Charbonnet, my daughter is in that room. There's not much time. Please.
But I am to do things your way.
Please.
Very well. One moment, Pasteur.
What are you doing?
I'm writing a statement for you concerning your work on the treatment of rabies.
Dr. Charbonnet, this isn't the time.
One moment, please. Shall I read it to you? Listen. I hereby acknowledge that my investigations into the cause of hydrophobia has proven fruitless and is of no value whatsoever.
That's not true.
If you will kindly sign that statement, I shall follow your instructions exactly. Well?
Give me the pen.
Thank you, monsieur. If I live another month without developing hydrophobia, I shall feel justified to publish this note in the leading scientific journals of Europe.
Take off your coat.
Of course.
Now, roll up your sleeves. And wash your hands. Here. Wash them thoroughly. To the elbows. To the elbows.
What's in that basin?
Don't worry. It's just a little chloride. It won't hurt you. There you are. Now, you'd better use the brush, too.
Hey,
the brush,
what?
the brush, the brush.
Oh, very well.
That's right. That's right. Cecile,
Yes, monsieur?
take these instruments, put them into boiling water, and keep them there until Dr. Charbonnet asks for them.
Yes, monsieur.
There we are.
Well, I think my hands are quite clean now.
Now, there's a towel at your elbow.
Thank you.
Yes, are you ready?
Except for my bag. Oh, here it is.
Don't touch it.
What?
Put it down! Your hands! You've spoiled it now. You'll have to wash them again.
See here, you're making a fool out of me. I've brought hundreds of babies into the world.
Do as I say.
This is ridiculous.
Here. Thoroughly. Wash them thoroughly. Now, hold them up high. Touch nothing but the patient.
Doctor,
Yes, Marie? My daughter is ready now, Dr. Charbonnet.
Louis, are you asleep? We have a grandson. Do you hear? A grandson. Louis, wake up.
Dr. Charbonnet, come here. Louis. Louis.
What's the matter?
My husband, he doesn't answer me.
Quiet, please.
What is it, Doctor? He's not.
No. He's had a stroke.
You see, Jean? He's opening his eyes.
He'll be all right now.
Marie,
Yes, Louis. I'm here.
my left side is paralyzed.
Only slightly. It isn't serious.
When did it happen?
A few days ago.
A few days?
You were more tired than anything else.
I have no fear of death, Marie. No fear. Oh, Jean. The Meister boy. How is he?
He's doing splendidly.
Thank God. Thank God. And the Russians, were you able to help them?
No, the hospital refused to allow our treatment without permission from the academy. Permission was granted this morning, but too late. 3 of them died yesterday. Horribly.
Let me up. I must go.
Louis, please.
Let me up. How many are left?
19, but it's no use. It's hopeless.
If our efforts can save one, it will be worth it. Help me up, someone. Get me dressed. Order the carriage. I'm going to the hospital. Faster, man. Faster.
Спасибо.
Patient number 6, first treatment.
14-day-old virus. Give it to him, Roux.
Yes, monsieur.
Patient number 7, 4th day.
Any change?
Not this morning.
Continued treatment 11.
11-day virus.
Patient number 8.
Monsieur Pasteur,
Oh, good morning, Dr. Charbonnet.
I've been watching your patients, monsieur. They're doing very well.
Yes, indeed. Even better than I hoped. Charbonnet, I didn't thank you for delivering my grandchild.
You've been ill, monsieur. I'm sorry. Perhaps this note will speed your recovery.
Note?
The statement I ask you to sign. I'm giving it back to you.
No. A bargain's a bargain.
There is your note, monsieur.
I was wrong. And now I ask you for one thing more.
Yes?
I want the Pasteur treatment for hydrophobia.
How is Monsieur Pasteur today?
No, I don't know, Jean. He's so tired. He seems to have lost all interest.
Did you tell him about the meeting at the Academy tonight?
No, but he won't go. He doesn't care very much.
But they're
about-
expecting him. I know. Yes, I know. Tell him someone's going to refute his theories. He'll care about that.
Perhaps.
Where is he?
In the living room with Joseph. I'd better see him. Joseph's mother's here to take him home.
I'll wait at the Academy.
Louis, Madame Meister's waiting.
One moment. Well, Joseph, you're going home.
Yes, monsieur. Thank you.
Come here. Can you write?
Yes, sir.
Would you like to write to me?
Yes, very much.
Then let me hear from you every month, won't you?
Yes, monsieur.
Now, don't forget. I'll be looking for your letter. Goodbye, Joseph.
Goodbye. Goodbye, Manifestor.
Goodbye, dear.
Well,
I never thought he'd leave here alive, Louis.
thank God that he did.
Oh, by the way, Louis, Rue just told me that a foreign scientist is giving a lecture at the Academy this afternoon. He claims to have disproven your entire germ theory.
What? Again? Who is he? What's his name?
I don't know.
Disprove my theory, eh? We've got to go. We'll see about that. Get your coat. We'll leave at once. At once.
Come in, monsieur. You're just in time. They've arranged for you to sit on the platform.
Courage, my dear. I'll be listening.
This way, monsieur.
Whom are they applauding?
It's Dr. Lister from England.
Lister? Lister to speak against me?
Oh, here's the door leading to the platform. Now, your chair is over this way.
What is it?
Why, it's you. They're applauding you.
Why, I don't understand. You said Lister...
Well, there's no one speaking against your theory. Oh, here he is now.
Monsieur Pasteur, I greet you in the name of humanity.
Lister. Great Lister.
Monsieur Pasteur, from His Majesty the Tsar of Russia, the Diamond Cross of the Order of St. Anne, with our profoundest gratitude.
You young men, doctors and scientists of the future, do not let yourselves be tainted by a barren skepticism, nor discouraged by the sadness of certain hours that creep over nations. Do not become angry at your opponents, for no scientific theory has ever been accepted without opposition. Live in the serene peace of libraries and laboratories. Say to yourselves first, what am I accomplishing? Until the time comes when you may have the immense happiness of thinking that you've contributed in some way to the welfare and progress of mankind.
And so we end the last chapter of Louis Pasteur. Paul Muni, however, returns to us in a few moments. There sits a king in Hollywood whose scepter is a pencil and whose subjects are women the world over. His realm is fashion, and in this sphere, his name, like Abu Ben Adams, leads all the rest. I refer to Adrian. A few years ago, when I went to Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, I brought 3 associates with me. Mitchell Lyson, now a Paramount director, Joel McRae, now a United Artists star, and Adrian. And there he's remained, dictating styles by designing clothes for such fashion pacers as Greta Garbo, Joan Crawford, Jeanette MacDonald, Myrna Loy, and Norma Shearer. Ladies and gentlemen, Adrian.
Thank you. The best advice I could possibly give any woman who wants to dress well is summed up in 2 simple words. Be yourself. Women are inclined to drift carelessly into personalities they would like to be, rather than what they really are. There are women who just know they're garbos, while actually their thoughts and characteristics are much more like Simone, or even at times like Shirley Temple. You will never be well-dressed until the clothes you wear are the true reflection of your real self.
That's sound advice, Adrian. But how does a woman find her real self?
By observing herself intelligently and by dropping all insincerity. Women have acquired many affectations through years of confused associations. When they can push all that aside, they will see themselves simply, they will dress simply, look smart, and be attractive.
Is it your opinion, then, that women should not be influenced by what they see on the screen?
Only if they're smart enough to realize that many gowns in motion pictures are designed solely for dramatic purposes and may be quite ridiculous in real life.
Well, it's all very well to tell women that proper dress will do wonders for them. But suppose they don't have a great deal of money or a great deal of beauty. What then?
Well, frankly, Mr. DeMille, a lack of money can be a distinct advantage. Women who must watch their budgets are much more apt to show better taste because their dresses must be more conservative for all-round wear. As for good looks, the women who lead fashion are rarely beauties. Girls like Joan Crawford, Greta Garbo, Carol Lombard, Kay Francis are not pretty from the accepted magazine cover standard, but they use their heads and are constantly doing the unexpected in their dress.
The 3 most important pictures you've worked on recently, Adrian, are Parnell with Myrna Loy, Maytime with Jeanette MacDonald, and Camille with Greta Garbo. Do you expect these pictures to set any new style trends?
Well, each is a costume film of about the same period. It may be that next spring you'll see ladies wearing bonnets like Garbo's, but they'll be dashing rather than prim. Dresses may have a bit of a bustle, and I wouldn't be surprised if shawls are worn next summer over evening gowns. I'm only guessing now, and that's a good signal to call a halt. I hope I've been as much help to the women in our audience as Lux Flakes are in protecting our wardrobe at MGM. Thank you.
Good night, Adrian. Good night. And now tonight's star. Ladies and gentlemen, Paul Muni.
Thank you, Mr. DeMille. There's no character I've enjoyed portraying more than that of Louis Pasteur. When we stop to think what this lone man contributed to society, it makes the best of us feel a little insignificant and useless.
Mr. Muni, now that The Good Earth is almost finished, what do you plan to do next?
Well, I have 2 pictures to make. Escadrille for RKO, together with Miriam Hopkins. And then The Truth is on the March for Warner Brothers. The latter is based on the unforgettable document of Emile Zola's book, I Accuse. I'd like to talk more if I thought I had something really interesting to say, but I'm what is known as poor copy. However, I do want to say how much enjoyment the Lux Radio Theater has given me, both as a listener and a performer. Good night.
Good night, Mr. Muni. Next week, the Lux Radio Theater brings you Loretta Young, our play Polly of the Circus, famous on the stage and twice a hit in motion pictures. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Flakes, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theater presents Loretta Young and Polly of the Circus with James Gleason. This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood.
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The story you're about to hear is true. Only the names have been changed to protect the innocent.
Fatima Cigarettes, best of all long cigarettes, brings you Dragnet.
You're a detective sergeant. You're assigned to robbery detail. In 4 months, 15 food markets in your city have been held up and robbed. The bandit is well-dressed, well-armed. Your job, stop him.
You'll be amazed when you compare Fatima with other long cigarettes.
You'll find they now cost the same. But in Fatima, the difference is quality.
You see, Fatima is the quality king-size cigarette because it contains the finest Turkish and domestic tobaccos superbly blended. And Fatima is extra mild, with a much different, much better flavor and aroma than any other long cigarette. Because of its quality, its extra mildness, its better flavor and aroma, Fatima has more than doubled its smokers coast to coast.
So try comparing Fatima yourself. Fatimas now cost the same as other long cigarettes, but your first puff will tell you.
Ah, that's different.
Yes, in Fatima, the difference is quality. Ask your dealer for Fatima, the quality king-size cigarette. Best of all long cigarettes. Start enjoying Fatima tomorrow.
Dragnet, the documented drama of an actual crime. For the next 30 minutes, in cooperation with the Los Angeles Police Department, you will travel step by step on the side of the law through an actual case transcribed from official police files. From beginning to end, from crime to punishment, Dragnet is the story of your police force in action.
It was Monday, February 12th. It was cold in Los Angeles. We were working the night watch out of robbery detail. My partner's Ben Romero. The boss is Thad Brown, chief of detectives. My name's Friday. It was 9:48 p.m. when we got to room 25A, interrogation room. Have a chair, Mr. Pollard.
Yeah, thanks.
Now, what is it that you want to tell us, sir?
Well, you have a cigarette, please?
Yeah. Here you are.
Thanks. I'm a little nervous. It's never happened to me before.
What's that?
Well, after I thought it over, I knew it wouldn't be any use to keep it up. I knew you'd find me.
I don't think I quite follow you.
I want to confess. That's why I came here.
Yeah?
I knew I was doing wrong. I just couldn't help myself.
What have you done?
I'm not trying to defend myself. I needed money, that's all. Wasn't anything else I could do.
Well, we still don't know what you're talking about, Pollard.
Been after me 4 months. Thought maybe you'd recognize me from the description. Some of the people must have seen me.
Hmm?
Those food market holdups?
You pulled those robberies by yourself?
Yeah, 15 of them. Needed the money.
Pollard, is that your true name?
That's right, yeah, Frank Pollard.
You ever been arrested before?
Drunk charge, that's all. I don't know why I went wrong. It just did.
You ever done any big time?
No.
Well, why do you want to confess?
I want to get it off my mind. I want to tell somebody. Everybody. Look, call in newspapers. I'll give them a whole story. I'll tell them everything.
How many of those markets did you hold up, Pollard?
15.
And you said you needed the money, is that right? Why?
Personal reasons. Now, look, you got a light again. The smoke's out there.
Yeah. Here you are.
Yeah, thanks.
You used pretty much the same routine on all of the holdups, is that right?
Yeah, I only pulled one job a week. Figured that was the safest way. Dressed pretty well, like a salesman. Always had a briefcase with me.
Is that where you carried the gun?
Yeah. Always worked, too. I'd show up at closing time, get the manager in the back room, then pull the heist.
What kind of a gun did you use?
Service pistol. I had it from when I was in the Army.
How do you usually work it?
Well, when I got the manager alone in the back office, I'd just pull the gun and I'd say, give me the money, all of it. They knew I wasn't fooling. They'd give me the dough.
You don't seem to fit the hold-up man's description too closely. Did you wear a mask on those jobs, is that it?
Sometimes I did, sometimes I didn't.
How about the man who worked with you? Where's he?
Wasn't anybody else, just me. Worked him alone. That's where you cops were wrong. You thought there were two of us, didn't you?
We thought so, yeah.
Pulled every job by myself. That's where I crossed you up. I knew what I was doing. I didn't need any help.
Now, how about that market out on West 7th that you held up last night? Did you pull that one alone, too?
Yeah, sure. I always work alone. Guess I had you guys going, huh?
Your story doesn't come very close. The man we're after doesn't use a service pistol. He never wears a mask, either.
What are you guys getting at? I told you I pull those robberies. I ought to know how it happened. I use a service pistol.
Did you use it in that robbery last night, the one out on West 7th?
Sure, I always use the same gun. Last night was no different.
You're wasting time, mister.
How do you mean? Look, I just want to confess.
No, sir, there wasn't any robbery last night. On further questioning, the suspect, Frank Pollard, broke down and admitted his confession was a lie. He explained that he wanted the publicity to impress a girlfriend. We had him fingerprinted and delivered him to the Georgia Street Hospital detail. He was filed on and then removed to the psychopathic ward at the county hospital for further examination and treatment. Our 4-month-old search for the market bandit went on. In the 2 weeks that followed, we tracked down more leads. They led nowhere. The real market bandit was still at large. On the night of February 25th, he hit again, this time at a supermarket out on Santa Monica Boulevard. We interviewed the manager, a Mr. Harry Talbot, in his small office at the rear of the store.
I guess I should have known better. I got the bulletin you sent out on the guy, his description, everything. I just wasn't thinking, I guess.
He came in the market just before closing time, is that right?
Yeah, a couple of minutes after 8. Looked well-dressed, had a briefcase under his arm. I fell for it like the rest of them. I thought he was a salesman.
Well, how about the man's description, sir?
About 5'11", 170 pounds, I guess. Gray suit. It's the same description you had printed up in the paper.
Mm-hmm. Was anyone else around when the man came in the door?
One of my clerks, Everett Smiley. He saw him leave and get in a car right after the robbery.
Is this clerk still around? We'd like to talk to him.
Oh, he went down the street a minute. He'll be right back.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, maybe that's him. Yeah?
Mr. Talbot, you remember me, Mrs. Bolton?
Oh, yes, ma'am.
Like to ask you a favor, Mr. Talbot, as an old customer.
I'm tied up right now, ma'am. Could I see you a little later on?
I won't even come in, Mr. Talbot. You see, we're having our annual benefit whist party down at the community church. They were going to have it next Thursday, but I made them put it off another week so we could get some decent prizes.
Oh, yes, ma'am.
Of course, a lot of our people are good customers of the store here, so I knew you'd be willing to give something to the prize list.
Oh, yeah.
Shall I put you down for one of the door prizes? Maybe 2 or 3 market baskets full of canned corn, peas, things like that?
Yeah, okay, Mrs. Bolton. I'll have Everett fix them up tomorrow.
Of course. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Talbot. I'll have my boy Robert pick them up tomorrow. You'll have the baskets fixed up real nice, won't you?
Yes, ma'am. I'll take care of it.
Well, thank you again. Goodbye.
Goodbye, ma'am.
Goodbye, gentlemen.
Goodbye. Mr. Talbot, I wonder if you could tell us what happened after you got back here in your office with the hold-up man.
Well, it happened pretty fast. He reached into the briefcase he was carrying like he was going to get his order book, and he came up with this gun. He told me to open that safe there. But I stalled. I said I didn't know how.
I see.
And that's when he started telling me what he'd do to my family, my wife, if I didn't open the safe. He knew all about us, my address, my wife's name, my kids. He said he'd get them if I didn't do what I was told.
Same M.O. Never failed him. What'd you do then, Talbot?
Well, money's not worth that much to me. I opened the safe and gave him everything, a little over $400. I still don't know how he got that information about my family.
Do you have any suspicions at all?
No, nobody I can think of.
How about the gun he had? Can you describe it?
Well, just like you have it listed in that bulletin on him. 38 revolver, blue steel, long barrel.
Mr. Talbot.
Come on in, Ev. Officers, this is my clerk, Everett Smiley. I'm sorry I forgot your name.
Friday and Romero, robbery detail. Hi.
No.
Hello there. Hey, Mr. Talbot says that you saw the hold-up man leaving the market. Is that right?
Yeah, that's right. He walked right out of the store and down the street just like nothing happened. I didn't know anything was wrong till later.
Did you notice if the men got in a car?
Yeah, I did. Car was parked about halfway down the block. Another guy was driving. Motor was running.
You catch the license number?
No, but it was a brand new sedan. A Pontiac, I think. You shouldn't have much trouble finding it.
Without a license number?
Well, it's a brand new car. I remember the color. I couldn't forget that.
Yeah?
Bright red, just like a fire engine.
90% of the time, color identification of a car means nothing. For one thing, a getaway car can be painted in a matter of a few hours, and for another, the color of a vehicle is not listed on the registration slip. It's impossible to check a car through DMV on color alone. But in this case, we figured that we had half an exception to the rule. The car used in the robbery was new, was painted a very distinctive color. We began an immediate canvass of automobile dealers throughout the city. After a day and a half of calling and checking, we found 2 dealers who had sold 2 new cars within recent weeks with fire engine red paint jobs. We got the names and addresses of the purchasers and checked them out. One of them was a Miss Mona Taylor, an ad taker for one of the daily morning papers. I'm sorry to bother you at your work, Miss Taylor.
Oh, not at all. Worst of it's over for today. What is it you want to know?
Well, we understand that you bought a new Pontiac sedan about 3 weeks ago. Is that correct?
Yes, I did. If this is about that parking ticket, why, I've already taken care of it.
No, ma'am, that's not it. We'd just like to know if you still own that car.
Well, I don't own it yet. I'm still paying on it.
Color's a bright red, is that right?
Yes, it is. Fire engine red. I like bright colors.
Well, does anyone else besides yourself drive the car, Miss Taylor?
Well, yes, once in a while. I lend it to my boyfriend, Al. Al Daly. I've known him for a long time. Oh, excuse me. Classified ads, Miss Taylor. Yes, sir. 2-room apartment? Unfurnished? All right.
You got a smoke, Joe?
Steam, heat,
Yes, man, I got one.
view, Beverly Hills.
That's it, thanks.
$80. What's that? Yes, sir. Tomorrow morning's edition. Yes, $2.12 for 2 days. Could I have your name, address, and telephone number? Thank you, sir.
About this friend of yours, Miss Taylor, this Al Daly. How long have you been lending him your car?
Since he got his new salesman's job, he has to make night calls on customers out in the valley, so I let him have the car, usually about once a week.
When's the last time that he borrowed the car, miss?
2 nights ago.
From Mona Taylor, we got the address of her boyfriend, Al Daly. We located him in a rooming house on South Boulevard Avenue. He admitted he borrowed the Taylor girl's car the night before, but he denied that he drove it anywhere in the vicinity of the robbery. How about your friend, Jimmy Bray?
I don't know. I loaned him the car, that's all. He gave me $30.
Well, that's an awful lot of rental money. Why did he need a car so bad?
I don't know. Let's ask him.
Where's he stay?
Bartlett Hotel. 8th and Flower.
Mm-hmm.
You going over to see him now?
That's right. Why?
Well, I thought if you were going over there, you wouldn't mind taking this with you. He left it in the car when he brought it back. His briefcase.
Let's have a look.
What's the matter? It's all the fuss about a briefcase.
Yeah? Mm-hmm.
What is it? Let's see.
All right, you got an answer for that, Daly?
Sure, a funny place to keep a gun.
We took Al Daly downtown where he was held for questioning. We had a stakeout placed on his rooming house. We had both Daly and Bray checked through R&I. No criminal record. The briefcase and the .38 revolver were booked as evidence with the property clerk. There was no record or prints on the gun. The Taylor girl's car was impounded to be checked for fingerprints. 7 p.m., we drove out to the Bartlett Hotel on 8th and Flower. The room clerk confirmed the fact that Jimmy Bray was a registered guest at the hotel. You want to call the office, Joe? Yeah, all right, I'll do it. You got change? Yeah, I think I have. Yeah. Okay.
City Hall.
2511.
2511.
Robbery, Powers.
Joe Friday, John. We're out at Bray's Hotel. We're going to stake it out. He's not in yet.
Yeah, that's what I figured.
What do you mean?
The market out on 12th Street was held up a minute ago.
Yeah?
Bandit carried a briefcase.
You are listening to Dragnet, authentic stories of your police force in action.
You'll be amazed when you compare Fatima with other long cigarettes.
Buy a pack. You'll find Fatimas now cost the same. Light a Fatima.
Ah, that's different.
What a difference.
Yes, friends, in Fatima, the difference is quality. Quality of tobaccos, the finest Turkish and domestic varieties, extra mild and superbly blended to give you a much different, much better flavor and aroma than any other long cigarette.
Quality of manufacture. Smooth, plump cigarettes rolled in the finest paper money can buy.
Quality, even to the appearance of the bright, clean yellow package, carefully wrapped and sealed to bring you Fatima's rich, fresh, extra mild flavor.
Try comparing Fatima yourself. Fatimas now cost the same as other long cigarettes, but your first puff will tell you,
Ah, that's different.
Yes, in Fatima, the difference is quality. Ask your dealer for Fatima, the quality king-size cigarette. Best of all long cigarettes. Start enjoying Fatima tomorrow.
.30 p.m. After checking Bray's room and finding nothing, Ben and I remained on stakeout at the Bartlett Hotel. The suspect failed to show up. At midnight, Young and Mackenzie came out and relieved us. We drove back to the office and got the particulars on the holdup of the 12th Street Market. The M.O. was almost exactly the same as in the other 16 robberies. The victim's description of the hold-up man matched perfectly with Bray's. By noon the next day, the suspect still had not returned to his hotel. An intensive canvass of the immediate neighborhood around the Bartlett Hotel netted us nothing. Nobody remembered Bray. We checked the bars and restaurants that he was known to patronize. No one had any idea where he might be. Details at the airport, railroad stations, and bus terminals were alerted. We got out a supplementary description on our original APB. The sheriff's office was kept advised. 2 days passed, still no sign. We questioned and re-questioned Al Daly. Either he couldn't or he wouldn't add anything to what he'd already told us about Bray. A series of stakeouts were placed at food markets in areas where Bray had staged robberies previously. A composite picture of the suspect was made up and given wide distribution throughout the city. It all went for nothing. The following Tuesday, March 4th, Bray robbed a neighborhood market in Highland Park of $150.
I had to give him the money, Sergeant. He threatened my wife and kids. Said he'd see something happen to them if I didn't open the safe.
Did you say he wore gloves, sir?
That's right. I thought it didn't jibe at first. A salesman wearing gloves like that. Didn't think about it till it was too late.
Did you notice if he was on foot or did he get away in a car?
He had a car, all right, parked down the street there. Saw it through the window. Another fellow was at the wheel.
Mm-hmm. Did you notice anything else about the car, the license number maybe?
No, I couldn't see that, but it was a coupe. I'm sure of that.
Yeah?
It was red, bright red.
There was one angle we couldn't figure. If Bray was bent on a steady career of robbery, why did he use an escape car painted the most conspicuous color possible? We checked out Mona Taylor's car again. There was no connection. The search went on. 2 weeks, 3 weeks, another month. Bray kept to his usual schedule, one robbery a week. The legwork went on, too. On March 20th, we got a call from one of Ben's informants. He told us that he'd seen a man answering Bray's description in the Venice Park amusement area down by the beach. Well, we drove down to Venice to check it out.
Pretty good crowd for a cold night.
Yeah. Where do we find this friend of yours?
See where the merry-go-round is up ahead?
Yeah?
It's just beyond that. He runs one of the booths. You throw baseballs at phony milk bottles, 3 chances for a dime, you know.
Oh, yeah.
He and his wife run it. They've been out here for years. I don't know how they ever make a living at it. Hey, those hot dogs smell good, don't they?
Is that your friend's booth across the way there?
Yeah, it is.
Come on, fellas, show the girls how you can throw a baseball. Spill the milk. How about it? Now let the girls have a free throw. Step up and win a prize.
Looks like Maud's running the place tonight. Maud, that's his wife.
Oh, yeah.
How you doing, Sergeant? Cold night, huh?
Hi, Maud. This is my partner, Joe Friday.
How are you?
Glad to know you, Joe. Guess you're looking for Scooter, huh?
Yeah, is he around?
Just down the way, Sarge. Hey, how about it, Sailor? Try your luck. 1 thin dime. Spill the milk.
Pretty good crowd tonight, Maud.
Oh, yeah, but they're not spending. Hasn't been good at all lately.
Where'd you say your husband was, ma'am?
Just down the way. Old man Hudson's out to chow. Scooter runs a merry-go-round for him while he eats.
Well, thank you, Maud. We'll drop back and see you before we leave.
Right. Glad to meet you, Joe.
Yeah, glad I met you. Goodbye.
What do you say, girls? Have the boys show you how good they can throw. Spill the milk. How about it?
Scooter, is that what you said? Is that the guy's name?
Yeah, that's right. He used to run the scooter drome. You know the little electric cars you drive around, bumpers all around them?
Yeah, yeah.
All right. Hey,
There he is. Scooter? Hey, Scooter!
All right, Sarge, I've been waiting for you. Hop on.
Yeah, go ahead, Joe.
Okay.
How you doing, Sarge? Good to see you.
Scooter, my partner, Joe Friday.
How are you?
Yeah, glad to know you, Joe. I guess we can talk here as well as any place, huh?
Sure. What's the story, Scooter?
It's like I told you on the phone. Murphy down the Penny Arcade, he noticed the guy first. He pointed him out to me. He sure hits close to Bray's description.
Well, when did you first see him?
Oh, 2 nights ago, I wasn't so sure it was Bray the first time. Then I saw him last night. That cinched it.
I didn't hear that.
I said I saw him last night. That cinched it.
Oh. Well, when did this Murphy, was that his name? When did he first see him?
About a week ago. He's got an eagle eye for strangers who hang around. Murphy thinks the guy's staying out here someplace.
Is there any idea where?
Yeah. Just a minute. No jumping around like that, son. Now you'll fall off and bang your head. Kids.
Where'd you spot this man, Scooter?
Same place Murphy did it. He's hanging around the shooting gallery down the way. The guy who runs the place is new. We don't know him well enough to ask him about it.
You mean this man who looks like Bray just hangs around the counter there?
Well, no, not exactly. You see, there's a little office to one side of the shooting gallery, and the times I seen the guy, he was either coming in or going out of there.
Mm-hmm. When's the last time you saw him, Scooter?
Huh?
I say, when's the last time you saw him?
Earlier tonight, about 6:30. I think Murphy's right. The guy's holding up in there. Hold on there, girlie. Now, don't try to get off the merry-go-round till it stops. That's the girl.
Thank you a lot, Scooter. We'll check back with you before we leave.
Yeah, okay, Sarge. I hope it helps you out. I'm glad I met you, Joe.
Right, see you later.
There's the shooting gallery down there by the bullseye, son.
Yeah, if the guy is Bray, it's funny that he hasn't been spotted before. This area is pretty well patrolled here.
Yeah.
Try your skill, fellas. 10 shots, only quarter.
We're police officers. Like to ask you a few questions.
Oh, what about?
What's your name?
Gridley. Max Gridley.
You know anybody by the name of James Bray?
Bray?
Uh-huh.
No, I don't. Why?
How about this, Mr. Gridley? Know anybody who fits that description?
No, it doesn't mean anything to me. What's the matter, anyway?
Well, a man answering that description has been seen entering and leaving this office right next door over here. It's part of your concession, isn't it?
Yeah, that's right. But I'm the only one who uses it. Somebody must have got the wrong slant.
Then you wouldn't mind if we looked it over. Routine investigation.
Well, I don't know. Yeah, all right. I'll come around and open the door for you.
All right, come on.
It's just a cubby hole, as you can see. Kind of use it as a storage place. Sometimes I have my lunch in here. Take a nap once in a while.
Looks pretty well lived in. All those clothes are yours, Mr. Gridley?
Yeah, that's right. Why?
Hey, Mac, how about a load on this thing?
Oh, it's a customer. Excuse me a minute. Be right back.
Yeah, go ahead.
Hey, Joe.
Yeah.
Over here, have a look. This towel.
Yeah.
Look at the name stenciled on it.
Bartlett Hotel. 9:30 p.m. We advised the shooting gallery operator not to attempt any phone calls. Then I called the office, and Ricketts and Powers came out to help us with a stakeout on the shooting gallery and the adjoining office. Ben and I covered from the Penny Arcade directly opposite the shooting gallery. Ricketts and Powers were staked out 2 doors away at a stand that advertised handwriting analyzed, 25 cents. We waited. Ben munched on a bag of popcorn. 10:30 p.m., no sign of the suspect. 11 o'clock, still no sign.
Getting pretty cold. Everybody going home?
Yeah. You got any more of that popcorn there?
Oh, yeah, here you are. There's 2 pieces left. Sure is good.
Must have been. Not much in there now.
Oh, I'm sorry. I can get another bag. Machine's right over there. No, turn it off. How about some peanuts?
No, thanks.
Oh, sure there's some in there, Joe. Want some?
No.
Sure would like to see Bray show up. Hate to spend the night staked out here.
Hey, wait a minute. Look.
Huh?
The shooting gallery. The guy in the blue suit?
He's talking to the manager. He's going around the side door.
Yeah, come on.
He's going inside.
All right, hold it right there, mister.
Joe, watch it.
Rickett, Johnny, cover the back.
Hi, Joe.
I'll get the door.
All right. Come on, let's hit it.
Yeah. What out the back?
Come on.
Yep.
Hold it.
Johnny's got him.
Yeah.
Good. Johnny, you okay?
Yeah. It's a rough one.
Let's roll him over, huh?
Yeah, all right. How about it, Joe?
Short, dark complexion, fat.
What do you think?
I don't know, but it's not Bray. Ricketts and Powers remained on stakeout at the shooting gallery while Ben and I took the suspect downtown along with the proprietor of the shooting gallery, Max Gridley. We had the man treated for cuts and bruises at Georgia Street Receiving Hospital, and then we took him to the office. He identified himself as Blake Chatfield, an unemployed salesman. After 2 hours of questioning, he broke down and admitted that he was Bray's accomplice. In each of the 18 robberies, he drove the getaway car. He said for the past month, he and Bray had been living in the office adjoining the shooting gallery. He was booked at the New City Jail on suspicion of 211 PC. Max Gridley was held for further questioning. 1:35 a.m. We checked back in at the office.
Guess I had too many hot dogs out there.
Yeah, what's the matter?
Oh, indigestion. Maybe it was the popcorn.
A couple of messages in the book. Your wife wants you to call her before you go home.
Uh-huh. Hello, Amy? Yeah, long night, yeah. What? Loaf of graham bread? Well, I'll try. Okay, dear. Yeah, bye. Same old thing.
Yeah. I get it. Robbery Friday.
Johnny Powers, Joe.
Yeah, John. How's it going?
Jimmy Bray finally showed. We got him.
Any trouble?
No. Drove up in a bright red coupe. Couldn't miss him.
Mm-hmm. You coming in now?
Yeah, just leaving. See ya.
Right, John. Bye. Well, I picked up Bray. Bringing him in now.
Good. Sure been a long haul, almost 5 months.
Yeah, it's a long time.
Hey, Joe.
Yeah?
Where am I going to get a loaf of graham bread at this time in the morning?
The story you have just heard was true. Only the names were changed to protect the innocent.
Now, here is our star, Jack Webb.
Thank you. For the past few weeks, I've asked you to send me the names of dealers who are out of Fatimas. You see, the demand for Fatimas is so great, I want to make sure that all of you can buy them. So keep on writing. If you find a dealer fresh out of Fatimas, let me know, and we'll have something done about it. Write your dealer's name and address on a card and mail it to me, Jack Webb, Post Office Box 951, Hollywood 28. That's Jack Webb, Post Office Box 951, Hollywood 28. Now, a word for you, Mr. Dealer. The coming holiday season will find new thousands insisting on Fatima quality. So step up your orders for Fatima tomorrow. Get in on the increasing demand for the quality long cigarette.
James R. Bray and Blake A. Chatfield were tried and convicted on several counts of armed robbery and received sentences as prescribed by law. Max Gridley was filed on for failure to register as an ex-convict. Bray and Chatfield are now serving their terms in the state penitentiary. Technical advice for Dragnet comes from the Office of Chief of Police W.H. Parker, Los Angeles Police Department.
This is Bob Hope. Can we steal a second?
Chesterfield, Chesterfield always wins first place. That mild tobacco never leaves an aftertaste.
So open a pack, give 'em a smell.
Then you'll smoke 'em.
Don't forget to give Crosby for Christmas. I mean the Chesterfield Christmas carton with Bing as Papa Santa Claus. See you Tuesday.
Fatima Cigarettes, the best of all long cigarettes, has brought you Dragnet, portions transcribed from Los Angeles.
Coming up, We the People, then Screen Directors Playhouse on NBC.
Calling all cars, a program created by the Rio Grande Oil Company from confidential police files. Oakland Police calling all cars, attention all cars, broadcast 70, regarding a murder. That's all. Calling car 42, woman reporting a crazy man at 14 from Pierpont Street. All right. That's us. Let's go. Gosh, what a lot of pep. The
This old car's got a lot of pep. Hey, it's a different car since we've been using that Rio Grande crack gasoline. Oh, has the city changed gasoline? I didn't know. No, you'd know the difference if you were driving police cars regularly. All the drivers are nuts about this new gasoline. It starts so fast. And look how it accelerates. Hey, I never got speed like this with the old gasoline. Well, this hill will slow you up. Are all the Oakland police cars using Rio Grande gasoline now? Yep. New city orders. All police cars, all fire engines, all emergency equipment. They've all switched to Rio Grande crack. The Berkeley Police and Fire Departments are using Rio Grande, too. Yeah, you know, it looks like all the cities are using it. I hear that Los Angeles police cars are using it for the third consecutive year now. And no wonder. Look how he breezed up that hill. In high, all the way. Yeah. I'd have been in second gear with that old gasoline. Rio Grande sure got the power. Hey, I can feel the difference. You suppose Rio Grande makes a special gasoline for police cars? Oh, no. It's the same gasoline you get from their independent dealers. You know, I'm using it now on the family bus, and I'm getting wonderful results. Just drive into any service station that advertises Rio Grande crack gasoline, and you'll get the same gasoline that these police cars are using. Holy cats, we're here already. All right, slow up. Look out for trouble. And now we take you to San Francisco, where Chief Bodie Wallman of the Oakland Police Department will speak to you from the studios of KFRC. Chief Wallman.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Those of you who are regular listeners to Calling All Cars must have come to the realization that the average criminal is a pretty sorry fellow. He doesn't win. He never comes out ahead. And for the most part, he doesn't use much originality in the conception and execution of his crime. In telling the story of crime, the activities of the police are almost always the most interesting. But occasionally there occurs a case where the story of the man involved is the focal point of interest. Such is the story that we have to tell tonight. You will not hear a story reeking with blood and melodrama and complicated with detective work. Instead, we will tell the story of a man endowed with the attribute of greatness, but unable to cope with the bitter realities of life.
Mother of Dios, I cannot make it come out. What?
Carlos, I must speak with you.
Did I not tell you not to disturb me? Didn't I tell you to leave me alone?
Yes, Carlos, I'm sorry to interrupt, but the baby has no milk, and...
You dare. When I am composing the most difficult passage of my symphony, you dare to bother me about milk.
I'm sorry, Carlos, but we must have money.
Money, that is all I hear. Why not earn money for you?
Yes, Carlos. You have been a good husband. Until you quit your job 3 months ago.
Oh, you accuse me.
No, Carlos, I don't accuse you.
Your voice, it was accusing. How could I go on in that job any longer? How could I continue to work in that music store, selling pianos to people who will never play them? Listen to big talk Beethoven, when within me sang a great melody, a great symphony, burning, searing my soul, bursting the bonds of my brain, demanding to be written down that all the world might hear it.
Yes, Carlos, I know all that.
And I borrow money on my beautiful diamond ring so that you and the child could eat?
Carlos, you do?
Pay those people with all that money.
It is all gone, Carlos. There is no more money.
Get some more. Go out and walk these streets. Get any way you like. Do not bother me.
Carlos, you must listen to me. We must have money.
Get out. Get out or I'll kill you with my 2 bare fists.
Carlos.
You heard me. Do not want to be annoyed. Get out. Get out! Get out!
few days later, Carlos Madro is walking along a street in Oakland, wrapped in thoughts of his symphony, when he is hailed by a passerby.
Hello, Madro.
Oh, hello, Senor Harry.
Oh, you're just the man I wanted to see. Matter of fact, I've been looking for you for several days.
See?
Yes, regarding that loan I made you. Now, it's a month overdue, and you haven't even paid me the interest on it. Now, I'll have to have that money.
Money. Do not talk to me about money.
Well, I know it's a disagreeable subject, Madro. A root of all evil, as the Bible says. And I dare say the Bible's right, too. But it's what makes the world go round, you know.
That ring I gave you as security. It was many times the money you lent me. That ring is worth thousands of dollars.
But I can't tie up my funds with any rings. Now, if you don't pay me cash, why, I'll just have to sell the ring for what I can get out of it.
Really? No, you will not dare do that.
Why not?
My mother gave me that ring. It was worn by my father when he was at the court of the key in Madrid. It was the last of my father's treasure.
No, I can't help that, Madro. I can't let sentiment interfere with business, you know.
The ring is valuable to me. I will claim it someday. When my symphony is complete, I will have that money. I will be the most famous musician in the world. And I will pay you your money twice, 3 times over.
No, I can't count on promises, Madro, but I tell you what I will do. I'll give you until day after tomorrow. And if you don't pay up then, why, I'll just have to sell the ring.
No, you cannot do that.
Oh, yes, I can, and I will.
Very well. I'll get the money.
Now you're talking.
Come to my house tomorrow afternoon. Bring the ring with you.
That's fine, Madro. I'll be there, say, around 3 o'clock.
3 o'clock. 3 o'clock will be as good a time as any.
Well, here I am, Madro, right on the dot of 3, as you can see.
I expect you would be on time.
You have the money?
Please, come in.
Thank you.
Into my studio here. I brought the ring?
Right here in the pocket.
I know. Sit down, Senor Harris. Before we conclude our dealings, there is something I want you to hear. What do you think of that, Senor Harris?
What is it?
Part of my symphony. Do you not think the world will pay to hear that? Do you not think that money will pour in from that? Money to pay you?
Now, look here, Madro. I haven't time to waste. I have other appointments this afternoon. Now, I came here in good faith, and you promised that you would pay me.
I will pay you. But you have not answered my question. What do you think of my symphony?
Well, now, I can't say, Madro. I don't know much about this classical stuff. I lean more to ragtime and Harry Jacobs. I don't care who makes it law.
I do not follow you.
Well, I mean, give the people something they can whistle, or something they can dance to.
You do not think the breaking heart of mankind sings in this? Do not think the heavy feet of destiny dance through these measures? Listen.
Well, now, I can't argue that point with you, Madro. Of course, I don't know much about music, just like I said. You know, I'm just a plain businessman.
Hey, I say, shut up, listen. Listen to humanity on the rack. Listen to the century, street mockery. Listen to mankind in revolt. Listen to the awakening of the world. Listen to the crushing of oppression.
Oh, look here, Madro. I haven't any more time to waste here. I have a lot of appointments this afternoon. Now this demonstration's gone far enough. If you kindly pay me just as you promised, I'll turn over your ring to you and our dealings will be at an end.
Listen, Mr. Harris. Listen to mankind's answer.
Now look here, man.
No, Senor Harris. Our dealings are at an end.
Pardon, Inspector Wallman, but there's a woman outside. I think you'd better talk to her.
Well, what's her trouble?
Well, she says she's afraid of her husband. world would probably be a better place if more women were the same way. You take care of her, Sergeant. I've got a lot of things on my mind.
Yeah, well, this is important, Inspector. She's afraid her husband's going to kill her.
That's a little different. I suppose the perfect homicide squad should prevent murders as well as solve them. I'm sure in.
Yes, sir. Will you come in, ma'am?
Thank you.
This gentleman here will take care of it.
Are you the chief?
Well, no, not yet, but I have hope. Well, what can I do for you?
I'm frightened. I'm scared of my husband.
So the sergeant told me. Why are you frightened of your husband?
Well, last week he threatened to kill me when I asked him for money to buy milk for our baby. And today, when I came home, he had his diamond ring back and he tried to get me to go into his studio with him. He said, "Look, I got it back." Oh, there's a funny look in his eyes.
Now, wait a minute. What's the diamond ring to do with it?
Well, you see, he borrowed some money on his diamond ring so we could eat. And he didn't have any money to redeem it. I don't know how he got it back.
Well, how do you suppose he obtained it?
Oh, I'm afraid to think. But he threatened to kill me. Maybe he killed Mr. Harris, the man who lent him the money.
Well, why didn't you ask him where he got the ring?
No, I was afraid. He kept telling me to come into his studio, and he never lets me in there.
I see. Well, we'll just calm your fears. I think Inspector Kai and I better see you home. Watch this guy, Kyle. He may be a knock. All right, lead the way, man.
They're looking for Mr. Harris.
Not bothered. I have it at last. Just listen.
Where's Harris? He was here, wasn't he?
I think so. Perhaps he was. Oh, do not bother me now.
This guy's bugging me something, Kyle. Now keep your eye on him. I'm going to take a look at his closet. What's up? Here's Harris.
You have spoiled it.
Murder.
You have spoiled it. I had the whole thing. The essence of humanity suffering. I had it, I tell you. You spoiled it.
Who killed this man? Who killed this man?
I don't know.
Inspectors Wallman and Kyle take Carlos Maggio to headquarters. For 2 hours, they question him in the presence of Chief of Police Peterson. Never does Maggio deny his guilt, but seems, on the contrary, not to be listening to the questions of the ceaselessly he hums his symphony, trying to impress its melody and harmony into his brain, so that later he may write it down. When apparently for the first time the officer's questions penetrate his brain, Maggio makes a simple confession explaining in detail all that occurred. He is held to answer to a charge of murder. A few months later is sentenced to San Quentin Penitentiary for life by a jury which, unimpressed by his plea of self-defense, has returned a verdict of second-degree murder. Shortly afterwards, he is delivered into the custody of the warden of San Quentin Prison.
New arrivals today, McIntosh?
Aye, sir. One.
Where from?
Oakland. Second-degree murder.
Has he been taken care of?
Yes, sir. Mugged, printed, saved, and outfitted. Waiting outside now if you want to talk to him.
Yes, I'll talk to him. Bring him in.
Aye, sir. Come in here, 7612. Aye, you. My name is
Carlos Maggio.
Yeah, you're off that when you walk through that gate out there. From now on, you're 7612. You see, the number's printed across your jacket. The warden wants to see you. Right this way. Here he is, sir.
Thanks, Mac. That'll be all for friends.
Aye, sir.
Well, you don't look much like a murderer to me.
I'm not a murderer. I am a composer.
A composer? Well, that's fine. We'll find you a place in the printing press.
You do not understand. I do not just die, but I write music.
Oh, you write music?
All I want is a chance to finish my symphony.
I see. What is your name?
Maggio. Carlos Maggio.
Well, look here, Maggio. Let's start off right. Let's understand each other, you and I. You'll have to work up here. You're going to start a life that is completely different. You'll have to adjust yourself to a set of circumstances completely different from any you've ever known before. And you won't find many people sympathetic with your desires to finish a symphony.
I'm willing to work, Warden. I suppose I've committed a crime. I'll pay for it. I'll do anything you say. You shaved my head. You've taken away my name. That is all right. I don't care what you do to me, just so long as I can go on working.
All I want is a piano so I can finish my symphony.
A piano? Well, Margot, ourselves don't come tourists with pianos.
But I must work on my symphony.
Well, we can place you in the prison orchestra. They rehearse once a week.
Once a week? But when can I work on my symphony?
I'm afraid, Margot, that you can't.
Not that rare. Now look here. Clarinet, not so loud. Must have learned to play in a beer garden band. Strings, more smart. Trumpet, you tap it with that
Playing, please. I was trying to work out some harmony on my symphony.
Your symphony? You're worrying about your symphony when I can't even get these doomheads to play on Super right. Now you save your symphony for when you get parole. Now, all together, boys. Once more.
What's the matter, pal?
Stop.
You'll get used to it. But Houston will always get stuff right station first. Wait till you've been at it as long as I have.
How long is that?
5 years.
5 years in this terrible place. I cannot wait that long.
What's your hurry? You're not going anyplace.
5 years, 10 years, and like... No piano. Nothing but scraps of paper and bits of pencil. Nothing to beat our time. Nothing to help me get the notes on paper. Nothing. What is that? It's the cigarette. These wheels. These belts. They have rhythm. They have tempo. That is it. That is it. My producers. My mark. The rhythm of the beauty.
The tip.
Yeah, that'd be swell. Maybe we wouldn't have to have any practice.
Ah, pipe down, you smug. Here comes the warden.
Hey, look. There's three piano player Madros with him.
Boy, our officer leader, Dr. Steiner, has been forced to resign because of poor health. And I asked him if he could recommend anyone. To my surprise, he said that one of us here was even better qualified than he to lead the orchestra. So upon Dr. Steiner's recommendation, I am turning the baton over to Carlos Madro, number 7612. He is in complete authority, and I expect you to obey his orders as explicitly as you did Dr. Steiner. That's all.
What you doing? Looking for the parole? Yeah, read up from the teacher,
Are you finished now? Thank you for the welcome. I'd rather have that than a lot of hypocritical applause. Now that I know what you think of me, I'll tell you what I think of you. I think you are the worst aggregation of so-called musicians I have ever heard in my life. I intend to change all that. I intend to make this a real orchestra. Do not worry, there will be no tale carried any water. We will handle this just between ourselves. I will see the job through. I have plenty of time. I'm here for life. Now that we understand each other, let's get to work. First violins and basses, then clarinet. Start on hi-hat. Come down to E and B, basses and the bass. D minor chord on second beat, sustained. Play that very broadly. You ready? Good. Now, what's this? More forcing this time.
Hey, what is this? A memory chord? Where's the part for this stuff?
You'll get them soon. I'm still writing it.
Under Mobdro's expert musicianship, the San Quentin Prison Orchestra becomes a really fine musical organization, and its fame spreads all over the country. Slowly, Madro wins the hard-boiled members of his aggregation to a staunch personal loyalty, and many are the fine musicians he develops and sends forth from the grim walls of the old prison. Slowly, surely, Madro works on his symphony, aided by the bitterly won cooperation of his musicians in helping him solve many intricate problems of scoring. Finally, it's completed, and feverishly Madro rehearses his men to prepare the composition for its first public playing at the holiday entertainment within the prison walls. At last, the great day arrives. Proudly, the warden announces to the inmates and the guests from the outside that the San Quentin Orchestra is about to play for the first time the Symphony No. 1 of Carlos Madro. Trembling with emotion, Madro takes the stand, raises his baton, crashes into the opening chords of his great work. As the symphony progresses, the jazz-minded convicts firm in their feet. But a guest of the warden, seated in the front row, listens with keen interest.
Yeah, you know, Gordon, that's great stuff. Yes, I'm mighty proud of that boy. This part of it he calls the rhythm of the jute mill.
Yeah, the rhythm of the jute mill, eh?
Yeah.
I don't suppose there's any chance of taking this outfit out of the vaudeville to us?
Well, hardly.
Yeah, I didn't think so. Too bad. I could clean up a fortune with him. And a great attention.
Undoubtedly. But there's hardly any sense in carrying a 40-man crime wave around the country the way things are right now.
Yeah, that thing he's playing is good stuff. Yeah, I could do something with that.
What do you mean?
Well, get it published. But I suppose there'd be an objection to that, too.
No, I don't see why. Madro's done a very nice thing there. If he can realize how he's entitled to it. After all, the state saves $1,500 a year by using him as bandleader instead of an outsider.
Would there be any chance of me seeing him after the concert?
Certainly. I'll have him sent to the office. Madro, I want you to meet a friend of mine, Mr. Edward Combs.
Senor.
Mr. Combs in the theatrical business, Madro.
Ah, it's a real pleasure to hear your composition tonight, Madro. I want to congratulate you.
Senora, I worked a long time on it.
Yeah, you can see that you have. I like particularly the third movement.
Dimanche. I call that the rhythm of the jute mill.
Yeah, so the warden told me.
Did I get the hopelessness is suffering into it, Mr. Combs?
Yeah, I think you did.
Did you feel what I was driving at? The plight of the jute mill? That we are all convicts, all souls in prison within our bodies, given a life term in a slobby prison of flesh. We labor there in that mortal jute mill hopelessly until death arose us. That is what I was trying to say in the fourth movement. The freedom, the parole that death brings, the transcending spirit solving all problems in eternal peace.
Yeah, I got all that. Very good indeed. A fine piece of work. Now, what I wanted to ask you, Madro, would you be willing to have this work published?
To have it published? To bring this message to the world? Will you publish it for me? Can you do it for me?
Can and I will.
Wonderful. Oh, Dennis, this is more than I ever expected. More than I hoped could happen. To be able to bring my message to the world.
We will do that, Madro, I can assure you. We will make recordings of it so that people can play it in their homes.
Recordings of it? Magnifico, magnifico. Be sure to tell whoever makes the record that I have just told you. It's all there. It's all in the music.
Of course it is. Now, Madro, I've done up a little agreement here. If you just sign it.
If you promise you will publish it and make recordings of it?
Yeah.
Yes, and I'll give it to him. I'll sign it. There is only one thing more, Senor Combs.
Yeah, what's that?
Send me the first record they make, will you?
I certainly will.
Thank
the
you.
very first record will come to you.
Thank you, Senor. Thank you very much. 4 weeks, Cassie Carlos Madro walks the prison yard on clouds.
His imprisonment means nothing to him now. He tastes the sweet nectar of artistic achievement and already is planning his Symphony No. 2, his next great work. And then one day he receives a summons to the warden's office.
Come in, Margot. You sent for me, senor? Yes. The record's come.
Let me hear it. Let me hear it.
Right away. I had my electric phonograph brought over from the house so that you could get every note.
Please turn it on. Turn it on quickly, please.
Very well. Here it is.
What? That is not my symphony.
Of course it is.
That is not a symphony orchestra. That is a band. Here, let me see the record.
There. Here you are.
On Clinton March. Convict number 76 throughout. My rhythm of the jute played by a cheap band.
Do you want to hear the rest of it?
Thank you.
Well, here's your record.
I do not want it.
Why, what's the matter, Bartle? Where are you going?
I'm going back to the jute.
Having saved the state $10,000 by his services as orchestra leader, the man we have called Carlos Madro was finally paroled in 1929, a broken and sick old man to be deported to his native Spain. It is said that through the success of his published music, he realized more than $100,000 during the time he was in prison, and that this sum was held by influential friends who sponsored his parole. But for him, spiritual life ended when his dream of artistic success was shattered. Having suffered one stroke prior to his release from prison, it is doubtful if he is alive today. Calling all cars is a presentation of the Rio Grande Oil Company, refiners and marketers of Rio Grande cracked gasoline.
Oakland Police calling all cars, attention all cars. The cancellation broadcast 70 regarding a murder. Suspect in this case is now in custody. That's all.
Calling All Cars is written and produced by William N. Robeson. Original music for tonight's broadcast was composed and arranged by Albert Hay Malott. The orchestra was under the direction of Frederick Starr. This is your narrator, Frederick Lindsley, saying good night for the Rio Grande Oil Company.
Fiery horse with the speed of light, a cloud of dust, and a hearty hi-yo Silver, the Lone Ranger. lonely campfires throughout the western United States, cowboys still tell of the mysterious phantom figure of the plains. He fought crime relentlessly. His blazing guns brought law and order to the frontier in the days when men openly defied the rules of society. And now, adventure is brought to life once more as Silver thunders down the trail. The Lone Ranger rides again.
Come on, Silver, old fellow! The town of Cottonwood is in danger! We must hurry! Hi-yo, Silver!
In the hills surrounding the town of Cottonwood, the old riverbeds were filled to overflowing by a steady rain which had continued for several days. Water roared down countless streams to pour into the artificial lake and overtax the dam. As our story begins, we find the masked man and his faithful Indian companion Tonto riding through the downpour. The driving force of the rain blinded them. They had dropped their reins, trusting to the instinct of their horses to find shelter.
It's impossible to see where we're going, Tonto. We'll have to let our horses find some shelter.
Then it's we're home, maybe. Rain that stuff a long time.
You think it'll continue through the night?
That's right.
If it keeps on much longer, the town will be in danger.
Maybe floods come.
The people dammed the river and have formed Cottonwood Lake. That dam breaks, the entire lake will flood the town.
What them make lake for?
Store water for the dry spells. It was a fine idea, Tonto. But they never thought the dam would have to stand the strain of a storm like this.
It's worse storm than many moons.
The worst those pioneers in Cottonwood have ever seen.
Cottonwood means hurry.
That's just it, Kimosabe. The settlers would be trapped in the valley if the dam broke. They'd have to race for the hills to save their lives.
That's right.
What is it, Silver, old boy? Tonto, Silver's found something ahead.
Maybe it's placed away.
Go ahead, Silver. If only we could see through the dark and storm.
There, wait.
You see it, Tonto?
Old shed there.
Good.
Now you see him?
Yes. Now I see it. It's a sheep lean-to, Tonto. One entire side is open. Good for you, Silver. You found shelter for us.
This is plenty good.
I'll rest for a little while and get some food from the saddlebags. Build up a small fire, Tonto, and we'll try to fix some warm meal for the horses. They need it after this trip.
Maybe we spend night here, huh?
No, just to push on. Folks in town may not realize the dangerous condition of the lake. We've seen how high the water is there. What are you doing, Tonto?
He sees what's here. Maybe hay for a horse.
It isn't likely.
Make him sure it'd be safe. Then make him fire.
Well. Wait. Steady, Silver.
Danger sign.
Someone's coming here.
How long has Dalton been hiding around this outfit?
Dalton's been hiding with us ever since he busted out of the federal prison. Oh, boy. Over there.
Oh, boy.
Yeah, but Dalton made a first-class hideout in the barn. I tell you, Kelso, Dalton's a smart man to have for a boss.
You ought to know, Malone. You've been traveling with him for a long time.
Yeah, I know. Now I'll pass the keg of blasting powder up to you.
Right.
Grab a hold.
I got it. Must be 50 pound of powder here.
Yeah, there is. It's got to be wrapped in tarpaulin so it'll keep dry on the trip to the dam.
Yeah. I wish someone besides me was slated for the job of blowing up a dam.
You do the job and you're in the gang for keeps.
Well, He'd go on his own hook if the storm keeps on.
Dalton won't wait for that. He wants a flood when he wants it. That'll give us a chance to get the best of the loot that'll be left by the settlers and get it in a hiding place before we clear out.
Savvy. When the water's down, we'll sneak back and get it from the hiding place, huh?
That's it. Now get for the barn.
Wait.
Huh?
Hold your horse quiet a minute.
What's the matter?
Were you alone in the shed?
Sure, we're alone. But give you any other ID.
Thought I heard another horse in here.
There, you're loco. Who'd be in the saddle this sort of weather?
Anyone here? If you are, speak up.
That's your horse?
My horse is still.
Mine ain't moved neither.
I'm going to strike a light and have a look.
You keep a hold of that powder. I'll strike a light.
Go ahead.
Watch now and hold your gun ready.
Come, fellow. What the?
Who is it?
Fire!
Where'd he go?
Right past us.
Stop! Fire some more.
I can't see a thing. Knew you're shooting blindly.
They got away. There was two of them.
Wait till the boss hears of this.
Who was them two, and how much did they hear? So then the two of them lit out and raced right past us, Dalton.
Yeah, did you see them?
A fine pair of two-gun men you are.
Well, I couldn't shoot fast because the horses was between me and them two. And Kelso couldn't shoot fast because he held that keg of powder.
I tell you, though, Dalton, they must have been hiding from the law. They wouldn't have been there.
Hiding from the law or hunting me. One or the other. No one has any idea where to hunt you, boss.
I don't know about that. Shucks, who'd worry about hunting you down this sort of storm? Everyone in town's got their hands full of their own troubles.
Kelso, you got too blame much to say for a new man.
Well, I didn't...
Shut up!
Yeah, boss, sure thing.
You men get that powder wrap so it'll stay dry. If we get that wet, I don't know where we'll get any more. Now, look. If anyone comes here, I'll get out of sight, savvy? You don't know nothing about me. Meantime, we got to get organized for the cleanup.
When do you figure on having the dam blowed up?
As soon as it can be arranged. You'll set the blast, Kelso.
Yeah, so Malone told me.
Each of you men will have some place to go to as soon as the folks are panicked by the flood. Malone will take the general store. Get cash and ammunition. Put it in the hiding place and then hightail. Yeah. Link and Hardy will do the same for the bank. And Hank and Red will take the express office and go to the assay office. Now get it straight. Listen to what's to be done if someone else comes snooping around here.
It was morning when the Lone Ranger and Tonto reached the threatened town. Their tired horses splashed through the muddy streets, halting before the office of Sheriff Bristol. Inside, they saw a group of men, and they could hear the sheriff giving orders.
We got to do one or two things, boys, and do it quick. We might try and reinforce the dam with rocks and mud, or try and move them boulders from the south outlet of the lake and let the water flow out that way.
Them boulders weigh tons, Sheriff.
I know they do, Tom.
Besides that, the water's rushing out between them already. We'd have to work against the force of the water.
Tom, trying to reinforce the dam would be as tough, if not tougher.
Well, it's a toss-up.
Whatever we do, we got to do it quick. That dam won't stand much more strain.
If she ever lets go, the whole lake will be poured onto the town.
Boy! I figure there ain't no use trying to save the town.
What do you mean, Lem?
I'd take our families and what we can carry and head for the hills.
You doggone quitter,
Well, some of us got more leave behind than you got.
Yeah, some of us got homes.
I'm all for trying to save the dam.
Well, I don't. I'm for trying to move them rocks on the south side of the lake. If it wasn't for them, the lake wouldn't have filled up in the first place.
Well, make your minds up.
We might move the rocks if we could only get some blasting powder, but there just ain't any. Wouldn't have no chance of moving them without it.
We'll take iron bars or whatever else we can get to use as levers. Maybe we can move enough rocks to let the water out.
Is that what you're all decided on?
No, I want to get out of here.
All right, then. All you men get your horses hitched. Load anything you got in the way of spades and picks. Meet here in 15 minutes, and we'll head for the south outlet of the lake.
Sheriff.
Huh? What the?
I know where there's some blasting powder.
You do?
Yes. And also an outlaw that's wanted badly. Have you heard of Slick Dalton?
Dalton? Great guns, he's the coyote that busted out of the federal prison.
He's in hiding not far from here.
Hold on. Who are you wearing that mask?
There's no time to discuss that now. Come with me and bring a couple of men. We may be able to capture Dalton and get a keg of powder he's planning to use to blow up your dam.
Blow up the dam?
Yes, to make it possible for him and his men to loot the town during the flood.
Why, that ornery... But hold on, mister. I ain't so sure about being able to trust you.
You have no choice. You need that powder. You can't move those rocks without it.
You say there's a scheme afoot to loot the town?
Yes.
How'd you learn about it?
Don't waste time with questions. Come with me.
Well, maybe I'll profit by wasting time. Maybe you're just doing this to get me where I won't be on hand to help the boys.
I have no time to argue the point. Come with me or I'll take you by force.
Put up them guns.
Come with me.
You...
Tonto will stay here and give the men any message you want.
Well, they...
Tonto, tell the men to head for the south outlet. The sheriff will meet them there with blasting powder.
Tonto, tell him.
Now come along, Sheriff, and hope we're not too late. If we meet any men on the way, we'll take them with us.
All right, I'll go. But put that gun down. If I find you're trying to...
Your men will go to the lake.
All right, I'll take the chance. We need that blasting powder mighty bad. Lead the way, stranger.
The townsmen hurried to the lake, hoping to clear away the rocks that blocked its southern outlet. In the meantime, the sheriff, although still not convinced of the masked man's story, followed the Lone Ranger to the old barn where the Dalton gang was stationed.
Oh, there, Silver. Oh, boy.
Oh, we're in here, eh?
Yes. You'd better keep your guns handy.
Hope the other boys are heading for the rocks. They'll need all the time they can get.
I'll call to those men to surrender.
Hi there, Sheriff. Good work.
Looks like they're coming out on their own hook.
Didn't think you'd manage them like that, Sheriff.
Huh?
You men are wanted by the law. Come on, Sheriff. The leader is somewhere inside here. Look for him and a man named Kelso.
Don't fall for his line of palaver, gents. Sheriff, that there fellow is Dalton. But I reckon you know that.
This masked man?
You don't believe
Keep
that...
him covered. Better take them guns of his. I guess you had word to turn him over to us, didn't you, Sheriff?
Now, hold on. Just who is Slick Dalton?
That mask hombre, of course.
Slick Dalton is the boss of these men. This one is named Malone. He's one of the gang.
That's a good line of talk. My name is Malone, all right, Sheriff. But me and my pards were sent here by the federal government to corral Dalton. We chased him here and sent word on to you. Reckon the rains must have held up our letters some.
How about that blasting powder you got here?
Why, we don't have any blasting powder, Sheriff.
You had some here last night? Sheriff, search this barn. Kelso and Dalton are missing. They might be inside here someplace.
You're welcome to search all your minder, Sheriff. But don't let this hombre get loose. Thought he could hoodwink us, eh?
You got any badge of office?
There's my federal badge.
Stolen from the man Dalton killed.
You're free to have a look inside the barn, Sheriff.
It's no use. By this time, Kelso and Dalton have gone. They're probably on their way to plant the blasting powder at the dam.
Doggone it, I'm going to take you all into custody.
And lose priceless time.
I'll take that chance.
Well, I won't. Someone has to go to the dam and stop those men.
You're covered.
Up with that gun. Come on, old boy. Get down.
The curtain falls on the first act of our thrilling Lone Ranger drama. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a few moments. Now to continue our story. The Lone Ranger overheard a plot to destroy the dam holding back the floodwaters that threatened the town of Cottonwood. But when the masked man led the sheriff to the hideout of the outlaws, they claimed the Lone Ranger was an escaped prisoner who had killed a federal officer while shooting his way to freedom. Before the sheriff could prevent him, however, the masked man leaped to the saddle and raced toward the Cottonwood Dam.
Come on there, Silver, old boy! Hi-yo, Silver!
The townsmen were working desperately, where a landslide had filled in the lake's southern outlet. Hip deep in the rushing flood, they labored to clear away the rocks and earth which held back the water.
Give me a hand with this bar now. Lie down on it.
Me helping. Can't seem to budge the rocks.
Try harder. Some more, you. Grab hold here.
We gotta move them all together now. Heave. Iron bend them.
Ain't no use trying with this bar.
We gotta get some heavier levers under that rock.
Yeah. Try another one.
The rest of the rocks are bigger than this one, Tom. Tain't no use.
Where's the sheriff, anyhow? Him maybe come soon. Maybe fetch powder.
You better come down soon. The dam over yonder won't hold much longer.
Tom, the rain is letting up some. Maybe it's going to stop.
What if it does? That won't help us none.
Well, if the rain stops, the lake won't be filled no higher than what it is now.
Who says it won't? All them streams of water in the hills are filled to overflowing, ain't they?
That's so.
And they're all running into Cottonwood Lake. We gotta let the water out.
Well, we won't do it this way.
Well, try again.
We gotta have some blasting powder. There ain't no other way to do it.
We can't stay here doing nothing. Keep trying. Now once more. Grab a hold and pull down now.
The men continued their brave but futile efforts to save the town. While the floodwaters relentlessly poured into the lake, they fought with shovels and crowbars. But unknown to them, the outlaws, Slick, Dalton, and Kelso, had gone to the dam at the other end of the lake. There, they prepared the charge of blasting powder that would shatter the dam and flood the town.
Reckon that be all right, boys?
That's it. We gotta fix a little hollow here so the rain won't put the fuse out.
That's savvy. Here, I'll do that digging.
Go ahead.
Wonder if that stranger's brought any lawmen to the hideout.
Malone and the rest have their orders if anything like that happens.
Yeah.
And if they know what's good for them, they won't forget them orders.
You're in the clear. 5 minutes after this blast lets go, every man in town will be running for his life.
They'll be plenty occupied with their own troubles.
Yeah. That'll do, won't it?
Sure. Now fix the fuse and make it long enough to give us a chance to get away from here.
Right. Yeah. How'll this be?
Good enough.
Come on, Silver! Hey, did you hear that?
Yeah.
The same man that was in the shed last night.
Light that fuse.
There he comes. Heading up the hill. Come on, Silver! It's coming up here.
Light the fuse. The blast will stop him. Hurry it up.
The fuse is going. Run! Run!
Come on, Silver! Get for the horses. Hurry it up, Kelso. Make it.
I am.
He's shooting.
He's masked, boss.
Keep running.
Stand where you are or I'll drop you. He's not shooting us. He's shooting at the powder.
How do you know?
Seen him aim. No, he's heading this way.
We can't make the horses.
We better shoot it out with him.
I want you to. Tell him. Oh, my hand. My gun hand.
Drop that gun, Kelso. Don't fire. Don't drill me.
Hold this, Silver.
You got us. Let's get away from here. That powder will let go.
The fuse was put out.
With a bullet?
Yes.
Riding like you was?
Dalton, you stay here until the law gets you. I'll rope you.
Let me go. My hands hurt. Take that rope back,
Silver. We'll rope him tight.
Get him, Kelso. Don't let him do this. Don't fire a gun, Kelso. Keep your hands high. That'll hold you, Dalton. Listen, stranger, don't rope me. Let me tell you. Get that powder keg. You're going to take it where it's needed. Don't leave me here. That dam might bust. Get that powder, Kelso, and move fast.
Never mind what the English says. There ain't no powder, no sign of nothing.
Powder?
He's keeping right to work, drilling into the ground under the rocks for powder, Tom. We may as well help you.
It's wasting time.
Wasting time to try and move these rocks any other way.
Keep trying. Tackle this rock. Maybe it'll be loose.
I'm plumb wore out with trying.
We can't give up. As long as that dam holds, there's a chance we can save the town.
I'll keep it going.
You, Injun. Come here, give me a hand.
Tonto, pick some coal for powder.
Never mind that.
We need 'em.
We don't need it. We ain't no powder.
Friends say powder come.
Well, he ain't brought it.
Powder come soon. Come on! You hear?
What is that?
There's a couple men on horses.
Who are they?
That friend. Their powder. Now we blow rock away. Tonto! Get ready to set the blast! Here's the full keg of powder! Powder! Now we can save the town!
Boys, drop what you're doing. Give the redskin a hand. Thank goodness he's been working like he has.
He's saved a heap of time.
Oh, there, boy. Oh, there. There's your powder. Thank gosh, we got here. Take it, Tonto. He got him. And keep an eye on Kelso. He's one of Dalton's gang of outlaws. He'll be glad to save his neck by telling what he knows about Dalton.
I'll watch him. Let that blast. Stranger, how can we thank you?
There's more to be done. I'll be listening for the blast. Hi-yo, Silver!
The sheriff had thrown the rest of the Dalton gang in jail, planning to hold them until he had proof of their innocence. They protested angrily, but the sheriff refused to listen.
I don't give a hang what you say you are, Malone. I ain't taking no chances.
Now, look here. You can't jail us. We're federal men.
You say the masked man's Dalton, and he says he ain't. He says you're part of Dalton's gang, and you say you're government men.
We got a badge to prove it.
When Dalton escaped, he stole a badge from the man he shot. Maybe that's what you got.
You're letting Dalton get away.
Well, I ain't letting you get away. What's more, I didn't know Slick Dalton rid a white horse that he called Silver. And I never knowed a crook of Dalton's breed that'd have the nerve to ride off like he done.
You'll hear about this, Sheriff. You just wait.
Now I reckon I'll have to stay here and guard you coyotes and trust to Tom and the rest to do something about averting a flood.
Sheriff.
You.
There he is. That's him. That's Dalton.
You believe that, Sheriff? Doggone it, I don't know what to believe. Put down them guns and we'll talk it over.
No. I'm not going to take another chance of being put into jail while I'm trying to help you. If the real Dalton and the other man I told about blow up that dam, this town will be flooded, and everyone in jail will be trapped with no hope of escape.
You can't leave us here. Let us go. Let us out.
If you've told the truth, Malone, you've nothing to fear.
You can't leave us here like this. What if that dam lets go?
It isn't likely to. The rain has stopped.
What if it's blowed up?
Unless you're in the Dalton crowd, and unless my story is a true one, there will be no blast. You yourself said there was no blasting powder, Malone.
Then you didn't find none?
Whose story do you believe, Sheriff?
Well, I'm beginning to side with you, stranger. That white horse. Seems like I've heard things about...
What's that?
That sounded like a blast.
It was. They blew the dam.
They done it. You was right, stranger. They did have powder.
Let me out. Let me out of here.
Don't leave us to die.
This town will be flooded in no time.
Who blew up that dam?
I won't drown to save him. It's Slick Dalton.
Where was he?
Ain't this him?
No. Slick Dalton's up at the dam.
You admit it now.
Yeah, and so do I.
Slick Dalton and Kelso. The two of them went up there. They took the blasting powder.
They blowed the dam up. They aim to flood the town.
Save us, Sheriff. Let us out of here. We'll confess. We'll tell everything.
They can't leave us drowned like this.
Be quiet a minute, Spy. Thunderation, there's a confession for you.
You admit you were in Slick Dalton's crowd?
Sure. We admit it all.
Unless you were in on the plan, you'd have no way of knowing where that blast was or what it meant.
We was in on it, I tell you. We was in on it. But it was Dalton's idea.
Slick Dalton schemed the whole thing.
What else did he plan to do?
He aimed to have us loot the town. He's got a hiding place.
If you let us go, we'll show you where that hiding place is. We'll have to come back after the flood's gone down.
Just get us out of here, that's all.
So the scheme was just like you said it was, stranger.
You're convinced of that, Sheriff?
I'm convinced. But now we got to get out. We got to run for our lives.
There's no danger,
the
Sheriff.
The town will be flooded.
There will be no flood. The dam won't break now or any other time.
But that blast.
That blast meant that the dam was safe. The blasting powder was moved from the dam, where Kelso and Dalton were planting it, to the south end. The blast you heard meant that the rocks are cleared away, and the lake has found an outlet to relieve the strain on the dam.
And you done that?
Kelso carried the powder for me. I left Dalton tied until you can take him into custody. You'll find him near the dam.
The ornery snake. He got us into this.
I'll talk my head off to see Dalton go back to jail. His kind ain't safe for no man to associate with.
Stranger, let's get out of here. These crooks are safe. After me not believing anything you told me, there ain't no reason why you should believe me.
I believe what you tell me, Sheriff.
All right, then. Listen here. You know when you escaped from us up by the old barn?
Yes.
I poured lead at you. Remember that?
Yes, but you were a pretty poor shot, Sheriff.
Maybe so. I heard you call that horse Silver. Savvy?
Not exactly.
I don't generally miss the mark I shoot at, but my bullet sure went wild when I fired at you.
The National Broadcasting Company presents Joel McCrea in Tales of the Texas Rangers. From Hollywood, another authentic reenactment of a case transcribed from the files of the Texas Rangers. Tales of the Texas Rangers, starring Joel McCrea as Ranger Jace Pearson. Texas, more than 260,000 square miles, and 50 men who make up the most famous and oldest law enforcement body in North America. Now, from the files of the Texas Rangers come these stories based on fact. Only names, dates, and places are fictitious for obvious reasons. The events themselves are a matter of record. Case for tonight, the blow-up.
It is approximately 11 p.m., June 16th, 1947. Aaron Courtwright is watering the gravel apron of his Mobile gas station at the intersection of a farm road and Highway 75, a few miles south of Glenwood, Texas. A car drives up to the pumps.
Yeah, howdy, folks.
Howdy. Fill her up.
You betcha.
Hey, you got a telephone here?
Yep, over in the office there.
Better try that call again, Belle.
Okay.
Yeah, just take me a second. Coil up this hose, and I'll be right with you. Yeah, pretty night, ain't it?
Yeah, sure is.
There we are. Fill her up, you say?
Yeah, with special.
Oh, sorry, mister. Truck busted the handle off the hand pump on my special. Regular be all right?
I got no choice, have I? My car's about empty.
Taking kind of a chance, weren't you?
Why, what do you mean?
Yeah, I was about to close up. Next station is better than 30 miles away you're heading.
Well, we made it. That's what counts. Look, can't you hurry it up?
Oh, sure, mister. Hey, What's she doing in there? Hey, you get away from that cash drawer.
Never mind her. Just hope this gun don't blow your head off. Now shove that nozzle into the tank.
You ain't getting my money, you old fool.
Please, look out. He'll kill you with that whole nozzle.
Blame right I will.
Yeah, it ain't me that's getting killed. Get to the car, quick. You dummy.
Me? I got the dough, didn't I?
What'd you go for it so soon for? I didn't get a chance to get any gas in the tank.
You had plenty of time to get gas. How'd I know you were going to stand there gabbing instead? Now what do we do?
Try to make it through the next station.
What a spot, Duke Bishop, the smart operator.
Shut up, will you? That don't help. I'll think of something. Well, that's the end of the gas.
How far we come?
10, 11 miles.
Let's flag us a ride and get out of here.
And leave the car? Wouldn't that be smart? Like leaving our calling cards pinned to that stiff back there. This buggy's ours, don't forget.
Can't we take the license plates off and ditch them or something?
Oh, why does a woman have to be so dumb? There's a motor number. You can't get rid of that. Come on, pile out. Wait a minute. I got an idea.
What?
Know how we'll get some gas?
How? Dig us an oil well?
No. We're going to play it smart. We're going to catch a ride back to that filling station and discover a murder.
Sure appreciate the ride. Duke.
Yeah?
Light's still on, no cars around. Don't look like anybody's been here.
Well, you can't tell. It's been over a half hour. Hey, we're in luck. It's working out just right. Nobody has been here. He's lying just like we left him.
There's some gas cans, Duke. Let's pump one full and get out of here.
We can't do that.
Why not?
Because the guy that picked us up and dumped us out across the highway would remember us, sure.
But you said we were coming back to get gas.
I said we're coming back to discover a murder. We're going to act like law-abiding citizens. Now, get in there. Telephone for the law.
You're deliberately trying to get us burned.
I'm trying to keep us out of the chair. Now, get in there on that phone, quick. Here comes a couple of cars. Go on.
What are you doing here, mister?
Well, there's a dead man here. I think he's been shot. My wife's inside calling the police.
We've already been notified. I'm Sheriff Pruitt of Glenwood. The man in that car behind me just came into town to report it.
Oh, well, this is terrible, Sheriff. Hold up, do you suppose?
Probably. Ask your wife to step out here.
Oh, sure, of course. Oh, Belle, forget the telephone. The sheriff's here.
What?
I say the sheriff's here.
Oh. Did somebody else report this?
Yeah, this is Mrs. Bishop, Sheriff.
Howdy,
ma'am.
Sheriff.
How long you two been here?
For just a few minutes. Got here just before you did.
Where's your car?
10, 11 miles down the line. Ran out of gas down there.
You get a lift up here?
Yeah.
Charlie.
Yeah?
Charlie, is everything here just like it was when you drove in and discovered the body?
Well, seems like, Sheriff, near as I can tell.
Any sign of these folks around when you stopped?
Nobody was around except poor Jim, laying on his face and all that blood.
You ever see these folks before?
No. Can't say I ever did.
Okay. Did you touch anything here, Mr. Bishop? That gas hose hanging unhooked there at the pump, the body?
Of course not, Sheriff. We just discovered the body and tried to notify authorities.
How about you, Miss Bishop?
Oh, no. Well, just the telephone.
All right. You can go back inside now if you'll be more comfortable, ma'am.
Thank you, Sheriff. I'm afraid I am a little shaky.
Look, Sheriff, this has been quite a shock to her. Couldn't we get some gas and ride back to our car so we can be on our way?
I'm afraid not. I'm going to phone for the Rangers. You'll have to stay till they get here.
In response to Sheriff Pruitt's call, Ranger Jace Pearson was assigned to the case. Within 2 hours, he had carefully gone over the available information and evidence.
All right, Mr. Bishop. I guess that'll be all the questions for now. But before you and your wife leave, I'd like to have your full name and address in case we want to contact you later.
Oh, glad to, Ranger. Here it is on my driver's license. John Bishop, 980 West Pamela Street, Corsicana. That's Shady Rest. We have an apartment.
Well, you're headed away from Corsicana now. When will you be back?
Well, I've got an appointment in Houston tomorrow about a job, but we'll be back home, day after tomorrow. Anything we can do, Ranger, just let us know.
Thanks. You've both been very helpful. Sheriff had his deputy over there get you a tin of gas. He'll run you down to your car.
Oh, it's mighty nice of you, Sheriff.
Glad to help out. Bye, Mr. Bishop.
Bye. Bye, Ranger. Thanks again.
Good night.
Right decent folks, Jase.
They sure seem to be.
But a nasty case. Nothing to go on.
Not much, apparently. But maybe we can turn something up.
Got any ideas, Jase?
Uh-huh. First off, I'm going to radio Austin for the lab crew. Have them scour this place from top to bottom. The lab crew went over Jim Courtwright's station with a fine-tooth comb. While I waited for the lab report, I spent most of the next day searching the area for someone who might have seen a car or suspicious action near the station the night before. I drew a complete blank and went back to the sheriff's office. Hi, Sheriff.
Oh, hello, Jase. Thought you were never coming back. Find anything?
No. Nobody seems to have been traveling Highway 75 last night.
Lab boys didn't hit any jackpot either. Here's their report. Just came in. Lab figures like we did that there was quite a scuffle before the shots were fired, but it don't mean much.
No. But something in this fingerprint report might.
You mean those matching prints found on the telephone receiver in the cash drawer?
Uh-huh.
Austin didn't have any record on whoever made them, so what good does that do?
The report says they were fresh. These prints don't match the ones taken from the body, so they aren't Courtwright's. Hey, wait a minute, Sheriff. When you arrived at Courtwright's station, Mrs. Bishop was at the telephone, wasn't she?
Yeah, she was trying to call me.
Well, then she was the last person to use the phone before those prints were pulled.
Well, do you suppose that's her print on the phone?
If it is, I'd sure like to know what its duplicate was doing on Courtwright's cash drawer.
Yeah. And Bishop said himself he was on his way down to Houston to see about a job. If he was unemployed and broke, well, that'd sure be a motive.
I think we'd better run up to Corsicana tomorrow and sort of welcome Mr. and Mrs. Bishop when they get back from Houston. Late the next afternoon, Sheriff Pruitt and I rolled down a quiet Corsicana street to the address John Bishop had given us. Shady Rest turned out to be a shabby rooming house set next to a wide, weed-grown lot.
I'll buy you a new Winchester if this deal pans out, Jase.
Let's hope it costs you, Sheriff. And you better knock again.
Yes?
Good afternoon, ma'am. This is Sheriff Pruitt of Glenwood, and I'm Ranger Pearson.
Well, howdy. I'm Ethel Hastings. Miss Ethel Hastings. I'm the owner here.
How do you do, Miss Hastings? I wonder if you could give us a little information.
Well, maybe. What you want to know?
We understand Mr. and Mrs. John Bishop are due back from Houston this afternoon. We were wondering if they've arrived yet.
You mean Duke and Bale Bishop? Huh. They have not arrived, and they're not going to.
What makes you so sure?
Because I evicted them, that's what.
Evicted them? When?
Day before yesterday morning.
Well, that's the morning of the same day the Courtwright thing took place, Jase.
Yeah. Why were they evicted, ma'am?
Well, I'm patient, and I'm long-suffering. But I'm a woman alone in this world, and I have to look out for my own interests. That pair's been living off me half the winter and all spring, and there just had to be an end to it.
Non-payment of rent, eh? Would you say they were broke?
Well, if they wasn't, they sure had it hid good.
Any idea where they were going?
To perdition. I'll guarantee that, the way the two of them lolled around all the time, drinking and turning down offers for honest work.
Well, what I meant was, did they leave a forwarding address?
No. But they'll be sending me one as soon as they locate. You can count on that.
You seem pretty sure, ma'am.
I am. They only had one thing of any value. Beat-up old trunk that they tried to sneak out to their car. The way they hollered when I locked it up for the back rent, it must be worth something. I told them they could send for it when they had my money.
You mind if we look at this trunk?
Well, now I don't want to do nothing wrong. But with the law with me, I guess it'd be all right, wouldn't it?
I think so, Miss Hastings.
Well, then come right this way with me.
What model rifle you want, Jase? Looks like I might be buying you one.
Just be dying to look at this trunk myself. What in the world those two could have that was that valuable? Now, it's right in the storeroom here. That's it. Right there.
Open her up, Sheriff. Let's see what's inside. There's nothing in the trunk except something wrapped in that old shirt. Let's see what it is.
Oh!
Can you beat that?
Oh! Cover it up, quick! Get it out of here! Get it out of here!
Oh, now calm yourself, ma'am. It isn't what it looks like.
Looks like a jug of alcohol to me with a baby in it. A baby with two heads.
Oh, my heart. My heart, where's my medicine? I gotta have my medicine.
Now, easy, ma'am.
Oh.
You're all right. That's a sideshow gadget. Just a rubber doll made to look like the real thing.
You mean it's a fake, Jace?
Sure. I've seen them in theatrical supply house catalogs. All sorts and sizes. Mummies, too.
Fake! Well, I might have known it. Anything that pair had to be no good. I suppose it don't have much value, does it, Ranger?
Do you? I'm afraid not. Not unless you want to join a sideshow.
Sideshow? Ranger, I'll have you to know I'm a respectable woman.
And you've been a very helpful one, too, Miss Hastings. Thanks. Come on, Sheriff.
That bottle was the blamedest thing I ever saw, Jace. What do you suppose the bishops had it for?
I bet they wish they had it now. You in the mood for a few days of traveling?
Anything that'll bring us up with the bishops.
Good thing we know where to start looking for them.
Do we, Jace?
Living in a cheap rooming house, running out of money towards spring, refusing jobs, that faked-up exhibit they tried to sneak out with them. Sheriff, you and I are going hunting for carnivals.
In just a moment, we will continue with Tales of the Texas Rangers, starring Joel McCrea as Ranger Jace Pearson.
It is absolutely imperative that our armed forces have an adequate reserve of blood plasma at all times. The only answer to this crisis is you, the American people, who have never failed in such an emergency. The Department of Defense urges every one of us to contribute blood plasma. Blood cannot be manufactured or cultivated. It must be given by human beings to save a life. Make an appointment right away to donate a pint of your blood. Then, know in your heart that you have saved a life.
We continue now with Tales of the Texas Rangers, and tonight's case, The Blow-Off, an authentic story from the files of the Texas Rangers.
Working from published carnival routes, Sheriff Pruitt and I tracked down one show after another without finding any trace of Duke Bishop and his wife. No showman's organization had ever heard of them. We were beginning to lose hope by the time we arrived at Rocky Pass, where a carnival company was working the annual Rocky County Fair.
Golly, Jace, did you ever see such a jam?
Carnivals are fun, Sheriff. That's what they're for.
Well, personally, I'm about fed up with them. And it looks like we're going to draw a blank here, too. No sign of a two-headed baby.
Well, we haven't checked that sideshow over there yet.
Another one? Do we have to?
They're getting kind of old to me now, too. This looks like a pit layout.
Is that good?
Well, it'll be the likeliest place for our pair to be working one of those fake baby exhibits.
If that's what they went back to. What do you mean, a pit layout, Jace?
Pit shows, they call them. A lot of acts and exhibits under one top. One admission for the bunch. They use pits instead of platforms to separate the performers from the audience.
What a business.
Come on, let's see if this show's got anything to interest us.
This extraordinary assemblage of marvels ever gathered together for the edification of mankind. Something of fascinating interest to any and each.
Mister.
You mean me, Ranger?
Mind stepping down here a moment? I'd like to ask you a couple of questions.
Instantly, Ranger, forthwith, without delay. All right, step right up to the window post. The little lady will be happy to take your money. It's only 2 bits, 25 cents, the quarter part of $1. Now, what can I do for you, gentlemen of the law?
The sheriff and I are looking for a husband and wife team. We have reason to believe we're working a show like this.
Ranger, it's one of the puzzles of my long and checkered career why minions of the law insist upon hounding us hard-working convicts.
This is the first case I've ever had to investigate in the show business, mister. I hope it's the last.
A commendable sentiment, Sheriff. Very commendable.
The people we're looking for probably operate some kind of an exhibit of what they claim is a two-headed baby in a jar of alcohol.
Hopscotches.
Huh? What's that?
Hopscotches. Not regular dyed-in-the-wool carnies. Drifters that keep switching from one show to another. They'd be the kind be using that ancient sucker bait.
Anything like that with this show?
A fake you can order out of a supply house by the dozen with this show? Absolutely not, Ranger.
How about in this tent? You got a lot of freaks?
Natural phenomena, Sheriff. Wonders of nature.
All right. Have you got a two-headed baby in there?
Not even a one-headed one. But there are some husband and wife teams. Now, just step over here with me and look them over for yourself.
Go ahead, Sheriff. Follow him. You might as well be sure.
Right over here, Ranger. Excuse me, folks. Excuse me. Now, Sheriff, we have here Zara, the world's heaviest human body. She requires the calorie intake of 10 normal adults.
I'm afraid she's not the one we're looking for.
Well, all right. Right over here next is her husband, the sword swallow.
Oh, we're not interested in him either.
Well, now, don't rush yourself, Sheriff. Don't rush. Be sure.
Look, but the Bishops weren't performers. They operated an exhibit.
Who did you say?
Duke and Belle Bishop. You know them?
Why, no.
The name mean anything to you?
No, nothing at all. Now, this gentleman over here is Serpentina, the rubber woman.
Hey, wait a minute. What's that over there?
Where?
Through that doorway, under the banner that says See and Believe.
Oh, that? Why, that's the blow-off. Now, if you'll just step
don't
this
be in
way
such a hurry, mister. What's a blow-off?
It's, it's an added attraction for which there's an extra admission charge.
Kind of a come-on, eh?
I suppose you could put it that way, Sheriff.
Just what is this added attraction?
Kind of a shocker. A woman without a head.
Alive?
Merely a cheap illusion, gentlemen.
Well, we'll take a look just the same. Come on, Sheriff.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, this unfortunate woman sitting before you on this chair.
There he is, Sheriff. There's Bishop.
Well,
I'll be darned.
Watch closely.
Jace, that Barker said this no-head business was an illusion. Look at them pipes and wires and stuff feeding into her neck. And she's moving. That must be Bishop's wife. Don't think he's seen us yet. Come on.
This little lady would die in just about 60 seconds. Hey, Belle, duck quick, the Rangers!
Keep clear, folks. Hold it, Bishop. They're ducking out under the tent, Jace. The canvas is loose here. Out this way, Sheriff.
Don't see him, Jace.
There they go, Sheriff. Into the crowd, out in the midway. Come on.
Hold it, Bishop.
Too many people here to risk gunplay. You gotta be careful.
Yeah. Watch it, he's gonna fire, Jace. They're heading for the parking lot.
Yeah, I see them.
We lost him, Jace.
Yeah, they could hide in here all night with so many cars jammed together. Our ears are better than our eyes in a spot like this.
Hear anything?
Not yet. Hey, what's that?
There goes a car, but it ain't the one they had.
They probably stole this one, but it's them, all right.
They're heading right for the fairground fence.
Yeah, and they're gonna go through it. Over to our car, quick.
Time we drive through the auto gate, they'll be long gone.
We aren't driving through the auto gate either.
Think you can hit that hole they made in the fence, Jace?
Watch me try. Brace yourself.
Oh, just like threading a needle.
Keep your eyes open for them while I get on the radio. Unit 10 to KTXA. Unit 10 to KTXA.
KTXA to Unit 10. Go ahead, Unit 10.
Unit 10 is pursuing a green new model four-door Nash sedan southbound on Highway 285, 2 miles south of Rocky Pass. Car is presumed stolen. The occupants are wanted for murder. Unit 10 requests roadblocks on all possible avenues of escape from this area.
Will do, Unit 10. KTXA Austin.
Although we drove at top speed, the pursuit ended at a Ranger roadblock 50 miles south of Rocky Pass. Units at the roadblock had not seen the described car, so we knew Duke and Belle Bishop had turned off on some tributary road before they reached the barricade. We turned back on Highway 285 to search for them.
There's the farm road I was talking about up ahead, Jace. They could have taken it.
Yeah, pretty sparsely settled country out west of here. Let's take a look, Sheriff.
Sit tight, Jace. I'll check it.
See anything, Sheriff?
Well, this looks like it, Jace. Fresh tire tracks. Somebody made an awful fast turn off the highway. Direction of travel is right, too.
Maybe our luck's changing, Sheriff. Let's find out. The road's sure getting rough.
Yeah, it's beginning to get dark. If we don't get a line on that pair pretty soon, Jace, they may dodge us altogether.
I don't think so, Sheriff. They've been giving us a bad time, and they may give us a worse one, but the department's got this whole area isolated.
Before we're through, we may wish we had your trailer and our horses.
Yeah, I was thinking of that, too.
KTXA to Unit 10.
That's us, isn't it?
KTXA to Unit 10.
Yeah. Unit 10 to KTXA. Go ahead.
Highway Patrol Unit 402 reports contact with subject's car 11 miles west of Highway 285. Second dirt road to left off of Farm Road 971. Subjects maintaining excessive speed on nearly impassable road. Unit 402 requests backing.
We passed the second dirt road to the left yet, Sheriff?
No. Wait. Wait, looks like one at the bottom of this hill.
Yeah. 10-4, Unit 10, approaching turnoff to Farm Road 971 now. Relay to Unit 402. We're coming behind him. Unit 10, clear.
10-4. KDXA Austin.
Hang on, Sheriff. Looks like a bad turn. The dust has settled, but you can still smell it in the air.
Yeah. The highway patrol car got to be just up ahead.
Yeah, and he's right behind Bishop and his wife. How's your shooting eye?
Pretty tolerable, Jerry. But I could do with a little practice.
You're apt to get it. Now, reach my rifle out of the back seat.
All right.
Get a shot, Sheriff. Try for the tires. If they don't stop then, try for the best target you can get.
Okay, Jace.
You'll have to smell the dust in the air now. You can see it.
Jace, look out. The road is dead-ending.
Tracks keep right on into the brush. So are we.
Oh, what are you stopping for? You see something?
Look, in that little gully.
The highway patrol car. On its side.
Watch yourself, Sheriff. Keep that rifle ready.
No sign of the other car.
Its tracks keep right on through the brush. Here. Give me a hand with this top door. Gotta get the patrolman out of there.
Let me get his feet.
Easy now, Sheriff. Lift him out flat. Like he was on a stretcher. Now, down on this patch of grass.
Is he bad off, Jace?
Yeah. Some abrasions and probably a mild concussion. You got a nasty lump on the side of his head.
Glad it isn't any worse. What do we do, Jace?
I'm going to radio for an ambulance to pick him up.
Then we'll have to stay here and wait for it.
It's too dark to do much tracking in this brush anyway. We'll night it here. By morning, we're going to have us those horses you were wishing we'd brought along. The highway patrolman was not seriously injured. During the night, our horses were towed into us, and by sunrise, the sheriff and I were in the saddle working toward other mounted rangers, closing in on Duke and Belle Bishop from the opposite side. We found their car, and much later in the day, followed their tracks to a small, dilapidated ranch house. Whoa, Sharky.
Whoa, boy. Somebody's home there. Smoke's in the chimney.
Yeah. But listen, Sheriff.
You mean that old cow talking?
Yeah. What's it sound like she's saying?
She sounds like somebody forgot to milk her this morning.
Would a rancher forget something like that?
What are you driving at, Jace?
Suppose somebody put the rancher out of commission so he couldn't take care of the cow.
And a minute ago, I was ready to ride right up to that front door.
Yeah, I'll leave the horses here. We'll work the rest of the way on foot.
It's going to be ticklish business. If they're in there, they've probably got their hands on every gun in the house.
I got a hunch they may try to bluff it out till we actually bust in on them. You take the front door. I'll cut around to the back. Whichever way they break, then, we'll have them.
We'd better have a signal so I know when to rush the front, Jace.
Make you rush if you hear a shot or if I holler. Whichever's first.
Right. Good luck.
Same to you, Sheriff. We'll both need it. Approaching that house without cover or real knowledge of what lay behind the doors is the kind of work officers do only because it's part of their jobs. Death is close, and they know it.
I told you to stay by those back windows.
I'm scared. Maybe there's rangers all around us. We gotta get out of here.
Yeah, maybe we better. We're not together. You take the back way.
Both of you, stay right where you are.
Look out, Sheriff!
Come on, out in front with you. No. There. Want to gag you like that couple lying there in the corner. Now, out on the front porch. You hit bad, Sheriff?
A nick in the arm.
Here, you. Get your arms around this porch post. Those cuffs will keep you out of mischief.
Bishop, hold up behind that watering trough.
Yeah, I'll flush them out. Bishop, I'm giving you a chance. Come out from behind there with your hands up. You hear me?
Come and get me, Ranger.
Okay, I will.
Did he give up, Jace?
I'm afraid he did, Sheriff. Permanently.
Duly tried in the county courts at Glenwood, Texas, Belle Bishop was found guilty as an accessory in the murder of Jim Courtright. Her sentence, 50 years in the women's prison at Goree.
Next
week, Joel McCrea in another authentic reenactment of a case from the files of the Texas Rangers. Joel McCrea is currently seen starring in the Universal International Technicolor production Cattle Drive. The cast included Tony Barrett, Eddie Marr, Gerald Moore, Betty Lou Gerson, Ed Begley, and Jeanette Nolan. Technical advisor was Captain M.T. Lone Wolf Gonzalez of the Texas Rangers. This story was transcribed and adapted by Tom Blackburn, and the program was produced and directed by Stacy Keach. This is Hal Gibney speaking.
It's the Silver Jubilee on NBC. Today, it's The Big Show, with guest stars including Mary McCarty, Dane Clark, Martha Scott, Phil Foster, and your charming hostess, Tallulah Bankhead. Then join in the fun on the sparkling Phil Harris Alice Faye Show. Later, Theater Guild on the Air brings you the Broadway musical Allegro, starring Jane Powell, John Lund, and Kenny Delmar. Keep tuned to the NBC Radio Network, now entering its second quarter century as the leader in radio entertainment. Next, it's The Big Show. All this and Tallulah 2 on NBC.
Now we present Herbert Marshall as The Man Called X, the Friday night feature on NBC's 5-show festival of comedy, music, mystery, and drama. Brought to you by the makers of Anacin for fast relief from pain of headache, neuritis, neuralgia. By RCA Victor, world leader in radio, first in recorded music, first in television. And by Chesterfield, always milder, better tasting, cooler smoking, plus no unpleasant aftertaste. Herbert Marshall as The Man Called X. Wherever there is mystery, intrigue, romance, in all the strange and dangerous places of the world, there you will find The Man Called X. When we ask you to try Anacin for the relief of pain due to a headache, neuritis, or neuralgia, we are not asking you to try a new or unproved method. For there are many people listening in now who have been introduced to Anacin tablets by their own dentist or physician. You who have received Anacin this way know the effective, incredibly fast relief these tablets bring. Anacin is like a doctor's prescription. That is, Anacin contains not just one, but a combination of medically proven active ingredients in easy-to-take tablet form. People by the thousands are using modern Anacin today instead of other ways. Doesn't their experience seem worth following? Try Anacin the next time you suffer pains from headache, neuritis, or neuralgia. You will be delighted with the results. Ask your druggist for Anacin today. Anacin is spelled A-N-A-C-I-N. It began in a dank green world of fetid, rotting vegetation. A world of oppressive heat, of loathsome insects, and of even more loathsome disease. Strange that should have been the setting for a silent, deadly battle for the souls and minds of men.
So Dr. Merrick's been murdered.
That's right, Ken. Sorry to hit you with news like that about an old friend on your first day back from Calcutta.
Where did that happen, Chief?
In a little village called Belterra, up the Amazon River in Brazil.
What was he doing there? Establishing a new medical clinic?
Yeah. You knew, of course, that he was working with the Institute of Inter-American Affairs, cooperating with the Brazilian government.
Yeah. Trying to stamp out disease, malnutrition. So somebody killed him. Chief, it's an old pattern. We've been running into it all over the Americas.
Wherever we're getting strategic materials. And it's not coincidence.
You think Dr. Maddox's death is tied up with a plan to sabotage our defense efforts?
What do you think?
Maybe you're right, Ken. After all, rubber is a pretty vital material these days.
So are human lives. Oh, well, you'll hear from me, Chief. From Brazil.
It's lucky you got here when you did, Mr. Thurston. The boat going upriver to Belterra is ready to leave.
It's a pretty sudden trip for you, isn't it, Dr. Northrop? I understood you were slated for a return to the States.
I was, but they had to have a replacement for Dr. Maddox in a hurry. I'd been his assistant, was familiar with the territory.
Oh, well, that makes sense.
One of the few things about this affair that does. Look, Thurston, I'm going to be frank. You came to me with some pretty authoritative letters from the Institute and the Brazilian government. So I'm taking you along with me. But I don't like any part of it.
Why don't you?
Because there's liable to be trouble on the Amazon. The native rubber workers aren't very happy with North Americans right now. Somebody could get hurt.
Well, you sound pretty solicitous about my welfare.
I don't give a hang about your welfare, but I do care about those poor devils in the jungle, hag-ridden for centuries by disease and malnutrition. There's a full-time, 24-hour-a-day job waiting for me in Belterra as a doctor. I won't have any time to play wet nurse to you.
Why not wait until you're asked?
Sometimes a man facing a gun doesn't have time to ask.
Is that a threat or a warning?
Let's call it a statement of fact. There's the riverboat. Are you still coming with me?
After the fascinating picture you painted, how could I turn back now?
Okay, Thurston. Let's get aboard. I'll let the captain know we're ready to shove off. Make yourself comfortable.
Thanks.
Hello, Mr. Thurston.
What?
Welcome on board, my amigo friend. I bet you're happy to see me here, eh, Mr. X?
Dagon, what are you doing here?
Well, naturally, when I heard that your old friend Dr. Maddox got himself bumped out, I just had to offer my sympathy.
So you called the Bureau and conned Miss Brooks into telling you where I was going?
Well, can I help it if she likes my accent?
Okay. But this trip, you're on your own.
Oh, sure.
And all expenses, including burial, come out of your own pocket.
Well, Natch, believe me, Mr. Thurston, I'll be happy to pay for my own burial.
Yeah. The natives up the river are shrinking heads again.
They are?
Might be interesting to see how yours turns out. Come to think of it, it might be an improvement.
Well, thank you, Mr. Huh?
See you around, Pagon.
Oh, sure. I'll see you. Shrunken heads. See how mine turns out. Might be an improvement. Oh, Mr.
There's our clinic, Thurston.
Everything seems peaceful enough right now, Northrop.
Oh, sure it does. Hey, maybe there won't be no trouble over here after all, eh, Mr. Thurston?
The Amazon jungle doesn't announce its deadliness, Elschmidt.
It doesn't?
Maria could be dead inside there, and the setting would be just as serene.
That's a cheerful thought. Who is Maria?
Maria Costello. She was Dr. Maddox's nurse.
And she's been up here alone ever since Maddox was killed?
Maria has a way with the natives. Unfortunately, the same doesn't hold true for you.
Hey, what about me? Not even my Uncle Ahmed wasn't here.
That's from the clinic.
Come on.
Be right with you, Mr. Thurston, as soon as I tie my shoelaces.
No, I will not let you kill my filio. My baby, I will kill you all first. Kill you all.
That is nonsense, Luis. We are not trying to hurt your son, only to keep him from dying.
Maria, what is going on here? What were those shots? Vilas.
No, Dr. Northrop. It was not I. Our old friend Luis was a bit upset. I had to take his gun away from him.
There are other pistolas, Senor Vilas. You cannot take them all. If my baby dies, you all die. You understand? You all die.
Sounds like he meant that.
I can assure you that he did, Senor.
My name's Ken Thurston.
Thurston, this is Ferdinand Vilas, manager of the rubber plantations.
Senor?
And this is Maria Costello, my nurse.
Senor Thurston.
Do you always find the practice of medicine here as exciting as this, Senorita Costello?
I cannot understand it. His wife brought their infant child here. He was due for his smallpox vaccination. And then Luis broke in with that gun, threatened to kill me if I even touched the child.
But you've certainly vaccinated children here before.
Hundreds of them.
Well, there must be explanation for this.
The natives here have developed a great distrust of all Americanos del Norte, Senor Thurston. They say that they are bringing death to the Amazon. Death with their shiny medicinal needles.
That's superstitious nonsense, Vilas. Where are the mother and child now, Maria?
In the examining room, Doctor. It is really most urgent that I vaccinate the child. A smallpox epidemic has broken out upriver.
All right, Maria. Take care of it at once.
Very well, Dr. Northrop.
I do not think that was very wise, Dr. Northrop.
Oh?
Why not, Senor Villas? You superstitious, too?
Merely realistic. Luis is the head man of the village. If anything should happen to his child, I'm afraid there will be a great deal of danger to all of us.
Hello, Maria.
Huh? Oh, it is you, Senor Thurston.
You mind if I share the riverbank with you?
Please do.
Thanks. You seem a little tired tonight. Too much work at the clinic?
Oh, no, Senor. The work, I love it. It was this afternoon, I think, that upset me.
Oh, that's understandable.
Oh, but that is just the point, Senor. It is not understandable.
Oh, why not?
The natives were never like this before. Sullen, hostile, threatening. They worship Dr. Maddock.
What caused the change, Maria? His murder?
Are you certain you do not know, Senor X?
Well, I didn't realize Pagan was getting around that fast.
Oh, you mean the strange little man who came upriver with you? No. No, he did not tell me. It was Dr. Maddock.
Dr. Maddock?
Yes. The night before he was killed, he spoke to me about you. He said that you were the only man he knew who could handle the situation down here, and that he was going to write to you concerning it.
That's all he said?
That was all. But I will make a guess as to what he had in mind.
Okay, go ahead.
Someone is stirring up the trouble among the natives. Someone who is interested in preventing rubber from reaching the United States. Someone who wishes to turn the Americas against each other for the benefit of his own country.
Who is he, Maria?
I do not know.
Care to make another guess?
Mr. Thurston! For you, Mr. Thurston!
It is late, Senor. And I am tired.
Mr. Thurston! Are you out here somewhere?
That's all you have to say, Maria?
That is all.
Mr. Thurston, are you... Oh, there you are. I was wondering. Oh, hello, baby.
Good night, Senor Thurston. Ate a vista.
Hey, what's your hurry, baby? Why don't you stick around a while and... How do you like that? A brusher. After the way she went for me in Lisbon.
Lisbon?
Oh, sure. I ran into her during the war. Boy, she knew more military secrets. A regular Hatamari.
Is that you, Senor Thurston?
That's right, Villas. I thought you'd gone back to the rubber plantation.
No. I wish to speak with you first.
About what?
Northrop tells me you came here with papers from the Brazilian government. Is that true?
Go on.
Someone in authority must persuade Maria and Northrop that their tactics with the natives will lead only to disaster. They are antagonizing the natives. The incident of the baby this afternoon is a case in point.
Well, somebody's got a cart before a horse, Villas. The natives were worked up before this afternoon. Before Dr. Maddock's murder.
That is unimportant.
Is it?
What matters is that they are worked up. To such a pitch that the slightest spark will bring about an explosion. And if anything happens to that baby of Luis, believe me, Senor Thurston, our lives will not be...
Senor.
Came from that hut. Come on.
But that is Dr. Northrop's hut.
Yeah.
Here.
There he is, Senor. A wound in the shoulder.
Northrop, what happened?
That devil, Luis Mendoza, shot me.
Luis? You are certain?
I saw him clearly enough.
He gave no warning, did not say why?
No, nothing.
You're wrong, Northrop. He did tell you why. Look. Here beside the door.
Madre de Dios.
What is it, Thurston? Vilas, what are you staring at?
Luis Mendoza's baby. Dead.
We will continue with The Man Called X in just a moment. Here's a word from RCA Victor. Tagliavini, the great Italian tenor, toast of two continents, can be enjoyed whenever you choose to hear him on RCA Victor Red Seal Records. Yes, now you can hear the superb new album, Neapolitan Folk Songs, beautifully sung by Tagliavini and brilliantly recorded by RCA Victor in all 3 record speeds. This wonderful album is available now at your record dealers, and it will be a magnificent addition to your record library, these Red Seal records, you'll want to own and play over and over again. You'll hear Tagliavini's warm lyric tenor in all its natural magnificence as he sings these beloved, sun-drenched Italian folk songs. Tagliavini's incomparable bel canto has never sounded better than in his unforgettable performance of the album Neapolitan Folk Songs. Tagliavini has been hailed by critics the world over, acclaimed by audiences everywhere. Now you can buy his exciting new RCA Victor Red Seal album. Ask your RCA Victor dealer for your album copy of Neapolitan Folk Songs, sung by the one and only Tagliavini. And now we return to The Man Called X, starring Herbert Marshall with Leon Belasco as Pagan Zellschmidt. Ken Thurston is in a small native village far up the Amazon River, trying to determine the motive behind the murder of Dr. Maddock. But even more sinister than the surrounding jungle are the unseen forces at work there, fomenting hatred against the United States, threatening to disrupt the rubber production, plotting a native uprising that will mean death to all the foreign devils who've trespassed there. It is now some 15 minutes after the attack on Dr. Northrop and the discovery of the dead native baby.
But it is not possible, senores. I tell you that smallpox vaccine could not have killed that child.
That's not entirely true, Maria. But there's always the remote possibility of faulty body chemistry, lack of normal antibodies.
I think you are being very professional, very scientific, and completely unrealistic about the entire situation, my friends.
You mean the attack on Northrop and what's liable to follow?
But of course, that attack was a warning that the natives are rising against us. That is what matters, not how the baby died.
You're wrong, Vilas.
Wrong? How can you doubt that we are all in danger now?
I don't. And the way the baby died proves it.
What kind of double talk is that, Thurston?
Did you or Maria examine the child's body?
No. We were too busy with my shoulder.
You should have. The vaccine wasn't the cause of death. It was botulism.
Botulism?
Yeah. The deadliest kind of food poisoning.
But that is not possible, Senor Thurston. The child had not been weaned. A breastfed child could not possibly have died from botulism. Unless...
That's right, Maria. Unless it was deliberately poisoned.
Look, Mr. X, why do we have to go sightseeing in a rubber plantation at this time of night anyways?
It's your idea to come along with me, Pagan. Go on back alone if you don't like it.
I don't like that idea even better. Listen to those natives in that compound over there. I'll bet they're already arguing about who's going to get my head for their mantelpiece.
Could be.
Ooh. Hey, what's this place?
The Rubber Plantation Laboratory. Vilas gave me the key. Let's go in.
Hey, what are we looking for here anyways?
Vilas told me he'd turn part of this lab over to the clinic. Northrop's using it until they get their own built.
So what?
Look here.
You mean those funny glass bottles with that stuff inside?
That stuff happens to be cultures. This one looks like rabbit's blood. This Yeah, probably based on a beef broth.
Beef broth. Very interesting. So let's get out of here now before somebody comes in and looking for heads or something.
Okay, there's a plantation speedboat over at the dock. Take it downriver to the clinic at Monte Alegre. I'll give you a list of things to pick up and bring back here.
Believe me, I'm practically there already. No sooner... Huh? Bring some stuff back?
That's right.
Oh, what a joke. I wouldn't come back for $1 million.
How about 50?
I'll take it.
You must be crazy, Thurston, letting Zellschmidt take that speedboat. Those natives are liable to move against us at any time.
Dr. Northrop is right. You have taken away our only means of escaping from here.
Looks like it, Vilas, doesn't it?
Why are you so casual about the situation, Senor Thurston? What did you learn at the laboratory earlier this evening?
Don't you know, Maria?
How could I?
Well, maybe the same way you learned I was there. When only Vilas knew I was going. Or is there another answer?
Have you thought of the obvious one, Senor? That I followed you there to learn for myself what is going on?
I thought of it.
What the devil is all this talk about the laboratory? What's that got to do with the spot we're in?
Everything, Northrop. I learned that we're not in a spot. Unless someone in this room wants us to be.
That is a rather strange statement to make, Senor Thurston.
Is it? Somebody murdered Dr. Merrick, then poisoned that little child. To stir up those natives. Now, why?
Why? There is no answer. None of it makes any sense.
No. No, that is not so, Dr. Northrop. There are some very obvious answers. To stop the production of rubber. Turn natural allies against one another. Now I see what you mean, Senor Thurston. Only one of us could have had the opportunity to do all these things.
That's right, Vilas.
I can't believe it. You two are actually serious about all this.
Of course they are serious, Doctor. But they have left one thing unsaid. The name of the person who is responsible. Just who do you have in mind, Senor Thurston?
Suppose the three of you work it over for a while. Oh, and let me know how you come out, will you? I'm going to get some sleep. Looking for someone?
What? Diablo!
Take that knife. Let's have it, one. Drop it. Drop it. That's better. Now, suppose you tell me who... What the...
You all right, Thurston?
Northrop.
I hope I didn't nick you. I had to snap him off in that split second when you shoved him away.
Why?
Why? Well, for Pete's sake, man. He was trying to kill you.
After he dropped the knife?
But he was Luis Mendoza's brother. He was after you to avenge the baby's death.
Oh, you're having a little trouble making a diagnosis tonight, Northrop. If he was after someone because of that, he'd have gone for you or Maria, not me.
But there must have been some reason for his attack on you.
Sure. Someone ordered him to kill me.
Someone ordered him to... But who?
I might have found out, Northrop. You hadn't been so fast on the trigger. You brought the stuff back with you?
Oh, sure. So pay me off and let me get out of here, will you, please? Believe me, I'm a sick man. And the longer I'm here, the sicker I get.
Then you better come along to the clinic, Pedron. I think I've got a cure for what ails you. Well, going somewhere, Dr. Northrop?
What? Oh, it's you, Thurston. Yes, we're leaving. Zellschmidt came back with that speedboat just in time.
The natives?
That is right, senor. I have learned that they intend to strike here at the clinic just before dawn.
Oh. Oh, I wonder how we'll make out.
What do you mean, make out? We will not be here then.
I wouldn't be too sure, Maria. Take a look at Pagon, will you, Northrop?
Zellschmidt? Why, of course.
Hey, why do you want him to look at me for? There's nothing wrong with me that a quick trip to Rio won't fix up.
I'm afraid you're wrong, Zellschmidt.
Huh? You mean I got something?
Smallpox.
Smallpox? Oh, no.
That's what I thought. Sort of postpones that trip downriver, doesn't it?
Looks like it. We can't risk anyone else being exposed to him. We'll have to stay here until the infectious stage is over.
But we cannot do that, Doctor. The natives.
Sorry, Maria. There's no other answer.
Perhaps there is, Senor Thurston. Allow me to remain here with him while the three of you go downriver.
I didn't know you were such a self-sacrificing creature, Vilas.
I am not. Merely realistic. After all, the responsibility of the plantations and the inhabitants of Belterra is mine.
Suppose we let Maria go and the rest of us stick around. How about it, Maria? Do you know how to run the speedboat?
I am more familiar with administering smallpox vaccines, Senor Thurston. And I believe Dr. Northrop is about to prescribe vaccinations for all of us here. I will stay.
Okay. At least we'll have the satisfaction of knowing that we won't die of smallpox.
No. Oh, you're killing me. You're killing me.
Quiet, you idiot. It doesn't hurt.
All right, Vilas, you're next. The rest of us are through.
If you do not mind, I will forego the pleasure.
There's no time to waste joking, Vilas.
He's not joking, Northrop.
What?
You are right, Thurston. As a realistic man, I have a very healthy fear of Bacillus botulinus.
Of course.
Bacillus who?
Botulism. What the baby died of.
Yes, Maria. And what all of you are about to die from very shortly.
What does he mean? What does he mean?
Remember those beakers we saw in the lab, Pagon? With the rabbit's blood, beef broth? Well, our pal Vilas was cultivating death in them. Bacillus botulinus.
The vaccine. We gave it to the baby, and he died of botulism. Vilas must have introduced the culture into all the vaccines.
Sure. He was doing a pretty good job for the country that was paying him. Stirring up anti-American feeling. Sabotaging the rubber plant production.
Vilas.
But why did you kill Dr. Maddock? Because he was onto you?
Yes, that is quite right, Thurston. I am certain you will all excuse me now if I leave. I cannot bear the sight of suffering. And they tell me that death from botulism is quite painful. Goodbye, comrades.
Senor Thurston.
We're going to die. We're going to die.
Oh, Pagon, relax. You haven't got smallpox. And there's nothing wrong with that vaccine.
Jokes he cracks at a time like this. Huh? No, nothing wrong.
I cooked up the smallpox diagnosis with Northrop. Just to trap Vilas.
But the vaccine, Senor Thurston.
Fresh, untampered stuff. That's why I sent Pagon to Monte Alegre. He brought it back with him.
It worked out as you figured, Thurston. I'll hand it to you for that. But what about Vilas? He's getting away.
I don't think so, Northrop. I had Luis Mendoza listening at the window. He heard enough to learn the truth. He'll take care of Vilas.
Oh.
You know, Vilas said he was being realistic. But he wasn't. He was living in a bad dream. A nightmare of terror and conquest and murder. The only thing realistic about it...
Mr. X.
Yes. Come on, Pagan.
Our star, Mr. Herbert Marshall, will return in just a moment.
Say, Bing, how are you planning to spend Father's Day this Sunday?
Oh, Ken, Father's Day is quite a deal, you know, at the Crosby Menage. I get to sleep as late as I want to. Then the kids bring me a big breakfast in bed, ham and eggs, cereal, waffles, pancakes, sausage.
Then what do you do when you get up?
What else? I wash the dishes.
Well, I know one gift that'll be on that breakfast tray, Bing.
Right you are, Ken. A carton of milder Chesterfields. Folks, we have a fine new Chesterfield gift carton this year, and it's just the thing for Dad on Father's Day. It's got a picture of Godfrey on it and a place to write your greetings, and inside, 200 of those milder Chesterfields. Remember, Chesterfields gives you mildness plus no unpleasant aftertaste, and that's the biggest plus in cigarette history.
So drop around your favorite dealers and pick up a gift carton.
Sure, Dad's a great guy, and Chesterfield's a great smoke. It's a natural. For Father's Day and any day, it's Chesterfield.
Now, here again is our star, Mr. Herbert Marshall.
Thanks for being with us. And my thanks to B. Benederet, Will Wright, Carlton Young, Harry Bartell, and Byron Kane. Next week, Vienna. where an ex-wrestler, a beautiful girl, and a spot of printer's ink all add up to real trouble for Ken. And, of course, where there's real trouble, there'll always be Leon Belasco as Pagon Zellschmidt. So join us, won't you, when next I return as The Man Called X. Good night.
The Man Called X, starring Herbert Marshall, is the Friday night feature on NBC's 5-show festival of comedy, music, mystery, and drama. Brought to you by the makers of Anacin for fast relief from pain of headache, neuritis, neuralgia. By RCA Victor, world leader in radio, first in recorded music, first in television. And by Chesterfield, always milder, better tasting, cooler smoking, plus no unpleasant aftertaste. The Man Called X is a J. Richard Kennedy production with music by Milton Charles. Tonight's story was written by Sidney Marshall. All characters and incidents on this program are fictitious, and any resemblance to actual characters or incidents is purely coincidental. Be sure to hear The Magnificent Montague with Monty Woolley, formerly heard on Friday, now brought to you as a Saturday night feature on NBC's All-Star Festival. And until next week, same time and station, this is Jack Latham saying good night for The Man Called X. William Bendix stars in The Life of Riley. Enjoy it on NBC.
Subscribe for more videos.
Suspense.
Presented by Roma Wines, made in California for enjoyment throughout the world.
Salud. Your health, senor.
The world toasts Roma, and Roma toasts the world. The wine for your table is Roma, made in California for enjoyment throughout the world.
This is the Man in Black, here for Roma Wines, to introduce this weekly half hour of suspense. Tonight in Hollywood, our stars are Mr. Robert Young and Margot. The suspense play which stars Robert Young and Margot, and which is produced and directed by William Spear, is A Tale of Ordeal by Fire, by Cornell Woolrich. And so, with the night reveals and with the performances of Robert Young and Margot, Roma again hopes to keep you in suspense.
Go ahead, tell us the story, Mr. Jordan. It might help to get it out of your system.
Yes, go ahead, Harry.
What, tell it here, Marie, in front of you?
Sure, I can stand it if you can.
Well, all right. I'll tell it from when I first began to know, for sure, 2 weeks ago. I should have known before that something was wrong. I should have known by her eyes. There was a queer look in them, staring at me one minute and avoiding me the next. Well, I came home late one Monday night. They were asleep, my son Johnny and my wife here, Marie. I lay in bed reviewing my day's work. You see, I'm an investigator for the Herkimer Fire Insurance Company. And while thinking about the fire on 2nd Avenue, I fell asleep. Suddenly, I was sitting bolt upright, wide awake, with a strange feeling of being alone in the room. I looked towards Marie's bed. It was too dark to see. I called, Marie. Marie! There was no answer. I got up and walked to her bed. The quilt was bunched up. I pulled the covers down. The bed was empty. In the bathroom. No, she wasn't there. And not in Johnny's room either. Johnny was alone. Marie wasn't in the apartment. I put on the light and looked at my watch. It was 2 a.m. Got dressed and walked out and rang for the elevator. It was nothing. Of course, it was nothing important, but my heart kept hammering away.
Morning, Mr. Jordan. Kind of late for the...
Yes, good morning, Steve. Did you see my wife go down?
Yes, Mr. Jordan. About half an hour ago, I'd say.
Yes, of course. Did you see which way she went?
Yes, she went towards 3rd Avenue. Said she was going
Went to the drugstore, I guess.
Yes, that's right. There's one over on 96th Street. Open all night.
Thanks. That was it. She went to the drugstore. I was worried over nothing at all. I didn't know what to do quite. I didn't want to follow her, but the elevator boy was watching me, so I strolled easily along towards 3rd Avenue. I stood on the deserted dark corner and looked up and down the street. Then I saw her coming. She was walking towards me briskly.
Harry, what are you doing here?
Well, I got up and saw you were gone, and
I couldn't sleep. I had a dreadful headache, so I decided to go down for some aspirin.
Yes. Yes, of course. The drugstore on 96th Street. But you were coming from 98th Street.
I took a little walk. I thought some fresh air would do me some good.
Yes, it is a nice night.
I've only been gone about 10 minutes.
Steve says you were gone about a half hour.
It was only 10 minutes. What time is it now?
2:35.
I've been out for almost 15 minutes.
Oh, it's more than...
It was 15 minutes, no more than that.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess so. Everything seemed all right. Still, I felt something was wrong. We got into our apartment and we both went to bed. For a minute or so, we said nothing.
You've been working hard, Harry. Don't you think you ought to take a week off and sort of rest up?
Oh, I feel perfectly all right, dear. There's nothing wrong with me.
Listen. A fire. A fire.
Yes, not far. Over east a couple of blocks. By the river, I'd say. That's my district.
A fire.
Oh, what the... Hello.
Hello, Harry. I'm sorry to wake you in the middle of the night. There's a bad one over near you between 2nd and 3rd. Maybe a total loss.
Between 2nd and 3rd, Mr. Parmenter? An apartment building?
Yeah, 98th Street. 340 East 98. I called you because I'd like you to go there direct first thing in the morning instead of come at the office, okay? I'll meet you there.
Okay, Mr. Parmenter. Good night.
A fire? On 98th Street?
Yeah. I couldn't see Marie in the dark. I knew she was staring at me. I was very tired. Good night, Marie.
Good night, Harry.
This is a story of a husband and a wife. In a moment, as the story continues, we shall learn how they came to know that death was living with them. Tonight, the Roma Wine Company of Fresno, California, brings you Robert Young and Margot as stars of suspense, radio's outstanding theater of thrills.
Somewhere tonight, perhaps in Havana, Cuba, a man and a girl sit at a table in a gay cafe. Music, laughter fill the big room. A tropic breeze stirs the palms in the terrace. As we watch, the young man pours wine into their glasses. They raise them in a toast to each other.
Salud.
Salud. Ah, an excellent wine, verdad? As pleasant to the taste as your beauty is to the eye.
Oh.
Do you know where this fine wine comes from? It comes from our good neighbor to the north, Los Estados Unidos. From America. His name is Roma.
Yes, from our own America, from our own sunny California come Roma wines. Made in California for the enjoyment of the world. Doesn't that tell you all you need to know to make you want to choose Roma wines for your own use? Whether your particular preference is for a nut brown sherry, a delicious red claret, a full-bodied burgundy, when you choose Roma, you know you are getting the world's best wine value. For Roma wines are America's largest selling wines. Only through such tremendous popularity can Roma afford to sell so reasonably wines into which have gone all the care and wine knowledge that produce wine masterpieces. There is a Roma wine for every taste. Simply choose the one you like best. Roma wine, made in California for enjoyment throughout the world.
And now it is with pleasure that we bring back to our soundstage Mr. Robert Young as Harry Jordan and Margot as Marie, his wife, in The Night Reveals, a story well calculated to keep you in suspense.
Go on, Mr. Jordan.
Well, gentlemen, the next morning I went over to 98th Street to inspect the remains of number 340 and to see if there was evidence of anything suspicious about the origin of the fire. Mr. Parmenter was there.
Well, there it is. Got it. I guess we'll be paying off on this one, all right.
Yeah, completely burned out. Anyone hurt?
Well, a few, but no one dead. Lucky they just installed the new fire escapes.
Just the walls left. That fire must have been quite a sight in the height of its glory.
Yeah, quite a sight.
Hey, those walls look pretty bad. They might collapse almost any time.
Yeah, the building will have to be raised. That fire did a good job.
Oh, here's the commissioner.
Hello, Commodore. Jordan.
How are you, Mr. Morale?
You know anything about the fire, Commissioner?
No, not a thing.
Well, we'll take a look.
I wouldn't go in there, Jordan. Those walls are pretty bad.
I can take care of myself.
Maybe you better not go inside, Harry.
Don't worry about me. I know fires as well as anyone. You stay outside, Mr. Parmenter. I'm going in. I walked gingerly into the blackened, ruined hallway, in ashes up to my ankles, until I reached the remains of the stairway. Underneath were several baby carriages, just twisted pieces of metal. A burned fragment of something fell nearby.
Come on back, Jordan.
I'm all right. I poked around the carriages, sifting through the clean, fine ashes. Something caught my eye. A glob of yellow metal. I picked it up. Then I worked my way out.
Going through, isn't she?
Yep. Clean through. Nothing left of her.
Did you find anything, Harry?
Nothing much. The fire started in the hallway, all right. Cellar's untouched. Fire works its way up.
What's that in your hand?
Well, that is just a piece of metal I found. Here. I just picked it up for my kid. He likes shiny things.
What do you think, Commissioner?
Probably one of those gadgets they have on baby carriages.
No, I guess you're right. It isn't anything.
But it was something. I had run my fingernail across this glob of metal. It looked like gold. I decided to examine it in detail at home.
Hello, Daddy.
Hiya, Johnny.
Mama says I was bad today.
Harry, you're home early.
Yes, I got through sooner than I expected, and
What is it, Harry?
Your locket. You're not wearing it. You never had it off before.
My locket? Well, don't you remember?
Daddy, can I go over to see Davy Taylor for a minute?
Yeah, go ahead, Johnny.
All right. Gee, thanks, Daddy.
You shouldn't have done that. I didn't want him to go. He hasn't had his dinner.
Never mind, Johnny. What did you say happened to the locket?
Well, I gave it to you.
To me?
Yes, I put it in your pocket to have it fixed. The catch was loose.
I don't remember.
You've been very forgetful lately. Very forgetful.
Maybe you thought you gave it to me.
No, I put it in your pocket, Harry. I forgot to mention it to you. I wanted you to take it to the jeweler's and get the catch fixed. I just put it in your coat pocket while you were shaving.
When?
Yesterday? Yes. Yesterday morning.
Then it should be in my pocket now. I wore this suit yesterday, too. Nothing in my pockets, Marie.
Well?
Marie.
Yes, Harry?
Is anything wrong with you? Don't you feel...
With me? No, of course not. I'm all right. I'm perfectly all right. There's not a thing wrong with me.
You look worried, as if you've got something on your mind.
Oh, it's nothing. I've just been having a headache.
Maybe you ought to see a doctor.
Oh, no, it really doesn't amount to much.
Well, I think I'll take another look for the locket. Which suit did you say you put it in?
Your blue suit, I think. Or maybe it was the gray, though. I don't quite...
I couldn't make it out. What had she done with the locket? Had she pawned it? Had she given it away? Then I remembered something. I went into the bathroom and locked the door. I looked at this shapeless little glob of yellow metal. I rubbed the blackened spots away, all of it until it was gleaming. I studied it, turning it over and over. I noticed a thin crack. It was small, so I took a nail file out of the medicine chest and began to file it. I kept filing until I had enlarged the crack to the full length of a piece of gold. Then I slipped the nail file inside and pried it open. Tiny fragments of glass, and then I saw a piece of scorched paper. It was a photograph. Picture of my son, Johnny. This glob of metal was my wife's locket. I put the locket and the picture in my pocket and walked out. For the next hour, I sat trying to read a book while Marie busied herself, first feeding Johnny and then helping him with his homework.
What's the largest continent in the world?
Oh, I know. It's Asia.
And the next largest?
Oh, that's easy. Africa. It's full of jungles. That's where Tarzan lives.
Isn't it time for Johnny to be in bed?
Oh, yes, I had no idea it was so late. Run along to your room, Johnny. I'll be in a minute.
All right, Mother. Good night, Dad.
Good night, Johnny. Sleep well.
He's getting along very well in school, except for arithmetic. He seems to be having a little trouble.
Oh, Johnny will be all right.
Yes. Johnny will be all right. I know he'll be all right.
I watched her. She seemed very uneasy. I walked over to my pipe rack where I kept several books of matches in a jar. There weren't any there. All this time, I knew she was watching me closely. I looked behind the rack. There wasn't a match around. What the devil happened to all my matches?
I have a match here. Let me light it for you.
Did you take the matches out of the jar, Marie?
Well,
Did you?
Yes, I needed them in the kitchen. Shall I light your pipe for you?
No, I'll light it myself. I picked a match out of the booklet. It was a clean white match with a green head. I struck it against the side. The match sputtered up into a yellow flame, fringed on the bottom with blue. Marie stared at it until I felt the sharp bite of the flame on my thumb.
Would you like a cup of tea, Harry?
No, dear, I don't think so. I watched her. Her hand casually brushed along the table and picked up the matches. Marie!
Oh.
Leave the matches on the table.
I need them. I'm rather short of matches, and the pilot light isn't working.
Is this the only book of matches in the house?
I'll have to get some tomorrow. Where are you going, Harry?
Get a drink of water.
No. I'll get it for you, Harry.
Never mind, Marie. I'll get it myself. I went into the kitchen. There was a paper bag alongside the gas range. Matches. All thrown in, helter-skelter. Books of matches and safety matches, all mixed together. I walked back and sat down in my chair. She sat a few feet away, torturing a handkerchief. She looked so helpless and terrified that my anger passed away. Marie, you've been having headaches lately. Perhaps you ought to see a doctor. You haven't been looking too well.
I'm just tired. It's nothing serious.
Look, how would you like to go away for a few days? Take a vacation. I'll get a maid to take care of Johnny and me. It'll do you a lot of good.
No, I don't need a vacation. There's nothing wrong with me, but, Harry, there is...
Yes?
There's nothing the matter with...
You were about to say something else.
I've got to go into Johnny's room and see that he's covered. He always throws the covers off.
I sat there looking at the door. Then I glanced about the room. There was the pack of matches lying open on the table. I closed the cover, and my eye caught her purse lying nearby. It was bulging.
Harry!
Well, what's the matter?
My purse!
Yes, your purse. Here, look. See, the handle's loose. And it's full of matches. A dozen books of them. And these newspaper clippings.
Give it back to me.
Why are you saving these clippings? Why do you carry matches with you?
I bought the matches in a store. They were a dozen for 5 cents.
These clippings, look here. Fire on 112th Street causes severe damage. And these others. Why are you saving these clippings, Marie?
There's nothing wrong in that. I'm interested in your work. I intend to keep a file on fires. It'll help you in your work.
Well, that's very considerate, Marie.
Oh, Harry, you're so good. Why should this have to happen to us?
Towards midnight, I went to bed. Marie didn't follow me. I lay in the semi-darkness, wide awake, trying to think what I should do. I couldn't collect my thoughts. Every time I closed my eyes, I could see the flame of the match, yellow and blue, crawling along the matchstick. Then Marie came in with a cup of steaming liquid.
Drink this, Harry. It'll help you sleep.
Oh, what is it?
It's cocoa. It's very good for you.
I'm not the one that's having trouble falling asleep.
We both couldn't sleep last night. I'm taking some of this myself as soon as I go to bed.
All right, leave it on the nightstand.
Be sure to drink it while it's hot.
Yes, Marie, I will.
Good night, darling.
Good night, Marie. Cocoa. Then suddenly I knew. I looked around quickly for something to pour it in. There was a radiator pan. It was empty. I poured the cup of liquid into it. Then I lay back and waited. Waited for her next move. About a half hour later, I heard the door open softly and Marie tiptoed towards my bed.
Harry. Harry. Are you asleep?
I didn't answer, but breathed evenly. She hovered for a moment over me, then she tiptoed out, carefully closing the door behind her. I dashed out of bed and hurried into my clothes. Quickly, I poured the liquid from the pan into a bottle and put it into my pocket. Then I grabbed my coat and followed her. I rang for the elevator. She had only a few minutes headway. I would catch up to her easily, and then we'd have a showdown. Steve looked at me with controlled amazement. Hello, Steve.
Hello, Mr. Jordan.
My wife went down a moment ago, didn't she?
Yes, Mr. Jordan. Just took her down.
She went towards 3rd Avenue, didn't she?
I think so. She sort of stopped me for a minute and then turned towards 3rd. Had to get back to the elevator because you were ringing.
When I reached the corner, I looked up and down 3rd Avenue, and I saw her. She was walking north. I crossed to the other side of the street and followed her, keeping at a distance. At 98th Street, she turned east. Down the middle of the block was the remains of last night's fire. She paused in front of the gutted building for a long time, just stood there, looking at it. Then she walked inside. I waited for a few seconds and then followed her. It was pitch dark in the burnt-out hallway. Ahead of me, I could see the glow of a match. Then I saw what she was doing. She was collecting the charred debris near the baby carriages. How foolish. There wasn't anything that could burn there now. She lit another match. I watched the flame light up her face, a face so intent upon her work that she didn't hear me approach. Marie?
Who's there?
It's me, Harry.
Harry, why did you...
Come along, Marie. We better get out of here. The police. I took her hand, and without a word, she came along. We walked home in complete silence. We both knew. When we came to our apartment house, I stopped and rang for the elevator. In the light of the hallway, I could see her face. My wife's face. Ashy gray. Her eyes bright and painful. You run upstairs, Marie. I'll be along in a minute.
Harry, where are you going?
I'll be right back.
Please, Harry, don't do anything.
You run along, Marie.
You're not going to...
No, I'm only going to the drugstore to get something. I'll be back in a few minutes. I came home a half hour later. She was waiting for me.
Did you do it, Harry? Harry, please tell me. I've got to know.
I had the cocoa you gave me analyzed.
I'm sorry. I had to do it. Don't you see? I couldn't help it.
It was very easy for the druggist, especially when I told him what I thought was in it. Sodium amytal. That's the stuff that makes you sleep through an earthquake.
Please try to understand, Harry. You must understand.
Is the kid asleep?
Yes, Johnny's all right.
I was sorry for Marie. She looked so haggard and worn. It wasn't her fault. I was sorry for myself. My head was roaring. I wasn't feeling too well. Kept seeing sparks in front of my eyes. I closed my eyes for a moment.
Let's go to bed, Harry.
Marie, we can do something. Let's burn up every match. Every match in the house. We'll never bring another match in here.
No, Harry, we can't do that.
You don't want to?
No, Harry, not now.
See, this is the first book. It's turning black. We'll do it with every book of matches.
It's no use, Harry.
Strange, isn't it, that this should happen to me? Me, a fire inspector. That's funny. Give me the matches, Marie, all the matches.
No, I can't do it. I won't.
Give them to me.
Please don't take them. I'll do anything you want, anything.
Where did you hide them? Tell me, where are they?
Inside the range, behind the paper bag.
I dropped her hand and she sank to the floor in a huddle, weeping. Then I went into the kitchen and got all the matches. By now, my anger was cooling off. Look, Marie, look up. See? I'll light each book of matches, one at a time, until they're all gone up in smoke. The yellow flame licked its way down the matches. The cover caught fire and blackened. I watched her look at the flame with dazed eyes.
Listen, Harry, do you hear?
Just someone in the hall.
Oh, it's more than someone. Something's happened. Something has happened.
I'll take a look.
Hey, Mr. Jordan, the house is on fire.
The house is on fire.
Yes, Marie, wake up Johnny.
Johnny!
We'll have to hurry. The flames are coming up the stairs. There's an upward draft.
What's the matter, Mother?
The house is on fire. We've got to get out, Johnny. Come on.
It's too late to go down. We'll have to go up through the roof.
Oh, I've hurt my leg.
Come along, Johnny.
Mother, wait for Mother.
She'll come along.
No, I want to wait for Mother.
It's all right, Johnny. Go along with Daddy. I'll follow you.
No, I won't go. I won't go without you, Mother.
Hold on to my arm, Marie. Come on. Give me your hand, Johnny. Don't be scared. The fire won't hurt you. It won't hurt you at all. You're safe with me. We made our way upstairs, very slowly because of Marie's sprained ankle. Finally, we got to the roof. There were some firemen on the next roof. About 10 feet separated the two buildings.
Don't get panicky. We'll get you off safely.
Are we going to have to jump across, Daddy? Because Mother won't be able to jump. Her foot.
It's all right, Johnny. Don't be scared.
They're putting a board across the two roofs. We'll just walk across.
All right, now. One at a time. Tie the rope around you and come across.
Johnny, you go first. Don't be afraid. There. Now, the rope will hold you in case you slip.
Mother, you gotta go first.
I'll go right after you, Johnny.
You promise?
Go ahead, Johnny, and others will follow you. Don't turn around. Keep walking.
All right. Kid's safe. Now you, lady. Be careful, the board. Hey, the board slipped off. Hurry, one of you guys get another board.
Mother! I want my mother.
Your mother's gonna be all right, kid.
You push the board off, Harry. I saw you do it.
No, I didn't, Marie. I didn't.
All right, lady. Just tie the rope around you. Don't be afraid. Don't look down. Ready? Okay, boys. She's all right. Now you, mister. That's right. Tie the rope around you. Okay. All set? Okay.
On the ground, we stood there, the three of us, watching the fire. Sparks were shooting up through the hole where it had bitten through. Great flames shot out, stabbing at the sky. The top of the roof was burning now. Red flame crawled along, searching out the inflammable spots. The wooden pole caught fire and blazed up in a long, narrow, curving arc. The wind was helping her. All this time, Marie was shaking violently, not with cold. I pitied her. And then she threw up her hands and shrieked.
Harry!
No, darling, don't.
I can't stand it. We can't go on this way. Police, come here.
Don't do it, Marie. There's no need to. Not the police. You don't know what you're saying.
What is it, lady? You'd better calm down now.
Officer, please.
No,
They know
it's no use, Harry. Officer, these awful fires, they're not accidental. There's a pyromaniac, a criminal.
What?
And I know who it is. You've got to arrest the person. Arrest. So there won't be any more.
All right, lady. Now, what is this? Who's the pyromaniac?
The criminal is my husband, Harry Jordan. This man here. Arrest him, officer.
Well, that's about all there is to the story, gentlemen. Then I was brought here. Must have sounded kind of, painful for you to hear it all over again, Marie.
No, it was all right, Harry.
I wonder, I got a cigarette. Could I...
No, I'll light it for you, Harry.
You don't have to worry. I won't try and keep the matches here. She's been awfully good to me, gentlemen. You'll take good care of her, won't you? She tried everything to help. She hid the matches so as to keep them from me. She even tried to give me sleeping pills so I wouldn't.
It's all right, Harry.
I'm sorry about the locket, dear. Must have fallen out of my coat when I was in that building at 98th Street.
It's all right, Harry. You can buy me another one sometime.
You can't blame anybody for liking fires. It's not their fault. Fires are beautiful to watch. So bright and clean. They burn up all the filth and dirt. And they're magnificent to watch. Especially the big ones. The way the flames roar and crackle, lighting up everything around you. The beautiful fire. The beautiful fire.
And so closes The Night Reveals, starring Mr. Robert Young and Margot. Tonight's tale of suspense.
I want you to know that the distinguished Roma California wines include the most enjoyable types for every possible occasion. Dry table wines, red and white, appetizer and dessert wines, and also champagne and sparkling Burgundy. Nothing can add more downright pleasure to your meals or to your entertainment of friends. And no enjoyment could be more economical. For not only are they supremely delicious, Roma wines are America's largest selling wines, and they cost only a few cents a glass. The vast quantities regularly purchased and enjoyed by wine lovers, the advantageous locations of the great Roma wineries in the favored wine districts throughout California, these things permit truly modest prices that make Roma wines the world's outstanding wine values. Roma, R-O-M-A. Roma wines are true to type. Roma wines are faithful in flavor. Roma wines are sound of character. Roma wines are reasonable in cost. Made in California for enjoyment throughout the world.
This is Robert Young. It's been a great pleasure for me to appear tonight on Suspense, one of my very favorite programs. And I know you'll want to be listening next Thursday when my friend and colleague at Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, Mr. Charles Lawton, will be your star.
Don't forget then, next Thursday, same time, for Charles Lawton in Suspense.
Presented by Roma Wines, R-O-M-A, made in California for enjoyment throughout the world. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. Welcome to the sound of suspense, to the fear you can hear. This time around, we're involved in the supernatural. Any dictionary will give you several definitions. Supernatural, above and beyond the natural order of events, of or related to ghosts. Behavior caused by the intervention or by the action of a god on earthly affairs. Choose your own definition for this tale we are about to relate.
No. They don't want me here. Something doesn't want me here. Not Richard. April. April is still in his mind. April. No. I don't believe in ghosts. I won't. No. Who's there? Who's there?
Mystery drama, Here Goes the Bride, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Ian Martin and stars Ruby Dee and Michael Wager. It is sponsored in part by the Kellogg Company, makers of Kellogg's Special K cereal, and by new sugar-free Diet 7-Up. I'll be back shortly with Act 1. The supernatural doesn't always have to presuppose something totally beyond this earth. There are those among us who hover somewhere between earth and sky. The stars who light up our theater marquees or movie screens. All the human beings who have become, by extension, a little larger than life. This is the shocking tale about two of those.
Richard.
Yes, Jenny?
It's such a lovely day. Can't we put the top down?
Well, I don't want to take a chance on being recognized.
Nobody will recognize me.
Just do as I say, please. Oh, sorry to make you do the driving, darling, but that's why I had Juan leave my sister Lisa's car in Monterey. The damn snoop should know by now not to pay any attention to it.
Does your sister look like me, Richard?
Enough from a distance. Same colored hair. But not really. He's attractive enough, I suppose. No, actually, she is very plain, and you...
Yes.
You're the most beautiful woman I've ever known.
And I thought you only married me for my money.
Look, don't say that.
But, darling, I was only joking. Did you really mean what you said about me?
Every word.
But she was so beautiful. How could you...
April was April. She isn't in my world or anyone else's anymore. She's dead.
I'm sorry, darling. I shouldn't have brought her up. Oh, we're here already. So, I'm about to see Richard Morgan's Folly at last.
Don't let the walls spoil it for you.
Ooh, it's like a fortress, Bob. Wire, broken glass. And the gate looks as though you borrowed it from the Bastille. Does it all have to be so hard?
The price of privacy. What little we could ever get. The fans considered April and myself public property. But we could forget that once we're inside. From there, looking out, you can't even see the walls. Open the gate.
I don't think I could even budge it if I knew how.
Not manually. You see the little box on the visor? It's an electric gizmo. Just press the button on it.
It's a magic castle.
Enter, Your Majesty, and long live the Queen. Pull over to the gatehouse. Stop a minute.
Well, what are those, the hounds of the Baskerville?
They are guardian angels. They patrol the grounds at night. Juan, amigo. ¿Qué pasa con los perros? They know you are back in casa, mi patron. They will not be tranquil till they see you for themselves. Bienvenida en casa, Señor Morgan. Muchas gracias, viejo amigo. Darling, this is Juan, el señor Aguilar. Juan, permíteme presentarte con nueva señora, mi esposa, señora Morgan. Juan, put the top down for the señora. I'll get the dogs quiet.
Could you get some fresh air? Well, my husband didn't have any trouble quieting down the dogs. They're not really as savage as they sound. Are they one?
They are trained to kill, Senora. Anyone who does not belong here?
Oh, goodness. I hope they get to know me soon, then.
If they learn to know you belong, you have nothing to fear.
You've been here a long time?
Since the house was first built,
Then you were here from the beginning with Richard's first wife, April.
see,
A terrible tragedy for all of you. You must have loved her.
she was la Senora de la Casa.
I hope you won't blame me for trying to take her place.
There is no one to take her place.
Conchita? Si, señorita. Here in the hall. Yes, Señorita Morgan. You didn't take her portrait down. La Senora? April? That is her place.
I don't think my brother is going to agree with you. He is bringing home a new bride, you know.
I know.
Didn't he suggest it might be a sensible idea to clear away all the portraits and memories of April from around the house?
The portrait here in the hall is painted on plaster. It cannot be removed, any more than her memory can be removed. So it stays. This is her place. No one can take it.
A fresco. Funny, I never realized that. Because it's framed, I suppose.
It was El Patron's idea for the wedding present. His way of saying, here's my love, which will never die, as it will never die for any of us.
Except for my brother Richard.
Maybe he thinks so, maybe not. But once he returns again, I think he will know there is only one, La Senora.
You're really going to see what Bon Repos is all about. I'm going to drive slow so you can drink it in. Look.
Oh, it's breathtaking.
That's Bon Repos.
Not only the house, but the cliffs. And that wild leap off into the Pacific and all the way to the horizon. Oh, I love it.
I hope you'll be able to.
But I do already.
Except what?
Well, the rest of it is all so vast that suddenly the house seems small.
Now, the closer we get, I realize how huge it is. Well, it's rambling. Started from small beginnings and then just kept on growing.
Looking at that main house, it wasn't all that small.
Well, for its day it was. Big families then. All that's left of mine I see clustered on the porch. My sister.
And the lady with her?
That's our housekeeper, Conchita Aguilar. She's Juan's wife.
I
have no one, but at least you have a sister. It makes me feel a lot less like an orphan. And the house is so lovely. I hope I've come home.
I told you when we came back to America that would be your decision. Jenny, for many reasons, it's not going to be an easy one. But just give it a chance.
I'll welcome it, Richard. If only it will welcome me.
We flew straight from Japan to San Francisco. Then drove down to Monterey to pick up the car.
Oh, it's so good to see you. Your bride is lovely. But you could have let us know about the wedding.
Lisa, I wanted to keep it private, so we just sneaked off.
More coffee, Jenny? Richard?
No, I think I'll have some brandy. How about you girls?
Not for me. I pass.
Oh, it's a magnificent night. There's going to be a full moon. Damn dogs are all stirred up again. Jenny?
Yes, Richard?
Want to walk down with me and start making friends with them?
Well, I'm a little tired tonight. I bet I'd make a better dog pal by daylight. Well, why don't you go ahead while I go up and get ready for bed? Well, you're the one they're calling for anyway.
I've missed them. And it's nice to have been missed. Would you mind? I won't be over a half hour.
I'll be waiting for you when you get back.
I'll close the French windows. Don't forget to lock them, Lisa.
No, leave them open. The breeze is wonderful.
I'll see they get closed, Richie. I've been taking care of that for the last year.
Take care of my bride, too, Lisa. Good night to you, Lisa. I'll see you later, Jenny.
Well, a very sexy goodbye. Your brother is a very sexy man. Why hadn't you noticed?
Well, why should I be the only woman in the Northern Hemisphere to have it escape me?
Oh, Lisa. It's what makes my blood run cold sometimes. That and April.
She can scarcely run you much competition anymore.
Because she's dead?
She is?
Oh, not really. In so many ways, I'm terribly naive growing up in Japan, knowing so little of my native country. I was always aware that Richard Morgan was a star. After all, he was in Japan to make a movie. And I knew he'd been married for many years to April Sanders. It was only after I'd married Richard and come back to America that I began to realize I'd married into royalty. Not only that, but I'd rushed blindly into marrying the king without seeing that the Queen is not dead.
Oh, Jenny, don't be silly. The Queen is very dead.
Not in most people's memories. How did it happen, Lisa? How could that vibrant, overwhelmingly wonderful woman have met her death?
Want to take a little walk, Jenny?
I could use some air. Which way do we go?
Oh, towards the sea. There's enough moonlight to light the way. Are you cold?
Lord, no. I welcome the breeze. Well, where are you taking me?
To the end of the world.
What?
Well, where April ended hers. You wanted to know how it happened, didn't you?
I think I've gone far enough, Lisa.
Only a few steps.
What is this path? I mean, somebody cut it out of solid rock.
It's called the 7 Steps to Heaven. More like 70. Richard had them cut for April on their 7th anniversary. You'll see why now as we come out on the ledge. It's windier tonight than I thought. Most days it's calm up here. The sun pours down. You can lie out here on the ledge with the sea 400 feet below and drench in the sun as though you were the only person in the world. April treated this as a shrine. She was an inveterate sun worshiper.
But it's sheer heaven, bathed in moonlight.
If you look up.
Well, I can't see too much of the shadows looking down.
The rocks are as jagged as teeth. 400 feet straight down. This is right where she fell. Spread-eagled on the rocks, broken and mangled, but speared by the sharp edges so even the restless sea couldn't wash her away.
Oh, my God. How could she have gone close enough to fall?
She didn't fall. But the papers... That's the story that was given out. Conchita believes that Richie claims he does. Others are not so sure. Come on, this place gives me the heebie-jeebies. Let's get back to the house before Richie sets those damn dogs loose.
Excuse me, I was just turning down the bed.
Which I'm sure you're quite ready to roll into, Jenny. Good night, dear. Welcome home, such as it is. Good night, Lisa. See you whenever. Don't feel there's anything to get up for.
Will there be anything else, madame?
No, thanks, Conchita.
Then I will say buenas noches, madame.
Wait a minute.
Si, madame?
Madam is not a Spanish word. Why do you call me that?
What would you have me call you?
Well, since I am Richard's wife, shouldn't it be Senora?
In this house, there was only one Senora.
But she's dead.
Jamás en el corazón. Never in the heart. For anyone who knew her. Buenas noches, madame.
Richard? Richard, are you awake?
Huh?
It's her. It's April. Oh, my God. Stay away. Stay away. Richard, wake up. Help me.
What's happening? Jenny, what is it?
Listen. Don't you hear?
Hear what? There's nothing.
But there was...
What is it, darling? You look as though you'd seen a ghost.
Not seen. I heard. It was her. April, your wife.
Be quiet. You're my wife. April is dead.
But she still doesn't want me here. Nobody does.
Not a very auspicious housewarming for poor Jenny at Bon Repos. Bon Repos. A reasonable translation of the French is sweet dreams. But there will be few sweet dreams for Jenny, at least this night. As for others, we'll find out when we return shortly with Act Two. By the fresh light of a clear morning, with the wind stilled and the sunlight flooding all the dark corners, Bon Repos is a little more worthy of its name. But Richard Morgan is having a difficult time selling that to his still shaken bride.
Let a little light in. You'll feel better, Jenny.
No, Richard. I'm still not over last night. Who was it?
Darling, it wasn't anybody.
You still say you didn't hear it? That awful sobbing?
It was nothing but the wind. Sometimes it sighs and moans all around the house, and you'd swear it was a human voice. But look. Not a whisper this morning. Even the ocean's like glass. Today you'll understand why I love this house so much.
Richard, come here. Beside me on the bed.
All right, darling.
I know you love Bon Repos, but...
But what?
Richard, please, I don't want to live here.
Why not?
Darling, try to understand. I don't feel I belong here. I know Juan and Conchita seem to resent me.
Have they said anything?
No, not in so many words. It's just a feeling I get. I'm not wanted.
That isn't true.
Richard, don't you see? It's her house. It was her family's house to begin with. She's here still. She'll never leave it. She'll haunt me every minute I'm in it. Please, take me away from here.
All right. If that's what you want, I'll sell the damn place, tear it apart stone by stone.
Richard!
Oh, Jenny, my darling, look, it's just the time lag, the long flight from Japan. Days and nights turned upside down. I'm going to have Conchita bring us a breakfast up to the room. We'll have it out on the veranda. Give you a chance to get a good look at Juan's landscaping, all that riot of color, bougainvillea, poinsettia, camellia against the green. Maybe that'll change your mind about poor old Bonrepos.
Darling, I know how much you love it, but...
Oh, come on, Jenny. Give it a chance. A few more days, a week. Give it a chance to cast its own peculiar spell.
All right, darling. Go get us some breakfast. I'll wash up and brush my teeth and get rid of some cobwebs while you're gone.
Jenny,
Yes?
I love you, Mrs. Morgan.
Mm-hmm. That's who I am, and I love you, my husband.
Conchita.
Si, patron?
Come over here in the alcove. What the hell happened last night?
I couldn't help it. She woke up, started to scream, and then to sob. You heard?
No, House must have heard. Why didn't you stop her?
I did as soon as I could.
You know I don't want my wife to know about her being here.
I know.
Then keep her quiet. You've got sedatives. That's your job. And I want my new wife made welcome.
That is not my job.
Then I'll find someone else for it.
You would drive Juan and me from this house.
We'll talk about this later. For now, bring breakfast to the veranda for the senor and me.
Si, senor.
Where's my sister?
In her room, I think.
Muy bien.
Come in. It's open. Richard, I didn't expect to see you this morning.
Why not?
Well, after all, brother mine, a new bridegroom.
I'm an old bridegroom by now.
Yes, maybe she is a touch young for you.
Damn you, I didn't mean that.
I didn't mean what I said either. I was only teasing you. She's a lovely girl. She's sunny and free and unspoiled.
I want to keep her that way. What the devil am I going to do about her? Upstairs there. You heard her last night.
Well, you know my feelings on the subject. Get rid of her. For good.
I can't. After all, it's partly her house. God, why won't she die?
It would be a neat solution to it all, wouldn't it? But it seems she just won't. I'm afraid you're stuck with her as long as your conscience holds you back.
Please, for God's sake, don't tell Jenny about her.
Just how long do you think you can keep her secret?
Oh, I don't know. All I need is a few days, a week. By then, one way or another, it won't matter.
Are you going to start country hopping again, or are you going to stay home and make some nice, solid American movies?
Well, that depends on my negotiations the next week or 10 days.
Jenny, you're not eating your steak. Want it on the fire a little more?
No, thanks. I really ate too much of that wonderful salad. I don't think I could eat another thing.
Conchita?
Si, senor.
I think you can clear the table. You want dessert, dear?
I don't think so. Lisa, please forgive me, but I'm so full of sand, sea, air, and scouting the property that I'm really bushed. Would you excuse me?
Of course, Jenny. Get a good sleep.
I'll see you upstairs, darling. Shall I have Conchita bring us some coffee?
Oh, no. I just want to sleep and make up for the last few days. You don't have to come up.
Try and keep me away. Good night, Lisa.
Night.
See you tomorrow. I feel like such a party pooper.
Please, forgive us. I'm bushed myself. Darling, you're positively weaving.
I feel a little high or low or something.
Well, here, how about my arm for support?
I'd love it.
No good?
No, fine. I was just... She was so lovely, Richard.
Huh? Oh. April, the fresco. That damn thing, I wish I'd never dreamed it up. I promise you it'll be removed or covered or something.
Oh, no, darling. It's too lovely to destroy. Besides, no matter what you do or anyone tries to do, the memory of April Sanders in our time can never be wiped out or erased. It's something we both have to live with.
She was like Jean Harlow, Marilyn Monroe, Elizabeth Taylor. She belonged to the public.
But you had her painted to endure forever.
But are you sure the dog was poisoned?
That's enough, you two. Silencio!
What was all that arguing about?
Nothing. Trouble with one of the dogs. Come on, Jenny. Let's have some morning coffee and juice and get back to normal.
Well, what's the matter with the dog?
Here's your juice. Oh, it's what I've been trying to steel myself to weed out. He's a maverick, or was.
What do you mean?
Well, some dogs take to training, some don't. This one, well, just never did. He's unpredictable and a natural-born scavenger. He picked up something from the garbage with a botulism, I guess. Anyway, he died this morning.
But what could a dog...
Now, look, don't take on about it. I'm going down to bring up some eggs and bacon. Why don't you set the table for us on the veranda?
Of course, darling. The steak. I didn't eat. Is that what poisoned him? Oh, God, help me to know what to do. I love my husband, but every instinct in me tells me to run for my life. Yep, sure, JB. No, I don't like it, but if it's the only way, I'll be there. Yes, right away. No, I'll drive down. It's almost dark already, so I'm not taking much of a chance. What? Well, yes, thanks, yes. I'll stay with you overnight and come right back. You're going to Los Angeles? Well, just overnight, darling. But take me with you. Oh, Jenny, I can't. This is all strictly business. And I stay here alone? Oh, not alone. Lisa's with you. Oh, thank God for that. You have nothing to worry about. Of course I haven't. Go, do what you have to do and come back to me safe. And you stay safe for me to come back to. Well, wouldn't you know, the moment my brother cuts out, the local electricity has to fail. Here's your candle, Jenny. Want me to come in with you? No, I'm fine. Oh, there are plenty of others in the candelabra. They can burn all night. I won't need them. That good night drink we had has curdled my brain. No, me too. I don't know about you, but I'm sailing. Maybe there was something in Conchita's Horas Comportia, but I'm positively lightheaded. Well, whatever it was, thank God for small favors. I'll sleep sound tonight. If I can just find the bed. Whew, I'm really high as a kite. And no reason for it. Whatever it is, don't let Conchita see me like this. See me to bed, Lisa. No. I don't want me here. Someone, something. But who? Conchita, Juan, Richard. Oh, please, not Richard. But April is still in his mind. April. No, I don't believe ghosts. I won't. No. Who's there? Who's there?
Moving towards the bed was the dead woman, April Morgan. But what a travesty of that beautiful woman. A face gaunt and haggard, the eyes staring blankly from the desiccated skin. A hellish ghoul raised from the year-old grave. No wonder Jenny mercifully passed out. We'll return shortly with Act 3. The spectral figure that hovers over Jenny, motionless under the covers, stands as still as the girl lies in the bed. Is her presence as malign as Jenny deems it to be, or as benign as it seems to be?
Hush, child. Hush. I mean you no harm.
But you... how you must hate me.
Her.
April. His wife.
Oh, no. No, I'm not April. April is dead. She died, you know.
I thought I did. Then who?
I'm her mother. April was my daughter.
You live here?
Yes. Up there.
Then you're the one I heard the other night, sobbing.
Was I? Oh, perhaps I was. I'm very sad, you know.
Because your daughter died.
Because my daughter was killed.
Killed?
What did April have to die for? She had everything to live for. She'd never commit suicide.
But it was an accident, wasn't it?
Oh, April was as graceful as a fawn. She was a dancer, you know. She had an incredible sense of balance. She could never have lost it.
Are you suggesting she was pushed?
Why do you think I'm locked up there in my room on the 3rd floor with Conchita as my jailer?
The housekeeper.
Conchita is a practical nurse. And I am a prisoner, half the time under sedation, living in limbo, the shut-in to end all shut-ins. But why? To keep me from crying it to the skies. To keep the truth buried like me and my daughter. Except that I am on the 3rd floor and April is 6 feet deep. Oh, he was jealous of her. He couldn't stand the fact that she was the talent. She held it all together. She made the legends. And when the truth was coming out that he meant nothing, that she was the star, he had to drag her out of the skies, destroy her, kill her.
Who?
Your new husband, Richard Morgan. That's why I came to warn you. Get out while you can.
Senora, have you all right?
What is it he wants to take from you?
Senora Morgan, open the door.
I'm coming on.
What do you want? Are you rich?
Yes.
Are you coming, Senora?
Then run like the wind. He will kill you. Just as he did April.
Are you all right, Jenny? Are you all right?
I'll do.
The lights are on again.
Yes.
What happened to April's mother? One has taken her back to her room. She's mad, you know. She's quite mad.
She accused Richard of killing April.
It's her obsession. She should be institutionalized, but Richie, well, he could never hurt a fly.
But I don't understand why.
Now what? Headlights coming up the drive. Must be Richie. I better go down and let him in.
For God's sake, don't be terrified of me, Jenny.
Well, I don't mean to be. I don't know what's the matter with me.
No, look, April's mother must have shaken you.
Well, why would you have kept it a secret?
Look, I'm exhausted, and you're tired. Must we go through it tonight?
I don't think we can go through any other night if we don't.
Okay. It all has to do with living a legend. April was a star, a sex symbol developed by the studios. I was a stage actor with a gift of reasonable looks and an unusual voice. Separately, we had great success. But together, when we did get together, and particularly after our marriage, we became something not only wildly larger than life, but larger than even just plain stardom. Our own lives disappeared, replaced by a storybook romance that our careers had to conform to. Despite the fact that we had learned, not to hate each other, but that we had no love left.
You didn't love April?
Jenny, I couldn't stand her. She was selfish, Avaricious, demanding, petty, an impossible woman.
So you got rid of her?
You don't believe that.
No. Oh, no, Richard.
But how did April really die?
I wasn't asking
No,
that.
you don't have to. Half the world has speculated on that. Her mother thought I killed her. Still think so. Conchita and Juan know it was an accident. Lisa? Lisa has her own theory. Something to do with April's star complex and the wild winds that sometimes blow across the headlands.
And you?
I think she committed suicide. Buenos días, Conchita.
Buenos días, señor.
You can serve breakfast for all of us, and... Where's Juan?
In the south garden.
Will you tell my wife when she comes down where I am?
Sí, señor. Patron,
Yes?
will you close up the house?
If I'm going to save my new marriage, I think I must. I'm not going to argue the facts. But it's quite clear that Jenny doesn't fit here.
I'll have some juice and coffee, Conchita.
Sí, señorita.
Oh, and for Senora Morgan, too.
Sí, señorita.
Morning, Jenny.
Good morning, Lisa.
Oh, heavenly day. Breakfast is on the way.
Where's Richard?
Oh, off on the grounds somewhere. Want to go look for him?
I would like to get some air.
Well, then let's go. Did you finally get some sleep?
Yes.
Well, with the new day, if you're smart, you'll make up your mind to get out of here and have Richard all to yourself.
But what will you and Conchita and Juan and Mrs... Isn't that terrible? I don't even know April's mother's name. Oh, what will all of you do?
Oh, life goes on. We'll manage and adjust. We might even be able to do it here in time.
Oh, no, Lisa, I never could. This isn't my place. It's April.
It wasn't hers either.
But I thought it was originally her family's. That's why her mother is still...
It was a run-down, no-account mess. The stucco peeling, the plumbing, antediluvian, the gardens a shamble. Richie cured all that. He's marvelous with his hands, and his imagination knows no bounds. He made Bon Repos what it is. It's all his.
I can appreciate that, Lisa, and I know how beautiful it is, but it's dark and sinister to me. Nothing will ever change that. I remember that first evening when you took me to Seventh Heaven.
Yes?
That was the mark of what was wrong here. Such free, wild beauty, but somehow it was evil and destructive.
Oh, Jenny, that's not fair. You went by moonlight. You knew a tragedy had occurred there, but Seventh Heaven is just what its name implies. Especially on a day like today, with no wind and the sun riding high. Come on. Let me show you.
No, thanks.
Jenny, you hold a lot of fates in your hand. Among them mine. I don't want to leave here. Give me a chance to show you. Cobwebs cleared away. It's not such a bad place to live.
Conchita?
Sí, señor.
Where is the senorita?
They went out in the garden towards the water.
They?
Your sister and your wife.
Didn't they know breakfast was ready?
I think, but the Senorita Morgan seemed to want to take the senora to the water. I should not say this, but I had a sensation. You should go quickly after them.
I really don't know why you insisted on me coming up here. I won't change my mind, Lisa.
Even now, looking out here at that incredible view?
I told you, I didn't like heights.
You know, Jenny, you're a little person with no stature.
Well, I wouldn't quite agree.
Like April, really, for all her cheap beauty. She just couldn't measure up. And I had to sit by and take the fact that she had cheated and stolen Richie away from me.
What? My brother?
Oh, does that shock you? I've loved Richie longer and deeper than all of you. How much have I gotten in return? Do you have any notion how I hated that smug, superior, superadulated April? Would you be very surprised to find out that she didn't fall or stumble or take her life? When she blew off here into eternity, she was hastened, Jenny, pushed, shoved by me, just as you're going to be.
Why? Even allowing for what you confess.
How can you hate me? Because you are far worse than April. He really didn't love her. They were a team. He was trapped. He had to stick with her. But you, no, you're different.
Because he loves me?
Because with you, there's no chance for me. There's no chance at all.
How could there ever be?
I don't have to share his bed, only his life. I could have been the one to care for him, to console him, to love him. Love him, damn you. It'll never be you. Never anyone.
Lisa, wait. Be reasonable.
You can't stand against me any more than April could. You are going over. Down the rock. Look, put that grass plate down. It's a marvelous weapon. Hang on to it if you want to. Take it with you, but you're going. You are going. Yes, too late. Hurry. If I cannot have you, nobody can.
Oh, for God's sake, Lisa, what are you doing?
Give me that. Oh, my God. What can I say?
Nothing.
But your sister.
I loved my sister either more or less than my first wife. I can't mourn either one of them. Jenny, it's too important to celebrate you. It'll take some time to straighten out my affairs, but once we do, you and I are going to enjoy our private life.
You'll still be public property.
No. My new deal as a director. I'll never act again.
Not even for me.
For you. For you, I'll be whatever you desire. This affair is finally beginning. We'll end only the same way. Finally. Which is forever.
I love you forever.
That's what I just said.
The walls still stand about Bon Repos, but the barbed wire and broken glass are gone from the parapet. The gates stand invitingly open, and the dogs are gone. In the bright sunshine, the dark memories, too, are fading, and the clean winds from the sea have washed away the cobwebs. Once again, the old house lives up to its name. I'll be back shortly. So again, we return full circle to our definition of the supernatural as it applies to tonight's tale, of or related to ghosts, behavior caused by the intervention or by the action of a god on earthly affairs. Well, April Sanders was both ghost and, by our modern standards, goddess. But her reign is over, and so is our up-to-date fable of Richard and Jenny. Our cast included Ruby Dee, Michael Wager, Terry Keane, Bryna Rayburn, and Ian Martin. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown.
This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
Subscribe for more videos.
Secret Agent K7 returns.
America's #1 adventurer, K7, former United States secret agent who operated in 22 countries, on land, on sea, and in the air, brings you a story of today. We take you to Secret Agent K7's headquarters.
This is K7 speaking. Send in Special Agent B9 for assignment.
At once, K7.
Special Agent B9 reporting for duty.
Agent B9, we have been brought to this country by an old friend of mine who is a high-ranking Army official and a member of the General Staff. 2 days ago, a certain valuable map was stolen from General Staff headquarters. It must be recovered immediately. We have reason to believe it has not yet been carried out of the country. This record of the case has been prepared for you. It contains all known facts. Miss Yvonne Durrell will act as your assistant. Keep me informed.
Word went out that the case was now to be handled under the direction of K7, famous spy hunter. Within an hour, reports began to come in from intelligence officers in many different cities.
This is K7 speaking.
L6 reporting. We have definitely established that the missing map was stolen by Andre Lajos, famous international spy. Lajos flew to Paris this morning. He's being followed.
This is K7 speaking.
This is H41 reporting. Andre Lajos speeding south across France by motor car. Passed through city of Lyon early this afternoon. Has been unreported for 2 hours.
We will act at once. Thank you. Contact Special Agent B9. Tell him to fly at once to Geneva, Switzerland. This is K7 speaking.
Captain Sivet, Border Patrol speaking. We believe Andre Lajos crossed border an hour ago. A plane was waiting for him at Valence. Was headed for a small alpine field just across border.
This is Special Agent B9 reporting. I have definite information that Andre Lajos was landed at small alpine town just across French border. Mr. Rell and I are at airfield at Bern, Switzerland. Our plane being refueled. We are less than an hour behind Lajos and should catch up with him before nightfall.
A short time later, Agent B9 and his assistant, Yvonne Durell, landed at a small village high in the Alps. From that point, they easily traced the spy who, believing himself safe, was dining at a small inn. As he finished his dinner, Agent B9 and Yvonne entered the hotel.
There doesn't seem to be anyone around, B9.
The innkeeper is probably supervising the serving of his guest. A place this size is usually run by a man and his wife with no other help. That seems to be the dining room back there. Stand behind me. I want to look in.
Is Lajos there?
Yes. He's just finishing his dinner. We'll wait outside.
What's the matter?
Step back into the cloakroom, Yvonne. A powerful car has just stopped outside.
There's an officer coming in.
Yes, and unless I'm mistaken, he's coming to meet Lajos. Yes. He's going into the dining room. Now he's walking over to the table where Lajos is seated. Keep back, Yvonne. I want to hear what he says.
Senor Lajos, I am glad to see you.
Captain Durano, I hoped you would arrive before dark.
Yes, we start at once. We are most anxious to see the map which you carry. You had no trouble leaving France?
I was followed, but they did not know of the plane waiting at Valence. Well, Captain, you will have time to join me in a cup of coffee.
Ah, it smells good. Yes, I am dusty from my long drive. Do you think there is a washroom?
Oh, yes, you will find it through the rear.
Yvonne, we're going to take a desperate chance. I want you to go outside and stand near the captain's car. It's driven by a soldier. Have your gun ready for use, but keep it out of sight.
B9, what are you going to do?
The officer has gone into the washroom. While Lajos is alone, I'm going to take the map. There's a briefcase on a chair beside him. Remember, wait outside. Lajos, don't try to move. Who are you? That doesn't matter. I'll take this briefcase. Sit still and don't call out as I back out of this room. Into the car, Yvonne. Hurry. Driver, start this car. I've got a gun on your back. Hurry.
Si, senor.
Reporting to K7. Special Agent B9 and Miss Durell are now in possession of the map. They seized it from Lajos at a small inn. They are both surrounded by the secret police. The border into France is under heavy patrol. It is impossible for them to escape.
Agent B9 and Yvonne were in a desperate position. Their car raced down the mountains toward soldiers warned by telephone of their coming. To be captured meant certain death before a firing squad. B9 knew that before they could reach it, the border would be impassable. Then he sighted a small airport near the outskirts of the city.
Driver, stop the car near that airport.
Si, senor.
Suppose there isn't a plane, B9.
We'll have to take that chance, Yvonne. Open the door. Driver, I want you to turn this car around and go back up the mountain. If you attempt to go on into the village, I'll shoot you. I've got your revolver. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Si.
All right, start. Now, let's see if we can find anyone around here. Hello? Hello? Is there anyone around here?
There's a man, B9.
Yes, and there's a plane. We'll pose as tourists. You're my wife. We'll see if we can hire him to take us up on a sightseeing flight. Keep your gun out of sight. If he refuses to take us up, well, we'll take care of that when we come to it. Be ready to act.
Just before darkness fell, a plane circled the small field and came in for a landing. As its wheels touched the ground, two men ran to meet it. One was the officer, Captain Girano. The other was the spy, Andre Lejos.
Where are your passengers? Where are the two you took up an hour ago?
They're gone. I circled over the mountains. I looked back to see if they enjoy themselves, and they're gone.
Did they wear parachutes?
No. But wait. Yes, the parachutes are gone, too. They're under the seat.
Did you fly over the border?
Yes, Captain. They asked me to. I did not want to.
You're under arrest, senor.
Arrest? No, I've done nothing.
You have cost your country a great prize, which is already won. I arrest you for aiding the enemy.
Agent B9 reporting to K7. Miss Terrell and I are again safe on French soil. We have recovered the map which was stolen. Unfortunately, it was impossible to arrest the spy, Andre Lejos. The map will be brought to your headquarters immediately. Assignment completed.
It is not unusual for secret agents to risk their lives in the performance of their duty, nor is it unusual for them to report the greatest feats of daring in simple words that tell only that they have been successful. The important thing to Agent B9 was that the map was recovered. He had carried out his orders. Listen for my next story. This is K7 speaking.
Gunsmoke, brought to you tonight by Plymouth, with an invitation for you to visit a Plymouth dealer's tomorrow. Meet the new Plymouth and enter the big $25,000 contest. Throughout Kansas and in the territories on west, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers. And that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of gun smoke.
It's here, a new kind of low-priced car. The exciting 53 Plymouth, completely new, completely beautiful. Yes, it's the new Plymouth for 1953. The first truly balanced car in the low-priced field. More glamorous lines, more powerful engine, more luxurious comfort. What a beauty. The new 53 Plymouth is lower to the road with a lot lower look. New color schemes and two-tone color harmonies available in all models. How does she travel? Man, Plymouth puts out the best ride in the business. Smooth as sailing, even in the back seat. And the Plymouth engine's been stepped up to 100 horsepower. For pickup with plenty of flash. Visibility? Say, there's a one-piece curved windshield, a new type with no troublesome distortion, and you sit chair height in a Plymouth, so you get the full benefit of Plymouth's new down-sweeping hood. You really see right down in front of your car. Bigger side windows, too, and a huge wraparound rear window, so everyone gets a view as big as all outdoors. The new 53 Plymouth's an exciting car, any way you look at it. A great advance in car value at no advance in price. In fact, 4 new Plymouth models actually cost less than last year. So don't put off seeing it. Meet the new 53 Plymouth at your nearby Plymouth dealers. If you go in tomorrow, you may win one free in the big Meet the New Plymouth contest.
And now, Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad. The story of the violence that moved west with young America. The story of a man who moved with it. Matt Dillon, United States Marshal.
The cook sure must have had a bad night, Mr. Dillon.
Well, how do you figure that, Chester?
Well, sir, I never saw so much chili pepper on a couple of poor eggs. He must figure everybody's got a hangover this morning.
Almost everybody usually has of a Sunday around here.
Well, now, I clean forgot all about it being Sunday. So that's why Jim Cobbett's all dressed up over there, huh? First time I've ever seen him with his hair combed in.
Well, haven't you heard about Jim, Chester? He's going to get married. He's got his wife-to-be coming in on the train from back east today.
Jim Cobbett?
Yeah.
Well, now, what sort of a woman would that be, Mr. Dillon, who'd come clear to Dodge City to marry a fellow like Jim?
No, Jim's a good man, Chester. It's just that, well, living out on that homestead of his year after year's made him grow a little off-center, so... Loneliness will do that to a man sometimes.
Morning, Marshal. Chester.
Morning, Hank.
Well, what do you think of that old goat Jim Cobbett getting himself hitched?
It's a fine thing, I'd say.
Well, Jim's no older than you are, Hank Lewis.
Older, maybe. A lot less respectable.
Now you're talking your usual nonsense, Hank.
Am I, Marshal? What about Jim's first wife who disappeared off of that place he had up north on Hackberry Creek? Just plain disappeared, she did. Jim never explained that. And nobody ever saw her again, either.
Oh, you're worse than an old woman with your gossip, Hank.
Jim's never done anything to you, Hank.
Nothing except stake his homestead on the only spring south of the Smoky that didn't dry up. Cheated me out of it, that's what.
He filed his claim 2 weeks before you did, Hank, and everybody knows it.
Sneaked into town, that's what he did. Sneaked into town, behind my back.
Still telling your lies, ain't you, Hank Lewis?
Now, you keep away from me, Jim. Keep away.
I've never bothered you, Hank. But I hear you talking around Lila. When she gets here, I'll hurt you. I'll hurt you bad.
What is it you want to hide from her, Jim? Maybe that business about your first wife?
All right, don't touch that gun, Hank. Not a move.
You arrest him, Marshal. You saw it.
Get up.
Put him in jail now. I didn't touch him.
Shut up. Now, you're just lucky you weren't killed. Now, you get out of here and stay away from Jim. It's his wedding day, and if I find you bothering him again, I'll throw you in jail. Now, go on, move.
Fine all we got around here, Maggot.
Sorry to make trouble, Marshal, but I won't hold for his making that talk around Lila.
Oh, forget it, Jim. Just keep clear of him for a while. What time's the wedding?
About 3 o'clock. At least that's when the preacher said he'd come down.
It'll be at the church, won't it, Jim?
Well, no. The preacher thought maybe it'd be better to do it somewhere else. It's because of...
Yeah, sure, Jim. Dodge City House would be a fine place, wouldn't it?
That's just what I'd planned, Marshal. I brought a jug of corn in with me in case anyone came around, maybe.
Jim, I wouldn't miss it for the world. I'm going to be there for sure.
Yeah, me too, Jim. I certainly do enjoy a wedding. I never got married myself, but I sure do like to watch.
See you later, Jim.
Sure, Marshal.
We'll be there, Jim. Bye.
Jim's bride, Lila, turned out to be a handsome, high-strung woman with nervous black eyes and a manner that bespoke a gentle breeding and background. I watched her, and I wondered how she'd ever make out in this crude, raw country she'd chosen to come to. It was never mentioned how she and Jim had got together, but the few friends who gathered for the wedding didn't care. We were all pleased that Jim finally had a wife to break the loneliness that he'd set upon himself for so long. And after the brief ceremony at the Dodge City House, we told him so.
Well, it's about time, Jim. If you don't mind my saying so, ma'am, you should have filed on him long ago.
Why, yes. I mean, of course.
Open the jug on the table there, Si. It's good corn.
Well, thank you, Jim. My throat is a mite dusty.
Help yourselves to the liquor, boys.
Thank you.
Well, congratulations, Jim. And Miss Cobbett, my best wishes to you, ma'am.
Thank you, Marshal Dillon.
Now, you make Jim bring you to town and see us once in a while. He never came in much when he was alone out there.
Oh, I'm sure he will, Marshal.
I sure hope so, ma'am.
Help yourself to the jug there, Chester.
Well, thank you, Jim. If I can get it away from Si long enough, I will.
You stay in here tonight, Jim?
Well, no, Marshal. I brought the wagon on account of Lila here, and it's a slow way of traveling. Take a day and a half at best.
But where will we sleep tonight, Jim?
Oh, I've got some blankets, Lila. We'll be fine.
You mean out on the prairie?
Well, sure. We'll bed down in the wagon if you're afraid of snakes.
Oh, snakes can't get to you if you're in the wagon, ma'am.
But what about everything else? Indians.
No Indians have been seen around here for months, I know.
Oh, no, you're wrong, Jim. A man from Walnut Creek told me he run into some Pawnees a couple weeks ago. Only about a dozen, though.
Pawnees?
Well, they didn't bother him, did they, Si?
No, they didn't, Marshal.
Yeah, you see, Lila?
Well, they didn't bother him because he saw him first. He hid himself under a bank in the creek.
Are there many Indians around?
Oh, no, very few, man.
Well, the Army's been after him pretty steady ever since them Crows raided the Gillette place. The Indians been making themselves scarce last few months.
What happened at the Gillette place?
They had a little trouble, that's all, Lila.
Little trouble. They killed Bob and rode off with Mrs. Gillette and the child, that's all.
Oh, no.
Si, why don't you go get yourself another drink, huh?
Yeah, well, I was just thinking about doing that. Well, no, I suppose it'll be easier on Mrs. Gillette once she learns to talk Crow, but still, it's a hard life on a white woman, suddenly being made a squaw.
Oh.
The jug's almost empty, Si. You better hurry, huh?
By golly, hey, fellers, I got another swatter coming up.
Liquor's working on Si, Lila. Don't pay him no mind.
Jim, is it true what he said about that poor woman?
Now, Lila, don't you fret about that.
Is it true? I want to know, Jim.
Yes.
Jim, if you stayed in Dodge City tonight, well, you could start out before dawn tomorrow. Maybe
No, Marshal. Jim thinks it's best we leave tonight.
There's nothing to fear, Lila, but if you'd rather stay, we can...
No. We'll go, Jim. If you'll excuse me, I'll go change into something more suitable. Goodbye, Marshal.
Goodbye, ma'am. We'll see you in Dodge City real soon, I hope.
Of course. I'll be down shortly, Jim.
Maybe it was best that way for Lila to face out her first night on the prairie, not far from Dodge. Nothing would bother him that close to town, and it'd make it easier for her on the next night. And they left. And that's all we heard about them for, a month or so. Dodge City was fairly quiet, except for 1 week when a Texas herd arrived. 2 boys were killed the next night, and another a few days after. But then things cooled off and became peaceable again.
Hank Blues is in town, Mr. Dillon.
Oh, no, Chester. Well, there ought to be a law against it, that's all.
He said he was coming here to see you in a few minutes.
Look, you talk to him, Chester. I think I'll go upstairs and pick on the doc for a while.
Oh, he doesn't want to see me, Mr. Dillon. I'll send him up when he comes.
Chester, no.
Yes, sir, but he'll ask me where you are, sir, and then what am I going to tell him?
Marshal, I want to talk to you.
Well, all right, Hank. Go ahead, talk.
You think I was lying about Jim Cobbett, don't you? Well, listen to this, Marshal. Lila's disappeared, too.
What?
I saw it with my own eyes. I mean, I saw she isn't there.
What are you talking about, Hank?
I'm telling you, Marshal, Lila's gone, just like Jim's first wife up on Hackberry Creek. She's plain disappeared.
Well, go on.
Well, I got a runty bay mare that's always running off, and I rode by Jim's place to see if he'd seen her. Jim was just sitting there, and he hardly paid me any mind at all. He was all alone, and when I asked him about Lila, he just walked off, wouldn't say a word.
Well, maybe she was just out on the prairie somewhere.
Then she stayed a long time. I was back next day and still didn't see her. Stock's gone, too.
When was this, Hank?
About a week ago. Now, Marshal, I think you ought to get out.
I do my own thinking, Hank.
Well, all right. But you better get out there, Marshal. I've told you now.
Yeah, you've told me, and you can forget it. Just stay away from the Cobbett place, you understand?
All right, Marshal, I've done my duty. You better do yours.
Goodbye, Hank.
Well, Goodbye.
What are you going to do, Mr. Dillon?
Only thing we can do, Chester. Go saddle our horses, will you? I got some things to clean up around here.
Yes, Mr. Dillon.
Big doings at all Plymouth dealers. Tomorrow, go in and meet the new Plymouth, the new kind of low-priced car. And enter the big $25,000 Meet the New Plymouth contest. All you do is look her over, compare, ask questions. There'll be people on hand to explain the new body design, new type suspension, new springing, how they combine to give you a ride that's unbelievably smooth. The first truly balanced ride in the low-priced field. Believe me, you'll be enthusiastic. So just transfer that enthusiasm in 50 words or less to a contest entry blank. Tell what you like most about the new, truly balanced Plymouth for 53. That's all there is to it. And you may win a 53 Plymouth or one of hundreds of cash prizes. But entries must be mailed by Monday midnight. So hurry. Get an official entry blank containing all the easy rules tomorrow when you go in to meet the new 53 Plymouth.
Now, the second act of Gunsmoke.
Sure looks quiet around here, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah. Yeah, come on. They're probably inside.
You think Lila's here, don't you, sir?
I will soon find out, Chester. Hello, Jim.
Well, hello, Marshal. Chester?
Hello, Jim.
Come in.
How have you been, Jim?
Hank Lewis told you, didn't he, Marshal?
Where is she, Jim?
Hank Lewis said I killed her, didn't he, Marshal?
Oh, now, Jim, you know I don't pay any attention to what Hank Lewis says.
Then why'd you come here, Marshal?
To help you. If you're in trouble.
Lila isn't here. I'm in trouble, all right.
Well, what happened, Jim? Where is she?
I don't know.
What?
Well, Injuns, party of Crows, they took her. They took her.
Indians? My goodness.
You mean you were raided here?
Maybe 10 days ago, a war party, about 12 Crows.
Well, what happened?
Well, Lila was out there by the spring. It was just getting dark. I was sitting on the floor right there, mending the saddle I'd torn the stirrup off of when I heard her come running up the path out back. She was all in a sweat and yelling. Lila, what is it?
Oh, I saw something out there. Oh, Jim. Jim, I think it was an Indian.
Come inside, quick. Get on the floor, in the corner there. How many did you see?
Oh, just him. I saw his skin behind that little rise. Oh, Jim, don't let him get me.
Easy now, Lila.
Oh.
Well, I don't see a thing out of this window. Take a look over here. Nothing. Must have heard you yelling.
Oh, Jim, what'll we do?
Stand them off, that's all.
Oh.
Wait a minute. There's one.
Oh, no.
Getting hard to see.
Jim, the other side. They'll sneak up on the other side.
Might be one behind that log out there.
Oh, no.
But we'll just wait.
Oh.
They'll get bolder in the dark. I can pick them off easy.
Oh, Jim. Jim, they'll carry me off like they did that other woman. I can't stand it, Jim.
Here. Take that 6-shooter.
Yes, I will.
It won't take you while I'm alive. I promise you that, Lila. Wait a minute. They're down at the corral. They're after our horses. That'll show them. Here he goes. There was one behind that log.
Oh, Jim, I can't stand it.
Yeah, they're sneaking up on us. We'll just wait. Let them get in the open. Wait till a little more. Then when they jump and run on us,
Oh. Go on, Jim. What happened then?
Yeah. What'd they do when they rushed you?
Well, one of them must have got in the window behind me. When Lila screamed, I was knocked out, and when I come to, the Indian was gone. Lila was gone, too.
Were you shot, Jim, or what?
No. The Indian must have got behind me somehow and clubbed me, that's all.
Did you try to follow him?
How could I, Marshal? They run off. The horses stole them.
Yeah, I see.
Anyway, I was out a long time. There wasn't a sign of anybody when I come to.
Well, they could be in the Rocky Mountains by now. We'd never find them. I'll report this to Colonel Jenkins at Fort Dodge, and he can spread the word through the Army post.
Thanks, Marshal.
I'm sorry, Jim. But I guess that's all I can do for you.
Sure, Marshal.
Come on, Chester. Let's take a look around outside and then get back to Dodge City.
Yes, sir. So long, Jim. I sure am sorry it happened.
So long.
Jim's pretty broke up, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah.
That's terrible. And her a squaw now.
Yeah.
My, aren't those pretty, Mr. Dillon?
What?
Hey, that bunch of columbine there, growing right in a row. I think I'll just put one in my hat.
No, wait a minute, Chester.
Huh?
I wouldn't pick them, Chester. They're too pretty to pick, huh?
Well, all right, sir. Jim's stock is gone, all right.
Mm-hmm.
You know, Mr. Dillon, Jim Cobbett ain't the luckiest man in the world, is he?
No, he sure isn't, Chester. Come on, let's get out of here. It was the day after we got back to Dodge City that the trouble started, as I expected it would. Chester spread the story about the Indians kidnapping Lila Cobbett, and it wasn't long before some of the men began to question it. And a group of them, headed, of course, by Hank Lewis, came to see me.
Marshal, we want to know when you're going to arrest him.
Hank, it'd be better if you'd let somebody else do the talking. Your record against Jim Cobbett's pretty strong.
Marshall's right, Hank. You always did talk too much anyway.
I want justice done, that's all, and I mean to get it.
Oh, shut up, Hank. Marshal, Hank sort of talked us into thinking you don't need to do anything about Jim Cobbett. Is that true?
Well, what's your idea, Merritt?
Well, go out there and arrest him and find Lila's body if you can.
You think Jim murdered her, is that it?
Looks that way. You sure don't believe his story, do you, Marshal?
No, not all of it.
Jim did her in just like his first wife, that's what.
It's a sure thing, Marshal. No Injuns would have stolen the woman and left Jim lying there without scalping him. Injuns just being made that way.
Merritt, I don't know what happened out there, but I'm going to find out.
Then what are you waiting for, Marshal?
The doc.
The doc? What's he got to do with this?
Miss Prilliffew had a baby this morning. The doc was up all night, and he's sleeping today. We're going to ride out to Jim's tomorrow.
Well, I don't know what you need the doc for, but we'll wait and ride out with you.
You won't ride anywhere, Hank. When I need a posse, I'll ask for it. And I don't want a single man of you anywhere near the Cobbett place. Is that clear? All right, now get out of here. I got work to do.
It's a mighty lonely-looking place, Matt. Yeah, indeed.
I wonder what Lila Cobbett thought when she first saw it.
She must have been mighty fond of Jim to come here at all, seems to me.
Yeah. Well, I hope Jim's still there.
Isn't that him there? Down by the corral there, isn't it?
Oh, yeah. He's got a new horse.
Oh.
Hello, Jim.
What are you doing here, Doc?
I had to bring the doc, Jim, to perform a sort of autopsy.
Autopsy?
On Miss Cobbett. It's necessary, Jim, or I wouldn't do it.
Marshal?
Now, don't do it, Jim. You wouldn't have a chance.
No.
Take his gun, Chester.
Yes, sir.
All right, Jim, let's you and me go on into the house, huh? I don't imagine you want to watch this.
Where is it, man?
You want to tell him, Jim?
Over there, under that row of columbines.
Well, So, that's why you wouldn't let me pick any, Mr. Dillon.
I watered the ground a lot to make it hard.
It was a good job, Jim. Come on, let's go in the house.
Shovel's out back of the corral.
I'll get it. Yeah, all that water and it didn't do any good.
In the house, Jim sat with his back to the wall, his hands clasped tightly across his knees. He was so gaunt and leathery that I wondered if he'd bothered to eat anything at all since this had happened. He just sat there as if waiting to be sentenced and not caring very much one way or the other. Finally, Doc and Chester were finished, and they came into the house.
We put her back, Jim. Right where you had her.
Yeah. And it wasn't easy, Matt.
Yeah, I know. But what did you find?
Well, she was killed by a .45. Fired at close range. Bullet entered her head just under...
Never mind, Doc.
Jim's gun here is a .45, Mr. Dillon.
You want to tell us about it, Jim?
You think I killed her, Marshal?
Well, it looks that way, Jim. But I still can't believe it.
Thank you, Marshal.
If you did it, Jim, you're going to hang for it.
The crows didn't attack the house, Marshal. They never aimed to. They just dodged around out there, some of them, to cover for the ones that ran the stock off. They didn't want to fight, just to stalk.
Yeah, it's happened before.
Lila screamed and screamed. I guess she went kind of crazy. Then I heard a shot. First I thought she was shooting at the Injuns. Then I saw her on the floor there. I didn't care after that. They could have come right in there. They could have done anything they wanted. I didn't care.
You'd given her your 6-gun, is that it?
Yes.
The crows didn't bother you after that? They just took the horses and left?
I didn't care about them. I buried Lila out there right away. And I sat there on the ground all night. Everything would have been all right, Marshal, but when Hank Lewis came by, I got scared. I didn't want to talk to him, but I knew what he'd say. So, I put water on the grave and tried to hide it. Except for the flowers I'd planted. I just couldn't not have planted flowers there.
He's telling the truth, Matt. Yeah, Jim isn't lying.
No, sir, he certainly isn't.
There's no reason I know of why Jim should stand trial.
What about Hank Lewis, Mr. Dillon? He'll make trouble.
The 3 of us here have heard the story and seen the evidence. Hank's talk doesn't mean a thing. I have no cause to arrest Jim.
Then I can go, Marshal.
Go? Go where?
I don't want to live here anymore. It's like the other place up north after my first wife rode off. She just said goodbye and rode off one day. I was ashamed of that, so I never told nobody what happened. I left the place. I come leaving this one.
Well, you got to settle down sometime, Jim.
No, I don't. I got bad luck both places. I won't settle down no more.
We won't stop you, Jim.
I think I'll go now, Marshal. I don't want to spend another night here. I'll get my things together.
Yeah. We'll wait outside. Come on, Chester. Doc. A half hour later, Jim was packed and ready to go. Silently, he shook hands with each one of us and then mounted and rode off. Yeah, the prairie had dealt hard with Jim Cobbett, but the man was too tough and dry not to survive somehow. He wouldn't try again to be happy, but he'd live. He'd make his way. We watched him disappear while the sun went, and the land cooled and became still and quiet.
The Big Plymouth contest closes Monday midnight. Your last chance to win a new 53 Plymouth free or a big cash prize.
Go to your nearby Plymouth dealers tomorrow. Meet the new Plymouth. Look it over stem to stern. Ask questions. Find out all about this new kind of low-priced car. Then, on an official entry blank in 50 words or less, tell what you like most about this great new beauty.
But remember, entries must be mailed by Monday midnight, so be sure to visit your Plymouth dealers tomorrow to pick up your contest entry blank and meet the new 53 Plymouth.
Gunsmoke, under the direction of Norman Macdonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. Tonight's story was specially written for Gunsmoke by John Meston, with music composed and conducted by Rex Corey. Featured in the cast were John McIntyre and Jeanette Nolan, with Paul Dubois, Jack Crucian, and Harry Bartell. Harley Bear is Chester, and Howard McNear is Doc. Gunsmoke was brought to you by Plymouth, along with a reminder that you visit your Plymouth dealer tomorrow and enter the Meet the New Plymouth contest. Remember, entries must be mailed before Monday midnight. Clancy Cassell speaking.
National Broadcasting Company presents Dick Powell as Richard Diamond, private detective.
I do, well, I tell my friends. Hey, this is the morgue.
Yeah, wise guy.
You should feel right at home here, Otis.
Oh. Hello, Rick.
Hiya, Walt. What goes here?
I want you to take a look at someone. You know who this is, Rick?
Oh, the poor little devil. He was murdered, huh?
Yeah, shot. Right in the back.
Here's another exciting half hour with Richard Diamond, Private Detective, starring Dick Powell.
Yeah, you want something?
How do you do? Are you the manager of this little haven of rest?
A boarding house. I run it.
I heard you both times.
What do you want, huh? What do you want?
Information. Your move.
You nuts or something, huh? You nut?
I'm looking for a girl.
What's the matter? Read the sign. It says rooms for rent. Rooms. Beat it.
You know, if you ever get around to running at 33 1/3, you'll save a lot of breath.
Smart guy, real smart guy. Now, I got to work.
Wait a minute. Now, wait. Here's $5 if you can tell me about a girl named Elaine Tanner.
For $10, I couldn't tell you a thing. Don't know her.
She lived here?
So it's a secret from me, a secret. Now...
Here. Take a look at the snapshot. A man and a girl. Do you know the girl?
Mister, I got maybe 10, 20, 30 different people every month. They come, they go, they pay rent. That's all I care. They pay rent.
All right. Did this girl ever pay rent here?
Maybe I remember her face. I never remember no names.
Is anybody living in her room now?
Why you want to know? Huh?
Well, I'll tell you a secret, Bud. The girl is my sister. When we were little kids, my mother and father ran away from home to become acrobats in a circus. This broke up my sister, and she left, too. Now, Mama and Papa are back, and I want the whole stinking family together again so we can take the light out of the window.
Sure. For $10, maybe I show you her room.
All right, you're in business. Now, here's your 10.
Thanks.
The fingers are mine.
This way, down this way.
How long does she live here?
Oh, not for long, maybe 2 weeks.
Then what?
Then comes an old guy one day. Yeah, an old guy, and...
And what?
She goes away with him. And you know what else?
Yes, I know what else. The old guy was the same guy in the snapshot I showed you a minute ago. He was with a girl.
Sure. Okay, look around. She ain't in any of them drawers, she ain't. Or that cupboard, she ain't.
She ain't no place. Now, tell me, did she leave anything here at all?
Just junk. Newspapers, magazines, newspapers.
So she was a bookworm. Well, okay, I guess that's it. Let's go. Let's get out of here fast.
Who are they shooting at?
Who's in that house next door where the shots came from?
People.
Thanks.
They're shooting at you.
Know anybody who wants to get rid of you?
Nobody. Oh, mister, please go now.
Look. Here's $20 more if you do me a favor.
I do you one favor and get shot at. Who knows what'll happen for 20, huh? Who knows?
Twice as much fun. Now, look, go through the stuff she left here.
I told you there wasn't nothing.
Well, go through it anyway. If you find anything that might give me a lead, call me up. Here's my card.
Richard Diamond, private detective. Hey, it says you're a dick.
Strictly private. Now, is it a deal?
$20 now?
There'll be more if you find something for me.
Okay. No, please beat it and don't come back here no more. Window glass costs dough.
I knew it wouldn't do me any good to look at the house where the shots came from, because whoever played me for a clay pigeon would get out fast. Now, only one person knew I was likely to visit that boarding house, the man who sent me there. And his name was Morris Clinton. Vocation? Multimillionaire. Avocation, or hobby? Wolf. And an old one at that. But why should he take a shot at me? Thinking like that, figured out to a heart-to-heart talk with Clinton, so I went to see him. But if he knew anything, he played it straight.
Suited you? But that's ridiculous.
Well, I agree, Clinton, but look at my side of it. This morning, you sent your chauffeur to my office to bring me here. Then you hired me to find a girl for you, a girl named Elaine Tanner.
And she wasn't there.
Right. She wasn't there. Just an empty room in a boarding house.
That's all the information I could give you about her.
I'll even buy that. I've worked on less information before, but here's my point, Mr. Clinton. I was shot at. I'm used to it, but I don't like it.
I told you, I know nothing about that. Believe me, Mr. Diamond, I know nothing about it.
I do believe you. We'll just say someone doesn't like my poking around that boarding house. Have you got any idea who that might be?
No, I haven't. I swear it.
Okay. I'll wrap it up right now. As I said, I've been shot at before, but you've been so pleasant, Mr. Clinton. From here, the price goes up.
You don't want to go on with the case?
Not at these prices.
All right, forget it then. I gave you $100 this morning. Keep it. And forget you ever saw me.
Oh, you're so sweet. It'll be a pleasure.
Diamond, just a moment.
Yeah?
What has happened is between you and me.
Oh, yes, but yes. Oh, I will have to report those shots.
What?
Sure. The police don't like to have people taking pot shots at each other. It makes for confusion in a big city.
Wait, Diamond, wait.
Something else, Mr. Clinton?
I have my own reasons for not wanting anyone else involved in this. I'm sure you and I can come to an agreement.
Oh, well, it's just possible, Maury, that you and I may not see wallet to wallet.
What would you say if I offered you a $1,000 bonus to keep on the case?
Offer or suggestion?
I'll make it a deal.
Put it on paper. A check.
Can I trust you?
Okay, Clinton, if you feel that way about it. Post-date the check. A week from today. If I don't show up with Elaine Tanner by then, the check is yours again. Uncashed.
Very well. Here you are.
Thanks. So long, Mr. Clinton. I'll keep in touch.
Where are you going now?
Back to my office to wait for a phone call from the little guy at 118 Parker Avenue. Oh. Well, hello there. Did you hear everything you wanted to?
I beg your pardon, sir. I was just coming in to ask Mr. Clinton if I should drive him anywhere this afternoon.
Oh?
Christopher, come in here.
Right away, Mr. Clinton. Excuse me, Mr. Diamond.
Yeah, sure. So long, Christopher. The minute I left Clinton and Chris, I began to get that lousy feeling again. The only thing that made me feel anywhere near normal was the thought of the $1,000 that would be mine in 7 days. For $1,000, I'd stand up for target practice for the big mole. I didn't have much to go on, just the knowledge that old man Clinton wanted me to find Elaine Tanner and that somebody, who up to now had proved to be a bad shot, didn't want me to find her. With that peaceful thought in mind, I sat in my office hoping for a call from the little manager of the boarding house on Parker Avenue. I'd been waiting about an hour, and then... save your knuckles and use a fire axe. Come on in.
Hello, Mr. Diamond.
Well, Christopher. All your driving finished for the day?
Mr. Clinton sent me to see Mr. Diamond.
This is the second time today. What's he trying to do, make dear friends of us?
Not exactly, Mr. Diamond. He wants that check back.
What?
He's changed his mind.
Oh, from what I know of him, it needs it.
He wants to call off the whole thing. Something happened.
Elaine Tanner show up?
No.
Oh, and he sent you to get the $1,000 check back.
That's right, Mr. Diamond.
Oh, I know an easier way. Why doesn't he just stop payment on the check?
I'm only carrying out Mr. Clinton's orders.
Are you?
Why do you ask that?
It seems a little offbeat, Chris. This morning he hires me, then he fires me, then he hires me, now he fires me. Monotonous, isn't it?
May I have the check, Mr. Diamond?
Not before I call Clinton and ask him a few things.
You just don't seem to understand, do you?
I want Mr. Clinton to explain.
Take your hands away from that phone.
Oh, gun. I know how I hate him.
No need to be afraid of this one unless you get stubborn.
Let's give Clinton a ring.
Keep your hands on top of the desk, palms down.
So we're going to play table tilting, maybe?
And stay sitting.
Listen, Chris.
How do you like your hair parted, Diamond? On the side or right in the middle?
When I opened my big blue eyes, my office was dark, and the neon light on the hotel across the street flashed the news that it was dark outside, too. I'd been out cold for a long time. When the room stopped spinning, I reached out, grabbed a piece of it, pulled myself up, went to the water cooler, splashed myself alive. I started toward the light switch when... This time I was going to be ready. I got behind the door and waited.
Hey, what's the idea? Hey, let go!
Oh, for the love of Mike Otis. Sergeant Otis.
Well, who you expect? Gorgeous George, maybe? Go my neck.
Oh, I'm sorry, Otis. I guess I just can't resist you.
You crazy shamus. Hey,
It's dark in here. It was a lot darker a couple of minutes ago. Hit the light, will you?
Yeah.
Thanks. Oh, I got enough troubles, and the first thing I see when I wake up is you.
Holy mackerel. What you been doing with your head, Diamond?
I got mixed up in a handball game.
Oh?
Yeah, some friends needed a ball. It's hard work, but you get used to it.
Oh, got worked over, huh? Well, them bum jokes you pull catch up with you sometimes.
Yeah, Hey, wait a minute. What are you doing here?
I come to get you. Lieutenant Levinson wants to see you.
Well, go back and describe me. That's all he gets tonight.
I think you better come, Shamus. It's important.
I think you better go, Otis. That's important.
Now, look. Lieutenant Levinson sends me over to get you. There's something he wants to ask you.
All I know is name, rank, and serial number. Now go back and tell Walt I don't want to play games.
Shamus, I got news for you. Murder ain't a game no more.
That's all Otis would tell me, but I didn't like the way he kept looking at me all the way to see Levinson. Then we got to headquarters, not to Walt's office, but down the long marble corridor that led back to other places.
He wants me to bring you back here, Diamond.
Where to?
The morgue.
The morgue?
Yeah, you heard of it.
I heard of it. What's this all about?
You'll see. In here, Shamus. Lieutenant.
Back here, Otis.
Come on, Diamond.
Hello, Rick. Night.
Well, how's the other head look?
I'll let you know when it speaks to me.
Yeah. Meantime, I want you to take a look at someone.
In here?
Yeah, in here. You know who this is, Rick?
Oh, the poor little devil. The poor devil.
What do you know about him?
Well, he was manager of a boarding house, cheap walk-up on Parker Avenue.
That we know. What else?
He was murdered, huh?
Shot right in the back.
Hmm.
Rick, unless I knew you were tied in, I wouldn't have you here. You want to talk about it?
Somewhere else, Walt.
Sure. Come on.
Before I answer any more questions, Walt, how'd you tie me in?
He had one of your business cards in his hand. He was shot while he was standing at the phone in the hallway of that boarding house. Did he call you, Rick?
I didn't get a call from him.
Got any idea why he wanted you?
Maybe, maybe not. All depends.
On what?
Walt, listen.
I will in my office. Wait outside, Otis, and I'm busy. Get it?
Sure, I get it.
Wait a second, Rick. Now, here's a gun, 38 police special. Take a good look at it.
I've seen it before. It's mine. How did you get it?
The ballistics report says this gun killed the little guy back there.
Did you check it for fingerprints?
Yeah, and they were all yours.
Will you have Otis come visit me and bake a cake with a file in it?
Oh, cut it out, Rick. I know you didn't kill him, but I've got to tell the commissioner something. He's funny that way.
I was in my office when the guy was shot. I was out cold.
You got any proof?
For you or the commissioner?
For the commissioner, you egghead.
Listen on the way.
To where?
Have Otis bring the car around front. We're going to make a call on a guy named Morris Clinton and his errand boy, Christopher. On the way out, I told Walt the whole thing, how Christopher caught me off base, put me out, and then must have taken my gun to kill the little manager. But neither of us could come up with an answer to why. Why murder to keep me from finding Elaine Tanner? What was the connection between Clinton, his chauffeur, and the girl? I thought maybe Clinton would give her the answers when he learned there was a murder tapping at his door.
So you want to see Christopher, Lieutenant Levinson?
If you don't mind, Mr. Clinton.
Oh, no, not at all. I'll call him.
Real loud, Mr. Clinton.
Of course. Christopher? Christopher!
You're sure he's here, Mr. Clinton?
Oh, yes, I am, of course, Lieutenant.
Call again.
Christopher! Christopher!
I don't think he'll hear you.
Why not? I'm not deaf, Mr. Diamond.
Rick, is that Christopher?
Yeah, this is Chris, all right. And I owe him a haircut.
Now, lay off, Rick. I'll handle this. Christopher.
Yes, sir?
Where were you about 2 this afternoon?
Why, right here, working on the car.
Correction. Working on me.
I beg your pardon.
Oh, come on. Let's have it straight.
Mr. Clinton, what about this?
Christopher is right, Lieutenant. Yes, he's right.
Oh, you're scared stiff, Clinton, and you're lying.
I'm not. I wanted to go into town to keep an appointment.
And the fuel pump on the car was stopped up. I had to take it apart.
Oh, sure. And while you fixed it, Clinton stood right over you.
As a matter of fact, he did watch.
And it took all afternoon to fix it.
No, but when it was finished, it was too late for Mr. Clinton's appointment. He decided not to go.
How about that, Mr. Clinton?
Oh, yes, Lieutenant. Christopher hasn't been out of my sight all afternoon.
That's good enough for me. All right, Diamond, let's go.
What? Are you crazy?
No, that's why I'm putting the cuffs on you. I thought there was something fishy about your story. Gun taken away from you, people coming to see you, hiring you, firing you.
Walt, your stomach has gone to your head.
Never mind my stomach. Otis.
Yeah, Lieutenant.
Put the cuffs on this Shamus.
Cuffs? On him?
Close your mouth, Otis. Put the cuffs on.
Walt, what in the...
Diamond, I've been waiting for a chance like this to comb you out of my hair for good. Otis, the cuffs.
Yes, sir, Lieutenant. All right, Shamus, hold him out.
Mr. Clinton, thank you very much. Goodbye. Come on, Diamond.
Lieutenant.
Otis, I told you to close your mouth.
Oh, I gotta breathe.
Oh, shut up and come on. Walt, outside, Diamond. Get going.
You big bubblehead. What's the idea of making like a cop with me?
I kind of liked it. How'd I do?
What?
Good performance, eh?
Good performance. Oh, you big ham. You great big ham.
Well, Lieutenant, are we going to put the Shamus in the jug?
Shut up, Otis. Take the cuffs off him.
What?
Here, Otis, start working.
Oh, you're right, Rick. Clinton was scared stiff, and for some reason he backed Christopher's alibi.
Walt, I've got an idea.
You better have. If I don't have something to tell the commissioner, I'll have to give up my ideas about a pension.
I'm going back to that boarding house.
Why?
Well, the manager was going to call me. It's just possible he got a hold of a lead on Elaine Tanner, but Christopher killed him before he had a chance to tell me.
Well, that makes sense.
You got a man there?
Yeah, a happy.
Oh, good. I'll see you later.
Rick.
All right.
Please. For the sake of my stomach, don't slip up. You're my only suspect without an alibi.
Thanks, Walt. See you later.
Yeah.
Oh, Walt.
What?
Bottoms up on the bicarbonate.
That's all the stuff there was in the basement, Diamond.
Oh, thanks, Mahaffey. Everything neatly bundled but this one pile. The little guy must have gone through it.
Got any idea what you're looking for?
No, give me a hand, will you?
Sure.
Newspapers, magazines. Mahaffey.
Uh-huh.
No one's been in here since the murder?
Nobody. I've been on the door.
And the manager had nothing on him.
Only your card.
That's funny, very funny. He wouldn't have tried to call me if he hadn't found something. Maybe he came across something in this pile of stuff. Didn't take it out and then...
Find something?
Yeah. This sheaf of withholding tax statements.
Mm-hmm. The kind that come on the bottoms of paychecks.
Made out to Elaine Tanner, paid by the Blue Falcon nightclub.
That ain't far from here.
That's where I'm going.
Yeah, sure. Now I remember a kid that named Tanner. Yeah, used to work here in the line.
Thanks, bartender. Where's she now?
Well, Mr. Me, I know from nothing about her, but she was good friends with one of the dolls in the line, gal named Gladys.
Where can I find this Gladys?
Dressing room, straight back, turn left.
And knock on the door, huh?
What for? They dress that way for the show anyway.
I'll keep both eyes closed.
Sure, straight back like I said, then first turn left.
What you want with her, Hanson? Why don't you get off here?
You tipped me, sweetheart, but give me a rain check.
Who waits for rain? But why do you want to see Elaine?
Well, maybe I ought to tell her about some oil wells that came in.
Yeah? You don't look like the type talks about oil wells.
Honey, don't let the tassels on my shoes fool you.
Oh, you're cute. Yeah, I know where Elaine is.
Want to give?
Information?
Sure.
Oh, you've got a one-track mind.
Maybe I can't switch it over yet.
Okay, so I'll get a couple of days older meanwhile. Anyhow, I never did like her. So, I don't mind letting you know.
Know what, Gladys?
Well, maybe a month ago she quit this job. This dump.
All right, she quits. Go ahead.
Yeah. But before she quit, she's acting funny. Like the night we're going home together, walking along, and she's talking.
This is the last time I take this walk.
So, gonna fly to him from work?
I'm quitting.
Well, if you like to eat grass, go ahead.
I won't eat grass. Ever had a real mink coat, Gladys?
I coulda, but his lawyers settled out of court.
I'll have one. I'll do all right.
You thinking about that guy Clinton who comes in the club?
Uh-huh.
Honey, there's wolves and there's wolves. Want to pick one with teeth.
He likes me.
Sure. Every time he sees you, he's got to push his eyes back in his head.
Chris is working for him. His chauffeur.
So this is news, so what?
Money. Lots of it.
Shakedown? Oh, now look, honey, they can give you trouble for that.
Not a shakedown. This is safe and sure. Chris figured it. He figured it, and I...
And what?
Nothing. Just forget it. Come on, let's get some coffee.
And that That's all she says.
Uh-huh. Now, where can I find her?
Oh, I'll tell you where I think she is. Here's the address. I wrote it down.
Thanks, Gladys. I'll see you again.
Yeah. See more of me.
Is that possible?
This costume's for the first show. We save up for the second.
I'll be here for the last show.
Oh, what you said. So long, handsome.
A little while after Gladys gave me the address, I was buzzing at an apartment door. I kept my fingers crossed and then uncrossed them when the door opened.
Yes?
Hello there, Elaine.
Who are you?
Oh, the name's Hangtooth. Elmer Hangtooth.
Who?
Oh, I better come in.
Hey, what's the idea?
Can't hear a thing you say, honey. My hearing aid just shorted out.
Now listen, wise guy.
Oh, Elaine. Chris sent me.
Chris?
Yeah. He said to tell you everything's okay. The heat's off.
How about that private eye?
Diamond? Richard Diamond?
Yeah, that's the one.
Honey, you'll never be any closer to him than you are right now.
I was afraid he'd quit. Hey, when's Chris coming?
Soon, I hope.
Oh. I've never seen you before. Have I?
Well, you're young and life's full of surprises.
Uh-huh. I like surprises.
Right.
Chris work you in on the deal?
Yeah. I did him a favor. Took care of Diamond. Like doing it, too. Oh, by the way, what goes with you and Clinton?
Honey, we had a common interest.
Oh.
Books, dearie. Books. He had one I wanted. When I finished with him, I could have walked out with the furniture.
Yeah, I guess you could, baby. I guess you could.
Think so?
Why not?
What did you say your name was?
Well, the name's Appelknocker, Harold Appelknocker.
What? That's not what you said before.
Oh, so you have been listening. The real name is Diamond, Richard Diamond.
I see a kidder, huh?
Well, if that makes you laugh, this ought to bring back Mahjong. Here, take a look at my license.
Huh?
My membership card, the Hopalong Cassidy Club, my Flash Gordon beanie.
You dirty shamus, you stinking cop.
Easy, baby.
Let
Easy,
go of
baby,
me.
easy.
Let go, you dirty. Let go of me.
Let her go, Diamond.
Chris!
Jackpot. Chris and Elaine all at once.
Diamond, get your hands off her. Get them off. No, that's better. Now, Elaine, before I fill him full of holes, tell me what he's doing here.
He said you sent him, Chris.
Sure, he would. Elaine, you ready to get out of here?
Yeah.
Okay, hand me a cushion from the sofa.
Want to take a nap, Chris?
I'll laugh at your funeral, Shamus. Hold a cushion over the gun. Nobody hears the shot.
Better not, Chris.
Elaine, start out. I'll be right behind you.
Yeah, all right, Chris.
Got the book?
Yeah.
What book?
Shut up. Get going, Elaine.
Chris, let's talk this over.
Funny, you just finished talking, Diamond.
Chris!
Elaine, what's the matter?
Give me my book. Give it to me.
Clinton, Dub, get out of the way.
Diamond, you...
Chris.
Well, I owed in that partner's hair.
Chris.
It's all right, Elaine. Just creased. I wouldn't think of depriving the hot seat of such a good customer.
My book. Where's my book? I want it. Give me my book.
Sure, Mr. Clinton. But I'm afraid you'll have to explain to the police first. A telephone call to the 5th Precinct brought Walt and Otis to my rescue. Otis used the siren. Loved it. I told Walt the book old man Clinton kept screaming about had me a little confused, that I wouldn't be able to relax until he found out just where it fitted in the case. He promised to find out the answers as soon as he took Chris, Elaine, and Clinton back to the 5th Precinct. I told him to call me at Helen's.
Rick, what about that check for $1,000? Is it any good?
Well, the check's post-dated. I doubt if Mr. Clinton will honor it now. It's too bad. We could have celebrated.
So all you got for your trouble was $100 a day in expenses.
I'll get it. Grant's Tomb, the general speaking.
Rick?
Yeah? Walt?
Yeah. You sitting down?
Why?
You can tear up that check Clinton gave you. He won't honor it. He's mad about having to go to jail.
Oh, I was way ahead of you about the check. Why did Clinton go to jail? What did he do?
You know that book he was yelling about?
What about it?
Well, it's an original Sir Francis Bacon manuscript.
How would you know?
I hate to admit it, but Otis told me what it was. You know, Otis is excuse me, Lieutenant. It's bibliophile. Shut up, hammerhead.
Okay, so I work for nothing.
Rick.
Yeah?
The book was worth $30,000. It was stolen 18 years ago from the Fine Arts Library in Washington. Old man Clinton bought it from a fence. That's why he couldn't go to the police.
Oh, so Chris and Elaine hijacked it, huh? Probably had a sale for it.
Rick, there's a $1,500 reward for that book.
So what?
It's yours.
Hey, wait a minute, Walt. Helen, put your ear next to the receiver.
Oh, all right.
Walt, say that again.
Say what again?
What you just said.
Did I say anything?
Well, sure you did.
Are you sure?
Oh, now cut it out, Walt. Say it again about the reward.
Oh, that. There's a $1,500 reward for the book.
Thanks, Walt. Bye.
Bye.
Well, baby.
Well, we're going to celebrate after all. $1,500. Oh, Rick, that calls for a real celebration.
Sure.
Well, don't go away, darling. I'll be right back. I won't be long. Oh, Rick, there's a new song on the piano. Why don't you try it?
Okay, I set my pajamas and put on my prayers. Well, that's pretty silly, but... My baby kissed me goodnight, and I am glad to relate that by the time I got home, I was feeling great. I climbed up the door and opened the stairs. I set my pajamas and put on my prayers. I turned off the bed, crawled into the light, and all because you kissed me goodnight. Next morning I awoke and scrambled my shoes. I shined up an egg, then I toasted the news. I buttered my tie and took another bite, and all because you kissed me goodnight. By evening I felt normal, so we went out again. You said goodnight and kissed me. I hurried home, and then I climbed up the door and opened the stairs. I said my pajamas and put on my prayers. I turned off the bed, crawled into the light, and all because you kissed me goodnight. By evening I felt normal, so we went out again. You said goodnight and kissed me. I hurried home, and then I lifted the preacher, called up the phone, spoke to the dog, and threw your ma a bone. 'Twas midnight, and yet the sun was shining bright, and all because you kissed me good night.
Oh, that was lovely, Rick. Well, how do I look?
Oh, my, wonderful. What are you so dressed up for?
For the celebration.
Oh, that's right, yeah. Come on, let's go.
Oh, where are we going, Rick?
Oh, the Blue Falcon nightclub. We'll be just in time for the last show.
The Blue Falcon. Oh, but why pick that place?
Oh, but they've got a wonderful floor show.
Yes, but the costumes are... Oh, they're nothing.
Oh, what you said.
You have just heard Richard Diamond, Private Detective, starring Dick Powell. Ed Begley played Lieutenant Walt Levinson. Also in the cast were Wilms Herbert, Francis Robinson, Ted Osborne, Gene Bates, and Paul Dubov. Music was under the direction of Frank Worth. Today's show was written and directed by Russell Hughes. Dick Powell currently may be seen in the motion picture version of the best-selling novel, Mrs. Mike. This is Eddie King inviting you to be with us next Sunday at this same time when we will again bring you Dick Powell as Richard Diamond, Private Detective. What's on NBC today? Ezio Pinza, dynamic singing star, plays his first starring dramatic role today on Theater Guild on the Air, with Madeline Carroll and Linda Darnell co-starred. And you'll also want to listen to the Phil Harris Alice Faye Show and the Adventures of Sam Spade right before Theater Guild. Don't forget, Ezio Pinza on Theater Guild on the Air today. It's all great entertainment today on NBC. Your tune for the stars on NBC.
Ladies and gentlemen, before the Shadow begins his next adventure, I want to tell you that the big news going the rounds among motorists these days is about the amazing Goodrich Silvertown tire with the Lifesaver tread. It's the talk of the nation. Yes, this new kind of tire stops you quicker in any wet weather emergency than you've ever stopped before. And here's the secret. The reason why this tire resists skidding on the slipperiest roads. The tread is grooved with never-ending spiral bars. Those spiral bars act like a battery of windshield wipers. They sweep water right and left, force it out through the deep drainage grooves, make a dry track for the rubber to grip. No wonder this new Silvertown is the talk of the nation, the safest thing on wheels. It costs no more to give your family this life-saving protection. Equip your car with Goodrich. Safety Silvertowns now. The Shadow, Lamont Cranston, a man of wealth, a student of science, and a master of other people's minds, devotes his life to righting wrongs, protecting the innocent, and punishing the guilty. Cranston is known to the underworld as the Shadow. Never seen, only heard. His true identity is known only to his constant friend and aide, Margot Lane. Today's story, The Tenor with the Broken Voice.
I just adore hearing Pagliacci. It seems to be the most... How are you?
Lamont, this is delightful. I'm so glad we're going to hear Pagliacci. It's my favorite opera.
It is beautiful, Margot. You know, they say this young tenor, Hagen Radcliffe, is a gorgeous voice.
I hear he's marvelous. He should be magnificent in that closing aria of the first act, Vesti da Juba.
Oh, the curtain's
Oh, we'd better go.
That's why I can get in. I think we're going to be late. All right.
La gente paga per ridevole qua. Ai, se chi una vola colombina ridi Pagliaccia e ognuna platerà. Tra i musica e la massima spasso il pianto in una spazio pigliato e il dolor ridi Pagliaccia ma il tuo volmo
Lamont, what happened?
I'm afraid Radcliffe's voice is cracked, my dear. This is tragic.
Madonna Miriam, my beautiful voice is gone. 10 years of study in slavery and now nothing. My life is in.
How sad, Lamont. They're leading him off the stage.
Good evening, Margot.
Good evening, Lamont. What are you listening to on the radio?
Don't you recognize it, Margot? The opera Pagliacci.
Oh, yes. And it's being broadcast from that same opera house where Hagen Radcliffe's voice cracked during that closing aria, the first act we heard last week.
Yes. Too bad. Just as Radcliffe had reached the end of the long ladder that leads to fame, his voice should fail. But, Margot, I'm not quite sure that we've seen the end of that tragedy.
Why, what do you mean, Lamont?
Just that a great tragedy invariably has repercussions. You might like it to throwing a stone in a quiet pond. There's never just one ripple. There are waves of them. But I'm afraid I'm becoming morbid. Who's singing the tenor role in Pagliacci tonight? No?
Harley Fisk.
Oh,
He
yes.
has quite a lovely voice, too, hasn't he? This is that same aria that Hagen Radcliffe's voice cracked on last week.
Turn up the radio a bit, Margot.
Yes, I will.
Ladies and gentlemen, we regret that this brings the broadcast of Pagliacci to a close.
What?
There's been a tragedy at the opera. A sandbag fell from the ceiling, hitting Harley Fisk, the tenor, killing him instantly. We now return you to our studios.
Oh, Lamont, how ghastly.
See, my dear, as I said, the ripples of the stone falling in the quiet pond, starting to spread.
Then you think this has a connection with what happened to Radcliffe last week?
This is no time to think, Margot. I'm going to investigate.
Oh, Lamont, can the shadow never rest?
Not as long as crime and outrage never rest.
Hello?
Hello, Commissioner Weston?
Yes?
This is Clyde Burke of the Classic. Say, Commissioner, what about the death of Harley Fisk at the Opera House last night?
Well, what about it? A very regrettable accident.
Maybe. But listen, Commissioner, there's a story in here somewhere. Just the week before, Hagen Radcliffe was singing that same song when he lost his voice for good.
Yes, I know that.
Well, we figured on running a story on how maybe that song is jinxed. And we wanted a statement from you. You know, they're planning to do the same opera again tomorrow night.
Of all the cheap sensationalism. You can't expect me to be a party to such a story.
Why not?
Good day, Mr. Burke.
Commissioner Weston, you sign these orders for the traffic detail?
Yes, Hello.
Good morning, Commissioner Weston.
Oh, it's you, Shadow. What do you want now?
I have some suggestions for you. You know they are doing Pagliacci again tonight.
So I've been told.
Weston, you must be sure at least 2 squads of detectives cover every section of the Opera House. Afraid there'll be trouble again during the singing of the closing aria.
No, I won't do that, Shadow.
Weston, you're a very foolish man. There is catastrophe in the cards for tonight. You can prevent it if you follow my instructions.
Shadow, I don't need you or any other man to tell me how to run this office.
Commissioner Weston, didn't your grandmother ever tell you that old saying, there are none so blind as those who will not see? My grandmother did, and again I say it is absolutely imperative that you have a detail guarding the Opera House tonight.
It's absolutely ridiculous, and I'm too busy to discuss it any further.
Isn't it exciting? Did you read that story in the Classic about the opera Pagliacci?
Yes, I did. You know, my husband usually goes to sleep every time we come here to the Opera House. But tonight, my dear, he's positively sitting on the edge of his chair.
Oh, can you blame him?
Well, Henry, do you think the tragedies will repeat themselves?
Well, we'll know in a few minutes. Curtain's just about to go up on the first act.
Yes, so I understand. Oh, say, isn't that Commissioner Weston coming in?
Hey, George, it is. Say, maybe there is something in this after all. Oh, good evening, Commissioner.
Good evening.
Good evening. You here to try and stop another tragedy, Commissioner?
Absurd. There's nothing to that tragedy nonsense. I'm here solely to listen to the music, and I wouldn't have even done that if my wife hadn't insisted.
Did you hear what he said?
Well, I guess there's nothing to it then.
We could have stayed home and played bridge, too.
Yeah.
Curtain going up. Curtain going up.
Well, I wonder if it'll happen tonight. Here's the fatal aria now,
La gente e paga e ridevole qua. Vola colombina, ridi pagliaccia, e ognuno applaudirà. Tra il musica e la stiva por il pianto, in una smile ortigliata e il dolor.
Bring down the asbestos curtain.
Pay no attention to that man. I warned you today, Shadow.
Yes.
What is this?
This is the voice of the Shadow. And possibly the citizens of this city have more faith in me than the commissioner has. Clear the stage immediately and ring down the asbestos curtain.
Yes, do what he says, Shadow. Down the curtain. Bring down the curtain. Well, there goes the curtain down. I wonder what next.
Listen to me once again, ladies and gentlemen. Don't be afraid. There will not be another explosion. The fire will be kept backstage by the asbestos curtain. Begin leaving in orderly fashion. Obey the ushers, and no one will be hurt. As regards these calamities, you have my word as the Shadow that I will not rest until I have solved this mystery of the opera.
Ladies and gentlemen, if the Shadow makes a false step now, he'll be playing right into the hands of his enemies. And remember, every time you drive in the rain on worn, smooth tires, you may be playing into the hands of a dangerous skid. Who knows what may happen?
The Shadow knows. Beware. Thousands killed or injured. Cars wrecked. That's the price American motorists pay every year when tires lose their grip and skid on wet, slippery pavements.
Yes, motorists. Don't risk that sickening, pit-of-the-stomach feeling that comes when your car suddenly swerves out of control. For remember, this new Goodrich Silvertown is the only tire with the Lifesaver tread. The amazing skid protection that will stop you quicker, safer in a wet road emergency than you've ever stopped before. The nation's largest independent testing laboratory proved this by testing this new Silvertown against both regular and premium price tires of the 5 other leading tire manufacturers. The engineers of the impartial Pittsburgh Testing Laboratory found that no tire tested, regardless of price, came up to the Goodrich Silvertown in skid resistance. And when you know that Silvertowns also give you the famous Golden Ply blowout protection, is it any wonder that it's called the safest thing on wheels? Put Goodrich Safety Silvertowns on your car now and play safe.
Gentlemen, we have called this meeting of the Board of Directors of the Opera Company because we feel that there now exists a crisis and we directors must come to an immediate decision. You're all aware of the regrettable events of the past week. And gentlemen, we must decide whether or not to suspend opera for the balance of the season. I call on Commissioner Weston, who has kindly considered to come here this evening and advise me. Commissioner Weston.
Well, gentlemen, I'm placed in an awkward position. I realize that to close the Opera House for the balance of the season will mean that a number of people will lose their jobs. Not only the stars, but many who can ill afford it. Stagehands, ushers, porters, extras, and many others who are necessary to an institution of this size. But, gentlemen, the question is, dare you continue?
That is indeed the question, Commissioner. Gentlemen, Mr. Hagen Radcliffe has also considered to appear before us this evening and give his opinion. Mr. Radcliffe.
Gentlemen, my heart is very sad. Not only because I lose my beautiful voice, but also these tragedies that happen when the opera Pagliaccia is sung. But I do not think you have to close the Opera House. It is only Pagliacci that must close. Because if Pagliacci is never given again, these terrible accidents will finish.
Yes, that makes sense. Why couldn't we just eliminate Pagliacci?
Because, gentlemen, these tragic events are not accidents.
Who said that?
I know that voice. The Shadow is here.
The Shadow? Here?
Yes, gentlemen. Here in the shadows.
Shadow, what do you know about these tragedies in the opera?
Enough, Commissioner Weston, to realize the person who started this reign of terror will never stop until he is brought to justice. You would be content for a time if you discontinued Pagliacci. But the burning, blistering hate that motivates him would force him to strike again and again.
Look here, Shadow. If you have any information, you're obstructing justice in not turning it over to me.
At present, Commissioner, I've only a theory. But I will solve these tragedies for you within the next 48 hours.
Commissioner Weston, I do not agree with the Shadow. I believe Pagliacci is cursed, and that it is only that aria that will bring tragedies.
Mr. Radcliffe, although many times I don't agree with the Shadow, I must admit he has helped me solve many tough cases.
Thank you, Commissioner Weston. I will trap this killer for you if you'll do exactly as I say. Tomorrow night, you must once again give the opera Pagliacci.
Gentlemen, have there not been tragedies enough?
Shadow, what do you intend to do if Pagliacci is sung again?
I cannot tell you my plans, Commissioner, but you must trust me. Remember, the Shadow has never failed you yet.
Well, gentlemen, though I hesitate to advise you to do this, nevertheless, in my opinion, this is a case for the Shadow.
Thank you again, Commissioner.
But, Shadow, if there are any tricks...
There will be none. Gentlemen, will you do as I ask? Will you give Pagliacci again a week from tonight? If you do so, arrange to keep Box 7 vacant. For Box 7 will be occupied by the Shadow.
We had best take a vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
No, never.
I beg your pardon, Mr. Radcliffe. You have no vote. Only the directors are entitled to vote.
But you cannot do this. Pagliacci is cursed. It started by breaking my voice. Death will follow it every time.
Mr. Radcliffe,
no,
we know how you
cannot
feel.
Do.
Understand the strain you're under as a result of the recent events. But try to calm yourself, sir.
I am sorry, gentlemen. I am sorry.
Will one of you gentlemen assist Mr. Radcliffe to his home, please?
I'll be glad to.
Calling Margot Lane. Calling Margot Lane. We have important work to be done tonight. Meet me in front of the Opera House at 12:30. That is all.
Good evening, Mike. Kind of nice tonight.
Ah, 'tis that. Sure hate to go inside and make me rounds.
Well, Mike, aren't you a little scared having to guard the Opera House at night after all them killings?
Oh, sure, I've been night watchman here at the Opera House for going on 8 years now. I ain't going to start trembling at this late date.
Well, I guess you're safe as long as you don't start singing that mystery song.
Ah, never a bit of fear of that. The Wearing of the Green is the only tune I ever sing. Well, good night, my lad. I must make another inspection tour of the Opera House. Have a saint preserve us. This here Opera House is the darkest spot in the world. Who's that? I see you over there.
All right, Mike.
Oh, I didn't know it was you, sir.
Come here a minute, Mike. I want to show you something.
Yes, sir, Oh, don't do that, sir. Not to me. Oh, the knife, sir.
No one would stand in my path. Now I will complete my work in Box 7. So, the electric cord runs from the asbestos curtain, and I connect it here to the powder. Tomorrow, let the Shadow call for them to lower the asbestos curtain, and his own words will seal his doom. He will blow the Opera House to pieces.
Well, Margot, The opera house isn't quite so glittering at this hour.
Oh, so dark it almost seems haunted.
It is haunted in a sense, Margot. Haunted perhaps by the ghost of the immortal Caruso, come to sing at last duet with his great friend Shaliapin.
Lamont, look over there. The body on the floor.
The night watchman has been stabbed. Killer has struck again.
Lamont, when will this end?
If my plans work, tomorrow we'll see this atrocious murderer brought to justice.
Why? Why did he kill the watchman?
Probably the watchman discovered him before we arrived, but you'd better go home now. I'll send for an ambulance.
Oh, Lamont, please be careful.
Don't worry, Margot. The killer will not return tonight. She'll be here for tomorrow's opera. I have a ticket for you in box 6. I will be in box 7, in the shadows.
Hello?
Hello, Commissioner Weston.
Well, Shadow, you don't seem to be able to do much about this opera killer. Thanks to my trust in you, the night watchman was almost killed last night. If someone hadn't given him first aid before the ambulance arrived, he'd surely have died. As it is, he'll be unconscious for 3 days.
Weston, I gave that watchman the necessary treatment that saved his life. I will unmask the killer at tonight's performance of Pagliacci.
There isn't going to be any performance of Pagliacci tonight. I'm going to force them to cancel it and close the opera house for the balance of the season.
Weston, you can't do that. You'll only turn this atrocious killer into other channels. It's at the breaking point now. Unless he is captured, he will soon terrorize every place of entertainment, the whole entertainment world. You must do as I say. I will see that no harm comes to anyone at tonight's performance. But only if you follow my instructions.
Well, I'm a fool to trust you, Shadow. What do you want me to do?
Arrange to have everyone connected with the opera company present at tonight's concert. All singers, even the members of the board. You personally assign their seats to them and station a plainclothes man on each side of every one of them.
Well, all right, Shadow, I'll do it. But this is your last chance.
Unless I underestimate this murderous madman, it is indeed my last chance, Commissioner. Goodbye.
Well, my dear, I didn't expect to find you here, Pagliacci. Aren't you terrified?
No. I think the whole thing was only a series of unfortunate coincidences. After all, if there were any danger, they would hardly repeat the opera tonight.
I heard a rumor that they were doing it at the request of the Shadow. He guaranteed to catch the murderer tonight. Oh, isn't it thrilling? I can hardly wait until the fatal aria is sung.
Is, everything all set, Cardona?
Everyone connected with the opera company is present and accounted for, Commissioner. I got 2 men detailed, each one of them. Don't seem to be no trouble so far.
No, but the trouble never started until the closing aria of the first act. Be on your toes.
Yes, sir.
Curtain going up. Curtain going up, ladies and gentlemen.
Curtain going up.
This is the fatal aria now.
Non so più quel che dico e quel che faccio. Bastati, va, e soffetterò. Tu sei Pagliaccio. La giuva e la fascia in farina, la gente paga e ride volle qua.
Stop the performance instantly!
Bring down the asbestos curtain! This is Commissioner Weston! Bring down the asbestos curtain!
Under no circumstances is that asbestos curtain to be lowered.
Why not?
For reasons you will discover in a moment, Commissioner. Send some men to prevent anyone lowering that curtain. You value your lives and the lives of everyone present.
What's he saying? Shadow, no. Listen to the Shadow. Don't lower the curtain. Listen to him.
Cardona.
Yes, Commissioner.
Take some men immediately. Get backstage and guard the ropes that control the asbestos curtain.
Yes, sir. Come along, you. Get back there and see no one touches that curtain.
Now, Mr. Radcliffe.
Aye?
Yes, you. You look relieved. You didn't expect Commissioner Weston to order the asbestos curtain lowered, did you?
What do you mean?
You didn't want it lowered until you had a chance to escape out of the theater yourself.
Why should I want to leave the theater?
Because you know that if the curtain were lowered, it would operate a switch and explode the dynamite you planted in this box.
He lies. The Shadow himself planted the gunpowder in that box. He is the guilty one.
Very clever, Radkoff. But how did you know there was gunpowder? I said there was dynamite. Radkoff, you were the killer who has been terrorizing the Opera House.
That's a lie.
You were also one of the few who knew that the Shadow would be in Box 7. Radkoff, you are guilty.
Yes, I did it. I lost my voice in this opera, and with it my chance to be the greatest to ever sing Pagliacci. But I swore then I would be the last, that nobody else would sing it. I would have been too, if it weren't for you. Curse you, Shadow!
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the last of the opera murders. The stone has sunk at last to the bottom of the pond, and the ripples are ended. The curse of this opera and the dangers attached to the performance have been removed. The people of this city may again enjoy the beauty of the music drama without fear of death.
Listening to a dramatized version of one of the many copyrighted stories which appear in the Shadow magazine, now on sale at your local newsstand.
The weed of crime bears bitter fruit. Crime does not pay. The Shadow knows.
All the characters and all the places named are fictitious. Any similarity to persons living or dead is purely coincidental.
The Kraft Foods Company brings you The Adventures of the Falcon, starring Les Damon.
Hello? Yes, this is the Falcon speaking. Oh, Dinah. I'm glad you called. I'll have to have a rain check, Angel. I'm all jammed up. Some boy I know just figured out a way to make a fortune, and I've got to prove to him that sometimes $1 million isn't worth shooting for.
This is Ed Hurley, friends, inviting you on behalf of the Kraft Foods Company, makers of Miracle Whip, to join the Falcon in tonight's thrilling adventure as he solves the case of the Proud Papa. Before the Falcon solves tonight's case, let's listen to this. Miracle Whip.
Has a flavor so pleasing.
Miracle Whip.
Tastes so lively, so teasing.
Miracle Whip.
Only one of its kind.
Miracle Whip.
Best salad dressing you'll find.
Miracle Whip tastes really good. Not too sharp, not too mild, but just exactly right. And Miracle Whip tastes different, too. Different from any other salad dressing. Try it yourself. See why it's America's favorite salad dressing. The one and only Miracle Whip. And now, the case of the Proud Papa. It's Wednesday evening in New York, and in a small hotel room on Manhattan's West Side, a brunette named Rita Jordan quenches her thirst. And when Rita hears a knock on the door, she hurriedly hides the bottle, proving conclusively it doesn't contain soda pop.
Who is it?
Me.
Just a second, Leo. Hello, darling.
What were you doing that took you...
Aren't you going to kiss me?
Cut it out, Rita. You smell like a saloon.
Well, it's a nice thing to say.
I told you to lay off the stuff.
Honestly, Leo, I haven't had a drink
Who
in
are
out
you
of...
kidding? Where's the bottle?
I told you I
Where
haven't
is
had...
it, Rita?
Ow! Ow!
Well,
In the bureau drawer.
that one?
Please, sweetheart. You've got to understand I'm sick. If I don't have a drink, what are you doing?
Well, you don't have a garbage disposal unit in this
No,
joint.
Leo, don't! Why did you do that?
Because I can't trust you.
Mug, hypocrite. I hate you. I hate you.
Ah, you know you don't really mean that.
Ow!
You're crazy about me, aren't you? Hmm? Ah, everything's going to work out real fine.
Can't go on like this, Leo. I can't.
Well, you don't have to. You think I enjoy seeing my wife live in a crummy dive like this? Don't you think I got a heart? That's why I lined up Ernie Moore.
Ernie
Yeah. How you doing in that department?
says he's in love with me.
Well, that's wonderful.
You think it's wonderful he wants to divorce his wife and marry me?
Sure. That shows you're doing a fine job. But that's only half of it.
Well, I can't do the rest.
Now, look, Rita. You're going to go through with it, or I'm through with you. Now, make up your mind. Well,
I'll get the money from Ernie
you got a date with him tonight?
in an hour.
Good.
Listen, Leo, couldn't I have just one small drink?
No.
Just to give me a little...
I said no, Rita. But you do the job right, and I'll buy you a case. Now, go wash your face, baby. We want you to look real pretty for the boy.
Oui, monsieur? Oh, I'm looking for... Oh, there she is.
Hello, Ernie.
How are you, Rita? Been waiting long?
Seemed like years. Hope you don't mind my ordering.
Of course not.
Look, that's stupid of me. I went and finished your drink, too. Waiter,
Oui, madame.
I think we'd better go round again.
Very good, madame.
What's the matter, Ernie? You look unhappy.
Look, I don't want to heckle Rita, but don't you think you're drinking too much?
Are you going to start lecturing me, too?
Well, I only...
Why can't a girl take a drink without a sermon?
It's all right, darling.
No, it isn't all right, darling. Just because I like to feel good, somebody think I was committing a murder or something.
I'm sorry, Rita.
No. It's my fault, Ernie. I'm sick. But you're responsible.
I am?
Darling, can't you see I'm crazy about you?
Well, you know how I feel about you.
Yes, you say it, but you mean it.
Well, let me prove it to you.
You mean by getting a divorce?
Yes, I'll speak to Janet tonight.
No.
Why not?
No, because no solution to the problem. You work for a father, don't you?
Yeah?
Well, how long do you think your job would last if you and Janet busted
Well,
up?
I don't care.
Well, I do care. No, we've got to use our heads, sweetheart. If you just had a little money put away...
Well, it's no use talking. I haven't.
Well, why don't you get it from Janet's father?
Are you crazy?
Listen, I heard someplace Paul Victor's one of the biggest loan sharks in
Well,
New York.
what's that got to
Well,
do...
it stands to reason a man like him would keep a lot of cash in the office.
Rita, are you suggesting...
Yeah.
Well, you're crazy. He'd kill me.
Oh, don't talk like a child. Janet's his pride and joy. You told me so yourself.
Well, sure, but...
There are no buts about it. Victor would never do anything to hurt her, and she's in love with you.
What do you find left?
Look, Ernie, I know women. A girl like Jenna will do anything to protect her man. How much cash does Victor generally have around the office?
Well, it varies.
Yeah, but generally.
It runs around $75,000.
Well, just think how far we could run with that. What do you say, darling? Am I worth the gamble?
Well, sure, but...
There we go with the buts again. Well, when you make up your mind, give me a call. I can't promise I'll wait too long.
Yes?
Mr. Waring?
That's right.
The Falcon?
Right again. Do I know you?
You should. My name is Paul Victor. I spoke to you on the phone yesterday.
Oh, yes. Come in. Won't you sit down?
What's the trouble? Don't you think I can take it standing?
I don't know what gave you the idea I had anything unpleasant to report.
But you have.
Yeah, generally I don't handle this kind of matter.
Well, I'm glad you made an exception in my case.
I only did because you seemed so concerned about your daughter. And as you suspected, your son-in-law has been running around with a girl named Rita Jordan. She's married to a petty larceny thief named Leo.
I don't believe you.
You don't believe what? That he's a petty larceny thief or that Ernie's been playing around?
Neither.
I don't understand you, Victor. You asked me to do some research on your son-in-law. Obviously, you were suspicious.
I was nothing of the kind. I was merely interested in seeing how you private detectives operate. And you were supposed to be the best. Now, I'm not so sure. What do I owe you?
Oh, I'll settle for an explanation.
I'm afraid you won't get it. You better take my check, Mr. Waring. You'll find it much more satisfactory. 41 right, 23 left, 17 right, 93 left. Where did I put that briefcase?
It's on top of the safe.
Victor. I hope I haven't inconvenienced you, Ernie, but I had no idea.
Now, listen, Victor, I know what you think.
Well, what could I possibly think? After all, what could be more natural than to find my son-in-law at my safe? Of course, someone with an evil mind would say, what is he doing there after office hours and with a gun, no less? But that would never occur to me. So, suppose you put the money back.
No.
Put it back, Ernie, and I won't say a word to Janet.
I don't care what you say to her. Now, just get out of my way.
Now, don't be a fool, Ernie. Are you going to...
Let go. I told you to let go. No! Victor, I didn't mean it. Honest, I didn't. Victor!
It's all right, Ernie.
What?
You can turn on the light. I'm not asleep.
I'm sorry, Janet, but you see...
Don't bother lying. I got a call from Papa.
Got a call from your father?
Yes.
When?
10 minutes ago.
And he isn't...
Dead? No. You hit him in the shoulder. Why did you do it, Ernie?
Look, Janet, don't ask me any questions.
I don't have to. I know it's her fault.
Her fault?
That Rita Jordan.
What?
Don't you see what she's doing to you? She's no good, Ernie.
Who told you about her?
Papa had her investigated by Mike Waring. She and her husband are just using her.
You're lying. She's not married.
Jordan's her husband's name. Leo Jordan. He's a petty larceny thief.
You're crazy.
I swear it's the truth. Oh, darling, I don't care what you've done, but don't let this woman make a fool of you. Papa promised he wouldn't say a word to the police. You'll return the money.
No.
But... Oh, Ernie, listen to me. If this woman was any good, I'd let you go, but she's rotten.
Shut up. You're jealous, that's all. You have to make up lies. Well, that won't help you one bit. You and your father can do what you want. Because I'm going to do what I want, beginning right now.
That clock right, Rita?
No, it's 15 minutes past.
Well, I better beat it just the
No,
same.
don't go, Leo. Don't leave me alone.
What, are you crazy? You better douse yourself with some of that taboo. Your boyfriend will be here any minute.
My boyfriend. How can you say that?
Now, look, girl, don't go temperamental on me now. I'll be waiting downstairs in the lobby. When I see the schmo come in, I'll call you on the house phone. As soon as he forks over the dough, send him out for a couple of minutes.
What'll I tell him?
What'll you tell him? Tell him you got a headache. Tell him you need aspirin.
That's a good excuse.
Ernie!
Who is he, Rita?
Leo.
I'm,
He's,
her cousin.
Yes, Leo, this is Ernie Moore.
Well, I've heard a lot about you, fella. Rita's done nothing but talk about you all night. Well, I guess you lovebirds
Just a minute,
will,
Jordan. You must think I'm pretty stupid.
How's that?
You're a husband.
No, Ernie, honest.
Don't make me laugh. I heard you two talking.
Oh, you shouldn't have done that, Ernie. Don't you know eavesdroppers never hear anything good about themselves?
Played me for a sucker.
That's right. What are you going to do about
Honey,
it?
you just wait and see.
Oh, he's a mean one, isn't he?
Don't, Leo! Darling, please. Leo, please, no more.
Keep out of this, Rita. We're just having fun. Ernie's getting a kick out of this, too, aren't you, fella?
Hello?
Is this Miss Rita Jordan?
Yes?
Well, this is a desk clerk. I've been trying to reach you for the past half hour.
Why, what is it?
I hate to bother you, Miss Jordan, but the party in 209 has been complaining of a disturbance.
I haven't made any noise.
Well, he claims he heard someone yelling.
Well, he's mistaken. There's been absolutely nobody here. But...
Miss Jordan! Miss Jordan!
Hiya, Mike. How goes it?
Oh, I can't complain, Ed. Hey, like that new sign you got out in front, Ed. Hurley, he's luncheonette. Big red light.
Well, Mike, when you're in business, it pays to advertise.
Well, not my business.
Oh, say, that reminds me. There was a fella dropped in here looking for you.
Who?
I think he said his name was Paul Victor.
That's funny. Where'd he go?
Said he'd be back in a couple of minutes. What'll you have to eat?
Oh, hamburger, coffee, and...
And a salad.
Salad? I didn't know I wanted one.
Well, that's just it, Mike. A lot of men like you, who are always in a hurry, never eating at regular hours, quite often forget to order salad.
Uh-huh.
You enjoy salads, you know they're good for you, but you're just not in the habit of eating them regularly. What you really need is a wife to cook for you. Married men eat salads all the time.
Other than the wives must earn the living.
How come?
Because hubby's home eating salads all the time.
Now, look, when I saw you coming in, I put this combination salad on your table. Now, just taste it.
Yeah. Uh-huh. Hey, that's good. That's really good, Ed.
You know why it's good, Mike?
What do you think I am, a detective?
Seriously, Mike, it's the salad dressing that makes those vegetables so good. It's Miracle Whip. I use it on all my salads now.
You mean vegetables are vegetables, but when you put Miracle Whip on them, they taste even better?
That's right, Mike, because there's no other salad dressing like Miracle Whip. It's the one and only. Didn't you notice that flavor of Miracle Whip? It's not too sharp or too mild, but just exactly right. Doggone good stuff.
Ed, let me tell you something you may not know. Ever since I was a kid, I've been eating Miracle Whip on my salad. In fact, I've got two favorite dishes. One of them is Miracle Whip on salad.
Oh, what's the other?
That blonde you told me was last week.
Oh, am I interrupting?
Oh, well, if it isn't Mr. Victor.
I'll leave you two alone now.
Yeah, thanks, Ed. Well, I understand you've been looking for me, Mr. Victor.
Yes, I have.
Sit down.
Thank you.
What happened to your arm?
My arm?
Well, you weren't wearing it in a sling the last time we met.
Well, it's a long, dull story.
Well, I'll take your word for it. What's on your mind?
Have you seen this?
Inspector Burnett slain in hotel room. Rita Jordan, age 29. Rita Jordan?
Yes, they're holding my daughter for the murder.
Your daughter?
Mrs. Janet Moore. You know, you checked her husband for me.
Yes, so I did.
Well, now I'd like you to work for her.
And, of course, she's innocent.
Well, of course. How could Janet have killed Rita when I did?
What'd you say?
I seem to have surprised you, Mr. Waring. Perhaps you can do as much for the police. Shall we go?
Well, if it isn't the one and only Mike Waring, the Falcon.
Well, that's $5 I owe myself. I knew you were going to say that, Corbett.
Yeah, far be it for me to disappoint you.
You know, Mr. Victor, Sergeant Corbett, homicide.
Oh, sure. My brother-in-law is one of his best customers. Says he'd rather borrow money from Victor than a bank.
Well, please thank him for me.
I'll be glad to. Well, what's the matter with your arm?
That's another story.
Well, why not tell it now? I haven't heard a good one in years. You must be hanging around with a dull crowd.
Now, Mike, that's no way to talk about yourself. Whatever happened to the typical dumb cop we used to hear about? They've all gone into television. What's on your mind?
Well, I'm working for Janet Moore.
Janet Moore?
The girl you're holding for the Rita Jordan kill.
Her husband hired you?
No, Mr. Victor here did. He's her father.
Well, if you're working for it, stands to reason she's innocent.
But of course.
You won't think me bold if I ask who did kill Rita Jordan.
I did.
What?
And I don't regret it. She was destroying my daughter's happiness.
Well, that's very noble of you, Victor.
I tell you, I killed her, Sergeant.
What'd you do with the knife?
The knife?
You certainly didn't slit her throat with one of Mike's sharp jokes.
I disposed of it in the customary fashion.
And what is the customary fashion?
I threw it down a sewer.
Oh, what do you say, Sergeant? I say you better get yourself another confession.
Why?
Well, there are a couple of things wrong with Victor's. First of all, we have a signed confession from his daughter.
Oh, yes, she made it to protect me.
Let me see that.
I can assure you it's in perfect order.
I tell you, I killed this Jordan woman.
Well, not with a knife, you didn't. According to this, Rita was shot to death.
Yeah. Well, it's been nice seeing you, Mike. Drop in again when you get another confession. I just love hearing them.
Yes? I'm looking for Ernie Moore.
I'm sorry, mister. I'm very busy.
Well, this won't take long.
You better get out of here.
Now, relax, Ernie. My name is Mike Waring.
Look, I don't care if... Did you say Waring?
I must have.
You're working for my wife.
That's right.
Well, I'm glad to meet you, Waring. I was just on my way to your place.
I don't think you would have found me there.
My wife didn't kill Rita, Mr. Waring.
She signed a confession.
She did it to shield me.
You need it?
Yes, I killed her.
Come again, please.
I killed her, Waring. I was out of my mind about her. You know, she wasn't particularly beautiful or smart, and she drank like a fish. But when I got near her, I just couldn't think straight. And all the while, she was just using me.
How?
She got me to steal from my father-in-law. He caught me.
Is that how Victor was shot?
Yes. I must have been crazy. Then when I went over to see Rita, her husband was there.
And?
Can't you see what happened? Look at my face.
Yes, I've been admiring it since I walked in. Go on.
Well, there's nothing more to tell. When I came to, Jordan was gone. Apparently he hadn't searched me because I still had the gun I used on my father-in-law.
And you used it on Rita?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Isn't it funny how you can love somebody 1 minute and hate them the next?
Yeah, it's the funniest thing in the world.
Janet is worth $1 million of her. And I was so stupid I was ready to give her up. Look what she's trying to do for me now.
Yeah, sure. You still got the gun?
Yes. Here.
Mm-hmm. Well, I think this ought to do it. All right, Ernie, let's go.
Oh, no, don't tell me you're back again.
All right, Sergeant, I won't tell you. You know him?
Yeah, sure. How are you, Mr. Moore?
Fine.
Well, what's on your collective minds?
Break it to him gently, Ernie.
My wife didn't kill Rita, Sergeant.
I know, it was her father. We've been all through that.
No, you're wrong. I killed her.
You what? Look, Mike, is this another one of your gags?
Oh, don't talk like a chump. Show him the gun, Ernie.
Here.
Oh, what do you know? So this is the murder weapon.
He potted Victor with it, too.
Funny, it doesn't seem to have been fired lately.
Well, he explained that to me. He cleaned it before he put it away.
Well, there's one thing I'd like Mr. Moore to explain. This is a .32 Colt automatic.
So?
So, Rita was killed with a German Luger.
She what?
You heard me. But just so it shouldn't be a total waste, here's the gun back. Maybe you'd like to use it on yourself.
All right, take it easy. I'm coming. Well, will you look who's here?
I guess you remember me, Jordan.
Sure, it's Moore, isn't it? Ernie Moore.
Yeah.
Well, what's on your mind?
Your wife's murder.
Yeah, I've been thinking about it, too. I don't know how I'm going to get along with that, Rita. The old homestead won't seem the same without all those empty bottles.
Police claim my wife killed her.
Yeah, I heard it on the radio. I understand she made a confession.
She didn't do it, Jordan. She confessed to protect me.
Oh, that was real nice of her, wasn't it? But that's a woman for you. Now, you even take Rita. Huh. Yeah, you tried that, didn't you? Well, you'd be surprised how she knocked herself out for me. Now, some people might think I was just a big, overgrown slob, but to Rita, I was the greatest thing since the martini.
You killed her.
Now, you don't know what you're saying, Ernie.
Yes, I do. You're going with me to see Mike Waring.
Why would I want to see him?
Tell him the whole story.
Obviously, you're a boy who doesn't learn from experience.
You think so?
Well, you forgot the lesson I taught you. Just lucky for you that I'm a patient man. So I don't mind teaching you again. Come here, Ernie. Time to call the class to order.
Hey, taxi! Taxi!
I give you a lift, fella?
Oh, I wouldn't want to trouble you.
No trouble at all, Mr. Waring.
You seem to know me.
Well, the Falcon's a famous New York landmark, like the public library.
That's pretty good. I wish I...
Come back here.
Wouldn't be a gun in your pocket.
Wouldn't it?
I guess it would.
Get in.
Want me to sit on your friend's lap?
Move over, Al. Any more excuses?
Wish I could think of a couple.
Maybe you do better inside. All right, Al. Find us some nice, quiet spot where we can talk.
My, no high dramatic?
Oh, Al isn't fussy when he steals a car.
Oh, you're Leo Jordan, aren't you?
Who told you that?
I recognize you from your description. I was awfully sorry to hear about your wife.
Thanks.
Got any ideas who killed her?
No, but I understand you have.
Where do you understand that from?
Ernie Moore.
Oh.
Ernie says you're fixing to pin the rap on me.
Well, I hadn't considered it before.
But now that you have...
I think it's a great idea.
So you were going to frame me, hmm?
I don't think you need one, Leo. I'm sure a little investigation will uncover enough evidence to send you to the chair.
And if you don't turn up anything, you'll manufacture it.
You really know me, don't you?
I know plenty like you. Let me give you a little tip, Waring. Keep out of my hair.
And if I don't?
Then you gotta expect me to get into yours.
Oh.
Well, it looks like Mike got into a little trouble that time. But I suppose the life of a detective is no picnic. Me, I prefer my job because I like picnics. I like them especially when we bring along a salad that's topped with delicious Miracle Whip.
Miracle Whip. Has a flavor so pleasing.
Miracle Whip.
Tastes so lively, so teasing.
Miracle Whip.
Only one of its kind.
Miracle Whip.
Best salad dressing you'll find.
Miracle Whip is the only one of its kind because it's different, a different type of salad dressing made from a secret craft recipe. Miracle Whip combines the best qualities of boiled dressing and old-fashioned mayonnaise, so it's truly distinctive and delicious, with a flavor millions of folks call just exactly right. Try it, won't you? One taste will tell you why it's America's favorite salad dressing, the one and only Miracle Whip. Now, back to the adventures of the Falcon. 2 hours have passed since Mike Waring learned that you can increase your height by either wearing elevator shoes or getting a rap on the noggin. Now, as Mike comes to.
Ooh, this is a peachy one, Mike. You ought to get a big rise out of this one.
Oh, where am I?
Near the Bronx Zoo.
Oh.
Somebody must have dropped you off head first. And when I heard about it, naturally, I dashed down.
Sure, thanks.
Oh, don't thank me, Mike. This sort of thing doesn't happen often enough to suit me. Well, who did it this time?
Leo Jordan.
Rita's husband?
Yes.
Why?
He thought I was trying to frame him for a murder.
Were you?
Yeah, sure. That's the way I operate. Look, Janet didn't kill Rita Jordan.
Oh, don't tell me you got another confession. I couldn't stand that.
Well, Mrs. Moore is innocent.
Well, then who done it?
I don't know. Let's get all our suspects together and we'll play blind man's buff.
And if that doesn't work?
Well, I can always take Jordan's idea and frame somebody. Oh. Hand me my head and let's go.
Ernie.
Hello, Janet.
Oh, Ernie, what have they done to you?
Nothing, honey.
Oh, you poor darling.
Janet, come here. You're to have nothing to do with him.
Oh, Papa, please.
No, he's right, baby. I've given you enough trouble already.
Oh, that doesn't matter.
Janet.
Leave her alone, Victor. This is a very touching
Keep
thing.
out of this, Jordan.
I wish I could. But a fellow named Waring insisted on my being here.
Someone mentioned my name?
Yeah.
Oh, hello, Leo. Been here long?
Too long.
Good. All right, Victor. Sorry we had to do this.
Oh, well, that's perfectly all right.
Well, I knew you'd take it like the grand trooper you are. Well, Mrs. Moore and gentlemen, not to keep you in suspense, we are gathered here tonight to determine who killed Rita Jordan. Now, this case was complicated by one thing. We had 3 confessions, which is 2 over par. So obviously someone was lying.
Well, it wasn't me, and if you try framing
Oh,
me...
we don't have to do that, Jordan. You're no problem at all.
You're the only one in our little cast who didn't confess.
So?
So obviously you didn't kill Rita.
Now, look, Waring.
No, I'm sure of it, Ernie. He has no motive. If he wanted to get rid of his wife, all he had to do was walk off.
Well, Janet didn't kill her.
Yes, I did.
I don't believe it.
Well, you shouldn't, especially when you know the truth.
Are you insinuating?
Yes, I am. You killed Rita Jordan.
Now, listen, you...
Now, don't complain, Ernie. I especially staged this little scene down here in jail so you wouldn't have to do any more traveling. Now, try and show a little appreciation.
Hey, Mike.
Yeah?
There's something I wanted to ask you.
Fire away, Sergeant.
Say that sometime when I got my service revolver handy.
Now, what's bothering you, little man?
Well, I can see why Ernie killed Rita.
Can you?
Yeah, like he said, he hated her.
Like he said.
But what gets me is why he confessed.
Well, that was a smart move, Sergeant. Ernie knew sooner or later we'd get around to him, so he beat us to the punch and offered himself as a sacrifice. But you notice he gave himself an out.
Oh, you mean the business of the gun?
Yeah. He disposed of the Luger he used on Rita and got the Colt automatic. He knew the minute you saw it, you'd be positive he was innocent.
Well, I was.
Yeah, sure. And once you gave him a clean bill of health, you would probably never bother him again. You'd think here was a man who was just trying to protect his wife.
But you saw through his dark, nefarious plot.
Well, isn't that what you'd expect of me?
Oh, of course. After all, aren't you the one and only Falcon? But here's something you wouldn't expect of me.
What's that, Sergeant?
We've been coming to Ed's Luncheonette every week for years.
Mm-hmm.
And always, you grab the checks.
But tonight's
different. Tonight, I'm going to pay my own.
June is an important month in the dairy industry. Not only is it Dairy Month, when we salute all the men and women who work to supply America with the finest dairy products in the world, but this June also marks the 100th birthday of the cheese industry. Yes, it was just 100 years ago that the first commercial cheese factory in this country was built. And this June is a very important month to your friend, your independent retail grocer. Because next week in Chicago, the National Association of Retail Grocers will present for the first time an international food and fixtures exposition along with their 52nd annual convention. Congratulations, Grocers of America. The Case of the Sweet Swindle. The Case of the Sweet Swindle. That's the title of next week's adventure of the Falcon, when Mike Waring learns that those people who think they can get away with murder are in for the shock of their lives. So be sure to listen at this same time next week to another exciting adventure of the Falcon, brought to you by the Kraft Foods Company. The Adventures of the Falcon are based on the famous character created by Drexel Drake, produced by Bernard L. Schubert, written tonight by Eugene Wang, and directed by Richard Lewis. Music was by Arlo. Les Damon was starred as the Falcon, with Chuck Webster as Sergeant Corbett. This is Ed Hurley, speaking for the Kraft Foods Company.
Laugh with Groucho. He's next on NBC.
Ladies and gentlemen, the secret word tonight is street. S-T-R-E-E-T.
Really?
You bet your life. The more than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth dealers of America present Groucho Marx in You'll Bet Your Life, the comedy quiz series produced and transcribed from Hollywood. And here he is, the one, the only...
Groucho! That's me, Groucho Marx. Well, here I am again, and tonight I've got $5,000 in cash. If I had any sense, I'd take that money and skip. Now then, Mr. Fenneman, who's first to try for the $5,000?
Well, Groucho, we asked if there were any newlyweds present tonight. And just before we went on the air, our studio audience selected Mr. and Mrs. Henry Ihara. And here they are. Folks, come in here and meet Groucho Marx.
Well, welcome, kids, for the DeSoto Plymouth dealer. Say the secret word and you win $100. It's a common word, something you see every day. Newlyweds, eh? Kari O'Hara?
That's right.
What kind of name? That's an Irish name, isn't it? O'Hara? Isn't that an Irish name?
No, it's a Japanese name.
Oh, Japanese name.
Yes. Carrie was really my nickname. It was taken from my Japanese name, Kaoru.
Kaoru? What does that mean?
Oh, it means fragrance.
Well, that seems to be quite appropriate in connection with you, Carrie. What does it mean in English? It means fragrance, eh?
Guess so.
Means the same in Japanese as it does in English, eh? Isn't that odd? And we're both on the same train. Where are you from, Carrie?
I was born in Sacramento, and I've lived in Los Angeles.
Oh. How long have you lived here?
Oh, it's the balance of my so many years.
Mm-hmm.
Since I was born.
And your name is Henry O'Hara?
Ihara.
Ihara, huh?
Yes.
What kind of a name is that?
Japanese.
Oh, well, you both Japanese, huh?
Yes.
You have a pet name for Henry here?
Well, I call him Butchan sometimes.
Call him what?
Butchan.
Butchan?
Yes.
What is that, like Butch?
Oh, no.
What is Butchan?
Little boy.
Oh.
Little boy.
Look who's talking. Little boy. What do you call Carrie when you're all alone, Henry?
Well, I call her Oi sometimes.
Oi? Just one Oi?
Yes.
Do young Japanese people here observe the old country customs of courtship and marriage?
I believe some families do. In our case, we had a go-between man.
Yeah, a what?
A go-between man.
A go-between? What's a go-between man?
Well, it's an old custom.
Is he related to an Oi?
No, it's a very old custom carried on by families that like traditions. And they used to arrange the marriage for a young girl and a potential bridegroom. And if they thought they were suited for each other, well, he would arrange a marriage. And sometimes without seeing each other, they would get married.
Well, now, you mean if when you wanted to kiss Henry here, you had to kiss the go-between man instead? It sounds like interesting work. How do I go about getting a job like that? I've heard that a wife in Japan has an entirely different status than a wife in this country. Is that true, Carrie?
Yes, the man is the lord of the house, and he usually flings his authority around.
Throws his weight around, you
That's
mean?
right. The women used to walk behind their husbands, and they would usually be carrying the load. Of course, this is an old custom.
Well, I think that's a good idea. I think if a woman's got a load, she should walk him back to the house. I like the American customs better, where the woman walks in front of the man. At least you know what you're chasing. Do you speak Japanese, Carrie?
Yes, I do.
Is that so? I speak it very well myself, you know. Could you say something in Japanese?
Oh, I'd be very glad to.
Oh, I understood that very well. That's a good deal like English. Well, say something else in Japanese. Tell me what you think of me, and be sure it's in Japanese. Now, go ahead.
Groucho-san, あなた本当に可愛い方ですね.
Is that so? I'm not sure I ought to have you translate what you just said. I'll hire a go-between. Henry, do you know what she just said?
Well, she said that you're a very cute man.
Oh, come now. Do you really think I'm cute? I'll have my father calling you tomorrow morning. We'll work something out. Well, you're a wonderful couple, and I've enjoyed talking. Look how cute they are, standing there holding hands. Now, in just 1 minute, you're going to play You Bet Your Life for a chance at the $5,000. That's the highest amount we've ever had on this show. Now, I want you to pay close attention to some important information.
You know, most of us want two things from a new car. a smooth, comfortable ride, and a really powerful engine. And these are the very reasons why so many folks are seeing and buying the new 1951 DeSoto. No other car rides like it. For this proud new DeSoto has been designed to give you the maximum in riding comfort. For example, new Oriflow shock absorbers cushion your ride, make it really smooth on even the bumpiest road. And DeSoto's new higher-powered engine gives you the kind of pep, the kind of get-up-and-go you've always dreamed of getting from a new car. Yes, you can always depend on this new DeSoto engine to deliver the power you want the very instant you want it. And DeSoto's completely waterproof ignition system adds to engine efficiency and dependability even in the wettest weather. Well, there you have it, folks. Riding comfort and real power. Two reasons why no other car rides like this new 1951 DeSoto. And, of course, it's DeSoto that lets you drive without shifting. So come in tomorrow to your DeSoto Plymouth dealer and find out just what a pleasure this new DeSoto is to ride, to drive, to own.
Now, here we go. Let's see how high I can build you $20. You selected fictional animals and birds. Now, have you met Mr. Panama?
How do you do?
How do you do?
Glad to know you.
Glad to know you.
All right, now here's your first
Want
question.
me to tell them the rules, Groucho?
Yes, explain the rules,
All
if
right.
you remember them, that is.
Let's see. You bet as much of your
I've
$20.
got too much confidence in you.
You bet as much of your $20 as you want on each of 4 questions. And the couple that earns the most money gets a chance at the $5,000 DeSoto Plymouth question at the end of the show.
All right, now, you selected fictional animals and birds. Here's your first question. How much are you going to bet? You have $20.
19.
$19. Okay. What kind of an animal is Dumbo?
An elephant.
An elephant is right.
And you're off to a good start. You have $39.
Remember, you're going for $5,000 tonight. Now, how much of the $39 you going to try on this one?
$38.
$38. What kind of an animal is Ferdinand?
It's a bull.
It's a bull.
You're really climbing. You have $77.
Here's your third question. How much of the 77? 78 you're going to bet? You only have... He wants to borrow a dollar from somebody in the audience. That's really inflation when you bet $78 and you only have 77. This is a ridiculous world we're coming into, isn't it? Why don't you bet 88?
76.
76, that's right. The spirit is 76. What kind of an animal is Francis?
It's a donkey.
A donkey is all right. It's a mule. It's a donkey.
You have now climbed to $153.
Well, you're $153, and here's your last chance to beat the other couples. How much are you going to bet?
The whole thing.
It works. What kind of an animal is Rudolph?
The red-nosed reindeer.
A red-nosed reindeer.
And you wind up with $306. Just before we went on the air, Groucho, we selected a married man from our studio audience, Mr. Ted Stewart. His partner is Carolyn Leonetti, who runs a charm school, and here they are. Folks, come in here and meet Groucho Marx.
Well, welcome, folks, for the DeSoto Plymouth dealer. Say the secret word and divide $100 in cash. It's a common word, something you see every day. Miss Caroline Leonetti, huh?
That's right.
You're from a charm school, eh?
Yes, that's right.
You're very charming. I'm charmed to meet you.
Thank you.
Nothing at all. Tonight I happen to be dripping with charm.
Oh, thank you.
As long as you're from a charm school, I wanted you to know you're not dealing with any clodhopper here. You're very charming, too. What is your name, Mr. Stewart?
Ted Stewart.
Ted Stewart.
Well, thank you very much.
If you think I'm going to kiss your hand, you're crazy. Where are you from, Ted? That's such a short name for such a big man.
Well, my full name is Theophilus Noel Newman Roosevelt Stewart, but they call me Ted for short.
Oh.
I was born in Georgia, spent most of my boyhood days in Chattanooga, Tennessee, and I've been out here since 1919. Los Angeles.
You like it better up here, up north?
I like it here, out here in the West, yes.
Are you married, Caroline?
No, I'm not.
In that case, let me kiss your hand again. What kind of work do you do, Ted?
I'm a retired police officer from Los Angeles Police Department.
Oh. Does your wife work?
Well, yes. No, she doesn't work.
Not even around the house?
Well, yes, she works around the house.
How did you meet this parasite?
Well, I was walking my beat in the military manor out here on the Miracle Mile back in 1939 on August the 2nd, and she jaywalked, and she ran across the street and to get a bus.
You said street, and you and Miss Leonetti are going to split $100. It's
My
50
God.
for you, and it's 50 for you.
Well, anyway.
Carry on. This is wonderful.
I gave her a citation for jaywalking because she nearly created an accident. So I took her name and address, and I went over to see her the next day, and I wound up paying for that citation, and 3 months later, why, I married the girl in Las Vegas.
Is she still in Las Vegas?
She's here.
Oh. Well, let's get charming again, shall we? How was that? Did I make you think of a genteel foreign nobleman?
Well, in a way, yes.
In that case, you better count your rings. Last time I counted my rings, I discovered I was the oldest living thing in California. What charm school are you from, Leonetti, Caroline?
Well, from the Carolyn Leonetti Charm School.
Oh. And what are the main things you teach at this charm school?
Well, we have, of course, the basic courses like personal grooming, posture, carriage, balance and walk, diet and exercising, makeup, hairstyling, social graces, etiquette, fashion, practically everything that goes to making a woman even charming.
I see. Well, don't people do this normally without going to school?
Well,
Can a fellow take a bath without going to a school?
We like to think that we help the women to develop their own inherent charm. We think that every woman is charming, but we'd like to help her develop it even more.
Got, huh? How much does all this rigmarole cost?
Well, right here in Hollywood, the complete course costs $195. However, I've just completed for those women all over the United States who can't be right here in Hollywood what I call a home study course, the 24 Steps to Loveliness, for only $5.
Well, let's pretend I'm a young girl hot out of Vassar. And I want some charm. Now, what would you do first?
First of all, we have to determine the shape of the face. For instance, each woman's face falls in a geographical, or rather a geometrical type of design, like... it is geography.
Most of the women I know, their face falls the minute they see me.
Well, for instance, a woman might have a round...
What is the ideal face?
Well, the ideal shaped face is what we call the oval, and if we wanted to measure it out, it would measure like, well, the eyes should be one eye apart, and the width of the face should be the width of 5 eyes, and the eyebrow should be the width of an open eye above the eye, and the mouth should be the length of 2 eyes.
Well, I've counted 36 eyes so far. I'd be better off going out with a potato. I mean, a sweet potato. Well, is all this supposed to hook a husband for your pupils? Or do you teach them specifically how to do that, too?
Yes, we do. We have a class called Your Man in Marriage.
Your Man in Marriage?
Yes.
And what does that course consist of? How to use a blackjack?
No, not exactly. We try and help to teach the women to set the scene, you know, preparing, the room with flowers and...
You mean snaring the sucker, it's called.
No, I mean, she usually finds out the kind of clothes he likes, the colors, and perhaps even his favorite perfume or cologne, and then after they've come home, why, to thank him very graciously for the evening.
Mm-hmm. What does she usually say at the conclusion of an evening?
Well,
Let's say he's taken her to the movies and he's bought her popcorn and chewing gum, and they sat in the balcony and she had her shoes off, and now they're going home. One shoe, they can't find the one shoe, it's still rolling around the balcony.
Well, she might say when she comes home, Bill, I certainly want to thank you for the very lovely evening. It was very nice, and I did enjoy the picture.
Now, suppose he wants to kiss her.
Well, this depends entirely upon the individual woman and upon the individual man.
Well, let's say it was you.
Well, if it was me, I would say it depend upon the man.
Well, let's say it was me.
Groucho, I would kiss you the first time we were out.
Well, what are we waiting for?
That was very sweet.
I gave you a real motherly kiss that time. Huh? And so did you. Now, did your wife do all that to you when she hooked you, Ted?
Well, if she did, I didn't know it.
You mean you were unconscious? See there, Caroline, your course is all wrong. The only thing a girl needs to get a husband is a go-between man. You know what a go-between man is?
No, I don't.
And what are you laughing at?
Trying to be polite.
She's from a charm school, all right. She'll laugh at anything. Well, you've both been very charming. In fact, all three of us have been charming. Now you're going to play You Bet Your Life. You beat our other two couples, you get a chance at the $5,000 question. I can't tell you how much the first couple won, but George Fenneman, or Squire as he's known in recent weeks, is going to remind our listeners.
The Japanese newlyweds won $306.
Here we go. Let's see how high I can build you $20. You selected blondes. How much of your $20 are you going to bet on your first question?
Shall we bet 15?
Let's make it 18.
All right.
$18. My friend Irma is a blonde. What's her real name?
That's very
Marie
easy.
Wilson.
Marie Wilson is right.
You're on your way. You have $38.
Remember, you're going for $5,000 tonight. How much of the 38 are you going to try?
How about 35?
35 is good.
Right, 35.
What is the name of the petite little Norwegian skating star? She's a blonde.
Sonia Henney.
Sonia Henney is right.
You now have $73.
How much of the 73 are you going to try?
70?
Let's go 70, yes.
All right.
70. What's the name of the blonde who starred in the film version of Annie, Get Your Gun?
Oh,
Betty
that's
Hutton.
Betty Hutton.
Betty Hutton is right.
$143.
You've got $143. Here's your last chance to be the other couples. How much are you going to go for?
The whole thing.
The whole thing, yeah.
All right.
All right. What is the name of the blonde singing and dancing star of Fox movies? She's got beautiful legs, too.
Oh, Betty Grable.
Betty Grable is right. Thanks and good luck from the DeSoto Plymouth dealers.
You wind up with $286.
Thanks and good luck from the DeSoto Plymouth dealers. They pull a string back here, and I say, thanks and good luck from the DeSoto Plymouth dealers. Three cars, I said.
Just before we went on the air, we searched through our studio audience for the oldest man present, and he turned out to be Mr. Hannes Vonjana. His partner is a nightclub cigarette girl selected by the studio audience, Miss Inga Borg. And here they are. Folks, come on in here and meet Groucho Marx.
Welcome, kids, to You Bet Your Life. Say the secret word, and you'll divide $100. It's a common word, something you see every day. You're the oldest man in the audience?
No, I'm a cigarette girl.
Oh. Well, you'll have to pardon me. My eyes are not what they used to be. Hans Vanjana? You must be the oldest man, huh? Hannes Vanjana, huh? What is your name in English?
Hannes Vanjana.
I think I know your brother, Hannes and Truly. Is that it? Hannes Vanjana. Sounds just the same in English. What kind of a name is that, Hannes?
Norwegian.
Norwegian, huh? Now, you were selected as the oldest man in our audience. How old are you? 85?
No,
90?
older than that.
I'll do my best, but I'm no kid either, you know. Are you 91?
No.
95?
Keep going.
This is getting to sound like the price of coffee. Okay, I'll shoot the moon. Are you 100 years old?
More than that.
No. 200? That's as high as I'll go. I give up, Hannes. How old are you?
102.
102 years old. Well, that's magnificent, Hannes. You don't look a day over 100. Well, as a matter of fact, you look like I thought you were about 70. He doesn't look more than 70, does he? And it's ripped. Well, you're a model of preservation. I've never seen anything like it, Hannes. It gives me encouragement. What is your name?
Ingeborg.
Oh, Ingeborg. Is that anything like ironing board?
No, I don't think so.
I'll call you Ink, huh?
All right.
Are you married, Ingeborg?
No.
Not married, huh? Well, you're a cigarette girl. Where do you peddle these weeds?
In Zeros.
In Zeros, huh? Oh. You sell smokes behind a tobacco counter?
No, I usually walk around and sell cigarettes on the floor.
Well, is that where the customers are, on the floor? Wouldn't it be cheaper for the management to install a cigarette machine?
Yes, But there's a lot of difference between a cigarette machine and a cigarette girl.
Really? Do you mind if I take another look at you? Yes, by George, you're right. There is a difference. I never saw a cigarette machine wearing high heels. I've seen a lot of heels around a cigarette machine. Now, Hannes, in what year were you born?
January the 21st, 49.
1849. Who was the first president you can remember distinctly?
Abraham Lincoln, the first Republican president.
Well, a man has to be pretty old to remember a Republican president. What would you say is the secret of your long life, longevity?
I think the secret of longevity is to be happy. Every day, when a man wakes up, he has the choice whether he shall be unhappy or happy. I have chosen to be happy.
That's a wonderful philosophy. Well, it's been a privilege and a pleasure, Hannes. And Ingeborg, don't let me catch you flirting with this fellow. He wasn't born yesterday, you know. All right, now let's see how you two are going to make out in the battle for the $5,000. You run your $20 into more than our other couples. I can't tell you how much they won, but George is going to remind our listeners.
The Japanese newlyweds are still leading with $306.
Here we go. Let's see how high I can build you $20. You selected capitals of foreign countries. Now, here's your first question. How much are you going to bet? $15. What is the capital of Denmark?
Copenhagen.
Copenhagen is right.
Well, we did start to have $35.
Remember, you're going for $5,000 tonight. That's the highest prize we've ever had on this show. You're going to bet. You have $35. How much are you going to risk now? $30. What is the capital of Egypt?
Cairo.
Cairo is right.
Now you climb to $65.
Here's your third question. How much of the 65 are you going to go for? 60. What is the capital of Norway?
Oslo.
Oslo is right.
You now have $125.
You ought to know the answers. He's been around for 102 years. Here's your last chance to beat the other couples. How much will you bet?
120.
All right. What is the capital of Hungary? Talk it over.
Oh, Belgrade.
No, I'm sorry. It's Budapest.
Budapest. Oh, I didn't
that's
have
a shame.
them there.
I'm sorry.
You wind up with $5. We can't let this happen,
We can't
can
let them go away with $5. I'm going to give you one more question. Get it right, and you'll win $10. And please, no help from the audience. In what sport do you wear tennis shoes?
Tennis?
Tennis is right, huh? We're there, Ingeborg. All right, come on up to $15.
And Groucho, that means that the Japanese newlyweds with $306 get the chance at the DeSoto Plymouth $5,000 question.
Well, thanks and good luck from the DeSoto Plymouth dealers, Hannes. Now, in just 1 minute, I'll ask them the question, but first, here's something of interest to everyone.
Folks, of all the new cars on the highway today, none rides like, none is more beautiful than the new 1951 DeSoto. From its distinctive new front end to the graceful sweep of the rear fenders, this great new DeSoto is a car that not only commands attention, but admiration as well. Just open the door of this stunning car, and you'll discover the most beautiful interior you've ever laid eyes on. Look at the richly grained new instrument panel that goes right down to the floor. See how the controls and dials are conveniently grouped. It'll convince you of the extra thought, the extra care, and the style that went into the new DeSoto. Then sit in DeSoto's comfortable chair-high seats and inspect the smart, durable upholstery and all the distinctive interior details. Yes, folks, there's no doubt about it. The new 1951 DeSoto is the most stylish car on the highway today. and to enjoy a ride that's just as outstanding. Visit your DeSoto Plymouth dealer tomorrow, where you'll find no other car rides like the new 1951 DeSoto. And Groucho, here are the Japanese newlyweds all set for the $5,000 question.
All right, are you kids ready? You little O'Hara's, you? Here we go for $5,000. I'll give you 15 seconds to decide on a single answer between you. Think carefully, and please no help from the audience. Here it is. You ready? According to popular legend, the island of Manhattan was purchased by the Dutch for $24. For $5,000, tell me, who was the Dutch governor who made this famous purchase? All right, what is the answer you two have decided upon?
Lord Baltimore?
No, I'm sorry. It's Peter Minuet, first governor of what is now New York. I'm sorry, that's the correct answer, so that means the big question next week will be worth $5,500. Well, you lost the big money, but how much did they win in the quiz, George?
$306.
Congratulations, and thanks to both of you, and to all of our contestants on the show tonight.
Be sure to tune in again next Wednesday night at this time for the Groucho Marx Show, when the big question will be worth $5,500. And don't miss Groucho's television show, also presented by the DeSoto Plymouth Dealers of America. And remember, all dealers who sell DeSoto also sell Plymouth. Two great cars, both products of the Chrysler Corporation.
And when you drive in, tell them Groucho sent you. Good night, folks, and remember, just be sure to visit your DeSoto Plymouth dealer.
Folks, here's a rhyme from the National Safety Council. The rules for driving safely add up to only 3: common sense and caution, and common courtesy. You Bet Your Life, transcribed from Hollywood, is produced by John Goodell, directed by Robert Dwan and Bernie Smith, music by Jerry Fielding. This is George Fenneman, signing off for the more than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth dealers from coast to coast.
Wild Bill Hickok! Hiya, folks. Hold on to your hats and pass those Kellogg's Corn Pops. Because here comes Guy Madison as Wild Bill and his pal Jingles, which is me, Andy Devine. We got another rootin' tootin' Wild Bill Hickok adventure story for you from that great new cereal with the sweetening already on it, Kellogg's Corn Pops!
Kellogg's Corn Pops brings you Wild Bill Hickok, transcribed in Hollywood and starring Guy Madison as Wild Bill and Andy Devine as his pal Jingles. Late one spring, United States Marshal Wild Bill Hickok and his faithful deputy Jingles rode along a lush green valley in the shadow of snow-capped mountains. Indian territory still untouched by the coming of the whites. Somewhere ahead they knew there was trouble, but they'd face that when it came.
Steer broke ranks, and the boss said, kill it, so I hit him on the back with the handle of a skillet. Come a die, yippee, 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 come a die, yippee, yippee. Oh, why don't you sing with me, Bill?
Oh, that's what you're doing, Jingles.
Oh, you're hoorahing me, ain't you, Bill?
Sure. Jingles, did you ever see a more beautiful valley?
No, sir. You know, a cow feeding in this valley would get fat as a butterball. Butterball. Say, Bill, that reminds me.
Speaking of feed, always reminds you.
Well, then, let's get on to Red Mesa City.
Woo, Buckshot, woo. Hey, Jingles, those shots are right up ahead.
Yeah, sounds like somebody else is getting hungry. Hunters, maybe. You reckon?
They could be.
Plenty of game to hunt around here, I'll bet you.
Hold it, Jingles. Listen.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. Easy, Joker. Easy, boy.
That rumbling. It's coming closer.
Bill, I've heard that sound before.
You never mistake it. It's buffalo, Jingles, heading up the valley. Come on, let's go.
Stampeding buffalo. Thousands of them coming right at us.
They'll be on us in any second.
Well, we got to turn them. They'll run us down.
Not a chance, Jingles. Ride for the hills.
Ho, ho, ho! Ho! Don't know how we made it, Bill.
Just be glad we did, partner.
Oh, I am. Deed, I am. You know, another couple of seconds and they'd have swarmed right over us. I never been so scared since my Aunt Effie mistook me for a pincushion.
The rifle shot stampeded the buffalo. A couple of them lying down there dead.
Oh, forget them.
No, I think we better have a look.
Oh,
Come on up, boy.
Bill, we're going to Red Mesa City.
Won't take long, Jingles.
All right. Dead or alive, I don't like buffalo, but if that's what you want. Hey, I got a notion to find the guy that started that stampede and blow out his lamp.
These buffalo were both shot.
Well, what'd you think? They died of old age? But say, where are the hunters?
That's just what I'm wondering.
Well, why don't we just... Oh, what's the matter with you, Bill? You look like you've seen a sky blue pink Gila monster.
Jingles, don't move.
Huh?
Freeze, I said, unless you want an arrow through your back.
Indian. Hey, they was hid there in the grass waiting for us. Oh.
Easy now, Jingles. Let them come. Their bows are drawn.
Yeah, they sure ain't hunting buffalo now.
You, white man, who kills food of Indian, drive from hunting ground.
Now, hold on. We didn't kill them old buffalo.
Easy, Jingles. Let them talk.
Many time he come, break treaty with Indian. Now white man die.
Wait. Only Red Horse will speak for his people.
You're the chief, Red Horse?
Chief of the Shoshone who hunt in the shadow of the mountain. Now, if white man not kill buffalo, let him prove it.
Look at our guns, Red Horse. They haven't been fired.
Well, now, does that satisfy you?
Guns not been fired. But we not know why you are here.
Well, I'll tell your boys to put down those flying stick pins, and we'll tell you.
Red Horse, my name's Hickok.
Wild Bill Hickok, if that means anything to you. What's more, he's a United States Marshal, and he was sent here to clean up some Indian trouble.
Jingles is right. We were sent to this territory to make peace again between the whites and your people.
But still our buffalo are killed. Soon food all gone. My people starve, die.
But ain't you got no idea who done it?
White man. That we see.
Oh.
I'll make you a promise, Red Horse. I'll do everything I can to catch the men responsible and see that justice is done.
Always white man make promises. Too many times he lie.
It's my word, Red Horse.
All right. Then you go free this time. But if white killers not stopped before 3 moons passed, my people go on warpath, right into Red Mesa City, burned to ground.
Hi, partners. This is Panhandle Jim, your old sidekick. Well, how's things out at your diggings? Got your corn pops? Well, I have. It's a right good habit to always have 'em around, 'cause Kellogg's corn pops are a wonderful new eating cereal already sweetened for you. Now, come Wild Bill Hickok time on the radio, I sit back big as life and listen while I eat my corn pops right out of the box. Come breakfast time, I eat 'em in a bowl with milk. No sugar, mind you. The sweetening's already there, and plenty of it. Now, take a look at the silver-like bag that your corn pops are sealed in, right inside the box. That shiny bag is pure aluminum. Keeps your Kellogg's corn pops fresh up to 10 times longer. Say, and tell your mom this. That bag's plumb wonderful the way she can use it to store things in the refrigerator or for wrapping sandwiches and keeping them fresh and tasty. Now, you're going to want Kellogg's corn pops at your place, sure, if you haven't already got them like most folks. Now, listen to this. Kids love Pops. Moms love Pops. Pops love Pops. Right now, let's all dig into our corn pops while we listen to Wild Bill Hickok.
After hearing Red Horse's warning to go on the warpath if the white man's marauding of buffalo herds isn't stopped, Wild Bill Hickok and Jingles ride on into Red Mesa City. There, they tell the sheriff all that happened.
Yeah, so them redskins are threatening war, are they? Well, if that's what they want, they can have it.
But that's what Bill and me came here to stop, Sheriff.
Take more than you two. I'll get a dispatch through to Fort Laramie, and we'll have the army out here in no time.
That's the worst thing you could do, Sheriff.
Eh?
The Indians don't want war.
Well, they got a good way of showing it.
Red Horse's people are desperate. Sure, they're ready to fight, but only to defend their land and the buffalo herds.
Come in, Senator.
Well, good evening, Sheriff, and a mighty pleasant evening it is.
Senator Hasty, shake hands with Marshal Hickok.
Hickok? Sure not Wild Bill Hickok.
Some folks call me that.
Well, this is a pleasure. Sir, a genuine pleasure.
And this is my deputy, Jingles.
Well, I always wanted to meet a real live senator. How's things in Washington?
Tolerable, thank you.
Senator, I'm afraid Hickok didn't bring very pleasant news.
Indeed? How so, Mr. Hickok?
Jingles and I had a run-in with Chief Red Horse and several of his tribe today.
Oh?
He says white men are marauding his buffalo herds.
Yeah, that's the Indian story. They're making war talk, Senator, and that suits me just fine.
But only as a last resort, Sheriff. Red Horse strikes me as an honorable chief who will listen to reason.
Yeah, well, they're all the same to me. And I say the sooner we clean them out, the better.
Sheriff, you know, I'm getting a little bitty hunch that you don't like Indians.
Say, perhaps we could talk further about this, Hickok. If you and Jingles would honor me as my guests at dinner.
Well, now you're talking, Senator. Only if it's the same to you, I'll have some supper.
Just give us time to stable our horses somewhere.
At Mrs. Mallory's boarding house, then. Say in a half hour. See you there, gentlemen.
Well, the stable's down at the end of town. Nobody there this time of night, but you'll find a couple of stalls.
Thanks, Sheriff. And remember, forget about sending for help. At least till we find out the truth.
Whoa, now. You know, I sure wish we could find a lantern in this stable someplace.
We've unsettled in the dark before, Jingles. Easy, boy. Get over there.
You know, I can't figure you sometimes, Bill. This talk about learning the truth. Now, what more is there to learn?
For one thing, why'd somebody deliberately start trouble between the whites and the Indians?
Well, now, who'd go and do a fool thing like that?
Here's a pig for your saddle.
You didn't answer me, Bill.
And I won't till I'm sure.
Bill, that sheriff, he don't like Indians, I'll bet. I'll bet that he's the one that wants to send for the army.
Let's go, Jingles. We've got a date for supper.
Yeah. And what you're thinking, Bill, that the sheriff's starting all this trouble?
He'll bear watching. Here's the door.
Yeah, well, at least we can see a little better where we're going outside here.
Jingles, look out.
Arrows, Bill, and away too close.
Keep down.
There's a horse hightailing it fast. There goes your dry gulcher. I'll get him. Oh, I might as well be shooting at a black cloud.
Come on.
Oh, what for, Bill? I can't outrun a horse on an empty stomach.
He was hiding behind this shed. It always pays to look.
Well, just so there ain't anybody else waiting.
Well, we'd know by now if there were. Here, let's try a match.
Guess you know one thing now. Red Horse ain't the kind to keep a promise. Sent one of his Indians sneaking right up into town.
You think so, Jingles? Look at these tracks.
Huh?
That horse was newly shod. That means it was no Indian pony.
Well, doggone. What you gonna do now, Bill?
Go back and have a look at those arrows. Then we meet the senator at Mrs. Mallory's boarding house.
Well, it sure is a terrible thing.
Shocking, sir. Absolutely shocking. This unprincipled attack on such worthy men as you. I trust this affair hasn't upset you, Mr. Hickok?
At least it hasn't upset Jingle's appetite, Senator.
Well, if it did, I hadn't noticed.
See that these gentlemen have all they want, Mrs. Mallory.
I sure will, Senator. I always like to see men folks that know how to eat.
Well, you're sure looking at 'em, ma'am.
I know of your reputation for arriving at the heart of matters, Hickok. Perhaps you already have some idea, huh?
Oh, sure.
We only got here today.
Yes, naturally.
Just the same, Bill's got an idea somebody's stirring up trouble for some reason or other to get the Indians driven out.
But what possible reason could anyone have?
Well, Senator, not that there's any truth in it, but rumors do get around town once in a while.
Rumors, Mrs. Mallory?
Like the talk that there's gold in the Indian Territory.
Gold?
Now, I don't say there is gold there. It's just a rumor, for what it's worth.
Hey, Hickok, Senator.
Yes, Sheriff? But why this interruption?
No, them ornery redskins done it again. They burnt down the Haverson spread, plumb to the ground.
The Haverson Ranch? You sure, Sheriff?
Yeah, Utah Ike here and some ranchers just rode in, told me all about it.
I seen the blaze and I got 'em out. But the place was wiped out before we could get there.
Bill, that's awful.
Utah, did you actually see the Indians at the Haverson Ranch?
Well, don't see that makes any difference.
No, the burning was done with fire arrows. Utah said there was plenty of them around. Who else but an Indian would do it?
Well, he's got a point there, Bill.
Sheriff, I know how much this means to you in Red Mesa City. But leave this to me, and it may take time.
Time, yes. Meanwhile, we're all killed. It happens that I just wired Fort Laramie for soldiers, as many as they could send, and fast.
But I told you that would open warfare. You've got to stop them.
Well, they're already on their way. When they get through, there won't be an Indian left in this whole territory.
Well, now, wait now. There's still apple pie coming, Bill. Now, where are you going?
We're going, Jingles, to saddle up for a long ride.
Bill, I ain't liking this. I ain't liking it at all.
We've got to talk with Chief Red Horse again. And the sooner the better.
Well, holy catfish, just the two of us right into the Indian camp?
We've got to do it, partner.
Well, at least the sun's coming up. You know, I'm kind of funny that way. Always like to see the man who's about to scalp me. Bill, I got a funny feeling.
Yes, Jingles?
Like we're being watched.
You know you're right. They've been watching us right in for the past hour.
Oh, hey, do you hear that? War drums.
Sure. The camp's just over this rise.
Bill, for the last time.
You can turn back if you like, Jingles.
Oh, it ain't that I'm exactly scared. It's just that my hair keeps pushing my hat off my head.
Ride directly into camp and watch every move.
Look at them, Bill. Swarms of Indians in war paint and feathers.
Don't let them get the idea that we're scared.
You want I should fool them, huh?
That big teepee over there ought to be Red Horse's.
Yeah, he's waiting there for us. I don't like his looks, Bill. Or any of them, for that matter. The way they're looking at me makes my scalp feel real loose.
Pull up. Dismount with me.
Oh, white man Hickok, who made promise of peace, comes again, huh?
Yes, Red Horse, and I still want peace.
White man lie. Army come to drive us out.
Good thing.
Bill, I told you there, no mind to listen.
Your answer, Red Horse?
If there is way to stop war, we listen. Red Horse sees only truth in Hickok's eyes.
Talk fast, Bill.
Red Horse, is there any truth to the talk that there's gold on your land?
Yes. We see white men dig in mountains. There is gold.
Well, there's the reason for the trouble.
Why, sure, Bill. Those coyotes want the Indians out so they can claim this land and get the gold.
There's a way to smoke out the white men who know where the gold is. Will you help us, Red Horse?
We help.
Then I'll tell you my plan. Working together, we can catch the men who started this trouble.
But if plan fail, then army come.
Then Hickok will be first to die.
Hold the corn pops a minute, partners. Some of you are chomping so loud I can hear you from here. No fooling, though. I'll bet plenty of you are doing just what I'm doing. Eating corn pops out of the box like a colt going after a sack of feed. Now, Kellogg's Corn Pops is better than other cereals because it's the two-way cereal. And it's good at delighting folks both ways when it comes to eating. Out of the box or out of the bowl with milk, it's wonderful. They're a real tasty snack with a sweetening already on them. Yes, sir, they're already sweetened for you. Tasty, puffed-up, happy hearts of corn, all ready to go. Yes, partners, they're a real two-gun, two-way cereal with B vitamins, vitamin D, with important minerals and food energy, too. So if you aren't already settled back enjoying Kellogg's Corn Pops, you better hit the trail for the store and get a load of them as soon as you can. You'll need plenty because the whole family's going to be getting into them. Now, let's say our little saying all together. Kids love Pops, moms love Pops, and Pops love Pops. Well, right now, I'm hankering to get back to the show. Come on with me, huh?
Now, back to our story of Wild Bill Hickok. Wild Bill has stayed on at the Indian camp to work out his plan with Chief Red Horse and has sent Jingles to Red Mesa City with a message.
Did you hear that, Senator? Them sneaking cowards cleared out lock, stock, and barrel.
Well, this is difficult to believe, sir. You sure all the Indians are gone, Jingles?
Sure. The gold's there for them that wants it now.
Yeah, huh? Gold? Who said anything about gold?
I fear our friend Jingles has fallen for all that idle talk, Sheriff. By the way, where's Mr. Hickok?
Well, he figured it was no use coming back now that the trouble's over, and he just sent me back to report to the sheriff. And now that I've done that, I guess I'll be moseying, too.
So soon, huh? But when'll we see you two again, sir?
Well, now the way Bill and me get around, that's a right good question, Senator. Adios to you.
The horses out of sight, Jingles?
Yeah, Bill, they're back in the draw.
Keep hidden behind this rock. We can watch from the mine entrance from here.
You know, I'll bet there's enough gold in that diggings to sink a ship.
Or start an Indian war.
How long do you think we'll have to wait, Bill?
Not long. Whoever knows about the gold will be here to stake his claim quick, now that the Indians are gone.
Yeah, then we'll know who's behind all this trouble.
Quiet, Jingles. Couple of horses coming.
Two of them, huh? Well, speaking of Old Nick...
Shh. Lay low. Wait till we leave the horses.
Sure got to hand it to you, boss.
Shut up, Utah. Just start driving the stakes.
What's the hurry, Jim?
Who's there?
I think you know us.
Hickok. What's the meaning of this?
You'll know that when you explain why you're here, Senator Hasty.
Well, I'll be a bob-tailed buzzard. And all the time I thought it was that ornery sheriff behind all this trouble.
There's nothing wrong with my claim on this land. You can't prove anything else.
Utah Ike Saddlebags might turn up something. We'll have a look.
Hey, boss, shut up.
In the meantime, both of you make like you was growed there.
Look what I found, Jingles.
An arrow. Just like the ones that was shot at us last night.
Means nothing. There are lots of arrows around. Sure. Just an arrow I picked up in the hills.
That's a lie, Utah, and you know it. You made this yourself.
You think so?
There are only Shoshone Indians in this country, Utah. This isn't a Shoshone arrow at all. It's made like a Paiute arrow, just like those in your country.
Why, Utah, of course.
Why, you...
Billy's jumping you.
We want him alive, Jingles.
Then the senator's all mine. You...
I'll show you.
Need help, Jingles?
I'm doing fine, ain't I, Senator? Well, they may be alive, Bill, but they sure ain't kicking much.
Just leave him here, Jingles. Ride back to town and get the sheriff.
The sheriff?
Yeah. What he sees around here ought to change his mind about no good Indians.
Well, Hickok, I reckon the senator in Utah won't give no more trouble where they're locked up.
Chief Red Horse will be glad to hear that.
Yeah, I'll be glad to tell him. And something else that might interest you and Jingles.
Well, what's that, Sheriff?
Well, sir, your tip was right, Hickok. Hasty weren't no senator after all. Never was. No, sir. I just got it out of him.
Oh, shucks, you knew it all the time, Bill, and I thought I was meeting a real live senator.
You will someday, Jingles. Well, here's Red Horse's camp. Ooh, buckshot.
He's waiting to meet us. Whoa, Joker. Hiya, Chief.
Red Horse, make you welcome.
Thank you, Red Horse.
Indian tribe want to give thanks to white man Hickok. You make promise to bring peace to Indian. You keep promise. Good.
Yeah. You see, Red Horse, I told you Wild Bill would catch them varmints that was after your gold.
Well, Chief Red Horse, reckon I got a piece to speak to.
You speak, Sheriff. Red Horse, listen.
Well, I've been wrong about the Indians. From now on, we're going to have nothing but peace among us. I'm going to see to it.
White man, red man, live as brothers. Good. Now, you all come smoke peace pipe with Red Horse.
Well, now that's a right nice invitation, Red Horse, but seeing as Bill and I don't smoke pipes, do you reckon you might smoke up a couple of nice big juicy buffalo steaks instead?
And now, here are the stars of Wild Bill Hickok, Guy Madison, and Andy Devine.
Well, folks, we'll be riding back this way again next week with another exciting story.
We sure will be, and you can bet your bottom sawbuck there'll be plenty of trouble, and we'll be right in the middle of it.
Meanwhile, Andy and I also hope you're all eating Kellogg's Corn Pops.
Right. It's the great new cereal with the sweetening already on it.
You bet it is. Andy and I think Corn Pops are great. So long.
See you next week.
Yes, sir, be sure to listen next week at the same time on this same station when Kellogg's Corn Pops brings you another exciting story of Wild Bill Hickok, starring Guy Madison and Andy Devine in person. Today's cast included Gene Vanderpyle, Joe Forte, Charlie Long, Forrest Lewis, Tom Holland, and Jack Moyles. Our director is Paul Pierce, music by Dick Orant. This is a David Heyer production, transcribed in Hollywood. This is Charlie Lyon reminding you, kids love Pops, moms love Pops, Pops love Pops. Kellogg's Corn Pops.
You men want me to leave, you'll have to make me. Now, who's going to be the first to try?
Have Gun, Will Travel. Starring Mr. John Daner as Paladin. San Francisco, 1875. The Carlton Hotel, headquarters of the man called Paladin.
Hey, boy.
Oh, yes, Mr. Paladin.
Help me with these bags, will you?
Oh, yes, Mr. Paladin. You go again so soon?
It seems Mr. Edgar Potts in Tucson needs my services.
Oh, yes, sir.
I know Mr. Potts. He is not a good man, but he's a rich one.
Oh, you make lots of money, eh, Mr. Paladin?
Well, that's my plan. Look, hey, boy, this came up very suddenly. I've had to cancel my engagements for this week. Will you see that these notes are delivered?
Oh, yes, sir. Let me see. Missy Lily Clark, Kitty O'Connor, Adelaide Smith, Jessie Donahue, Francesca Valise, Mabel Hart, and Major John B. Culpepper.
Thursdays, I play chess.
Even if you've had embarrassing dandruff for years, you can get rid of it now in 3 minutes. That's all it takes with Fitch Dandruff Remover Shampoo. Yes, unsightly dandruff's gone in 3 minutes with Fitch, quickest, easiest of all leading shampoos. What's more, using Fitch regularly is guaranteed to keep embarrassing dandruff away. Just apply in the unique Fitch manner. Before you wet hair, rub in 1 minute. This way, Fitch shampoo penetrates right down to the scalp. Next, add water. Lather 1 minute to wash every trace of dandruff out of your hair. Then rinse 1 minute. All that loosened dandruff goes down the drain. In 3 minutes, with Fitch, 1 rubbing, 1 lathering, 1 rinsing, dandruff's gone. At the same time, gentle Fitch can leave your hair up to 35% brighter. To get rid of dandruff problems forever, brighten hair, too. Use Fitch regularly. Get Fitch Dandruff Remover Shampoo today, only 59 cents.
Glass of rye, bartender.
Yes, sir. There you are. Come in on the stage.
Yeah.
Figure to stay a while in Brotherton?
No, as soon as they get that axle fixed, I'm going on to Tucson.
Where you from?
San Francisco.
Great little town, Frisco.
Yeah. Noisy in Brotherton. What's going on?
Well, now, wait till I get around there. We'll just go have a look-see.
We warned you, Injun. We told you it was going to happen.
Now, you listen to me. You get rid of every head of that disease stock on your place, Injun. Or we'll do more than keep you within your boundaries. We'll burn you out. House, hide, and hair.
I guess it ain't nothing. Might as well go back and finish your drink.
He shot that Indian's horse.
Now, you take that carcass away and burn it. Sickness enough without you savages bringing in more. Come on, Petey.
Who are those men?
The one on the big roan's McNally. The other's Peavy, his foreman.
And the Indian?
Joe Whitehorse. He's got a little ranch, borders on McNally's spread.
I see.
He's an educated Indian. They're the worst kind.
Yeah, I'm sure of it. Why did he kill his horse? Rough him up like that?
I don't know. It ain't my problem, mister.
Where's the livery stable?
North end of town.
Whitehorse?
Yes?
My name is Paladin. This is my card.
Have gun, will travel. I see. Thank you, Mr. Paladin.
Not interested?
If I had money to hire you, I wouldn't be hiking 20 miles carrying this saddle. I would have another horse.
I happen to be going your way. Why don't you put your saddle over this other horse of mine? No obligation.
It is right to tell you, even if I had money, I would not hire you. I don't hold with men who follow the gun.
I agree, Mr. Whitehorse. It's not a practical business, but 20 miles is a long walk.
And this is a heavy saddle. I accept your kind offer, Mr. Paladin. $150 prime, healthy cows. Now 10 are dead. The rest ready to fall. They keep losing weight, dying.
Has a veterinary looked at them?
I can't get him to come out and look. I am a mission Indian, educated Indian. I have few friends among my own people and fewer among yours.
Yes, I saw an example of that back there in Brotherton.
They don't want me in that town. I can't trade in the stores. I buy supplies through the man who runs the pharmacy. The only one who will admit that we are human. Wait, rein up, Mr. Paladin. There. There ahead. My land.
Looks like land a man would fight for.
I paid for that land. I'm willing to fight. I don't know how. My father wore feathers in his hair. He lived in a teepee. He was at war with the white man, fighting for his way of life. When he saw he could never win, it broke his spirit, but it made him wiser. He sent me to the mission school. Learned to live and think like a white man. He said that was the only way we could have a home in our land.
3 riders. You know who it is?
Wait. Peavy and 2 of his hands. The one who killed my horse.
Yeah.
So you got yourself another horse?
The one you shot cost me $40. You have to pay me for that.
You friends with him or just passing through?
You ask that like a man hoping for the wrong answer.
You working for an Indian?
He hasn't hired me yet.
You're half a mile from his boundary line. You aim to keep going?
I thought I might.
It ain't that simple, mister. You can ride in on that horse, but you try to ride out and he'll go down with a slug in his head. No animal comes off on that ranch. Yours or nobody's.
Mr. Paladin, he means what he says. You saw that in town. You're going to lose 2 good horses. I'll walk the rest of the way.
You'll ride. You've used my horse for 15 miles, and I expect the man who's done that to rub him down and ask me to sit at table.
You will be most welcome.
All right, then. Ride on in. But you'll be sorry.
I was a teenage Jame. That's right, I was a teenage Jame, living in a lovely scratch on the tile bathroom floor. I came in on a saddle chew, and then I moved to the floor. There were millions of us James, playing rock around the sink or hide and infect. My hostess was a wonderful woman. Every week she'd splash you all around us with nice warm soap and water. But then some rat squealed to her about Lysol, and we had to beat it. Lysol kills germs. It was murder.
Yes, if you're a germ, you'll hate Lysol, because Lysol kills disease germs, many deadly viruses, too. Lysol also destroys bathroom odors. Cleaning every week with Lysol in the suds disinfects your bathroom from one cleaning to the next as nothing else can. A little Lysol brand disinfectant in the suds makes your favorite cleaners work better, including many that claim to sanitize. Lysol is now available in regular or pine fragrance, as little as 29 cents.
We're looking for a new bathroom to live in. How about yours?
More coffee?
Oh, yes. Please, Mrs. Whitehorse.
So, you are a gunfighter, Mr. Paladin.
Well, Mrs. Whitehorse, I have a certain talent with weapons. When people in trouble need such a talent, I hire it out to them.
I see. Is a gunfighter expensive, Mr. Paladin?
I have expensive tastes.
Joseph, I like my home. I want to stay here. I think all we need right now is time.
Every day more stock dying. Quarantine around me, that means I must sneak off my own land
but
like
with
a thief.
time, Joseph, we can find out what is sickening our cattle. We can build a healthy herd. Joseph, if Mr. Paladin can scare them into leaving us alone...
I will not have that kind of thing, Martha.
But we must do something. Mr. Paladin, we do not have any money to pay you. But this is rich land. We will give you a part of it.
if you will fight for your part and for ours.
I'll talk with these men. In the meantime, thanks for your hospitality.
It was our pleasure.
I'll walk out with you. Take care, Mr. Paladin. McNally is a violent man.
You told Peavy he'd have to pay you for that horse he shot. I don't mind taking over the debt. I'll trade you the horse you came home on.
Ah, that's a good horse. You cheat yourself.
Well, maybe I'll get Peavy to throw in something else of value.
Mr. Paladin, well, perhaps you won't understand. Men differ.
What do you mean?
When I walk out of my house onto my own land, it gives me a good feeling. I love this place. It has given me pain, but there is something. This is mine. This handful of earth here. This is mine.
Certainly. It's just like a... Wait. Your handful of earth there. Where? Here. Put it in this handkerchief.
Well,
Here, in the handkerchief. Good.
I don't understand. Strange man, Mr. Paladin.
That's right, and I've just had a strange notion. I'll see you again, Mr. Whitehorse. At the boundary of the White Horse Ranch, I dismounted to close the fence gate. The first rifle shot came high into my right. The second shot killed my horse. Both of them had come from somewhere in the brush behind me. I had an idea who had fired them, and I had to score to settle with them.
Sure looks like you're afoot, don't it?
You did that shooting?
It's his Indian boundary.
That's a bad habit you have, Peavy, killing horses.
I warned you.
Yeah, I remember. Now I'll use your horse to take me into town.
You lay a finger on that bridle, you Injun. Look!
You can tell McNally what happened. He'll find me in town. Is this the only pharmacy in town?
Oh, yes. My name's Reinhardt. What can I do for you?
Do you know the White Horses?
Oh, you mean our thieving, scalping, overeducated local Indian? I do. Oh, and before you say your piece, let me inform you that this is the only store in town that'll do business with them, and proud to say it. Now, what's on your mind?
Are you set up to make a chemical analysis, Mr. Reinhardt?
Chemical analysis? Son, I've got the most complete laboratory south of San Francisco, back there just gathering dust. Where's there a place for science in a town where they bury a chicken head by the light of the moon to get rid of warts? Let me tell you something, mister. McNally, he tells the citizens how to think. And speaking of the devil...
McNally? He's probably looking for me.
Oh, what for?
Here, take this.
What in tarnation do you want me to do with a clod of dirt?
Now, we're only supposing, Mr. Reinhardt. Run a test on this, and I'll talk to you later.
Okay, but it don't make any sense.
Gentlemen.
You pistol-whipped my foreman, steal his horse?
I disciplined your foreman, Mr. McNally. As to the horse, Peavy owed Joe Whitehorse for the one he shot. I took over the debt and settled it.
You working for Whitehorse? What kind of men are we breeding that takes wages from an Indian?
I couldn't get $1 out of him. He doesn't have one. That's why I'm here.
If you're not with the Indian, what's on your mind?
I want to be hired.
We're doing all right.
You're wasting your time trying to starve Whitehorse out.
You don't have to starve. I offered to buy his place.
At a profit?
I offered him $10,000.
Why are you so anxious to own his land?
His land's good, and there's water, and I don't aim to raise my children next to some savage. Besides, he's aiming to let that cattle sickness spread over the whole range, wipe us all out on account of he hates us so.
Perhaps I can persuade him to sell.
How?
His willingness will increase in ratio to the size of my fee. How willing do you want him to be?
All right, you're hired. Get on out to his place.
First, you go to the bank and draw some money. I think White Horse would want to be paid off in cash.
That's a lot to trust you with.
Well, then you carry it. And carry an additional $2,000, Mr. McNally. My fee.
2,000? How much money you think I have?
How much do you hate Indians? I have some business in the pharmacy here. Then I'll see you at the White Horse Ranch.
There's a big change going on, an important one for car buyers. It's the countrywide change to Rambler. Passing car after car in sales, Rambler now leads all but two other makes in state after state. What does it all mean? That Rambler has what people want and cannot get in other cars. Rambler is the quality compact car. For instance, Rambler has plenty of hat room, shoulder room, and leg room for 6 big people. Yet Rambler is so trim on the outside, it handles and parks with the greatest ease. For first cost, gas economy, and resale value, Rambler is America's top economy car. Yet only Rambler offers the fine features of personalized comfort. There are front seats that glide back and forward separately to perfectly fit short legs or long, adjustable headrests, airliner reclining seats, twin travel beds, finest air conditioning at lowest cost. Throughout, Rambler engineering is more advanced, Rambler workmanship more careful. Come in and drive the quality compact car, Rambler. See your Rambler dealer.
He's waiting outside there, Mr. Whitehorse. You've already overtaxed his patience.
You didn't understand me, Mr. Paladin. I won't sell.
You can do a lot with that cash.
I won't be pushed off my land. I stay here.
I told McNally you'd sell.
Then you tell him you were mistaken.
And lose my fee.
Why do you ask my husband to do this thing?
Because it's my considered opinion he should sell to McNally.
And if it is not my opinion, if I say I stand up to that gun of yours?
I think that would make everything very uncomfortable.
We ask only to live in peace, to have a home to build for ourselves and for those who come after, and you are no better than the other.
Martha should not have done that, no matter what. Forgive her, Mr. Paladin. Martha carries our first child. She is upset.
What kind of a world have we to offer our child? Sign it, Joseph. Sign the paper. Here is ink, a pen. Give them their bill of sale. We will find some place to live in peace.
No. Yeah. You have earned your money.
I'll tell McNally he can come in and take possession.
Mr. Paladin, one day you will meet a gun faster than yours.
That's probably true, Mrs. Whitehorse. All right, McNally.
All set, huh?
All set.
Yeah, I got no respect for critters. Knows he ain't wanted, but hangs on anyway. In the old days, he'd be long gone by now.
You've made your point, Mr. McNally.
Here is your bill of sale, McNally. It is your ranch now.
And you got the money? That does it.
Not quite. Let's not forget $2,000.
Oh, sure. See me in town.
I see you now, McNally.
Oh. Oh, yeah.
Thank you.
White Horse, learn something from this business. You Indians have reservations all over the country. That's where you belong.
Mr. McNally is a man of deep prejudices.
And not soft about them, neither.
Ooh, anything but soft. If it hadn't been for your sickly stock, he'd have found another reason to starve you out.
He did not starve us out. It was your gun that drove us off our land.
My gun did you a favor, Mrs. Whitehorse. This land is useless. It's poisoned. Don't try to pass your cows here, McNally. They'll die.
I'll get rid of that disease. I'll burn everything down to the dirt.
But you can't burn the dirt, and that's where the poison is.
You're crazy.
I had the soil analyzed. It contains a certain element that affects all vegetation. It's called molybdenum, if you want to investigate it.
On my land?
McNally's land. I remembered that I'd seen this cattle sickness once before down on the San Joaquin Range.
So you knew this?
Suspected it. Mr. Reinhardt verified it.
If this is true.
It's true.
But then I cannot keep this money.
Oh, yes, you can.
You dirty lying cheat.
Good day, Mr. McNally.
Indian lover.
Mr. Paladin.
I'm sorry I had to do it this way, but it's difficult to conspire with an honest man. Mrs. Whitehorse, I want to leave this fee from Mr. McNally as a gift for your child who is yet to be born.
That is a great deal of money, Mr. Paladin. I cannot take it.
Oh, please accept it. For your child, with my apologies for this imperfect world we have to offer him, and my hopes for a better one in his lifetime.
Thank you, Mr. Paladin.
Oh, Mr. Paladin, welcome.
Hello, hey boy.
Did you serve the most unworthy but very rich Mr. Potts?
No, I was delayed, and when I got to Tucson, Mr. Potts was dead. His wife shot him.
Oh, then you don't make lots of money. Your whole trip wasted, eh? Too bad.
Not at all, hey boy. On the contrary, I found it quite rewarding.
Oh, you have someone wait for you upstairs in room.
Oh, well now.
He's Major John B. Culpepper. It's Thursday. Remember?
Have Gun Will Travel. Created by Herb Meadow and Sam Rolfe, is produced and directed by Norman McDonnell, and stars John Daner as Paladin, with Ben Wright as Hayboy. Tonight's story was written by Herb Meadow and adapted for radio by Ann Dowd. Featured in the cast were Lawrence Dobkin, Harry Bartell, Lillian Byatt, Joseph Kearns, Edgar Barrier, and Barney Phillips. Hugh Douglas speaking. Join us again next week for Have Gun, Will Travel.
Cereals in the red and white checkerboard packages present Space Patrol! High adventure in the wild, vast reaches of space. Missions of daring in the name of interplanetary justice. Travel into the future with Buzz Corey, Commander-in-Chief of the Space Patrol! In today's transcribed Space Patrol adventure, Buzz and Happy, dressed as prospectors, are tramping across the great Martian desert toward Polidor's hideout.
We're getting closer. That must be the hideout right over that dune.
We can't expect to sneak up and surprise him. The best we can hope for is that we can get close before he recognizes us.
Uh-oh.
I see him, Hap. He sees us. Just keep walking.
I can't tell whether it's Polidor or not, but he's got a gun.
Halt! What do you want? Our car is back in the desert about 2 miles.
That's too bad. But you won't need it anymore.
Look out, Happy. He's got a blast gun. We'll return in just a moment with today's exciting Space Patrol adventure, Trial by Terror. Gang, here's a scene I like to see in every Space Patroller's kitchen when I tune in my viewscope at breakfast time. It looks something like this. A big bowl on the table, a spoon, and next to the bowl and spoon, a red and white checkerboard package of rice checks. Then into the bowl goes the rice checks. Then cream and sugar, and sometimes fresh fruit. And now it's time to dig in. And man, oh man, oh man, digging into that bowl of rice checks is just like digging into a bowl full of sunshine. Golden shredded rice biscuits, triple oven toasted, till they're crisp as a cookie and 3 times as tasty. Tops for taste, you bet. Tops for size, too. Made in that modern bite-sized design for slick and easy eating. And Rice Chex is tops for get up and go. After a good, nourishing breakfast with Rice Chex, you're full of the same super-powered get up and go that Commander Corey starts off his day with. So, Space Patrollers, the next time I tune in my viewscope at breakfast time, I want to see you eating Rice Chex. And if you're a whole wheat fan, try Wheat Chex. Remember, Chex are tops 3 ways for taste, size, and get up and go. In the red and white checkerboard packages with the big full-color picture of Commander Corey or Cadet Happy on the outside and the wonderful free Space Patrol trading card on the inside. Rice Chex, Wheat Chex. And now today's Space Patrol adventure, Trial by Terror. Commander Corey and Cadet Happy are maintaining an all-night vigil in Room 27 of the Space Patrol Security Lab. Room 27 houses an array of electronics equipment known officially as the Terra Internal Protective Alarm Coordinator, but usually referred to as the Crime Trap. The complex device is connected to hundreds of key points on the man-made planet Terra, banks, government offices, and laboratories. Its sensitive detection instruments are ready to report any attempt at forced entry, unusual movement, or outbreak of fire at any of these crucial locations. For hours now, the row of viewscope screens have remained dark. Unbroken rows of small green lights indicate the system is in operation in all circuits. Bored by the uneventful hours of waiting, Happy stands up and stretches.
Well, it looks like that tip on Polidor was false, sir. Unless he managed to break into the vault without setting off an alarm.
Not even he could do that. The vault at Triplanet Construction Company is equipped with nearly every known detection device.
Polidor must know that.
Yes, there's a good chance he also knows that there are 2 million credits in the vault. That's a tempting haul.
He's sure running an awful risk.
His men are. You can be sure that Polidor himself is playing it safe.
Sir, would it be all right if I skipped down to the commissary for another glass of milk?
Wait till Lieutenant Callan gets back. Huh?
Yes, sir. Well, I sure wouldn't want his job. Imagine having to watch these panels 6 hours a day and nothing ever happens. Uh-oh, I spoke too soon.
Check the panel, Hap.
Hey, it looks like that tip was on the level after all.
But wait a minute. That alarm isn't from the Triplanet vault. Their light's still green. What's the number under the red light?
49, sir.
49. That's Universal Map and Chart Company.
Polidor's mob wouldn't be pulling that job.
Hey, Lieutenant Callan, we're at the local... Oh, something's wrong with the crime trap.
Hey, there must be a short circuit. Smoke just pouring out of the panel. Smoke and rockets, the central panel blew up.
Every circuit's dead.
Wow, with the alarm system out, every bank on Terra could be robbed.
Now get Lieutenant Callan. I'll space a phone out patrol cars to close in on Triplanet and the map company.
Less than a mile from Space Patrol headquarters, a small surface truck pulls up to the rear of the Zenith Microfilm Laboratory building. A man leaps from the truck, grabs a large case, and enters the building. Then, taking a heavy metal bar, he scrapes it across the floor. A section of the flooring swings upward, held against the metal bar by the pull of a magnet on the underside of the trap door. Placing the case down in the opening, the man closes the trap door and walks to a spaceophone transmitter.
Bram's laser at Station 5 Terra calling Polidor. Bram's laser calling Polidor.
Polidor here. Go ahead, Laser.
Arnig and I got the credits.
Excellent. Any trouble?
Not in the Triplanet vault, but we were nearly stopped by a Space Patrol surface car during the getaway. There were patrol cars all around the Triplanet building.
There may have been some sort of leak. But we won't worry about that now. Did you gather 2 million credits?
When do Harnig and I blast off?
Both of you remain on Terra until further orders. Lie low for a couple of days.
Now, but Polidor, the original agreement was that we were to deliver the credits to you right away and get paid off.
You'll be running a risk if you try to take that money off of Terra now. In a day or two, I will provide a distraction.
What do you mean, distraction?
Something will happen to one of the big cities on Mars. A disaster so terrible that Corey will forget all about those 2 million credits.
Now, what's going to happen?
I want it to be a surprise. You and Harnong stay on Terra and keep out of trouble. Polydor.
Boz and Happy have just returned to the commander's central office at Space Patrol headquarters after examining the vault at the Tri-Planet Construction Company building.
Wow. 2 million credits gone, and not a single clue. Polydor did it again.
He got away with the theft, but we'll have some clues when he tries to put that money into circulation.
How do you mean, sir? Checking the serial numbers?
That'd be difficult. The money was in fairly small bills, but they're impregnated with radioactive carbon particles. Within a few hours, every bank in the solar system will be supplied with radiation detectors.
Then when anyone passes any of that money across the counter, he'll be nabbed.
No. A Space Patrol agent will be put on his trail. The person actually passing the money might be entirely innocent. Take a lot of quiet investigation, but eventually we'll trace the money back to its original source, to one of Polydor's men.
That could take weeks.
Maybe months, unless Polydor's short of operating cash.
If we could only find out who tipped us off.
The lab experts had examined the damage at the crime trap in room 27. Somehow, one of Polydor's men bridged a small explosive device across one of the circuits in the main control.
Well, right here in headquarters.
The attempt to break into the map company had just one purpose: to set off an alarm in the coordinator system, and that triggered the explosive that blew out the master control.
And prevented the alarm in the Tri-Planet vault from registering.
Right. Polydor had both jobs timed to the split second.
Well, the biggest mystery right now is who tampered with the control panel in room 27.
That part isn't a mystery, Hap. One of the maintenance men was in there yesterday. He didn't show up for duty today, and he can't be located.
If we could only find him and give him a brainograph test.
That wouldn't help much. You know how Polydor works. His men know only their own phase of the job, nothing about anything higher up. Now get it. Corey here.
Commander, this is Special Agent Parker. Some of that Tri-Planet money's already in circulation.
Interesting. Polydor's trying to unload it fast, huh?
Now, tell her the Terra Bank was handed a 100-credit note. Was as radioactive as Madame Curie's floor mop.
Have you traced the bill?
The teller told me it was passed by a fellow that works for Zenith Microfilm Lab. His name's Harnung. Want me to follow up on it, Commander?
Find out all you can about the microfilm lab, but indirectly. Check on their employees, who owns it, and who their clients are.
Yes, sir.
Where is this outfit?
467 Orion.
Keep working undercover, Parker. I'll check on Harnung. Corey out.
Say, the Zenith outfit is really sharp. Look at their sign. An elephant never forgets. Neither does Zenith Microfilm. And it takes less space.
Clever. And below it, our clients are protected by Typac.
Hey, they're closed.
There's a light on inside.
Somebody's coming.
Keep that radiation detector out of sight. While I'm talking to this fellow, you wander around the plant.
A little private snooping, huh?
Make it obvious youthful curiosity. Walk close to their files, but be interested in their lab equipment.
Yes, sir.
I'm sorry I was about to say we're closed for business, but of course that doesn't apply to the Space Patrol.
I'm looking for Mr. Harnung.
Oh, I'm Harnung. What can I do for you?
I'd like to ask you a few routine questions inside, if you don't mind.
Of course. Come in, gentlemen. Sit down. I was just checking through some orders. Got a few rush shipments I want to get out tonight.
I'll go right ahead. We can talk as you work.
Thank you.
Hey, you sure got a lot of swell equipment here.
You better not touch anything, Happy. You might upset some delicate adjustments.
Yes, sir.
No, he can't have heard anything. Now, what was it, Commander?
You visited the Terra Bank this morning, is that right?
Yeah. On some business for the firm.
You gave the teller a 100-credit note.
Don't tell me it wasn't any good.
No, it was good, all right. I'd just like to know where you got it.
I'm afraid I can't tell you, Commander.
You mean you get so many 100-credit bills you can't remember?
I wish that were true. No, what I mean is I wasn't in the office when the bill came in. Perhaps Mr. Ogilvy could help you. He's our bookkeeper. I could tell you where he lives.
Oh, fine. You can give me his address later.
Hey, is it all right if I go back here?
The processing lab? Yeah, of course. Make yourself at home.
Now, don't disturb anything, Happy.
All right, Commander.
Now, Mr. Harnung, when would this 100-credit bill have come in?
Well, I don't know. Possibly late yesterday. This morning, our petty cash was low, so I took the bill to the bank to get it changed. As I say, if you go and talk to Ogilvy...
I'll do that. I noticed you're protected by Terra Internal Alarm Coordinator Service. Do you often have material here that would tempt burglars?
Well, Commander, frankly, we don't need the service, but it looks good on our advertising. You and I know that no burglar's going to waste his time and run the risk of breaking into a place like this.
Excuse me, Commander.
Yes, Happy?
Something very interesting back in the lab.
Oh?
Well, things are really clicking.
Harnung, before you give me your bookkeeper's address, I'd like to see the rest of your plant.
Yeah, of course. Now, over here's our display room where we show the plant samples of...
I'd like to see the lab first.
There's something radioactive under the floor of the lab, sir.
Okay, Hap. Come on, Harnung. I'm sure we'll need your explanation of some of the lab equipment.
That's just like any commercial microfilm lab, Commander. Nothing you gentlemen wouldn't understand.
You never can tell. There are tricks to every trade.
Here's the spot, Commander. Listen to the detector. Now watch what happens when I put it down on the floor.
What's under this flooring, Harnung?
I don't know.
If you look close, Commander, you can make out very fine cracks in the floor in the form of a square, like a closely fitted trap door.
Yes, I see. Open it up, Harnung.
Look, I don't know what you're talking about.
By the way that detective's clicking, I'd say there's about 2 million credits worth of radioactivity under this floor.
If I can find something sharp, maybe I can pry it open, sir. Oh, I know, that metal bar. Hey, that's funny. It was right over here under the window, on top of a packing case. It looked like a crowbar. Yeah, but where did it go?
Here it is. I got Corey. Hold it. No, you don't, Harnung.
Nice going, Slazer.
You couldn't wait to dip into that 2 million credits.
How about Slazer? We were broke. How did I know?
Shut up. Take this bar and open the trapdoor. While you're loading the money in the surface car, I'll make sure that Corey and the cadet are out of the way for good.
We'll return to Space Patrol in just a moment. This is Dick Tufeld in St. Louis reporting on the twin-jet Air Force fighter, the McDonnell Voodoo XF-88A. In a moment, we'll hear from the noted test pilot who flies this plane, Phil Houghton. Speed of the Voodoo is a military secret, but it's plenty fast. Wingspan is 40 feet, length 55, weight 10 tons. And now, Phil Houghton recorded at Lambert Airfield.
After seeing the Voodoo, I guess you know why I like my job. There's one thing about it, though. A test pilot has to stay in good condition, get lots of sleep, and eat good, healthy food. That's why I like rice checks and wheat checks for breakfast. They've got plenty of energy in them, and they really taste swell. I think you'll like them, too.
Make sure you stay in condition the way Phil Houghton, J. Ray Donahue, Jr., and other top test pilots do. Every morning, eat a good, nourishing breakfast with Rice Chex or Wheat Chex, the cereals that are tops 3 ways. Tops for taste, for size, and for real get up and go. That's Chex, rice or wheat. Remember, they're tops with America's top pilots. And now back to our Space Patrol adventure, Trial by Terror. Using a radiation detector, Buzz and Happy have discovered the hiding place of 2 million stolen credits in a microfilm laboratory used as a front by 2 members of Polidor's gang. While the Space Patrollers were busy with Harnung, the other criminal Slazer emerged from hiding and knocked out the Commander and Happy before they could defend themselves. Right now, while Harnung removes the stolen money to a surface car, Slazer grips a metal bar as Buzz dazedly raises his head.
Don't try to get up, Corey. I can make it quick and painless for you and the cadet if you don't try to put up a fight. How much is Polidor giving you out of that 2 million credits? And what makes you think we're working for Polidor?
I've got the money in the car. What's taking you...
Quiet, you fool. Don't stand in the door bellowing. Now, what is it?
Have you finished them yet?
Have a quick push against this stack of cases. Yes, sir. When they fall in, they break that
Sure,
window.
it's a thorough job, but this much...
They're rocking, sir. Their fault.
That does it?
Hey!
Hey, what good do you think I got to you?
The window opens into the alley and it's deserted.
I realize that. I just stolen. Get to work with that bar, Slazy.
Just a moment. I believe this plant's protected by Terra Internal Alarm Service. What about it? Well, nothing. Except that in room 27 at Terra headquarters, a red light's flashing. In a few seconds, every patrol car in the district will be heading this way.
Slazer, he's right. Let's get out of here, quick.
Corey's bluffing. The master panel's out of commission. We've got auxiliary units, you know. But of course, it's up to you. Polidor will be mighty grateful to you for getting rid of us at the cost of your own freedom.
Slazer, come on.
It would only take a second.
Every second counts. Throw that bar down and let's go.
All right. But there's one thing I'm going to do first. Smash this spacerful.
That's enough. Come on.
Let's go.
and lock him in. Oh, that was close.
I'll give you a hand, Hap.
Oh, my head. Oh. I didn't know that master alarm panel was replaced so quickly. I'm surprised.
If it's working, I'm surprised. Slazer sure put that spacephone out of order. I'll check the dials. Maybe I can find out what frequencies they've been using. Hap, get that bar and pry open the door.
Weakened and dazed by their treatment at the hands of Slazer and Harnung, it's several minutes before Buzz and Happy can wrench open the locked door of the microfilm lab. Hailing a patrol car, Buzz spacephones an alert to the Terra spaceport. Then he and Happy speed to headquarters to supervise the hunt for Slazer and Harnung. Right now, as Happy enters the commander's office after an errand to the security lab, Buzz adjusts a spacephone receiver.
The alarm coordinator panel is working now, Commander. Gee, if they'd only finished it a few minutes sooner, our alarm from the microfilm lab would have gone through.
Well, we've had a couple of good breaks, though, Hap. 3 of Polidor's chief agents have been picked up, 2 in Saturn City and 1 on Mercury.
Great. When we give him a brain graft test, maybe we can find out where Polidor is.
I know where he is.
What?
I've been monitoring the frequencies I found jotted down by Harnung and Slazer at the microfilm lab. I intercepted a call from Polidor, and communications got a fix on it.
Where is he?
On Mars. Approximately in the center of Sector K7 on the Great Martian Desert.
Well, then what are we waiting for? Let's go.
Polidor calling Station 7 Mercury. Polidor calling Station 7 Mercury. Station 7, I assume you are listening but cannot acknowledge. Disaster Plan C is now in effect. Repeat, Disaster Plan C is now in effect. Suspend operations until after Space Patrol sounds triple red. At approximately 1500 hours. Polidor out.
What's he talking about? Triple red is our... Commander, triple red is our code for a Mars emergency.
Exactly.
We better notify Mars Space Patrol where Polidor is.
They know, Hap. Getting Polidor might be simple, but it wouldn't necessarily stop this disaster plan C of his.
It sounds as though he's getting desperate.
Right. Gotta take him by surprise. He expects us to sound a triple red at about 1500 hours.
That would give us time to get to Mars, maybe with 2 hours to spare.
We'll need that time, Hap. Hundreds of lives, maybe thousands, depend on how we use those 2 hours.
In a skillfully camouflaged building in the Great Martian Desert, the master criminal Polidor counts through several huge stacks of credits, then glowers at the 2 men who sit silently in a corner.
You're 100 credits short of 2 million.
I explained that, Polidor. I needed money for expenses,
So you trotted right down to the Terra Bank with a radioactive 100-credit bill. I ought to cut your share in half.
But, Polidor, now we know those bills are radioactive. Otherwise, you might have circulated some yourself and got caught.
You have to admit he's right, Polidor.
What good is this money if we can't pass it?
That isn't our fault. And maybe we can neutralize the radiation.
Yeah, that's true. Right now I have something more urgent to think about. The destruction of Lowell City.
What?
Lowell City?
Disaster Plan C, remember?
But what do we gain by that?
With a city in ruins, who is going to battle about you or me? The Space Patrol will have its hands full.
How are you going to do it?
It will be simple. Right now on Deimos, the outer moon of Mars, is a robot spaceship full of high explosives. I can control it from here, cause it to blast off, and set it on a vector that will send it crashing into Lowell City.
Isn't there some other way to save our skins? Destroying a whole city?
If you think of a method as effective, I'll consider it. In the meantime, follow orders. No one must interfere with my plan to destroy Lower City. Naturally, no ships can approach without warning. But an attack by land is another matter.
What are you worried about? This place is like a fort.
Yes, and forts have been known to fall even to a few men on foot. You 2 are going on patrol right now.
After a swift flight to Mars, Buzz and Happy set their spaceship down in the Great Martian Desert, miles from Polidor's hideout. Dressed as prospectors, they cover more miles in a battered desert-going surface car. Now, their faces and hands grimy with grease and dirt to hide their identity, they trudge onward through the cold Martian twilight.
Perhaps slow down, let your shoulders slump. You'd be spotted as a space patroller from a mile away.
We're getting closer. That must be the hideout right over that dune.
Yeah, we can't expect to sneak up and surprise Polidor. The best we can hope for is to get close to him before he recognizes us.
Uh-oh, look.
I see him, Hap. He sees us. Just keep walking.
What light there is behind him. I can't tell whether it's Polidor or not, but he's got a gun.
Halt! What do you want?
Our car is back in the desert about 2 miles.
That's too bad. You won't need it anymore.
Drop Happy. He's got a blast gun.
I missed you on purpose. But if either of you makes a move, I'll let you have it.
It's Slazer.
Let him do all the talking. Well. On your feet, men, and keep your hands up. That's it. I'll just take your weapons. Thanks, Commander. Now yours, Cadet. You know, Polidor will be glad to see you. And I can finish what I started back on Terra. Now get moving. Go on in.
Who are these men?
Just a couple of prospectors. Prospecting for trouble.
Oh, Corey and the cadet. You're just in time to watch the destruction of Lowell City. Lowell City?
So that's what you meant by disaster plan C.
Oh, so you intercepted one of my spaceophone messages. Yes, Commander. A few minutes ago, I launched a robot spaceship from the outer moon. At 1500 hours, it will crash into the heart of Lowell City. It is now 14:55.
Polidor, what can you possibly gain by a thing like that?
I'm a hunted man, Commander. Even with you out of the way, your hounds of the law will be hot on my scent.
Well, do you think wrecking a city will make them stop hunting you?
No. But it will give me a breathing spell while the Space Patrol is evacuating the injured, caring for the homeless.
Why, you inhuman...
Careful, Commander. Slazer, cut on the viewscope. The large screen, if you will. Thank you. There. What you see there is the planet Mars as it looks from the nose port of a robot ship. Each second brings it closer to its target.
You've forgotten about space control. They'll detect it.
No, Cadet. In a moment, I will step into the next room where the control mechanism is. And at the proper time, I will change vector. Space control defenses will have no time to act.
Polidor, think of the helpless women and children in that city.
It is nearly time to change vector. Watch the screen, gentlemen. You will see Lowell City move from the right edge to the exact center. It will grow larger and larger. And when the screen goes blank, stop him! Stop Corey! Corey, come out of there! Open this door! Laser, you and Harnung keep an eye on the cadet.
Sure we will. Don't move, Cadet.
Harnung, cut on the intercom so Corey can hear me.
Okay. Look at the screen. Corey's changing the course of the robot ship.
Hooray, Commander, you did it. You saved Lowell City. Save your cheers, Cadet. Commander, can you hear me?
Yes, Polidor, I hear you.
Open this door. If I have to break it down, I'll come in there with a blast gun.
Come ahead. Now I've got a blast gun, too. Now, what are you waiting for? You're 3-1 against me.
Harnung, Snazer, one of you go and get him.
You go in, Polidor. It's your idea.
You cowards. I'll fix him. Corey, you forget that we got the cadet out here. If you want to see him alive, surrender. Come out with your hands up and empty.
Smart thinking, Polidor. That'll get him.
How about it, Corey? Are you coming out, or do we shoot the cadet?
Don't let him bluff you, Commander. After he wrecks the city, he'll get us anyway. Now, isn't the cadet heroic?
Shut up, all of you. Well, Corey, I'm counting to 10.
While you're counting, look at the viewscope screen. What do you see?
You're heading the robot toward Mars.
That's right. Straight toward the center of Sector K7.
That's where we are.
Corey, are you crazy? You blow us all up.
We gotta get in there and stop him. Change that control.
Now, listen, all of you. If I hear a shot, I'm going to smash this robot control. Nothing you can do will prevent that ship full of explosives from crashing.
Polidor, look at the screen. It's getting close. Let's get out of here.
You plan to destroy a city. That means you can't run far enough or fast enough to avoid that explosion.
Corey, listen to reason. Stop that thing. Change its course.
Not until you give Happy your weapons.
Listen. It's getting close. Polidor, give up.
Don't be fools. We got 2 million credits here, and Corey's bluffing. He won't dare let the ship crash here.
Oh, no?
It's right above us. Polidor, give up! Yes, Polidor, surrender. I'll shoot you.
No, don't. You heard what Corey said. If he hears a shot, he'll smash the controls. All right, Corey, we'll surrender. Cadet, take our guns, quick. Please, just drop them.
How's it going out there, Hap?
I've got him covered, Commander.
Hurry.
Please.
Change vector.
You may get up off your knees now, gentlemen.
Well, I see everything's under control, huh?
Yes, except Polidor and his pals are nearly passed out from fright. It's a shame, in a way.
I know what you mean, Hap. I'd hoped that...
Hey, Polidor's going for a gun!
Oh, no, he's not. Thanks, Polidor. I've been wanting to get that out of my system for a long time.
It's over. It's all over. Good thinking. Polidor doesn't need a spaceship to fall on him. Or does he?
An action preview of next week's exciting Space Patrol adventure in just a moment. Say, Space Patrollers, Commander Corey's been getting a lot of fan letters lately. Got a couple of them right here. And man, oh man, you should hear all the wonderful things Space Patrollers are saying about Chex. Listen, I'll quote you a few. Love those Chex. Best tasting cereals of all. And taste real George with fruit. Super swell with milk and sugar. Here's another good one. I like Chex because they're bite-sized. Take along a pocket full most every place I go. There you have it, gang, and that's just a few. But I know that you'll all like Chex. They're the tops in cereals, tops 3 ways. For taste, size, and get up and go.
Right, Captain Tufeld. Commander Corey here, Space Patrollers. Now, I want all of you to be Rice Chex, Wheat Chex fans like I am. So try 'em. Have yourself a good, nourishing breakfast with Chex. And I'm sure you'll agree, Chex are tops in cereals.
Gang, you heard what the commander said, and he's the #1 Chex fan. So go get him today in the red and white checkerboard packages with the picture of the commander or Cadet Happy on the outside and the wonderful free Space Patrol trading card inside. Rice Chex, Wheat Chex, tops 3 ways. For taste, for size, for get up and go. Now, a preview of next week's exciting Space Patrol adventure. Buzz and Happy are trying to escape from a mysterious underworld kingdom on Mercury. Suddenly, a robed figure steps before them.
Commander, it's Varg.
There is no use resisting. You will never leave this underground city.
What's going to stop us?
The sun. The precious sunlight you surface dwellers prize so much. It is pouring down into the shafts beneath you.
What's he talking about, Commander?
The sun's heat here on Mercury is terrific. If it suddenly expands those pockets of frozen air, it'll blast these caverns wide open.
Be sure to join us next week for the thrilling story, Menace Under Mercury, when Rice Chex and Wheat Chex again present Space Patrol! Space Patrol, created by Mike Moser, starring Ed Kemmer as Commander Corey and Lynn Osborne as Cadet Happy, was written by Lou Houston, produced and directed by Larry Robertson, executive producer Helen Moser. Other players were Baylor Kovach, Norman Jolly, and Ken Mayer. Dick Tufeld speaking. Now, don't forget to tune in next Saturday and every Saturday when Rice Chex and Wheat Chex present exciting action.
Thank you for joining us for another thrilling episode of Space Patrol. We're excited to have you as part of our audience. We invite you to return tomorrow for an all-new set of episodes that will take you on even more unforgettable adventures. Get ready for a journey to the outer reaches of imagination as we dive into Inner Sanctum, our next featured program. Get ready for chilling suspense as you delve into a tale of psychological intrigue and spine-tingling horror that keeps you on the edge of your seat.
We're always eager to hear from our fantastic audience. Your feedback fuels our passion for delivering the best in vintage entertainment. Thank you all for tuning into Golden Age Radio today. We hope you enjoyed the classic tunes and captivating stories from the past.
Absolutely. It's been a delightful journey through time, and we truly appreciate each and every one of you for joining us.
We have a fantastic lineup prepared for tomorrow's broadcast, filled with even more nostalgic melodies and thrilling dramas from the golden era of radio.
So mark your calendars and set your alarms because you won't want to miss it. Join us again tomorrow at the same time for another unforgettable session of Golden Age Radio.
Invite your friends and family to come along too. Let's make it a delightful gathering filled with timeless entertainment and warm memories.
Once again, thank you for being part of our wonderful audience today. We look forward to having you with us again tomorrow as we dive into the enchanting world of the past.
Until then, take care and have a fantastic day ahead. See you tomorrow.
See you tomorrow. Attention all business owners and aspiring database wizards. If you want to take your data management to the next level, G3PL.com is your ultimate destination for expert Microsoft Access support and training.
That's right. G3PL.com believes that every successful database journey starts with a dedicated individual guiding you to success. That's why we're proud to introduce G3PL.com, a Microsoft Access expert.
Whether you're just starting or looking to enhance your access skills, G3PL.com's personalized training will set you on the path to mastery. G3PL will be with you every step of the way, providing hands-on guidance and real-world examples.
But don't just take our word for it. Hear what a satisfied client has to say.
Thanks to G3PL.com, I've become a Microsoft Access Pro. The personalized training was exactly what I needed. I learned to create and optimize databases, run powerful queries, and automate tasks with VBA. Now, I'm confidently handling complex projects with ease.
It doesn't stop there. G3PL.com is your go-to for top-notch support and solutions.
Exactly. If you're struggling with your existing database, G3PL will troubleshoot, optimize, and fine-tune it to perfection.
G3PL.com designed a custom database that transformed our business operations. We needed a streamlined system to manage our services and customer data. Their expertise delivered a tailor-made solution that exceeded our expectations. I can't thank them enough.
G3PL.com understands that every project is unique, and we're here to offer individualized attention to your specific needs.
So, why wait? Take the leap into the world of Microsoft Access Excellence with G3PL.com.
Contact G3PL today and embark on your database journey with an Access expert.
Send an email to db@g3pl.net or call 615-420-2040 and ask for Mark to learn more and get started.